Cyrus found himself traversing into the enchanting realm of Harry Potter, initially anticipating a world brimming with dazzling magic. To his dismay, he discovered that he had become the fragmented soul of Tom Riddle, the infamous Voldemort. Having taken the place of a diary's essence, Cyrus exclaimed, "Oh no, I've become Voldemort." Meanwhile, Voldemort lamented, "Alas, I become a mere puppet." Chapter 1. Cyrus and Ginny. Silver memories flowed through the dark void, akin to the gentle moonlight cascading through the mist of dawn, casting a soft glow. Cyrus observed the unchanging scenery before him, time eluding his grasp as he struggled to find tranquility within. He had transformed into a soul, or rather, a mere fragment of one, accompanied by scant memories. This fragment belonged to none other than the notorious Dark Lord, Voldemort, specifically the remnant of a 16-year-old Tom Riddle crafted during his student years. However, due to his unexpected arrival, young Tom's consciousness had vanished, allowing this fragment to become whole. Truth be told, being transformed into a Horcrux is an extraordinary occurrence, even within the vast realm of transmigration. While many protagonists of online novels often face various humiliations and life-threatening dilemmas, it is rare to encounter one thrust into the quest of resurrection. Upon arrival, as he perused the memories, Cyrus couldn't help but marvel at Tom Riddle's undeniable genius. Indeed, those wizards who leave an indelible mark on history share such brilliance. Dumbledore and Grindelwald, during their student days, aspired to reshape the world and later acted upon their ambitions. Under their collaboratively crafted doctrine, Grindelwald nearly upended the entire wizarding community. In comparison, Voldemort's aspirations were indeed more limited, yet his innate talent was not to be underestimated. As Cyrus absorbed Tom Riddle's arcane knowledge, he realized that he had lived through countless days of this nature, yet today held a subtle distinction. The silver mist stirred, and black ink wafted down like a wisp of smoke, settling into the stillness of memory, gradually diffusing. August 19th, clear. The writing abruptly ceased. Cyrus sprang to his feet. Before a worn desk, Ginny Weasley, who had intended to pen her thoughts into the diary, gazed in astonishment as the words she had just inscribed vanished into thin air. The yellow diary, save for the printed title on the cover and the faintly discernible name T.M. Riddle on the back, bore no other markings. Ginny had never heard of this name, but that was not surprising, as her textbooks were secondhand. It was evident that this Riddle was the diary's original owner. Yet, no one had ever informed her that this was a magical book. An innate curiosity stirred within the heart of this Gryffindor. This summer had been rife with excitement. First, the arrival of her idol, Harry Potter, into her home, followed by the receipt of an owl from Hogwarts, and now, hidden within her, previously loathed secondhand textbooks, was a magical diary. She seized her quill, dipped it in ink, and attempted to write once more. Today is a special day. A mere fragment of a sentence graced the page, but the ink seemed to absorb into the paper, as if it were a sponge, leaving no trace behind. Ginny, bewildered, turned the page, only to find the reverse pristine and untouched. Where had the ink gone? With wide, bright eyes, young Ginny stared in confusion. At that moment, words began to manifest upon the empty page, or perhaps a greeting would be a more fitting description. "Hello, may I inquire about any good fortune that has befallen you today?" Startled, Ginny dropped her quill and leapt aside, gazing at the diary with trepidation. Every child raised in a magical household had heard the warning. Never trust anything that can think for itself, unless you can see where it keeps its brain. This echoed the caution that Muggle parents impart to their children regarding strangers bearing sweets. An enchanted object capable of thought could very well harbor malevolent intentions. Perhaps she ought to inform her mother about this matter? This thought consumed her mind. Yet another idea began to take root. The diary was handpicked by my mother from the secondhand section at Flourish and Blots. If it were truly dangerous, she would not have given it to me. Perhaps I can keep it, or at least observe its tricks. If any trouble arises, I can always speak to my mother later. "Who are you?" These 3 words, along with the previous greeting, flickered before Ginny's eyes, then vanished, replaced by another line of text. "I was purchased from the secondhand section at Flourish and Blots by my mother." Secondhand section at Flourish and Blots? So, you're also a student at Hogwarts? The presence within the diary appeared astonished and delighted, akin to encountering a stranger connected by an unseen bond. The word also bestowed upon Ginny a profound sense of familiarity. "I'm just about to start my first year. Are you a Hogwarts student too?" "I once was, but I have since graduated. I never imagined my diary would end up in the hands of a young witch at Hogwarts. Perhaps this is fate. By the way, I haven't yet asked your name." Ginny hesitated for a moment before inscribing her name. "Ginevra Molly Weasley, but you may call me Ginny to that moment." Another line seemed to appear in the diary, but before she could read it, a knock at the door startled her, causing her to snap the diary shut. "Ginny, it's time for dinner." Are you asleep? I called for you several times. Came her mother Molly Weasley's voice from outside. That I'm coming, Mum. Chapter 2. The Resurrection Plan of Cyrus. Cyrus found himself enveloped in a shroud of darkness, devoid of any external sights or sounds. Yet, he could sense the journal being abruptly closed, which stirred a flicker of anxiety within him. Would Ginny be discovered? He was uncertain about the precise moment when Tom Riddle in the original narrative began his correspondence with Ginny Weasley. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that as soon as Ginny inscribed even a single word in the journal, Tom Riddle would seize every opportunity to engage with her. Therefore, since the original Tom Riddle had not been uncovered, he presumed that his own exposure would not occur so swiftly. As for the sudden closure of the book and the ensuing disappearance, there might be other underlying reasons, leaving him with no choice but to wait. Ever since Cyrus had traversed into the pages of the journal, he had been anticipating this moment. For the sake of his resurrection, he could exercise a measure of patience. Initially, he had devised two plans, contingent upon the identity of the individual who opened the journal. Had it been Lucius Malfoy, Cyrus would have directly solicited him to summon a few dark wizards to revive him using their life force. However, it now appeared that when Voldemort entrusted the journal to Malfoy, he merely informed him that it could unlock the Chamber of Secrets, omitting any mention of Horcruxes. At this juncture, Cyrus could only adhere to Tom Riddle's original resurrection scheme, absorbing the life force of young witches and wizards to commence influencing reality, ultimately achieving his revival. Of course, he was not Tom Riddle, and thus, the duel with Harry in the chamber could be entirely disregarded. Instead, he could exploit this interval to make a discreet escape before Dumbledore was summoned back to the school by the Board of Governors. Overall, this remained a commendable plan, notably as it ensured that no one would perish in the process. Not even Mrs. Norris, Filch's beloved cat, who would ultimately survive. Regrettably, that did not extend to the roosters that Ginny had inadvertently dispatched. To that, Cyrus could only express his apologies to Cuin. Admittedly, this plan harbored its own risks, the most formidable of which was Dumbledore himself. Beyond that, Cyrus found no superior alternative. He was not endowed with wings. Without Ginny leading him into Hogwarts, there would be nowhere else to go. Moreover, those adult wizards outside were far less gullible than the naive students within Hogwarts. Once he manifested a physical form, departing from Hogwarts with a formidable basilisk would pose no challenge. After leaving, his safety would significantly increase. Even if Dumbledore discerned his involvement, he would likely struggle to uncover his whereabouts. As for the notion of confessing such matters to Dumbledore, Cyrus dismissed it at once. Dumbledore would likely never believe a figure bearing the visage of Tom Riddle. He would suspect that Voldemort was attempting to orchestrate some scheme, particularly in light of the previous academic year's failure to procure the Philosopher's Stone, perhaps plotting yet another cunning ruse. Ginny hurriedly descended the staircase, and, upon catching sight of Harry laughing and chatting with Ron at the dining table, immediately flushed and lowered her gaze, attempting to present herself as a demure lady as she quietly seated herself. The other members of the Weasley family were rather accustomed to this behavior. Ever since Fred and George had surreptitiously driven off with that enchanted car to fetch Harry, Ginny had maintained this manner. Harry, unfamiliar with Ginny, merely perceived Ron's younger sister as somewhat peculiar and rather taciturn. After exchanging a brief greeting, he promptly focused his attention on the abundant fare before him. At the Burrow, his meals were remarkably more gratifying than those at the Dursleys, allowing him to eat his fill at nearly every meal, which made him worry whether he might gain several pounds by the time school resumed. Perhaps the Quidditch team would refuse to let him continue as Seeker due to his expanded physique. Nonetheless, over the past few days, he had occasionally played family Quidditch with several members of the Weasley clan, and evidently his skills had not diminished, bringing him some relief. Following dinner, Ginny swiftly retreated to her room, locking the door behind her to ensure no one could intrude before she approached her desk, cautiously placing her hands upon the diary. Previously, she had hardly noticed, but now she observed that the book appeared to be quite old, its black cover slightly faded yet remarkably intact. Despite its age, it showed no signs of wear. The cover bore an inscription of a date along with another name, which seemed reminiscent of a publisher's mark. Was this diary from 50 years ago? 50 years, a considerable span, especially given the tumultuous era its owner had endured. Perhaps this Mr. Tom Riddle had already passed away. Ginny mused. She continued to turn the pages, noting that the previous line she had meant to read had vanished, and after waiting a moment, no letters materialized on the page. Perhaps he remained unaware of the events transpiring outside the book. This thought alleviated some of Ginny's apprehensions regarding the diary. At least for now, it seemed devoid of any danger. Thus, she once again picked up her quill, dipped it in ink, and began to write. Within the diary, Severus anxiously awaited Ginny's response. Feeling utterly impotent, his heart fluttering as though playfully prodded by a fluffy kitten. The once captivating mysteries of spells, intricate potions, and the thrill of transformations failed to capture his attention. He felt akin to a husband and father anxiously pacing the corridor of a delivery room, waiting for his wife and child. Now, the child he had been awaiting had finally arrived. "Hello, Mr. Riddle, are you still there? My mother just came by, and I'm uncertain whether I should speak to her about you." Severus's excitement momentarily cooled, for this was evidently a pivotal moment. Was it his ability to earn Ginny's trust that allowed his plans to proceed, or was it the exposure of his schemes that led him to ruin? To speak directly might arouse suspicion, ultimately yielding counterproductive results. He dared not dwell on the matter for too long, and after a brief moment, he replied, "Of course. You should indeed approach magical artifacts with caution. Any wizard ought to exercise vigilance unless they have unequivocal assurance of its reliability. Frankly, I assumed you had already scrutinized it before reaching out to me. Fortunately, you obtained my diary. Had it been the wizard's 14-line poem, you would surely have found yourself in peril. You are correct, Mr. Riddle. I would not wish to be limited to composing mere quatrains from this point forth. Naturally, I believe Mr. Riddle is trustworthy." Upon reading this response, Ginny chuckled heartily, recalling how she had recited Harry Potter's name to ascertain whether she had fallen victim to a curse. Ironically, this very act served to demonstrate that the diary was not a malevolent magical object. "It cares for me." Ginny's eyes sparkled with delight. "I would never stoop to the cruelty of those dark wizards. In fact, during my time at Hogwarts, I was one of the finest students. I was head boy and later served as the president of the student council, even receiving a special contribution award for my efforts at the school. I believe that metal still resides in the trophy room." As Severus subtly implied his trustworthiness, he deftly shifted the conversation. "Really? You sound just like Percy." Ginny responded in astonishment. "Though he hasn't yet become the student council president, nor has he received any special contribution awards." "Who is Percy?" "My brother. He was head boy of Gryffindor last year and earned 12 OWL certificates, though he can be rather dull." At this juncture, Ginny had nearly convinced herself that the diary was indeed harmless. "I suppose I need not disclose your affairs to Mother. What do you think?" For the first time, Severus suppressed his inner joy and said earnestly, "Sometimes, harboring a small secret can be quite delightful." Chapter 3. Impure Blood. The summer swiftly passed. In these few days, Severus had nearly secured Ginny's trust. Now, the two of them shared a camaraderie akin to that of longtime friends. Truth be told, this was not overly challenging. Although Ginny was the most cherished child in her family, as a girl, she often bore secrets that were difficult to confide to her relatives. In these moments, Severus proved to be invaluable. At times, Severus experiences a pang of guilt for enticing young girls. However, in pursuit of resurrection, he casts aside such concerns, for ultimately, Ginny shall not perish. All those petrified by the basilisk will eventually be rescued. The others in the shabby abode have begun to notice Ginny's peculiar demeanor, as she has refrained from her usual outbursts since August, returning to her room early each day. Everyone attributes this change to Harry, and Fred and George exchange knowing glances, chuckling to themselves. "Mr. Riddle, Hogwarts is set to commence tomorrow." Severus can sense the anticipation and exuberance in Ginny's words. For every young witch and wizard, attending classes is a thrilling prospect, symbolizing their departure from silence. Simultaneously, he is even more exhilarated than Ginny. The path to resurrection is nearly within reach. If all goes according to plan, he shall possess a physical form before the end of the next term. Thus, he responds with fervent enthusiasm. "Congratulations, Ginny. I'm certain Hogwarts will not disappoint you." "Thank you." A hesitant expression of gratitude escapes her, and Severus surmises there is more to follow. "To be honest, I'm somewhat anxious about my sorting." Fred and George refuse to divulge any details about the ceremony. "However, I overheard them speaking with Ron last year. In their essay possibility, I may face a troll." She frets. "Moreover, I'm concerned about being bullied at school." Upon hearing Ginny's worries, Severus cannot help but smile. Keeping the sorting ceremony a secret from first-year students has become an annual tradition, spawning numerous outlandish tales. Nevertheless, thinking of the sorting ceremony, Severus laments missing last year's event. He fears he will never utter the words pure blood again. Of course, he is now Voldemort, a half-blood. That's nonsense, Ginny. The school would never allow first years to confront Troll. The secrecy surrounding the sorting is indeed a Hogwarts tradition. In truth, the ceremony poses little danger. You need not fret. As for being bullied, have you forgotten the curses I taught you? Should anyone dare to speak ill of you, raise your wand and give them a taste. Let them know you are not to be trifled with. Severus states without hesitation. All right, I will stand my ground. But what does little danger mean? Ginny retorts. Severus playfully replies, "It means ensuring that young witches and wizards do not meet their demise. Otherwise, the parents would be rather displeased. Wouldn't you agree? Thank you for your reassurance." Ginny snaps her diary shut in frustration, realizing that Tom Riddle is also unwilling to share the specifics of the sorting with her. Ironically, this only heightens her apprehension. "Curse you, Tom. I don't want to deal with you anymore." She angrily slammed her diary onto the bed, sulking as she sat there. Yet before long, she could not resist reopening the diary. "Are you certain we do not need to battle the trolls?" "Absolutely certain. Besides, even if we were to confront trolls, I believe you need not worry. Do not forget the spells I have taught you. If necessary, I can also enlighten you on how to deal with trolls. Their brains are quite small. You can simply levitate a heavy object and then bring it crashing down upon the back of their heads to knock them unconscious." Cyrus reassured her. Perhaps to atone for his deception towards Ginny, he reluctantly took on the role of a tutor, teaching her nearly every spell from the standard book of spells. Now, Ginny might even surpass Ron in prowess. Seeing this, Ginny felt a sense of relief. "I will trust you this once. Good night, Mr. Riddle." "Good night, Ginny. Wishing you success tomorrow." Just as Cyrus had wished, the following day turned out quite favorable for Ginny. The unfortunate ones, however, were Harry and her brother Ron. They had missed the Hogwarts Express, and worse still, no one noticed until Hermione came looking for her. "Hello, Ginny. Have you seen Harry and Ron? I couldn't find them anywhere on the train." Hermione's eyes lit up upon seeing Ginny, as if she had found a savior. "Fred and George said they were following you. I haven't seen them. Mum and Dad took me onto the platform first," Ginny replied, shaking her head. Luna, with her white hair, sat beside her. Ginny thought her to be a rather peculiar girl. "But they should be on the train. We came together," Ginny remarked in confusion. "I can't find them anywhere," Hermione exclaimed, plopping down across from Ginny, visibly irritated and harboring a sense of foreboding. "Those kids are surely up to no good. God knows what mischief those two troublemakers will concoct. I just hope they don't cost Gryffindor any points," Hermione said. At that moment, an ethereal voice whispered in Hermione's ear, gentle as a floating specter. "I'm not sure." Luna's eyes widened. "What?" "I'm uncertain whether flying in a square box would incur any penalties. But I think it would be cool. I would like to try it." She gazed out the window. "What?" Hermione and Ginny both raised their voices, turning to look outside. Ron and Harry were joyfully waving at them, resembling two celebrated generals. "That's Dad's car. They can't possibly think they are being heroic, can they?" Hermione said incredulously, clearly exasperated. "This is ridiculous. They will surely deduct points from Gryffindor, and they might even be expelled." "Expelled?" Ginny's face turned pale, and she began to scream in panic. She had envisioned spending 6 delightful years at school with Harry Potter. However, if what Hermione said were true, everything would be over. "Oh, don't worry. I merely suggested it was a possibility." Hermione, believing Ginny was concerned about Ron, immediately sought to comfort her. "Last year, we engaged in far more absurd antics. Yet everything turned out fine in the end. As long as they are not seen by muggles, I doubt there will be any significant issues. Nevertheless, such behavior is quite..." She glanced out the window, her words trailing off as the enchanted car once again surged into the clouds, vanishing from sight. "Never mind. I shall seek out Neville." Hermione rose, making her way to the door, leaving space for Ginny and her classmates. "Have a lovely time, Ginny." "Thank you." Chapter 4. The first day of school and a midnight adventure. "Tom, you deceived me." Ginny huffed angrily at her desk, her quill nearly piercing the paper. It was evident that she was genuinely upset. Ordinarily, she would address Severus with a respectful "Mr. Riddle." "Be gentle. You might break me." "And when did I ever deceive you?" Severus retorted instantly. "Humph. You claimed the sorting ceremony would be perilous. And what was it? Just a tattered hat. Is it going to bite my head off?" Ginny exclaimed in exasperation, the most infuriating aspect being that prior to the sorting, she had boasted to her classmates about her insider information. "You embarrassed me immensely." Yet, she ceased her jabbing at the book and, upon careful inspection, discovered that she had left no marks on her diary, which brought her some relief. In truth, it was nearly impossible to destroy a Horcrux through physical means. "I never claimed the sorting ceremony would be dangerous. I merely reminded you not to worry, as there wouldn't be much danger. And, as I predicted, you are unscathed." "How delightful," Severus said with a sly smile. After enduring a prolonged period of solitude, conversing with Ginny provided him with immense comfort. He was, after all, not Voldemort. "Indeed, but your words made it feel as though I might lose a limb. It seems there is some misunderstanding between us regarding the term not very dangerous. Thank you. Which means it is entirely safe. Do you expect that hat to suffocate me when placed upon my head?" Ginny retorted. "Not exactly. If you possess an inherently wicked nature, then it would place you in Azkaban. That is the danger." Severus jested. Yet, Ginny appeared to believe him, her eyes widening. Are you serious? Of course. Did it not speak to you within your mind? The Sorting Hat can see into one's heart. Those with a wicked nature ought to be sent to Azkaban. It is, in fact, the fifth house of Hogwarts, represented by the Dementors. I have never heard of such things. There are numerous secrets about Hogwarts that you are yet to discover. Even Dumbledore could not possibly grasp all the enigmas hidden within these walls. Exploring the castle is indeed a delightful endeavor. I recall that Gryffindor's tradition is to roam the halls at night. This is a violation of school rules. Furthermore, I believe Percy and Hermione would not be pleased. Would they? However, I suspect your other two twin brothers might be inclined to support you. These days, Ginny has already shared quite a bit about the Weasley family with him, so Sirius could speak freely. They indeed revel in chaos. Enough of this. On the first day of school, did anything interesting occur? Have you made any friends? Sirius inquired with concern. Indeed, there were events that were exceedingly entertaining. Ginny wrote earnestly on the paper, and it was evident that she was being entirely sarcastic. Harry and Ron were late. They had traveled in their father's car all the way from the sky, and several muggles witnessed the spectacle. Ultimately, they crashed into a whomping willow or something similar, and many assumed they would be expelled. Thankfully, they were not. This was truly a remarkable experience. I felt rather dreadful. What if Harry had been expelled? This was undoubtedly Ron's doing, and there would likely be trouble on the home front. Ginny said angrily, "Do you care for that Harry Potter?" Sirius asked sharply. This question startled the irate Ginny. Her face flushed as if her secret had been uncovered. "No, I merely think that Harry appears quite calm and is not reckless at all." Ginny covered her burning face, one hand inscribing these words in her diary. She now only wished that Mr. Riddle could not see her, as that would be utterly mortifying. "So, you do not care for him?" "Of course not," Ginny quickly denied, then hesitated to write down that, at most, she admired him a little. "You know, he vanquished Voldemort. I have grown up hearing tales of him. Indeed, it is remarkable. So, I believe you need not worry about him." Harry Potter vanquished Voldemort. One could argue he saved the magical world. If Dumbledore were to expel him, he would undoubtedly receive thousands of howling letters the very next day. Wouldn't you agree? You are correct. Ginny's spirits lifted considerably, though her cheeks remained flushed. "I must retire. Mr. Riddle, classes commence tomorrow." "Retire?" "No. I suggest you embark on a nocturnal adventure." Sirius immediately tempted. "But, do you not wish to explore the castle?" "Yet. What difference does it make to go during the day? It is certainly not the same, if you always adhere to the rules. You shall never witness Hogwarts under the silver moonlight. Not to mention, playing hide-and-seek with the caretaker is quite an amusing affair. Are you not at all intrigued?" "Of course not. Which way should I go?" Ginny exclaimed as she walked, quickly scribbling in her diary. The strong-willed Ginny found herself defeated by her own curiosity. In a flurry of apprehension, she frequently lifted her head to glance around. More troubling was her complete ignorance of the castle's layout, even if she wished to venture somewhere. She was utterly in the dark. Why not explore the corridor on the 4th floor? Hadn't your brother mentioned that he faced the Dark Lord there alongside Harry Potter last year? To pay homage to the very ground where the illustrious Harry Potter once battled? Ginny's eyes sparkled at this notion, deeming it an excellent idea. Where's the corridor on the 4th floor? If you're currently in the Gryffindor Tower, then... A map slowly emerged on the pages of her diary. This was a depiction crafted by Sirius from Voldemort's memories, revealing hardly any secret passages, as Voldemort had little interest in such trivialities. Moreover, certain hidden rooms were best left unknown to Ginny. She cast a quick glance before promptly closing the diary. She had heard that teachers sometimes patrolled at night, and that she might encounter other students wandering about. She certainly did not want anyone to discover her conversing with a book. The corridor on the 4th floor is this way. Once Ginny, still inexperienced with nocturnal escapades, confirmed her direction, she hastened out. She could hardly contain her excitement at the prospect of seeing the place where Harry had fought the previous year. However, she was blissfully unaware of the shadow that had materialized behind her. Chapter 5. The corridor on the 4th floor and the trophy room. Ginny tiptoed through the darkened castle. It was nearly midnight, and not a flicker of light illuminated the corridor. The wind howled through the shadows, and the towering trees outside swayed ominously, resembling grotesque avian monsters. This all instilled a sense of dread within Ginny. She felt paranoid, every rustle of sound sending shivers down her spine. Now, she regretted putting away her diary. Perhaps around the next corner lurked a monstrous creature with 3 heads, ready to devour her without a second thought. Ron had told her that a friend had once unleashed a 3-headed dog the size of a house within a castle. Yet, even with the diary in hand, Mr. Riddle could offer her no solace. Mr. Riddle, she clutched the diary tightly to her chest, hoping to draw some faint courage from it. As if by doing so, she was not entirely alone, but accompanied by a presence. Perhaps this diary truly possessed such magic. Ginny gradually felt a sense of reassurance. Moreover, she realized that this vast castle, though it appeared daunting, was in fact remarkably spacious and splendidly antiquated, far more intriguing than her cramped little home. She has now fully realized the delight of wandering through the castle at night, indulging her whims without concern for school rules, running freely down the corridors, and even casting sparks from her wand without trepidation. At most, she might receive a gentle admonition from the portraits on the walls or the passing ghosts. Just like now, Ginny has encountered the ghost of Gryffindor. It is rather unwise for a young girl to be roaming the castle alone at this hour. Obviously, a Gryffindor. Let me think. Ginny Weasley, right? The Weasley family heir is unmistakable. Yet, you are already exploring on your very first day. You surpass even your two brothers. Sir Nicholas exclaimed joyfully. Hello, nearly headless Nick. Ginny certainly recognized Nick as he, like every year, was performing his headless antics at the Gryffindor table, though regrettably, a small piece of flesh still connected his head to his neck. How rude. You wouldn't even deign to call me sir. Sir Nicholas feigned indignation. Speaking of being nearly headless, it is indeed a pity. According to him, he was not particularly pleased to have that axe strike his neck multiple times. All right, Sir Nicholas, Ginny quickly corrected herself. Good child, I wish you a pleasant night's exploration. Furthermore, avoid the 5th floor. Peeves is lurking there, and do refrain from using your wand, lest you summon Filch. In high spirits, Sir Nicholas offered a couple of cautions before his head floated through the wall. Thus, Ginny tucked away her wand and continued her journey into the darkness. Before long, she reached the edge of the corridor on the 4th floor, where she discovered a wooden door. This is it. Locked? That one key deterred me. Alohamra. She drew her wand, and the lock responded, falling to the ground with a clatter. Ginny could not help but feel a surge of pride. Thankfully, Mr. Riddle had taught her all the first-year spells. She gleefully pushed the door open and stepped inside, only to find the room shrouded in darkness. The tip of her wand glimmered, illuminating the space. However, to Ginny's disappointment, the room was dreadfully dull, devoid of anything of interest. No terrifying 3-headed dog that would fall asleep at the sound of singing, nor a trapdoor leading to the depths below. There's nothing here. She laid her diary flat on the ground, one hand holding the glowing wand as she scribbled haphazardly. Perhaps Dumbledore restored all of this, Cyrus replied. However, there are many intriguing things within the castle. Do you have any idea how many secret passages and hidden chambers exist here? Or, if you find yourself hungry in the night, simply go below the Great Hall, where there's a painting of fruit. Scratch the pear within, and it will transform into a doorknob. Never mind, I'm not that hungry. I had quite enough at dinner, Ginny declined. Although she felt a twinge of disappointment at not finding anything related to Harry, she quickly turned her thoughts to other matters. Mr. Riddle, you previously mentioned that you received a special contribution award. May I take a look at it? Of course, Cyrus replied immediately, clearly pleased that she remembered the matter. The metal display room is on the 4th floor. Just exit here and take a few turns. Thus, Ginny closed her diary once more, extinguishing the light of her wand, and quietly slipped away. A few minutes later, another shadow appeared. Hurry, Mrs. Norris, capture those miscreants violating school rules. I heard something. Filch's voice was hoarse and unpleasant, reminiscent of a wicked wizard intoxicated by potions. Yet, perhaps such a state might bring him a modicum of joy. His legs were not steady, and he awkwardly jogged toward her, lantern in hand. Found it. A lock. Clumsy fool. He excitedly picked up the chain that had fallen to the ground, clearly yearning to bind those little wizards and suspend them on the rooftops for several days. Quickly, it must be those 2 Weasley boys. Don't let them escape, he urged, while Mrs. Norris sniffed the lingering scent on the ground, slowly following Ginny's departing footsteps. Ginny wandered within the metal display room, which must have been bewitched with the undetectable extension charm, as the classroom appeared far larger than it looked from the outside. Numerous medals were arranged in rows, including trophies from Quidditch matches, various competitions, and the names of prefects and house captains, all encased behind a massive glass panel. In the dim light, Ginny spotted Percy's name prominently displayed. Simultaneously, her gaze fell upon Tom Riddle's name. In fact, this name appeared numerous times within the metal display room, and Ginny could easily imagine the exceptional nature of his achievements. The Special Contribution Award, unlike any other, was exceptionally large, signifying its unique status. Yet it bore no indication of the reason for Tom Riddle's honor. Curiosity surged within Ginny. She could not resist the urge to uncover the answer and instinctively flipped open her diary, a gesture that was becoming her signature move. However, before she could even fully open the diary, she was interrupted. A hand emerged from the darkness, grasping her wrist. Ginny's eyes widened in terror. "Fred, George?" she exclaimed, panic-stricken. But Fred swiftly covered her mouth. "Keep your voice down, Ginny. Filch is not far off." George quickly added, "What are you doing here?" Ginny whispered, her heart racing as if it might leap from her small chest. Why had they appeared beside her? Did they see me conversing with the diary? These two questions echoed incessantly in Ginny's mind, making her feel akin to a condemned prisoner awaiting execution. Poised for the moment when executioners George and Fred would utter the words that would sever her from the diary. However, neither of them mentioned the diary. "I apologize for startling you," Fred said, gradually releasing her and smiling. "I'll explain everything shortly. For now, come with us." With that, the two of them firmly grasped Ginny's hands and led her out of the trophy room, heading in a specific direction. As they walked, Ginny heard a sharp voice growing increasingly closer. It was Filch, the Hogwarts caretaker, perhaps the most despised figure in the entire school. Fred whispered in her ear, "Oh, and Snape too. If he catches us, it will be disastrous. Professor McGonagall will deduct points. To be honest, that's not the worst part. But if we end up in detention and have to write lines, that would be terribly dull." George chimed in, "Fortunately, he hasn't caught us since our first year." "Right, Fred?" "Absolutely," Fred said proudly, leading Ginny to the statue of a witch. At that moment, she could hear Filch's south footsteps growing alarmingly close. They might just turn a corner and be caught. What shall we do? Ginny no longer felt as frantic as before, although Fred and George had indeed frightened her. She was more concerned about her communication with the diary being discovered. "Of course, we have a secret weapon," Fred declared proudly, drawing his wand and tapping the statue of the one-eyed witch twice apart. In the next instant, to Ginny's astonishment, the statue split in half, revealing a dark, hidden passage. "Quick, get in." The three of them hurriedly squeezed through, and the statue slowly closed behind them. "Wait here," Fred instructed, and neither he nor George suggested continuing down the passage. "Where does this tunnel lead?" Ginny inquired. "It leads nowhere, as it's blocked ahead," Fred replied, feigning nonchalance. Although he was pleased that his sister was far from dull like Percy, and even more intriguing than Ron. Revealing the secret tunnel out of the school to her in her first year was not wise. Luckily, Ginny's mind was preoccupied with other thoughts, so she harbored no suspicions. "How did you find me?" she finally asked, voicing the question that weighed most heavily on her. "To be honest, we saw you the moment you left the tower," George replied. "You were following me the whole time?" Ginny's eyes widened. If that were the case, wouldn't they have discovered her occasional exchanges with Mr. Riddle in the diary? "Of course not. We're not that boring." Fred immediately refuted, explaining that they had originally intended to venture into the Forbidden Forest, but upon realizing that she was nearly caught by Filch, they had come to her rescue. "Right, George?" "Indeed," George nodded with a smile. "But how did you know I was here with Filch?" "That is our secret." Fred and George exchanged knowing glances, sharing a laugh. And for the time being, they had no intention of revealing this secret to anyone, not even you, Ginny. Curious, Ginny scrutinized them, yet neither of the twins yielded. "Well, I suppose I'm accustomed to secrets. After all, who doesn't harbor a secret?" As she spoke, she instinctively clutched her diary closer. Fred and George remained oblivious to her subtle gesture and chuckled. "Come on, Ginny, that hardly qualifies as a secret. Nearly everyone at home knows you fancy Harry. Except for little Ronnie," George added. "You're right, except for little Ronnie. He truly is a perpetual child," Fred said, shaking his head with laughter. At this, Ginny felt her cheeks flush. Surprisingly, she was not angry. Instead, she felt a sense of relief and pride. "You will probably never discover what my real secret is." After a while, Fred, taking advantage of Ginny's distraction, pulled out the Marauder's map, quickly scanned it, and then tucked it away. "All right, let us go." Filch has now made his way to the 6th floor, likely accompanied by Peeves, stirring up trouble, he said gleefully. "What? But how do you know that?" "I told you. It's a secret. Secrets are not to be divulged." George opened the passageway, and indeed, there was no one outside. "By the way, this passage is also a secret. So don't tell anyone. I don't want this place turning into Gryffindor's common room. You two want to share your secret with me, yet you expect me to keep yours? Don't forget why we are here. To save you. Otherwise, you would be finished. You would definitely be expelled." "All right. I don't wish to be ungrateful," Ginny replied with resignation. Then the three of them made their way back to the tower. When the fat lady saw them, she was not the least bit surprised. "The password, children." "Sweetie." Upon returning to the dormitory, Ginny climbed into bed quietly to avoid waking her roommates. She had intended to discuss the Special Contribution Award and the events of the evening with Mr. Riddle, but before she could even grasp her quill, drowsiness overcame her, leaving her head spinning. Ultimately, she hastily penned a simple "good night" before falling fast asleep. "Good night." May you have sweet dreams, Ginny. Cyrus replied before returning to his studies of spells. In his youth, Voldemort, despite his prodigious talent, ultimately lacked the depth of experience and insight, and there were certain spells beyond his grasp. The Patronus charm, for instance, requires the caster to concentrate on their most joyful memories. Regrettably, Voldemort, devoid of understanding love, could never comprehend the essence of happiness. Nevertheless, given Voldemort's formidable abilities, it mattered little whether he could wield such a spell or not. However, for Severus, the desire to master this incantation remained. The Patronus charm proves invaluable in defending against dark magic and repelling malevolent creatures, with the expulsion of Dementors being merely a fraction of its utility. Chapter 7. After-class tutoring. The incantation for the Patronus charm is not particularly complex, and Severus grasped its principles well. Tom Riddle had previously endeavored to master it, but ultimately failed. Severus understood the theory thoroughly, yet, having never wielded a wand, he remained uncertain of his ability to cast the spell. It was not until the following evening that he received another message from Ginny. Good evening, Mr. Riddle. This morning, I nearly overslept, but fortunately my roommate woke me. Severus detected a hint of complaint in Ginny's words and promptly replied, Nearly? That means you didn't. I imagine last night's escapade was rather entertaining. Even if you had been late, it would have been worth it. I can teach you most of the knowledge, perhaps even better than the professors, as I possess more patience and offer one-on-one tutoring. However, I would incur demerits, and I do not wish to become a pariah of Gryffindor. Blushing, Ginny penned a response. Then, as if recalling something, she eagerly wrote, Mr. Riddle, would you like to know what happened after I visited the trophy room? She teased him with this statement, pausing to await his reply. I will be most intrigued. Ginny, somewhat dissatisfied with his response, pouted and continued. I nearly got caught by the caretaker, but Fred and George helped me hide. They possess a secret that enables them to locate someone, even when unseen. They also know of hidden passageways. Right by the statue of the one-eyed witch in the fourth-floor corridor, they asked me to keep it a secret, but I believe it's safe to tell you. By the way, Mr. Riddle, your map, didn't he mention this? The Marauder's map? Severus immediately recognized the twins' secret. Created by 4 Marauders, led by Harry's father, the Marauder's map could reveal the locations of everyone within the school, even at Dumbledore. It is indeed a marvel of magical craftsmanship. Cyrus harbored a keen interest in the existence of the Marauder's map. However, upon contemplation, he concluded that the map bore little utility for his plans. Furthermore, many areas within Hogwarts remained concealed from the map's gaze, such as the Room of Requirement and the Chamber of Secrets. As for the secret passages leading out of Hogwarts, his familiarity with the original narrative revealed 3 routes. One through the Whomping Willow, another by the statue of the one-eyed witch on the 4th floor, and the last behind the mirror on the 5th floor. These 3 paths suffice for his needs. Quite normal, Ginny. At Hogwarts, secrets abound, yet I doubt they could ever fathom the secrets I possess. Such as? Ginny inquired provocatively. Such as certain secret chambers, Cyrus responded, his words seemingly imbued with a magical allure that captivated Ginny. Secret chambers? Indeed, Cyrus replied slowly. He had no intention of revealing Slytherin's chamber just yet, in truth. The castle harbored numerous secret rooms beyond Slytherin's. Tom Riddle had discovered many while searching for Slytherin's chamber, though most of these chambers were either vacant or contained mere remnants of the past. As a historical edifice over a millennium old, Hogwarts indeed concealed an abundance of hidden spaces. While most were empty rooms, they occasionally served as sufficient sanctuaries. He proceeded to unveil several secret chamber locations, leaving Ginny astounded. Why didn't you mention this earlier? I thought it would be more delightful for you to uncover them yourself. What do you think? Ginny nodded, jotting down the events of the day in her diary. Having studied in advance, she received considerable praise today, earning numerous points for Gryffindor, resembling a little Hermione. However, her disposition lacked Hermione's sharp sensitivity, which endeared her to many rather than inciting envy. By the way, this morning Ron received a howler from Mom. It seems Dad is in trouble due to their antics. Ron always finds himself in predicaments. Fred and George are right. He behaves like a child who refuses to grow up. During the day, Ginny found no one to share her thoughts with and could only confide in Cyrus, admitting, I find it a bit embarrassing. During class, people often ask if the one who received the howler was my brother. She lamented, clearly feeling that Ron's antics had brought her shame. Yet, in truth, Ron cared deeply for Ginny after narrowly escaping the Whomping Willow last night. He had disregarded his injuries to see her during the sorting ceremony, though, regrettably, the ceremony had long since concluded. You just don't understand, little Ginny. Boys are like this, immature and lacking in sophistication. No, you're not like that, Ginny retorted. I am no child. Cyrus concluded the discussion. Now, let us commence our tutoring session for the evening. This semester, you need not worry about the studies of curse theory and transfiguration. However, it remains imperative to practice diligently. What would you like to learn next? I borrowed the textbook on defense against the dark arts from Ron, but he inadvertently handed me Fantastic Beasts and where to find them as well. Last year's defense against the dark arts textbook was titled Dark Magic, a guide to self-defense. Yet Fantastic Beasts serves as a supplementary text. The curriculum for the first 3 years primarily focuses on combating dark creatures, which are indeed a subset of magical beasts. Ginny initially intended to use the second-hand book by Lockhart she had purchased at a considerable price this year for her classes. However, Sirius informed her that such material was no more valuable than scrap paper. Even reading it as fiction, one must endure Lockhart's omnipresent narcissism. As Ginny flipped through Fantastic Beasts, following the foreword by Dumbledore and Newt, the first section posed the question, what is a beast? She noticed Ron's scribbled notes beside this question, describing a creature with numerous legs and a furry body, which made her chuckle. Clearly, this was not the correct answer. Yet it effortlessly reminded her of Ron's fear of spiders. Soon, she discovered other delightful annotations within the book. For instance, according to the Ministry of Magic's classification, the most dangerous creatures were marked with a note added by Ron, or anything that Hagrid likes. Ginny found this utterly amusing. She knew Hagrid as the enormous man who ferried the first years across the lake, and it was he who rescued Harry during his accidental venture into Knockturn Alley over the summer. During the holidays, Ginny had heard Ron recount tales of the three-headed dog and fire-breathing dragons, all fearsome creatures under Hagrid's care. She then noticed that Ron had added 4 additional X's after the 5 X's next to the Acromantula, elevating it to an unprecedented 9XS of magical creature classification. This clearly indicated Ron's profound fear of spiders. Another book, Dark Magic, a guide to self-defense, mentioned numerous spells, such as the repelling charm, the sneezing charm, and both red and green sparks, none of which were covered in their spell class. It also included spells like the Lumos and Nox, which were referenced in standard spells. Sirius encouraged Ginny to explore the text independently, assuring her that she could freely inquire about any concepts she found perplexing. He had indeed become a true master of defense against the dark arts, likely possessing more theoretical knowledge than most of his predecessors. Of course, this did not include Dumbledore. Chapter 8. The First Possession. Time passed in a tranquil manner, during which Hogwarts saw little significant event aside from the disturbances caused by Lockhart in class. Now, Ginny comprehended why Mr. Riddle held such disdain for Lockhart's works. He truly was a charlatan. Ron had expressed this sentiment more than once during mealtimes, yet each instance was met with Hermione's discontent. Hermione was akin to a fervent admirer of Lockhart, unwavering in her belief in the fictitious persona portrayed in his books, despite witnessing his numerous blunders. Meanwhile, Ginny had grown increasingly reliant on and trusting of Mr. Riddle, confiding in him her joys, concerns, anxieties, and fears. She had nearly bared her entire soul to him, and he eagerly devoured her secrets and trepidations. Now, Ginny lifted her gaze, her expression markedly different from usual. Perhaps it would be more fitting to refer to her as Severus at this moment. This was the first time in several weeks since the term began that Severus attempted to seize control of Ginny's body, proceeding with utmost caution, prepared to relinquish his endeavor at the slightest hint of failure. However, to his surprise, the endeavor was unfolding more smoothly than anticipated. Severus stuffed a meat pie into his mouth and washed it down with a generous gulp of pumpkin juice. Though not his own body, he could still perceive everything this vessel experienced. The long-missed sensation of food brought him great joy, and he intended to explore the grounds after finishing breakfast. Colin Creevey? He turned his head to glance at a small, slender boy with gray hair seated at the table. What is it, Miss Weasley? Colin asked in astonishment, for since the beginning of term, he had yet to converse with this adorably petite classmate. Please excuse me, I'm feeling a bit unwell. But you seem fine, Colin replied, gazing blankly at Severus's retreating figure as he strode away before finishing his thought. Severus first meandered around the school before heading toward the Forbidden Forest. He needed to ascertain where the school's roosters were kept and prepare an opportunity to eliminate them. As he passed by the playground, he gradually distanced himself from the castle and embarked upon a narrow path. In the distance, he could see the vast expanse of a forest. The Forbidden Forest stretched across several hills, and at its edge stood a small wooden cabin. Severus approached step by step, noticing Hagrid bent over in a field where pumpkins towered almost as high as Ginny. Hey, Hagrid called out, straightening up. Little wizard, you ought to head back. The Forbidden Forest is no place for you. Hello, Hagrid. I'm not going in, just taking a stroll, Severus replied, continuing his pace until he reached Hagrid's pumpkin patch. What enormous pumpkins! Have you used a growth charm? Ah, it's you, the little girl from the Weasley family. Hagrid recognized Ginny, his demeanor softening, yet becoming more vigilant simultaneously. Due to the mischievous antics of Fred and George, Hagrid now harbors a psychological shadow concerning the Weasley family. A mere hint of assistance, and by Halloween, it would surely amplify. Would you care to come in for a while? No, I prefer to wander about. Cyrus had no intention of partaking in Hagrid's dark culinary concoctions and promptly declined. Do not worry. I shan't venture into the Forbidden Forest. I'm aware of its perils. That is reassuring. You are far more obedient than your two brothers. Hagrid expressed his relief at not having another troublemaker to contend with. As Cyrus strolled along the periphery of the Forbidden Forest, he soon encountered the caged rooster. Simultaneously, he sensed Hagrid's watchful gaze, ever fearful that he might suddenly plunge into the forest's depths. With no opportunity to act, Cyrus reluctantly meandered back. The air here is delightful. I shall return now, Hagrid, and perhaps visit you another time. Of course, Hagrid replied with a tinge of reluctance. He had always had an affinity for the Weasley clan, finding camaraderie with several of the young ones, and their amiable attitude towards Harry endeared them to him, thus extending his warmth to Ginny as well. The small cabin adjacent to the Forbidden Forest often appeared somewhat lonely. Even Harry and his friends did not frequent it often. Upon returning to the castle, Cyrus anticipated that classes had likely commenced, leaving the corridors devoid of life. However, to be prudent, he grasped Ginny's wand and cast a disillusionment charm upon himself. Ginny's wand, crafted from you, bore a striking affinity to him, much to his astonishment. You symbolizes death and rebirth, making it indeed fitting for his current state. The only drawback was that Ginny's magical prowess was rather feeble, causing the charm to manifest less effectively than he had envisioned. While at rest, the effects were imperceptible. But with movement, a faint outline surrounded his form, reminiscent of a layer of raised glass. Nonetheless, with caution, it should suffice. Cyrus cautiously made his way toward the girls' lavatory on the third floor. At that moment, the sharp voice of Filch echoed in his ears. What is the matter? Have you discovered something? Filch exclaimed excitedly. A truant student? Cyrus observed Filch shuffling behind a scrawny cat, his face alight with exhilaration. Mrs. Norris, perhaps sensing Cyrus's presence, approached with her head lowered, drawn closer by the intensifying scent. As she neared, her pace slowed, intrigued by the richness of the aroma. Mrs. Norris lifted her head, her gaze puzzled as she regarded the corner of the wall. Filch immediately turned to look as well. There's nothing here, he muttered under his breath. Irritation coloring his tone. They must be hiding. Cast a spell. Add to their transgressions. Having patrolled Hogwarts for numerous years, he was well aware that certain spells could obscure a person's appearance. Such occurrences had transpired on more than one occasion. Initially, Filch suspected that it was the error of the Lady of the Lake. But it was not until a student as half-hearted disillusionment charm abruptly faltered that he grasped the true nature of the situation. Without delay, he extended his hand, groping around as though he were a sighted man rendered blind. Although the action appeared comical, it proved effective, particularly when Selwyn's spell was imperfect, revealing flaws with the slightest movement. Realizing this, Selwyn had no choice but to take a risk. He subtly lifted his wand, directing its tip toward the Lady of the Lake and uttering, "Confundus." The Lady of the Lake shrieked, her hair bristling, startling Filch in the process. Before he could utter a word, she dashed away, as though she had uncovered another clue. Filch, limping after her, followed swiftly. Selwyn exhaled in relief and continued his ascent to the third floor. Chapter 9. The Chamber and the Basilisk. Since Myrtle had been slain by the basilisk 50 years prior, this lavatory had become nearly indistinguishable from a desolate space. No one dared to use its facilities. It wasn't merely the superstition that deterred them. Rather, the thought of a disembodied head suddenly emerging from the toilet while one was indisposed was enough to dissuade any would-be visitor. Even in death, Myrtle was far from popular, second only to the malevolent Peeves. Over time, the lavatory fell into disuse. Upon entering the restroom, Selwyn found no sign of Myrtle. Perhaps she was once again flushing herself into the Black Lake. This was, in fact, a fortunate turn of events. Approaching the sink, he beheld the reflection of Ginny's charming visage in the mirror. Her appearance bore little resemblance to that depicted in the films. In truth, she was far more enchanting. He complimented her silently, then, guided by Riddle's memories, located the stubbornly dry brass tap, which bore the engraving of an inconspicuous serpent. "Open," Selwyn commanded, his voice emitting a terrifying hiss. Having inherited all of Riddle's talents, he naturally possessed the ability to speak Parseltongue. Instantly, the tap erupted with a dazzling white light and began to spin rapidly. Subsequently, the basin shifted, slowly descending from view, revealing a remarkably thick pipe large enough for a person to enter. Without hesitation, Selwyn leapt into the abyss, mindful to close the entrance to the chamber behind him to avert any unforeseen mishaps. It felt akin to plunging down a dark, viscous, interminable slide, where he noticed numerous pipes branching out in all directions, yet none as wide as this one. Before long, the slide neared its end, revealing a dark, rocky tunnel. Cyrus cast a flight charm, allowing himself to float gracefully above the ground, avoiding any potential falls. The interior of the rocky passage was exceedingly damp, rife with mud, a condition that did not sit well with his penchant for cleanliness. Sunlight flickered as a brilliant beam emanated from his wand, resembling a sun suspended above his head, illuminating the entire tunnel. This passage leading to the secret chamber was both dark and moist, likely due to its construction beneath the Black Lake. Stalactites dripped water intermittently, transforming the cave's path into a muddy quagmire. Cyrus felt a sense of relief that Voldemort had devised a flight spell. The mere thought of the water droplets above connecting to the Black Lake, which served as a receptacle for the waste of numerous toilets in Hogwarts, was rather unsettling. However, in reality, the immense self-purifying capacity of the Black Lake was quite sufficient to cleanse such impurities. And the very process of the droplets filtering through the soil had already eliminated many contaminants. As he ventured deeper, a colossal creature came into view, its mouth large enough to swallow an adult whole, its terrifying silhouette vividly alive in the darkness. This was the Serpent King's shed skin, a treasure-laden layer of serpent hide. While Voldemort dismissed it, Cyrus found it intriguing. After all, basilisk-like creatures had not been seen in England for many years. Even if such creatures existed elsewhere, they seldom reached such a size or longevity. A plan began to formulate in his mind to transport away. The basilisk skin possessed formidable magical resistance, making it invaluable for crafting armor or brewing potions. Extracting it would not prove difficult. A simple use of the undetectable extension charm could create a spacious travel trunk, allowing him to find an opportunity to smuggle it out of Hogwarts. The Christmas holiday would be a most opportune time. Navigating around the enormous serpent skin, he proceeded further into the tunnel, which twisted and turned until finally revealing a sturdy wall before him, adorned with two entwined snakes, their eyes set with large, glimmering emeralds. "Open," Cyrus hissed, his voice echoing like an incantation of malevolence, as if he were the sovereign of serpents commanding all within this domain. The two serpents parted, the stone wall fissured in the middle, gradually sliding apart to reveal the chamber beyond. Behind the door lay a long, dimly lit room, filled with towering stone columns intricately carved with coiling serpents, supporting a ceiling that melted into the dark heights above. This entire room was cast in long, eerie shadows, suffused with a mysterious, verdant glow. Cyrus, wielding Ginny's wand, strode confidently among the serpentine columns. He was so intimately familiar with this place that it felt as though he had returned to his own home, his footsteps echoing hollowly against the shadowy walls. As he walked parallel to the last pair of stone columns, a statue, as tall as the room itself, loomed before him, pressed against the dark wall behind it. It bore the visage of an aged and gnarled face, resembling that of a monkey, adorned with sparse, lengthy whiskers that nearly reached the hem of the stone-carved wizard's robe. Two large, grayish feet rested upon the smooth floor of the chamber. Was this the very embodiment of Slytherin? Cyrus tilted his head upward. The statue was undeniably grotesque. Yet it mattered little, for he considered himself handsome. In comparison to Slytherin's formidable power, his own appearance had long ceased to bear significance. "Speak to me, Slytherin," one of the greatest among the four founders of Hogwarts. The enormous stone visage of Slytherin began to stir. Its mouth opened wider and wider, ultimately forming a vast black void. Cyrus shut his eyes, wary of being inadvertently harmed by the basilisk's enchantment. Moments later, he heard something stirring within the statue's mouth, slithering upward from the depths of its form. After a brief interval, a heavy object struck the ground, causing the entire chamber to tremble. He could hear its cumbersome body sluggishly gliding across the dust-laden floor. Before long, Cyrus reopened his eyes and beheld the basilisk in all its glory. Its scales shimmered in vibrant hues of green, reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors as its massive body glided across the chamber floor, encircling Cyrus in a grand loop. At last, its upper body reared up behind him, its eyes, larger than light bulbs, hovering ominously above his head. This was proof of its obedience. The innate Parseltongue possessed a power to subdue serpentine creatures, while learned Parseltongue merely constituted a form of language. Having slumbered for 50 years, a mere fleeting moment in the life of a basilisk, it now appeared to have been granted a chance at rebirth, unleashing its terrifying magic with reckless abandon. "Be quiet," Cyrus commanded. The basilisk immediately bowed its head in submission. "Rest assured, soon you shall roam freely, but for now we must endure." A faint smile graced Cyrus's lips. He had merely come to assess the basilisk's condition today. Any plans for an attack could wait until the eve of Halloween. After all, one could not shake the feeling that Hogwarts Halloween would lack something without a touch of unexpected magic. Chapter 10. Ginny's Doubts. The following morning, Ginny rose from her bed. Clutching her head, she felt somewhat dazed, as though she had not rested adequately. Yet she knew she could not linger any longer. If she slept a moment more, she might miss the commencement of her classes. She quickly sat up, began to dress, and comb her hair before heading to wash up. However, upon her return with her textbooks, she discovered that her roommates were still sprawled across their beds, in a deep slumber. "Come on, wake up. Otherwise, we'll be late for class," she called out. Yet, from behind the curtain of the adjacent bed, a head emerged. "Ginny, have you lost your mind? Today is the weekend." "The weekend?" Ginny widened her eyes in disbelief. How could it possibly be the weekend? I distinctly remember going to bed on Thursday. Had she truly slept the entire day? Was it that this world was, in fact, a realm of the uncanny? Of course it's the weekend. Wasn't yesterday Friday? You said you were unwell and had Colin request a day off for you. Are you still feeling unwell? Should we take you to the infirmary? Her roommates immediately expressed their concern. "I'm fine. Perhaps I just misremembered," Ginny murmured, scratching her head, and slowly sat back on the edge of her bed, her gaze drifting towards her small desk. Nothing adorned the desk, save for the diary concealed within the drawer. "Is it you, Mr. Riddle?" Despite a flicker of doubt in her heart, Ginny buried the thought deep within. At this juncture, revealing the diary to her parents would undoubtedly result in a reprimand. She had no desire to receive a scolding letter over dinner. She would rather perish. On the other hand, Ginny was reluctant to believe that Mr. Riddle would harm her. Just like now, although she had lost a fragment of her memory, it seemed she had not suffered any harm. Perhaps Mr. Riddle had other reasons? She yearned to delve into the diary and unravel everything. Yet as her hand hovered over the drawer, trepidation washed over her. She feared that it might all be a ruse, that Mr. Riddle was merely seeking to gain her trust. If she regarded him as a friend and confided all her secrets to him, what would she do if she were truly betrayed? Upon contemplating this, Ginny suddenly realized how little she truly knew about Mr. Riddle. She had only seen the accolades he received in the trophy room. What lay beyond that? What kind of person was Tom Riddle? He appeared so remarkable, perhaps akin to Percy? No, he was far more intriguing than Percy, and certainly not as rigid. Ginny reflected on how Mr. Riddle had encouraged her to flout some trivial school rules. It had indeed been amusing. He had even taught her numerous minor curses not found in textbooks, suggesting they could be quite useful in conflicts. He bore no resemblance to Percy. Rather, he reminded her of Bill. As Ginny pondered these thoughts, a smile graced her face, and the more she reflected, the more convinced she became that Mr. Riddle could never wish her harm. However, this brings the issue back to the starting point. Is Mr. Riddle truly orchestrating this? If so, what could be his motive? Moreover, should Ginny continue to engage in dialogue with Mr. Riddle? These myriad questions plagued Ginny, leaving her somewhat perturbed. She longed to drift back into slumber, yet sleep eluded her. Resolute, she rose quietly and made her way to the common room. "Hey, Ginny," Ron called out, his eyes still bleary with sleep. "Could you help me call Hermione? Harry went to practice Quidditch this morning, and we're planning to join him. You could come along too." "Oh, all right, but I'm not really in the mood." Ginny simply nodded and turned to seek out Hermione's dormitory. A few minutes later, Ginny descended hurriedly with Hermione. "Aren't you coming with us, Ginny?" Ron asked, appearing more awake. He seemed puzzled, for his sister typically idolized Harry, hardly able to divert her gaze from him. Yet now, she seemed rather disinterested. This wasn't particularly surprising. Beneath the legends, Harry was merely an ordinary wizard, a realization Ron himself had come to during their interactions. Of course, even stripped of myth, Harry remained a remarkable friend, at least far superior to the inept Lockhart. After a moment as contemplation, Ginny acknowledged her earlier lack of enthusiasm. However, considering that Mr. Riddle occasionally brightened her spirits, she decided that perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to take a look. Coincidentally, she had nothing pressing to occupy her time, having discovered that Mr. Riddle had thoughtfully completed all her weekend assignments. All right then. The trio first ventured to the Great Hall to gather some food before heading to the Quidditch pitch, which was eerily empty, with scarcely a soul in sight, not even on the field itself. However, Ginny spotted Colin, fervently snapping photographs with his camera. They settled into their seats, the morning mist still lingering over the pitch. Shortly thereafter, Harry and the other team members emerged clad in their uniforms, seemingly preparing to commence practice. Ron was astonished by the intensity of the Quidditch training. As Harry had set off before dawn, "ISNT practice finished yet?" "Not finished. No. We haven't even begun." Harry shook his head. "We'd spent hours discussing tactics. And I'm nearly starving. Want something to eat?" Ginny offered him the bread in her hand, though her appetite was minimal. He was somewhat tempted, yet would had no intention of allowing him a moment to eat. With a powerful push, Harry mounted his Firebolt 2000 and soared into the air. However, their practice was interrupted almost immediately, as Colin, in a frenzy, raised his camera to capture them, much to Wood's displeasure. He suspected that the lad was a spy sent by Slytherin, aiming to acquire intelligence on their new tactics. "Slytherin hardly requires spies," George remarked helplessly. "How do you know?" "Because they have come themselves." A group of individuals clad in green robes entered the pitch, each wielding a Nimbus broomstick. It was none other than their old adversaries, the Slytherin team. Wood, filled with ire, soared downwards, and an intense atmosphere of hostility erupted between the two teams. "What is happening?" Hermione's slightly anxious voice interrupted Ginny's reverie. "What is wrong?" "They are arguing. Let us go see," Ron exclaimed as he promptly jumped down, thinking he could not remain a bystander should conflict arise. As they rushed below, Ron and Hermione were taken aback by the sight of a platinum-haired man among the Slytherins, Draco Malfoy. Ginny, of course, recognized him. During the summer, his father had clashed with her own at Flourish and Blots. Chapter 11. The Impetuous Ginny. "What's he doing here?" Ron inquired hastily. "I am a new seeker for the Slytherin team. Weasley," Malfoy boasted. "We were just admiring the Nimbus brooms my father purchased for our team." Ron stared in astonishment at the 7 gleaming Nimbus 2001 brooms, superior in performance to Harry's Nimbus 2000. "Quite impressive. ISNT it," Malfoy said with a pleasant demeanor. "Perhaps Gryffindor could procure some gold to buy a few new brooms as well. You could trade those old clean sweeps. I'm sure the museum would offer a price for them." The Slytherin players erupted into loud laughter. "At least no member of Gryffindor had to pay to join the team," Hermione retorted sharply. "They earned their place based on merit." Malfoy's expression darkened, clearly stung by her words. "No one asked you, you filthy little mudblood," he spat venomously. This remark triggered an explosive reaction. Flint had to rush in front of Draco to prevent Fred and George from lunging at him. "How dare you?" Ilya shrieked. Ron drew his wand from his robes, shouting, "You'll pay for that, Malfoy." He furiously pointed at Malfoy's face from beneath Flint's arm. Slug. A tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the stadium as a green light shot forth from the wand, striking Ron in the abdomen and causing him to stagger back onto the grass. Ron, are you all right?" Hermione screamed. Ron opened his mouth to respond, but instead let out a large burp, and several slugs tumbled from his lips onto his thigh. The members of Gryffindor gathered around Ron, who was incessantly expelling glistening, slimy mucus, seemingly shunned by all. The Slytherin team members were doubled over with laughter. Flint was bent over, struggling to maintain his balance with his new broomstick for support. Malfoy was on all fours, pounding the ground with his fists. It appeared that Ginny only regained her senses at that moment. Filthy, vile words invaded her mind, and Ron's unfortunate predicament ignited her fury, already somewhat irritable. Seeing Malfoy and his cronies behave so despicably turned her anger into a fierce outlet. "Furnunculus!" A jinx shot forth from her wand, though it missed Malfoy and struck Marcus Flint, who stood in front of him. The large brute let out a piercing scream as his skin burned and erupted in unsightly boils, resembling a grotesque wound smeared with chilly oil. Flint glared at Ginny with venomous hatred, raising his wand threateningly. "You little brat, how dare you attack me?" Fred and George lunged at him, attempting to seize his wand. Wood and the others quickly sprang into action, engaging in a scuffle with the Slytherins. "Harry, quickly take Ginny and Ron away," someone shouted, and it jolted Harry into action as he hurriedly helped the filthy Ron to his feet. "To Hagrid's. It's the closest." The 4 of them pushed through the crowd and burst out, while Colin, oblivious to the chaos, approached, eager to photograph Ron, who was still expelling mucus. "Step aside, Creevy." Ginny furiously shoved him aside. Colin stood there, bewildered as they rushed away. Wasn't he Ginny Weasley quite polite just yesterday? They soon arrived at Hagrid's hut, but emerging to greet them was Lockhart. To avoid further trouble, Harry had no choice but to hide. This was indeed a prudent decision. Had Lockhart been the one to treat Ron, his life would likely have been in grave danger. Once Lockhart had moved on, they knocked on Hagrid's door. "It's you lot. I thought Lockhart had returned. What happened to Ron?" Hagrid asked, rushing to them. Ron's curse backfired on him. Hagrid didn't seem overly concerned. He fetched a large metal basin and placed it before Ron. Better out than in. Just let all out, Ron. I fear there's no remedy other than waiting for it to cease, Hermione remarked anxiously, observing Ron hunched over the basin. Even under the best circumstances, it's a difficult curse to manage, and you're using a broken wand. Wait, perhaps I have a solution, Ginny suddenly recalled. He taught me the counter curse. With that, she raised her wand, aiming it at Ron. This has caused a degree of concern among others, for the sensation of being threatened by a wand is undeniably uncomfortable. Can this truly work? Ron inquired, retching as he spoke. Attempting it is certainly preferable to inaction. Ginny, however, felt a surge of confidence. The curse she had just employed was also imparted by Mr. Riddle, and it had proven to be exceedingly effective. Once more, her wand emitted a radiant glow, and as the spell struck Ron, he shuddered violently. Though he continued to heave, no more slugs emerged from his mouth. It worked. How did you manage that? Hermione exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment, unable to fathom how Ginny, a mere first year, could dispel a curse that had left her utterly helpless. Well, I read it in a book, Ginny replied, elated that her spell had borne fruit, for it affirmed that Mr. Riddle had not deceived her. Which book? Hermione's eyes sparkled with curiosity. I must look into it myself. I can't believe I overlooked such a significant volume. Perhaps I misspoke. It wasn't from a book. But rather Bill taught me, Ginny hastily corrected. Hermione regarded her with a hint of skepticism. Is that so? Fortunately, Hagrid intervened, inquiring about the events that had transpired. Thus, she and Harry recounted the entire ordeal. Malfoy had hurled a vicious insult at Hermione, surely a most malevolent one, for it had incensed everyone. It was indeed vile, Ron rasped, having nearly recovered, though his complexion remained pale and clammy. Malfoy called her a mudblood. Hagrid appeared outraged, bellowing, "Is that true?" "Yes," she responded, "but I am unaware of its meaning. I can certainly discern that it is exceedingly rude. Mudblood is a derogatory term for those of Muggle descent. Individuals whose parents possess no magical abilities," Ron elucidated. "Some wizards, like the Malfoy family, harbor a belief in their superiority due to their so-called pure bloodlines. In truth, the rest of us recognize that it bears no significance. Take Neville Longbottom, for instance. He is of pure blood, yet he can scarcely manage a cauldron. Indeed, our Hermione has yet to master spells that they have not even conceived," Hagrid declared proudly, while Hermione's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Nonetheless, I never anticipated you to be so courageous, Ginny. It is a pity you did not hit that insufferable Malfoy," Ginny remarked, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction as she glanced at Ron. "It wasn't so terrible. Had you struck him, it could have led to complications. Malfoy's father is a governor at Hogwarts," Hagrid noted. Subsequently, they lingered with Hagrid for a while. Ginny, realizing that everything Mr. Riddle had taught her was indeed valuable, felt her spirits lift once more. Even the detention she received from McGonagall upon returning to the castle did little to dampen her mood. Chapter 12. I simply have a wonderful teacher. They have returned, Potter and 2 of the Weasleys. Professor McGonagall approached them with a stern expression, declaring, "You 3 will remain in detention for the night." As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently shifted to Ginny, and with an incredulous and exasperated tone, she remarked, "I cannot believe a first-year student would dare to cast a spell on a sixth-year upperclassman. I have already informed your parents." Ginny's face turned pale, as she contemplated the possibility of receiving a howler the following morning. Such a fate would be utterly dreadful. "You shall assist Mr. Filch in polishing the silver in the trophy room, without the use of magic. The Weasleys shall do so by hand. And you, Miss Weasley, given your apparent aptitude for spell work, might as well seek out Professor Flitwick. As for you, Potter, you will assist Professor Lockhart in replying to his admirers." Upon hearing this, Harry felt a surge of despair. The most troublesome individuals of the semester had been the first-year Colin and the narcissistic, inept defense against the dark arts professor. Comparatively, he would rather face Filch. "Perhaps I could also help with the trophies," he pleaded. This elicited an amused arch of McGonagall's brow, evidently pleased that her student held Lockhart in low regard. "However," she firmly replied, "that is out of the question. Professor Lockhart specifically requested you. Remember, you 3, at 8 o'clock sharp. If it were that simple, it wouldn't be a punishment." "Excuse me, Professor," Ginny interjected. "What about those Slytherin students? Shouldn't they be punished for verbally insulting their classmates?" Summoning her courage, she met McGonagall's gaze, causing Harry, Ron, and even Hermione to widen their eyes in admiration. Never before had a young Gryffindor dared to speak to Professor McGonagall in such a manner. Even the twins had been like mice in the presence of a cat. The Weasley family had indeed produced a remarkable lion. They are certainly being punished, Professor Snape will personally see to their discipline. With that, McGonagall turned to leave. Did I hear correctly? Ron exclaimed dramatically. Snape will punish them? Does she not realize that this is no different from letting them off scot-free? The expressions of the four were grim, as they clearly believed that Snape would protect his house members. However, they were mistaken this time. Following Ginny's curse upon Marcus, the two teams had nearly devolved into chaos, which only ceased when McGonagall and Snape intervened. In light of these events, Snape was already aware of the situation and did not hesitate to take it upon himself to discipline Malfoy. Presently, all the restrooms in Slytherin were under Malfoy's control. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Ginny ascended to the 8th floor alone. The office of the Ravenclaw head was situated near the western tower. She counted 13 windows to her right before knocking on the grand door. "Come in," came the sharp voice of Professor Flitwick from within. "I apologize for disturbing you, Professor." "Ah, Miss Weasley, you have finally arrived," Flitwick exclaimed, his countenance brightening upon seeing Ginny. He appeared rather unremarkable, standing at just about 1.20 meters, slightly shorter than Ginny herself. His features were quite distinct from those of an ordinary person. However, among the four heads of houses, he was the most compassionate towards his students and was always punctual. "My apologies, perhaps I should have arrived a tad earlier?" Ginny inquired softly, feeling somewhat anxious as it was her first time being in detention. Currently, Ron was busy polishing trophies, and Harry was assisting Lockhart in responding to fan mail, both rather tedious tasks. What about her? Professor McGonagall seemed not to have mentioned any specific task for her to undertake with Professor Flitwick. Flitwick quickly discerned her unease and reassured her, "Do not fret, my dear. There are no tiresome physical labors here. In fact, I would much prefer to continue imparting knowledge of spells to you. You have performed admirably in class, and thus, my expectations of you are perhaps a touch higher." With a flick of his wand, the drawer of his desk opened automatically, and a multitude of small cakes leapt forth, presenting themselves before Ginny. "Do indulge," he encouraged. "Thank you, Professor." Ginny felt a wave of relief wash over her as she cheerfully took a cake. This was far superior to the treacle fudge she had consumed earlier at Hagrid's. "I heard that you cast a hex on a sixth-year student?" Flitwick began to converse with her in a more intimate manner. Ginny nodded. "I am already aware of the situation. While it may not align with the decorum expected of a professor, I must assert that he had it coming." Flitwick, being a wizard of fairy lineage, was particularly sensitive to such matters. Often, those of mixed blood found themselves in a lower status than their peers who hailed from Muggle backgrounds. "Of course, casting spells on classmates is still frowned upon," he remarked, brushing the incident aside. "However, since you have mastered such a challenging hex, I dare say that the spells the first years are required to learn will pose no challenge for you." Flitwick gazed at her with eager anticipation. Without hesitation, Ginny demonstrated her prowess. She began with the levitation charm, followed by the softening charm and the locking charm. Finally, she employed the cutting charm to slice open a section of the tabletop, only to restore it to its original state with the repairing charm. Flitwick's delight was palpable. It is worth noting that, with Halloween still on the horizon, he had yet to cover the practical aspects of the first-year curriculum. Yet, judging by Ginny's performance, it seemed she had nearly mastered all the spells contained within Standard Spells 1. "Splendid, Ginny. Absolutely splendid," Professor Flitwick exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement. "I am seriously contemplating inviting you to join my Charms Club. To be candid, your performance surpasses that of Miss Granger." Such heartfelt praise rendered Ginny blushing, attributing her success to Mr. Riddle's guidance, believing that without him, her proficiency in charms would not have reached such heights. "I merely have a good teacher," she shyly replied. This seemingly innocent remark was misinterpreted by Flitwick, but it was this misunderstanding that led to Ginny being graciously exempted from detention. "Very well, you may return for now. Should you encounter any difficulties with charms, or wish to explore any books in the library, do not hesitate to seek me out. I hope you maintain this level of excellence, for by 5th year, I shall undoubtedly extend an invitation for you to join the Charms Club. Of course, if you're interested now, you are more than welcome to sit in." After providing the time and place for the Charms Club meetings, he reluctantly bid Ginny farewell. Chapter 13. The Green Team Master, Cyrus. Ginny returned to the Gryffindor common room in under 5 minutes. Both the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw common rooms were situated in the towers, albeit on opposite sides, and the tower was connected to the 8th floor of the castle. Hogwarts boasted 5 towers. The highest central tower served as a classroom for astronomy, while the other 4 were positioned in the cardinal directions. The northern tower housed the divination classroom, and the western tower was the Ollery. The southeastern towers were designated for the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw common rooms and dormitories. When Ginny emerged from beneath the fat lady's portrait, several students were taken aback. "Ginny, weren't you supposed to be in detention with Ron and the others?" Percy inquired, brow furrowed. His mood was rather dismal, as everyone in the Weasley family, save for himself, had been detained. In fact, the entire Gryffindor team was not spared. Indeed, but Professor Flitwick believed my spell casting was commendable. He felt I should not squander my time in detention. Ginny promptly replied. This news brought a glimmer of joy to Percy. Well done. I always said that being a good student never leads one astray. You see, Hermione wasn't punished this time either. It seems the responsibility of upholding the Weasley family's reputation falls upon you and me, Percy remarked as he made his way out. Where are you off to at this hour? Ginny queried. Just a minor matter, Percy vaguely explained. Ginny did not press further. Her urgency lay in finding Mr. Riddle. Swiftly returning to her dormitory, Ginny used a charm to unlock the drawer and laid the black-covered diary open on the table. The ink-dipped quill hovered above the diary for what felt like an eternity before she took a deep breath and began to write. Mr. Riddle, I have a matter I wish to inquire about. In one swift motion, Ginny penned her thoughts without awaiting a response from the diary, rapidly inscribing the subsequent line. Initially, she found it arduous to articulate her question, yet now it flowed from her pen uncontrollably, cascading to the very bottom of the page. I lost a day's worth of memory. I distinctly recall that when I succumbed to slumber, it was Thursday. Yet, upon awakening the next day, it had inexplicably transformed into Saturday. My classmates assert that I was absent on Friday, yet I have no recollection of such an event. What do you believe is happening to me? Her expression was delicately phrased, striving to avoid any implication of suspicion towards Mr. Riddle. Although perhaps there lingered a faint hope within Ginny's heart. She wished for no correlation between this incident and Mr. Riddle. At the very least, there was no concrete evidence to substantiate such a link. Subsequently, she anxiously observed the ink vanish into the yellow parchment, feeling as though a tiny figure within her chest wielded a colossal hammer, relentlessly pounding away, rendering her breathless. Could it be you, Mr. Riddle? Discovered? In the realm of memories, Severus watched the lengthy passage materializing before him, contemplating how best to respond. From her demeanor, she seemed uncertain whether he was responsible. Should he continue along her train of thought, or fabricate an alternate explanation? Given the current circumstances, Ginny Weasley still placed considerable faith in herself. If he feigned ignorance regarding the matter or attributed it to another cause, she would likely be willing to accept that narrative. However, after careful consideration, Severus resolved to be forthright with Ginny. At times, the truth can be a more sophisticated form of deception than lies. You have uncovered my secret. I had intended to keep it hidden. My apologies, Ginny. Severus endeavored to infuse his tone with sincerity and remorse. Indeed, I have controlled your body. Such a wicked magical object as I ought to be destroyed. Is it truly you? Ginny exclaimed in disbelief, despite her prior suspicions. The revelation from Severus' own lips left her reluctant to accept the truth. But why? Ginny pressed urgently for an explanation, though it was less about her need for clarity and more about her desperate desire to find an excuse for Mr. Riddle to prove that he posed no threat. What? Severus immediately feigned a grave demeanor. Ginny, regardless of the circumstances, my actions are utterly unforgivable. A magical object controlling a wizard's body. Were this to occur to me, I would act at once to eradicate it. You should do the same. Destroy me, Ginny. I am but a mere diary. No, Ginny wrote fervently. I do not perceive you as a malevolent instrument. I mean, if you were truly wicked, why would you remain inactive? Assisting me with my weekend assignment hardly constitutes a nefarious act. You must have your own unspoken burdens, correct? Cyrus, observing her preemptively crafting excuses despite his silence, could not help but reflect on how easily children can be deceived. Or perhaps it is simply human nature to believe in what one wishes to be true. This time, he deliberately lingered in silence before responding. You are correct. There is a certain enchantment in my words that evokes sorrow and melancholy within you. I should have mentioned, I am merely a fragment of the memories Tom Riddle left behind in this diary. Ah, then have you ever pondered where the true Tom Riddle might be now? Ginny murmured, the phrase lingering in her mind, for she had already formed a suspicion. In the trophy room, it had been 50 years since Tom Riddle received his accolades. Could it be that Mr. Riddle has? Indeed, I've been dead for many years, Cyrus lamented, beginning to evoke sympathy through the narrative of his tragic past. The Gryffindor Cubs are often more driven by emotion than reason. My demise is indeed intertwined with that of the Dark Lord, who was rampant during that era. So, you were slain by the Dark Lord? Ginny countered. It was evident she believed this revelation wholeheartedly. It is all in the past, Cyrus replied, lost in his own thoughts. I was transformed into this diary during my student days, and as the years have flown by, I find myself yearning for this world. To breathe fresh air once more in a living state has long been my desire. Mr. Riddle, Ginny wept, though she had suspected his demise. She had not anticipated that he had fallen victim to the Dark Lord in his youth. Such a fate was truly tragic. She failed to notice the contradiction in Cyrus's words. During the summer, he had claimed to have graduated from school. Regardless, my actions are unforgivable, Cyrus chastised himself incessantly. Akin to a self-deprecating figure, which only deepened Ginny's sorrow. At her tender age, Ginny could hardly discern the nuances of his self-flagellation. Cyrus's lamentations were overwhelming, leaving her bewildered. Ginny, destroy me, or turn me over to the professors. Yet before you do, I wish to meet you and express my gratitude for your companionship during this time. Being trapped within this diary for decades has indeed been a tormenting ordeal. Chapter 14. A man's slight intoxication, leading you to tears. Meeting Mr. Riddle? Ginny was taken aback. A voice within her subconscious urged, do not proceed. Trusting a magical object is foolish and perilous. Yet, her curiosity was piqued, akin to a cat enticed by a tantalizing string. What manner of man would the true Mr. Riddle be? I have never truly known Mr. Riddle myself. Yet now an opportunity presents itself before me. However, how should one proceed? Ginny's yearning overwhelmed all her caution, undoubtedly aided by the trust Cyrus had fostered in her prior. She scarcely entertained the notion that Mr. Riddle could cause her harm. Seeing Ginny's acquiescence, Cyrus felt a surge of delight within. Aside from his exceptional magical prowess, one might argue that the only commendable aspect of Voldemort himself is this rolling sanctioned, most exquisite facade. Before Tom Riddle underwent his transformation through dark magic, he had deceived many women with it. To this day, a soul of one of his victims still lingers in the Tower of Ravenclaw. It is somewhat ironic that the descendant of the wisest of the four founders, Ravenclaw, turned out to be a foolish romantic. You need only bury your face in the pages, and I shall immerse you in my memories. The diary seemed to be swept by an unseen gale, its pages rustling until it halted at a particular leaf. Ginny stared in astonishment at the page, which appeared to morph into a miniature television screen. Her hands trembled slightly as she lifted the book, pressing her eyes against the small window. Before she could fully grasp what was happening, her body leaned forward, and the window expanded. Ginny felt herself detach from the chair, her head plunging into the opening of the page, entering a swirling realm of colors and light. This was a dim, hazy space, with silver mist flowing around her like drifting morning fog, appearing both light and heavy. A touch of anxiety gripped her as she cast her gaze around, seeking any sign of Mr. Riddle. Cyrus was not playing hide and seek. He stood nearby, grasping an illusion of a wand that belonged to no one, tilting his head with a light laugh directed at her. Mr. Riddle? Ginny tentatively called out to him. Hello, Ginny, came Cyrus's reply, instantly transforming her inner tension into exhilaration. She jogged towards him, her eyes wide with surprise as she examined him. It seemed this young girl had never imagined that the Mr. Riddle she had been conversing with could be so strikingly handsome. You truly are Mr. Riddle? To be precise, this is merely his memory, Cyrus replied with cleverness, striving to speak the truth without uttering a lie. I suppose you must be quite astonished. I doubt you ever considered I was a student of Slytherin? He gestured towards his robes. Indeed, I never thought so, considering you always urged me to defy school rules. Ginny murmured, seemingly unimpressed by Slytherin. From the moment she entered, her gaze remained fixed upon the face of Sirius. What is it? She inquired, hesitantly adding, Mr. Riddle. I feel you bear a slight resemblance to Harry. Of course, just a little, she quickly amended. Such coincidences are not unheard of, Sirius replied with a smile, fully aware of the underlying reason. In truth, the bloodline connecting Riddle and Harry could be traced back to the era of the Deathly Hallows. In comparison, Ginny, you are far more charming than I had anticipated, Sirius declared without hesitation. Ginny was immediately rendered speechless, her eyes darting away in embarrassment. For Sirius, dealing with an 11-year-old girl was a remarkably effortless endeavor. Mr. Riddle, have you truly spent the last 50 years in such a place? Ginny asked, her gaze surveying the bleak surroundings, which instantly darkened her expression. The area was devoid of anything, enveloped in a pitch blackness reminiscent of a desolate winter forest. The silvery mist felt frigid, suffocating merely to behold. She could hardly fathom how one could endure 50 years in such a place, if it were her. She doubted she could last a single day. Poor Mr. Riddle. He merely wished to witness the real world. What fault lies with him? He even took the time to assist me with my homework. Ginny longed to embrace Mr. Riddle, but as she reached out towards Sirius, her tender hand merely passed through his ethereal form. Futile, Ginny. I am but a fragment of memory, Sirius spoke. I can see and hear, yet I cannot touch or feel. On that day when I shamelessly controlled your body, I felt truly alive. The blue sky, the wind, the warm sun upon my skin. Being alive is simply wondrous, wouldn't you agree? Of course. I also indulged in a delightful meal at the dining hall. The satisfaction etched upon his face deepened, further intensifying Ginny's distress until she nearly wept. Enough. Sirius's tone suddenly turned stern. That is quite enough, Ginny. The authority in his voice startled her, causing her to tremble momentarily. Then, with gentleness, he continued, "You must return. It is not advisable to linger with one such as I, who has long since departed and is not even a true specter. Once you are back, destroy the diary. If your magic is insufficient, confide it to another. It is time for us to part ways. It has been a pleasure to meet you, Ginny." Sirius feigned a farewell, his form gradually becoming transparent and fading into the silvery haze of memory. "No." Ginny bit her lip, tears streaming down her cheeks in a continuous line as she shook her head fervently. "Listen, Ginny. Perhaps obliteration is the ultimate fate of a memory such as mine." "No." Ginny shook her head resolutely, declaring, "Mr. Riddle is my friend. I would never harm Mr. Riddle. You will find new friends, true friends," Cyrus insisted. "It's not the same," Ginny retorted. "Is Mr. Riddle planning to hurt me? Are you seeking my life?" she asked, her voice rising with urgency. "Of course not," Cyrus vehemently denied. "That is indeed the truth. If so, why would I wish to kill Mr. Riddle?" Ginny, having made up her mind, grew exceptionally courageous at that moment. She wiped her tears and boldly proclaimed, "Mr. Riddle yearns to connect with the real world. I can't assist him. It is no great matter to occasionally lend my body to Mr. Riddle, is it?" The sweet young girl spoke earnestly. At that moment, Cyrus felt a pang of guilt. Did he still wish to survive? "Thank you, Ginny." Chapter 15. The Practice of Spells and the Unsuccessful Patronus Charm. The following morning, Ginny stumbled into the hall, still groggy, grappling with disbelief over the events of the previous night. She had actually agreed to lend her body to Mr. Riddle, and even did so again that very evening. Now, it seemed as she had surmised. Despite her fatigue, no mishaps had occurred. Mr. Riddle indeed posed no threat to her. In a daze, Ginny spread jam on her bread, mechanically shoving it into her mouth. Suddenly, a loud and piercing voice erupted in the hall, jolting her awake. "Ron, how dare you cast a spell on your classmate? And you've led your sister astray within less than a month of school. You dare to do such a thing, and you, Fred, George." Ginny watched as a red letter morphed into a mouth, hovering above the Gryffindor table, hurling insults. It berated Ron and the twins before turning its ire upon her, draining the color from her face. Lost in thoughts of Mr. Riddle, she had completely forgotten about Professor McGonagall informing her mother of her spellcasting against older students. Upon seeing the letter, Ginny wished she could flee. Being scolded in front of everyone would be utterly humiliating. In fact, her two classmates, who had been seated beside her, had already jumped away, fearing the wrath of the shouting letter would mistakenly ensnare them. However, to Ginny's surprise, when the yelling letter hovered before her, Molly's voice softened. "I've heard everything, little Ginny. I must say, you handled it well. Rest assured, no one will trouble your father. If Percy were cursed by a first-year student, we would have nothing to say. Of course, try not to be so impulsive next time. It is best to inform the professors when encountering troubles, is it not? See you during the Christmas holiday." Upon uttering these words, the letter caught fire instantly. Ron and the twins felt a twinge of imbalance. If one were to speak of unfairness, it was Ginny who truly embodied it. Her spell was the only one that succeeded, yet the reprimand fell solely upon them. "Do you find this just?" Ron exclaimed in indignation. "Well, who can blame her for being your sister?" Fred and George took it all in stride. Moreover, Ginny had indeed been remarkable yesterday. Since the events of the previous day spread throughout Gryffindor, Ginny had nearly become a hero among them. While Ron appeared somewhat diminished in comparison, he remained quite irate, feeling as if fortune had entirely eluded him. Reflecting on this, he cast a sorrowful glance at his battered wand, which was marred by tape. Had it not been for that, perhaps his spell would have succeeded. "Take it easy. Do not envy Ginny. Had it not been for her, you might still be sniffling," Hermione consoled. "I do not envy her. She is my sister. I merely find it rather unjust, as if misfortune has chosen to solely afflict me," Ron replied, begrudgingly sitting down and sullenly gnawing on a chicken leg. "I just hope Marcus Flint does not get discharged before the official match," Harry chuckled, then softly recounted the sounds he had heard the previous night to Ron and Hermione. He had already shared it with Ron, yet neither of them had any inkling of what it meant. In the days that followed, Severus would occasionally utilize Ginny's body to move under the cover of night. His intent was not to command the basilisk for murder. In truth, the plan had yet to commence in earnest. Most of his time was spent practicing spells in the Room of Requirement. despite having absorbed Riddle's memories and theoretical knowledge. He understood that knowing theory and skillfully wielding spells were entirely different matters. Given the potential challenges he might face upon his resurrection, Severus needed to amplify his magical prowess. Gradually, he siphoned Ginny's vitality, all the while mindful to maintain a limit. During these days, Ginny appeared as if she were afflicted by a cold. As Halloween approached, the temperature at Hogwarts began to drop, marking the peak of flu season, leaving many young witches and wizards languid and dispirited. Percy, concerned for her well-being, incessantly urged Ginny to consume invigorating potions, resulting in her head emitting steam, her fiery red hair appearing as though it were ablaze. In the spacious classroom, several wooden dummies rushed towards Ginny. In truth, it was Severus, his gaze cold, gripping the purple wood wand in his hand, who faced the onslaught with complete composure. It was not until the foremost dummy drew near that he swiftly raised his wand, casting a spell. Struck by the incantation, the dummy could not withstand even a second before it exploded, disintegrating into a cloud of dust. Continuing onward, Cyrus did not pause. He executed a roll upon the ground to evade the assaults of 2 additional puppets, yet he appeared utterly unperturbed. Crouching slightly, he pivoted and cleaved the 2 puppets into 16 fragments. The shattered pieces levitated under his command, cascading down like fallen stars, colliding with the remaining puppets and toppling them. Subsequently, the hard earth heaved upwards, extending several enormous hands that grasped the puppets, rendering them immobile. In the blink of an eye, he had dispatched over a dozen puppets, all without uttering a single incantation. Cyrus felt a sense of satisfaction with his performance. After all, this body belonged to Ginny, a mere year old, which with limited magical prowess. Achieving such a feat was indeed remarkable, especially considering the magical protection embedded within those puppets. Let me attempt the Patronus charm, Cyrus pondered, closing his eyes to recall memories that could be deemed joyful. He easily summoned memories of his past life. Although his emotions had become somewhat numbed in adulthood, his childhood recollections remained pleasant. The tip of his wand erupted with dense strands of light, resembling white velvet or the silk spun by silkworms. It was not quite effective. Perhaps the distance of those memories rendered them unclear. Despite intertwining in the air, the strands never took form. Was my demeanor too tranquil? Cyrus mused, bowing his head in contemplation. After a moment, he resolved to cast the spell once more. This time, he endeavored to recollect the carefree days of his childhood, a time devoid of worries, filled with dreams of fairy tales, as if the entire world was pristine and beautiful. Expecto Patronum. The magical energy surging from the tip of his wand intensified. The dense silver strands coalesced into substantial masses, yet still failed to take shape, resembling a white, half-illuminated cloud. Before long, or rather, the magical essence within Ginny was completely drained. Cyrus had no choice but to cease his practice, retract his wand, and exit the room of requirement. However, as he rounded a corner, a fierce roar echoed in his ears. Halt! Chapter 16. The Assault on Halloween Eve. It was Filch once again. Cyrus's patience with the irksome caretaker had nearly reached its limit. Yet, what truly vexed him was the cat, which seemed to possess some lineage of a feline hybrid. Not only was its sense of smell exceptionally keen, but it also appeared capable of perceiving a modicum of magic. On several occasions, he had come perilously close to exposure because of it. Without its interference, a mere squib would have posed no threat to him. Especially perilous were the moments when he encountered Filch alongside the ever-vigilant Snape during the late hours of the night. No wonder Tom sought to eliminate that cat in the original story. Stop! Don't move! I have detected you! Ferk bellowed ferociously into the void. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Cyrus stood just behind him. Lady Loris followed the scent to the exterior of the room of requirement, but discovered nothing amiss. After confirming that his disillusionment charm remained intact, Cyrus departed hastily without hesitation. At that moment, he heard Peeves' mocking laughter from behind. Poor Ferk, utterly outwitted. Consequently, the two began to bicker like dogs at one another. As Halloween approached, Cyrus felt it was nearly time. On the eve of Halloween, Hogwarts transformed into an entirely different realm. The pumpkins that once stood nearly as tall as Ginny in Hagrid's garden had swelled to the size of sheds, hollowed out for the purpose of crafting frightful jack-o'-lanterns. The rest had been turned into pumpkin juice for the dining table. The castle was adorned with bat decorations. Typically, the ghosts would be most active at this time. Yet this year, even Peeves was nowhere to be seen. This was thanks to Sir Nicholas, for today marked the 500th anniversary of his death. At the banquet, Percy frowned as he surveyed the room, while the twins and Lee Jordan nearly caused a ruckus sitting together. Fred, where's Ron? And where are Harry and Hermione? Percy casually seized one of the twins, immediately inquiring. I'm George. It's a wonder you're still my brother. George exclaimed, eyes wide in irritation. For this time, it was no prank. Percy had genuinely mistaken him. Apologies. Well, do you want to know where little Ronnie has gone? Upon mentioning this, their expressions shifted to surprise and delight, though a hint of schadenfreude lingered. They've gone to a ghost party. Can you imagine? A ghost party. I bet they feast on decaying flesh. A ghost party? You see, it's nearly Headless Nick's 500th death anniversary. I must say, he has quite the imagination to commemorate his own death. Fred chuckled while shaking his head, perhaps convinced that nearly Headless Nick was a genius. This revelation reached Harry while he was conversing with Ron and Hermione, who accidentally overheard. Initially, they contemplated joining in, but after gathering some information, Fred and George decided against it. Isn't it delightful to enjoy warm meals and cozy pumpkin juice in the Great Hall? Why not express some concern for your sister? After all, Ginny is missing too. George glanced toward the younger students, finding no sign of the distinctive redhead among the multitude of little lions. Ginny is unwell. She will be arriving later. You should be more concerned for her. She has been ill for several weeks. Percy admonished sternly. At this moment, all the faculty and students of Hogwarts had gathered in the Great Hall, including even Filch. Only his cat remained, dutifully prowling the castle corridors. Now, it had caught a whiff of a familiar scent. The owner of this scent had evaded capture too many times, igniting Mrs. Norris's competitive spirit. This creature, with its bloodline of a Kneazle, possessed extraordinary intelligence and had come to regard Sirius as a thorn in its side. Following the scent, it made its way towards the third-floor corridor. Sirius, controlling Ginny's body, sat atop the enormous basilisk. He had been maneuvering the creature through the pipes. And now was time for a stroll. Coincidentally, the bothersome Myrtle had gone to attend the memorial feast. The place was empty, save for one cat. Mrs. Norris lowered her head, sniffing the air, and slowly approached the lavatory door. The floor was soaked, likely due to a leaky pipe, which disgusted her. Nevertheless, her competitive nature prevailed as she stepped through the sticky water, cautiously rounding the corner. In the next instant, two dim lights reflected on the water's surface. Mrs. Norris had no time to react before the basilisk's gaze petrified her. The annoying creature was finally silenced. Sirius leaped down from the basilisk's head and lifted the now immobile, petrified cat, which felt harder than iron. He hung Mrs. Norris on the wall, leaving behind a trail of crimson markings. In truth, Sirius had once held an affection for cats, but evidently, Mrs. Norris was not among them. Any small creature that obstructed his resurrection, no matter how endearing, had to be eliminated, at least temporarily. He then instructed the basilisk to return to the Chamber of Secrets, ready for his summons, while he leisurely made his way back to the feast, returning Ginny's body to her. When Ginny opened her eyes and found herself at the Gryffindor table, she was not overly surprised, having surmised that Mr. Riddle had controlled her body. Surely, Mr. Riddle had not celebrated Halloween in 50 years, she thought, finding it quite natural that Sirius yearned for the Halloween festivities at Hogwarts. Of course, she herself was equally excited for the occasion. Now, gazing at the sumptuous feast laid out before her, she could no longer resist and began to eat heartily. Colin, sitting nearby, gaped at her, seemingly taken aback by Ginny's less-than-pleasant expression, yet her appetite remained unabated. Nonetheless, this was a good thing. The banquet soon concluded, and Ginny followed the crowd back to the Gryffindor common room. Strangely enough, despite the fact that the common rooms of Slytherin and Hufflepuff are located in the dungeons and basement respectively, Draco Malfoy stealthily followed them. They cheerfully ascended to the third floor, only to be met with an eerie silence. The gaze of hundreds fixated upon the three small, helpless figures in the empty corridor. The Chamber of Secrets had been opened, and a warning echoed. Beware of the heir. Upon recognizing Harry before him, Malfoy darted forward, vociferously reciting the blood-red inscription on the wall, his face alight with delight. He beheld the motionless cat hanging there, its cold eyes suddenly animated, and his normally pallid visage flushed crimson, revealing a malevolent grin. Next will be you, mudbloods. Chapter 17. To be or not to be, that is the question. The scene shifts back to the time of the feast. Although the Slytherin table was lively, it paled in comparison to the exuberance of Gryffindor, largely due to the temperament of the Slytherin snakes. Bored, Malfoy pondered whether to use Halloween as a pretext to frighten Harry Potter and the few little lions who had caused him to incur the wrath of Professor Snape. However, when he discreetly glanced towards the Gryffindor table, he found no sign of those pesky individuals. At this moment, Malfoy harbored no suspicions. After all, Gryffindor was not as particular about seeding as Slytherin, and those ill-mannered fellows would simply squeeze into any available space. Furthermore, he dared not gaze too intently at Gryffindor, lest the other snakes suspect him of treachery against their house. Once a thought takes root in one's mind, it swiftly transforms into action. Before the feast concluded, Malfoy had resolved to showcase his prowess that very night. Even if caught, he could easily claim it was a Halloween Eve tradition, unlikely to incur punishment. Thus, when the feast came to an end, he discreetly refrained from joining the Slytherin cohort and instead blended into the Ravenclaw group. This led to the earlier scene. Although unaware of the identity behind the prank, Malfoy deemed the perpetrator a genius. Indeed, he still believed this was merely a jest. After Slytherin's previous misfortunes on the Quidditch pitch, it was only natural that someone would seek revenge, especially Marcus Flint, who had been grievously afflicted by Jinx, nearly losing his face. He had certainly heard of the legend of the Chamber of Secrets. Yet could a chamber left by the illustrious Slytherin be opened by a half-blood, a pure blood disgrace, and a mudblood? Thus, Malfoy naturally concluded this was a prank, though it did nothing to deter him from stoking the flames further. To this end, he immediately recited the words on the wall aloud, inciting chaos, preferably leading others to believe that the culprits were none other than Harry Potter and his companions. Under the scrutiny of hundreds of eyes, the panic etched on the faces of Harry and his friends was unmistakable. Regret washed over him for not heeding Ron's advice to hastily depart from this accursed place. However, it was evidently too late now. Malfoy's voice had initially summoned Filch, the pitiable yet detestable old man, who now clutched his cat as if driven mad. Harry harbored no doubt that, if given the chance, Filch would gladly exact vengeance upon him for the demise of his feline companion. You have killed my cat. You have slain it. I shall destroy you," he bellowed. At that moment, Dumbledore arrived on the scene, accompanied by several other professors. In the blink of an eye, he passed by Harry, Ron, and Hermione, freeing Mrs. Norris from the torch bracket. "Come with me, Argus," he instructed Filch, "and you too, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger." Lockhart rushed forward, eager and flustered. "My office is the closest. The headmaster is just upstairs. You can." "Thank you, Gilderoy," Dumbledore interjected. The silent crowd parted, allowing them passage. Lockhart, brimming with excitement and self-importance, hurriedly trailed behind Dumbledore, while Professors McGonagall and Snape followed suit. This left hundreds of bewildered Gryffindor and Ravenclaw students exchanging glances, unsure of how to react. "Remarkable. How do we not consider disposing of that cat?" Fred mused. "Perhaps it is because we possess a secret weapon." "What secret weapon?" Lee Jordan inquired. "Why, dung bombs." The twins replied in unison. Indeed, such devices would have impeded Mrs. Norris's sense of smell. Lee nodded in agreement, then remarked, "I truly wonder how Harry and Ron will fare. They shouldn't have lingered at the scene post-incident. What do you think, Ginny? That Ron is your brother, right?" Colin turned to inquire of Ginny amidst the crowd. "I believe the true culprit cannot possibly be Harry. He would never commit such an act. If Harry Potter were expelled, it would be utterly tragic. I wrote a letter to my brother, as he wishes to meet Harry Potter." He spoke rapidly. Meanwhile, Ginny, consumed by concern for Ron, Harry, and Hermione's predicament, was somewhat distracted. "Do you think the Chamber of Secrets is real? I have never heard of it. Look at that bloodstain. It appears not to have dried completely. The cat must have died recently. You arrived rather late today. Did you discover any traces of the perpetrator?" "What?" Ginny's eyes widened. "What do you mean arriving late?" She wished to inquire further, but Percy and the Ravenclaw prefect had already responded to the commotion, beginning to restore order. Ginevra felt compelled to suppress her bewilderment. "Enough. Everyone line up," Percy shouted, adding, "And you ought to return to Slytherin, or I shall deduct points." After dismissing Malfoy, the throng continued to advance, yet the discussions within the crowd persisted, undeterred by Percy's fervent cries. "Come now, Percy, let them be," Penelope Clearwater interjected. Upon returning to the common room, Ginevra remained preoccupied with Colin's words. However, the space was crowded, and all were engrossed in discussions about the recent events. Rumors of the Chamber of Secrets swiftly began to circulate. Mr. Riddle appeared to claim knowledge of several locations of the chamber. Could one of them be Slytherin's? At this moment, she did not yet suspect that all of this was orchestrated by Salazar. Ginevra was simply eager to ascertain whether Salazar had glimpsed the true culprit or discovered any clues while controlling her body. How wonderful it would be if he knew the whereabouts of Slytherin's chamber. Thus, she retreated to her dormitory, laying her diary open upon her bed and drawing the curtains. "Mr. Riddle, do you know the location of Slytherin's chamber?" "Slytherin's chamber? Why do you inquire about this so suddenly?" Salazar countered. Ginevra meticulously chronicled the events that transpired after dinner. "I wish to know, Mr. Riddle, if you have uncovered any clues or possess knowledge regarding Slytherin's chamber." Slytherin's chamber. To reveal the truth or to conceal it? Salazar found himself ensnared in this dilemma. He was uncertain whether the original Tom had divulged this information to Ginevra, and, speaking of it, undoubtedly carried its own risks. Nevertheless, Riddle had eagerly displayed his memories upon encountering Harry. To speak or remain silent posed a profound conundrum. Chapter 18, Dumbledore. Indeed, the existence of Slytherin's chamber was a reality. After a brief contemplation, Salazar deemed that the moment was not yet ripe. The matter of the chamber had not escalated significantly, with only a cat having fallen victim. Should he reveal that memory to Ginevra now, there was a perilous possibility she might confront Hagrid, thereby exposing herself. Yet, to remain silent also required a degree of finesse. The optimal approach would be to withhold some details. "Is it true, Mr. Riddle, that you know the location of the chamber?" Ginevra exclaimed with delight. "Not quite, in fact. A similar incident occurred 50 years ago. You must be puzzled as to why I received the Special Contribution Award. Yet the inscription on the medal does not specify the reason for my accolade." At this, Ginevra instinctively nodded, but recalling that Mr. Riddle could not see, she fervently inscribed upon the pages, "Indeed, this is because I revealed the identity of the one who opened the chamber. At that time, a wretched student had already met their demise at the hands of the creature within the chamber. I discovered the truth and resolved not to shield him, promptly reporting the matter to the headmaster. In light of the student's death, the headmaster wished for the information to be kept confidential. However, the monster in the chamber had already been banished, and as for the individual who had opened it, 50 years had elapsed. He may very well have perished by now," Cyrus said half-jokingly. The final statement, though seemingly a fabrication, was in fact the truth. As for whether the chamber might be open again, I do not believe so. Would Slytherin's chamber unleash a terrifying beast merely to confront a cat? I concede that the cat is indeed rather bothersome, but it hardly warrants such treatment. Perhaps it is merely a prank? That night, I roamed the castle in your body and thought I glimpsed a shadow, though I could not discern it clearly. Is that so? Upon hearing that the one who had opened the chamber might be deceased, Ginny refrained from further inquiring about their identity. She now held an unwavering belief in Cyrus, but her curiosity about the chamber was piqued. "Mr. Riddle, could you take me to see that chamber from 50 years ago?" "Of course," Cyrus replied, marking the location of Hagrid's secret room where Aragog was originally kept from memory. To be frank, raising an acromantula in the castle is not much different from keeping a basilisk. The danger posed by both magical creatures is alarmingly similar. Had Tom not already taken a life, leading to Aragog's expulsion, Hagrid would have inevitably encountered trouble. With the answer in hand, Ginny had already formulated a plan. That night, around midnight, she stealthily exited her room, determined to explore the chamber. By this time, the common room was devoid of others, and she tread cautiously, slipping out from beneath the fat lady's portrait. While traversing a classroom on the 5th floor, she suddenly heard several familiar voices. Ginny quickly crouched in the corner by the window. "Do you think I should tell them about the voice I heard?" "Don't," Ron replied without hesitation. Hearing something that others cannot is not a good omen, even in the wizarding world. He worried that if Harry spoke of the matter, he might truly be regarded as an assailant. Harry sensed something in Ron's tone and asked, "You believe me, don't you?" "Of course I do," Ron responded swiftly. "But you must admit, it is rather peculiar." "I know it's peculiar," Harry said. "The entire incident is bizarre. What is the meaning of the writing on the wall? What does it signify that the chamber has been opened?" "Oh, that reminds me of something," Ron said slowly. "It seems someone once told me that the Chamber of Secrets is likely Bill's doing." "And what on earth is a squib?" Harry inquired. Ginny heard Harry's peculiar question, followed by Ron's laughter. In truth, she too felt an urge to chuckle. Nearly every young wizard yet to enroll harbors a fear of being a squib. While this notion is not inherently humorous, it takes on a different light when applied to Filch. Ron explained that a squib is an individual born into a wizarding family, yet devoid of any magical abilities. Squibs are the antithesis of wizards born to muggle parents, though they are quite rare. If Filch were to attempt learning magic through a hastily arranged correspondence course, it would undoubtedly affirm his status as a squib, elucidating much about his animosity towards students, his jealousy, perhaps. Moreover, it seemed from her conversation that expulsion was unlikely. Ginny breathed a sigh of relief, just then hearing Harry suggest they retire to bed, lest they incur Snape's ire and be falsely accused. She promptly vacated her position beneath the window, concealing herself around the corner until Harry and the others had departed. The matter of the chamber was something she wished to keep to herself for now, at least until she confirmed whether tonight's events were indeed connected to it. Hastening through the corridor, she traversed for some time before reaching the chamber marked for her by Sirius. It was indeed secluded, yet utterly empty. Just as Mr. Riddle had stated, The creature within the chamber had been expelled. All that remained was a thick layer of dust and some aged cobwebs. A mix of relief and disappointment washed over Ginny. However, she quickly steeled herself. Since the creature was not responsible, her foremost priority was to apprehend the miscreant, Draco Malfoy. He had become her prime suspect. Following the events of the summer, Ginny had long since categorized Draco as the embodiment of malevolence. Not to mention the peculiar timing of his appearance that very night. She yearned to return to the dormitory immediately to share her suspicions with Mr. Riddle. But as she turned, an unexpected figure caught her eye. Professor Dumbledore? Ginny nearly froze in place. "Good evening, Miss Weasley," Dumbledore greeted, standing at the corner of the staircase. His already tall stature appeared even more imposing in the dim light, his blue eyes gleaming like gemstones in the night. "Professor, what are you doing here?" Ginny's heart raced. Being caught wandering at night by the headmaster was no trivial matter. However, Dumbledore seemed to misinterpret the source of her anxiety. He gazed directly into her eyes, as if seeking to peer into her very soul. Yet his expression remained gentle. "This inquiry should actually be directed at you, Miss Weasley," he remarked. "Given the recent terrifying attacks and the lateness of the hour, you ought to be in the Gryffindor dormitory rather than roaming the castle. Wouldn't you agree?" Ginny promptly lowered her gaze, averting her eyes from Dumbledore's penetrating stare. "This will not do." Dumbledore immediately replied, "Of course, I shall not punish you for this matter. I have come here because someone seeks to instill panic, claiming that the Chamber of Secrets has been opened once more. Coincidentally, 50 years ago, a student reported another student here who had unleashed a monster upon the school. I must admit, it was indeed a perilous creature." His words compelled Ginny to look up in astonishment once again. Upon hearing of Riddle's deeds, she felt an urge to share with Dumbledore, but soon recollected that this was a secret between herself and Mr. Riddle, and thus swallowed her words. Dumbledore perceived her hesitation and was well aware that Ginny likely harbored some secret within her heart. "Well, you should return to your slumber now." "Very well, sir," Ginny nodded, passing by Dumbledore. As she ascended the stairs, she heard Dumbledore's voice call out from behind. "Wait, what is it?" Ginny turned her head, meeting Dumbledore's gaze. "Before you depart, I wish to ascertain, Miss Weasley, is there anything else you would like to convey to me?" His blue eyes appeared somewhat piercing. A flurry of thoughts raced through Ginny's mind, and after a brief moment, she slowly replied, "No, sir." At her response, Dumbledore nodded, seemingly pensive, then spoke softly, then, "Good night, Miss Weasley. On nights like this, it is best not to wander about." Chapter 19. Dumbledore led astray by Ginny. "So, you encountered Dumbledore?" In the memory space, Cyrus's expression was rather grim. He only learned of this incident the following evening. After Ginny returned to the dormitory last night, she fell asleep immediately. "Indeed, Headmaster Dumbledore mentioned your matter, although he did not name you. I know it pertains to you," Ginny exclaimed excitedly. However, Cyrus's subsequent words felt like a bucket of cold water, dousing her enthusiasm. "I may have already exposed myself." Cyrus exhaled heavily, striving to maintain his composure. He had not anticipated that after such a long wait, he would be met with this outcome. Ultimately, he and Riddle were not the same person, and their attitudes toward Ginny differed. A mere coincidence could yield vastly different results. Yet, perhaps there was still hope, he pondered. If Dumbledore believed that he had everything under control, he would be less inclined to act hastily. Much like last year with Quirrell, it would be entirely fitting for him to utilize his savior as a tool for practice. There remains room for maneuver. Cyrus forced himself to regain his calm. In truth, he could not ascertain Dumbledore's true intentions. However, nearly 20 hours had elapsed since Ginny encountered him, and he remained unscathed in her possession, suggesting that the situation had not yet reached a dire conclusion. "Exposed? But I have never spoken to anyone about you, Mr. Riddle," Ginny exclaimed, startled, nearly dropping her pen in her urgency. "This is not your fault, yet magic is always unpredictable. Dumbledore is a master of legilimency. When he gazes into your eyes, he can glean your thoughts with remarkable accuracy." Cyrus reassured her once he regained his composure, feeling a newfound desire to comfort Ginny. Generally, wizards assert that legilimency is not akin to mind reading. Nonetheless, for an unguarded mind, it can be even more terrifying. "What am I to do?" Ginny's voice trembled with the threat of tears. She was desperate to avoid being the cause of Mr. Riddle's demise and did not wish to lose such a confidant. "Do not fret. If someone truly demands that you surrender me, simply hide me away. I will alter your memories, concealing the genuine ones, ensuring that no one can locate me." Cyrus consoled her, recognizing this as a last resort. Once it reached that point, who could say when he might have the opportunity to wait for another to open this diary again? Moreover, if the diary remained intact, would Voldemort truly perish? While Cyrus and Ginny were burdened with heavy thoughts, Dumbledore sat in his office, diligently reflecting on the minute details of his encounter with Ginny Weasley the previous evening. Though it might be deemed ignoble, he had indeed employed legilimency on a first-year witch. His curiosity about the serendipitous nature of her presence in that specific location was insatiable. However, the information he uncovered was profoundly surprising. He immersed his memory into the pensieve, and the images of last night materialized vividly. He witnessed himself, brazenly and shamelessly, forcefully intruding into Ginny's mind, extracting her thoughts from that moment. To facilitate this, he had deliberately posed a question to guide her reflection. "Before you depart, Miss Weasley, is there anything else you wish to share with me?" Ginny Weasley was evidently concealing something. At that moment, her voice echoed ceaselessly in his mind. Draco Malfoy is the heir of Slytherin. Draco Malfoy? Even he found this notion somewhat ludicrous. If Salazar Slytherin had indeed chosen Draco Malfoy as his heir, it would be a grave misjudgment. Not that Dumbledore regarded Draco Malfoy with disdain. On the contrary, he believed Draco possessed considerable potential. However, the Malfoy family, as members of Slytherin, are not particularly exemplary, let alone worthy heirs of Slytherin. Ambition and honor? Yes, but in scant measure. Moreover, he lacks the ability to speak Parseltongue. This is a crucial point, at least in Dumbledore's view. For if Slytherin did indeed leave behind a hidden chamber, it may only be Parseltongue that could unlock its door. Yet, to put it differently, he cannot ascertain whether such a chamber truly exists. Dumbledore is well aware that Hagrid was not the perpetrator of the murder 50 years ago. At that time, he did not suspect Tom Riddle, but the passage of time has rendered many truths increasingly apparent. The likely culprit from 50 years ago was indeed Tom. However, Dumbledore cannot be certain of the method employed. Was it a deliberate act of murder to create a Horcrux? Or, as the rumors suggest, did he open Slytherin's chamber to eliminate those deemed unworthy of learning magic? Draco Malfoy is not beyond suspicion. During the summer, Arthur seemed to be copying from the Malfoy household. Perhaps Lucius had him bring some artifacts from the Voldemort era to school. Dumbledore speculated. In truth, he was already quite close to the truth. Yet, due to a particular phrase lingering in Ginny's mind, his current suspicions had shifted slightly. Furthermore, Draco, who should have been returning to the dungeon with the group, instead appeared on the third floor, which was more coincidental than Harry and his friend's presence there. As for why Ginny Weasley was found in Hagrid's hidden chamber of the Acromantula, it is possible someone had informed her of the location of this so-called chamber that is not a chamber. 50 years ago, it could have been her grandfather or grandmother. What exactly are these relics from the Voldemort era? The key to unlocking the chamber? Or perhaps, he withdrew from his thoughts, gazing at Fawkes, who was on the brink of rebirth, and cheerfully remarked, "Hurry up and prepare for rebirth, old friend. I may need your assistance." If that old artifact is indeed as he suspects, then matters that have yielded no results for decades may finally progress. Of course, given Tom Riddle's madness, he may have created several such objects, but in any case, if one could be destroyed now, it would be splendid. Fawkes lowered his head and plucked one of his tail feathers, ignoring Dumbledore's words. "It seems I must find time to visit my old friend Horace Slughorn. It has been a long time since I last saw him after his retirement." Dumbledore paced to the window, gazing at the moonlight streaming in. Yet, it would be wise to wait a while longer. If it truly is Draco, I trust Lucius Malfoy will take action. Chapter 20. The Restricted Section and the Book of Jewish Abraham. Ever since Cyrus and Ginny expressed their concerns that Dumbledore might have uncovered their secrets, Ginny has been exceedingly anxious. Percy or Ron may have misconstrued her worries, assuming she was troubled about Ron and Harry possibly facing expulsion, while Ron believed her distress was related to that cat. Yet, one cannot truly comprehend Mrs. Norris. To be candid, life is far more comfortable without her presence. Such incidents are infrequent at Hogwarts. Ron reassured her, asserting that they would soon apprehend the madman responsible and drive him away. I merely hope he manages to petrify Filch before his own expulsion. However, the mere mention of the assailant caused Ginny to recollect that fateful night, her complexion paling as she lowered her head and fled. "I was only jesting," Ron remarked, flustered. Nevertheless, as the professors failed to capture the culprit and Filch's cat remained unmoved, the notion of a prank began to lose credibility. An increasing number of students started to believe that the Chamber of Secrets had indeed been opened, and that the attacker was none other than Harry Potter. Ginny relayed these rumors to Cyrus. The students of Hogwarts often indulge in wild speculation. Even if the chamber were truly opened, it is unlikely that Harry Potter would be the one behind it. Cyrus comforted her. "I know, it's not Harry I'm worried about. I'm merely concerned for you." Since Halloween, no further attacks had occurred, and the older students had almost ceased discussing the matter, though the younger ones remained captivated by it. Following that night, as it appeared Dumbledore had taken no action, Ginny gradually relaxed her anxious heart. Yet, she had initially intended to investigate Malfoy, a desire that had since evaporated. In contrast, Harry and his companions seemed resolute in their belief that Malfoy was the true heir, incessantly gathering in a haphazard manner, oblivious to what they were plotting. Ginny faintly heard terms like potion, Lockhart, and a month. Conversely, Cyrus was quite perceptive of their every move. Hermione had foolishly obtained an autograph from the oblivious Lockhart, and in the restricted section, she procured powerful potions with the intention of brewing a polyjuice potion. As a result, the three of them occupied Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, complicating her own activities considerably. Fortunately, Cyrus seldom ventured into the chamber. He preferred to hide in the room of requirement to practice spells or find time to strangle Hagrid's roosters. Due to Dumbledore's influence, Cyrus often felt the pressure of time, unwilling to squander a single moment, ardently yearning to enhance his power, ensuring that even in the direst circumstances, when confronted by Dumbledore, he could escape unscathed. The basilisk served as his ally, yet relying solely on it would not suffice to deter Dumbledore. One could assert that even if he thoroughly absorbed all the magical memories of Tom Riddle from his student days, he would still be unable to elude Albus Dumbledore. I require greater power. His gaze fell upon the restricted section. The library of Hogwarts has been gradually accumulating its tomes since its inception, over a millennium ago. Consequently, the collection is exceedingly vast, with many magical texts existing in both original and manuscript forms. Among them, those deemed forbidden are predominantly powerful or exceedingly malevolent in nature. The sheer quantity is such that even Dumbledore, despite his nearly a century of tenure at the school, cannot claim to have perused every volume. Moreover, many of these texts can curse one merely by being opened, let alone read. The key to breaking the impasse lies within. As night descended and Ginny placed her diary beside her pillow, succumbing to a deep slumber, Severus transferred his consciousness into Ginny's form. She abruptly opened her eyes, her body sitting upright like a marionette. Subsequently, Severus descended from the bed and quietly departed the tower. Since the petrification of Madame Pomfrey, Hogwarts had experienced a significant tranquility. The number of daring souls venturing out at night had dwindled considerably. Fred and George, however, remained audacious, yet without Madame Pomfrey, they found themselves less reliant on the Marauder's map. The absence of Madame Pomfrey rendered Filch akin to a man bereft of his sight, incapable of apprehending the twins. This provided Severus with considerable convenience. No one could possibly discern his movements. Of course, entering the restricted section was still no trivial feat. It was implausible to simply unlock it with a mere charm, as one might in the films. If it were that easy, the mischievous Gryffindors would have long since emptied the shelves. Severus arrived at the library door on the 4th floor and gently unlocked it with a spell. So far, all had gone smoothly. He cautiously stepped inside, closing the door behind him, and navigated through rows of shelves until he reached a staircase nestled in a corner. In the middle of the stairs was a rope, serving as a barrier between the upper and lower sections of books, appearing rather rudimentary, seemingly passable with a mere bend of the waist. However, Severus did not dare to be so audacious. This seemingly unremarkable rope was, in fact, a magical barrier separating the forbidden texts from the general collection. A moment of carelessness could easily trigger an alarm. He grasped Ginny's wand, crafted from purple heartwood, and began to methodically unravel the enchantment binding the rope. After approximately 10 minutes, the knot in the center of the rope spontaneously loosened, and the once taut cord now lay limply to one side, as if it had endured a night of relentless trials. Easier than one could have imagined. It is truly surprising that after all these years, the protective enchantments surrounding the restricted section of Hogwarts have remained unchanged. Silas had anticipated encountering a few obstacles, yet the outcome was unexpectedly favorable. With the memories of Riddle, a frequent visitor to this forbidden area 50 years ago, Silas now navigated the restricted section with an ease akin to returning home. Titles such as Book 112, The Dark Arts of Alchemy, the Hermes Manuscript, Natural Magic, and the Book of Jewish Abraham caught his attention. As Silas moved past the tomes, he noted that most names were not mentioned in the original texts. However, one particular book piqued his interest immensely. The Book of Jewish Abraham, if memory served him right, was the mystical tome from which Nicholas Flamel derived the secrets to conjuring the Philosopher's Stone. To his astonishment, a copy existed here. Upon opening the book, Silas was met with even greater astonishment. It was an authentic artifact, titled Chapter 21, The Esoteric Alchemy He barely grasped the volume before he noticed something peculiar. Its material was neither paper nor parchment. The text and illustrations appeared to be embossed, as if imprinted with metal. The book was quite thin, containing only 21 pages. Yet the pagination was oddly arranged, marking every 7th page with the number 7, 3 times in total. In the realm of magic, 7 is indeed considered a number imbued with power. Hogwarts even offers a course dedicated to this mystical numeral, which Voldemort also held in high regard. Nevertheless, in alchemy, the number 3 similarly possesses significant magical properties. As for the content within the book, it remained utterly incomprehensible to him. The knowledge possessed by the 5th-year Voldemort seemed somewhat superficial when faced with such profound wisdom. Not to mention, even Nicholas Flamel, with his dream-induced insights, took 28 years to unravel the mysteries of this tome. Closing the Book of Jewish Abraham, Silas glanced nearby and discovered yet another volume, Nicholas Flamel's manuscript, the Book of Hieroglyphs. In comparison, this book was impressively substantial. As Silas casually flipped through a few pages, a letter, already opened, slipped out. To Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Dear Albus, having endured a lengthy span of over 6 centuries, burdened by a weary and deteriorating body, we face death without fear. Both Perenelle and I are willing to believe that upon learning of our demise, the world shall mourn our passing and covet our immense wealth. Except for you, Albus. We all believe that death is merely another adventure, and my companion, Perenelle, and I have tarried far too long on this journey. Before embarking, I bequeath to you the 2 tomes of greatest significance for my life, in honor of you, my friend, who, despite being over 5 centuries my junior, possesses wisdom that surpasses my own. Furthermore, I have entrusted my other possessions to Busbarton. I hope you do not take offense. Of course, I am acutely aware that Albus Dumbledore has always shown little interest in such matters. The mysteries of the Book of Jewish Abraham are not fully comprehended by me. This book, foreseen in dreams, though composed of but a few pages, harbors genuine wisdom and truth. I trust you will safeguard it, and if you could unravel all its secrets, that would be splendid. Yet we both understand the enormity of this task. During our initial encounters, followed by our intimate collaboration in exploring the secrets of magic and alchemy, you have perused this book countless times, yet to no avail. I am inclined to believe that since it was foretold to find me, perhaps fate will guide it to where it is meant to be. In light of Voldemort's resurgence, I am resolute in entrusting the Philosopher's Stone to you. Perhaps this is a revelation. That said, Perenelle and I have indeed retained a considerable amount of the elixir of life, so please do not fret. Moreover, I have faith that we shall reunite soon. Cyrus closed the letter, finally grasping the situation. A man as fearful of death as Riddle would surely covet the existence of this book. Yet, Riddle has no recollection of it, for it was only placed in the restricted section by Dumbledore last year. The envelope has been opened, indicating that Dumbledore has perused Nicodemus' missive and is aware that these 2 volumes were intended as gifts from Nico. Yet he harbors no desire to claim them as his own. Instead, he selflessly placed them in the restricted section, awaiting the fateful revelation that Nico spoke of. Could this revelation be me? Cyrus mused, indulging in a hint of narcissism. Regardless, he was unwilling to let these 2 tomes slip away. Should he successfully concoct the Philosopher's Stone, it would greatly aid in his resurrection. Even if only inferior versions could be produced, they would still replenish vitality, thereby lessening the harm to Ginny. With this thought, Cyrus quickly perused the 2 books and selected additional alchemical texts to draw parallels. Voldemort's proficiency in alchemy is indeed remarkable. He not only graduated with distinction to obtain his advanced wizarding certificate, but also interned at Borgin and Berks for a time, following his graduation. However, that was the Tom Riddle of after graduation, not the Tom Riddle of this current 5th year. The book Islamic Alchemy and the Tree of Life of Kabbalah recounts the tale of a wizard named Hohenheim, rumored to be another bearer of the Philosopher's Stone. However, whether it is truly authentic remains in question. Cyrus swiftly perused the text before him. He was indeed pleased to be in a state of heightened memory, for it would have been impossible to memorize all the books in such a short span otherwise. In this unique state, the diary served as another precious vessel for meditation. Every book he had skimmed would be etched in his mind as vivid imagery. He could simply record the contents of these tomes, and upon returning, analyze them at leisure. Of course, the time required for study would not diminish, merely the relative safety of his endeavor. The ancient Egyptian alchemical manuscript, the Book of Emeralds, held some reference value. To create a singular miracle, one must comprehend the equivalence of the celestial and the terrestrial. What, then, is the singular entity? Beside this copy of the Book of Emeralds, there lay another tome, the Book of Thoth, deeply intertwined with it, which Cyrus also began to explore. At this moment, he did not seek deep understanding. Rather, he skimmed over the text to discern their relevance, deciding swiftly whether to set them aside or to note them down. Gradually, Cyrus became engrossed, until the harsh crowing of a rooster outside the castle roused him from his reverie. He suddenly realized that dawn was approaching. He needed to hurry back. He had intended to seek out powerful grimoires of dark magic to enhance his strength, yet he had spent the entire night engrossed in alchemy. Cyrus shook his head, feeling no regret. He eagerly awaited the return of this corporeal form to Ginny, so he could continue to assimilate the knowledge within the realm of memory. Walking briskly through the corridors of Hogwarts, the outside world remained cloaked in darkness, though the eastern sky began to pale. Ah, yes, the rooster must be dealt with promptly. Previously, Cyrus had dispatched one rooster, but he hesitated to eliminate them all at once, fearing the strangeness of such an act. Chapter 22, The Quidditch Match. In recent nights, Cyrus had stealthily entered the restricted section of the library using Ginny's body. Beyond alchemy, he had perused numerous other texts, such as the Book of the Red Dragon, the Book of Solomon, the Book of Regulus, and the Compendium of Dark Curses. Some of these tomes had already been examined by Riddle, while others he had not yet had the chance to explore. After all, Riddle's time at Hogwarts had been brief, limiting the number of texts he could study. Thus, he concentrated much of his effort on dark magic. However, it was not solely the grimoires of dark magic that possessed terrifying power. There were also various spells that, while not classified as dark, were deemed exceedingly perilous, and thus found their place in the restricted section. For instance, in recent days, Cyrus had been studying the theory and experiment of transfiguration of fantastical creatures, the birth of the quintaped. Although magical creatures had long been subjugated, the magical forces within them remained profoundly potent. If I could master the transformation of the marvelous creature, the alchemy, my powers would be immensely enhanced. Cyrus closed the tome, retreating his consciousness deep into the recesses of his memories. Ah, Ginny yawned sleepily, her head feeling tenfold heavier than a bludger. Good morning, Ginny. Are you all right? Colin, camera in hand, immediately noticed her and rushed over to greet her. You look dreadful, as if you haven't slept in days. With a click, he raised his camera and captured a photograph of Ginny, instantly printing an image of the adorable girl adorned with thick dark circles under her eyes. Colin, oblivious to the mood, exclaimed, Honestly, I never imagined wizards could suffer from sleep deprivation. You appear as though you might collapse at any moment. And those dark circles. His incessant chatter irked Ginny, who was already irritated by the audacious act of capturing her unflattering visage. Shut up, Colin. Give me that photo. What? No. I plan to send it home to my brother. He is utterly fascinated by Hogwarts. Colin grinned, revealing his teeth, before adding with genuine concern. Shouldn't you take a moment to rest? You look terrible. I'm worried you might faint in front of my camera. Ginny's response was a perplexed, You're finished, boy. Despite her frustration, her exhaustion dissuaded her from engaging in banter. Instead, she lethargically inquired, What classes do we have today? We're not having classes today. You really need to rest. Don't you remember? It's the Quidditch match. Gryffindor versus Slytherin. He immediately continued. I'm planning to sneak down to the pitch soon to capture the moment when Harry wins the match. By the way, how is your relationship with Harry? Your brother is good friends with him, right? Colin's mouth continued to babble like a malfunctioning machine gun. But Ginny's ears only registered the first 5 words. We're not having classes. Not having classes. I'm going back to rest. Aren't you going to watch the match? Colin asked, astonished. He had assumed that every witch and wizard in the magical realm adored Quidditch, especially on such a momentous day for Gryffindor. Quidditch. Ginny paused, pondering whether she truly enjoyed the sport. Undoubtedly, she did. In fact, every time she watched her brothers play backyard Quidditch, she felt a pang of envy. Yet, most of the time, they would not include her. On the other hand, she was utterly fatigued at present. Perhaps I could ask Mr. Riddle if he could record the Quidditch match for me. Well, napping on the pitch might suffice. What? Nothing. You go ahead. I'll join you on the pitch shortly. Ginny hurried back to the dormitory, retrieving her diary. Mr. Riddle, there's a Quidditch match today, and I do not wish to miss it. However, I find myself utterly fatigued. Could you perhaps document the match in your notebook, as if we were conversing face to face? The mention of the Quidditch match immediately piqued Cyrus's interest. If his memory served him correctly, it was after this very match that the second victim of the basilisk, Colin Creevey, a first-year student who had persistently followed Harry, would make his appearance. Cyrus realized it was time for him to take action once more. Of course, I shall ensure you receive an authentic account of the Quidditch match. Splendid. Then I shall take my leave to sleep. Before Ginny could complete her writing, she had already succumbed to slumber. Cyrus, supporting Ginny's form, too felt a measure of weariness. Yet, having saved some invigorating potions during the recent flu outbreak, he found that consuming one was far more effective than coffee. The price he paid was the need to endure a throbbing head while watching the match. "Hello, Ginny. Have you caught another cold?" On the pitch, Hermione greeted Ginny warmly. Their relationship was quite amiable, though Ginny Weasley often gave her the impression of being frail and unwell. Just recently recovering from the flu, it was surprising to see her in this state again. "I merely did not sleep well. I was up late studying," Cyrus interjected. While a love for reading is commendable, you must prioritize your rest," Hermione replied hastily, casting a reproachful glance at the carefree Ron. "You ought to take a page from your sister's book. This is why she can cast spells on older students and break your enchantments instead of making a fool of herself." "Are you mad?" "It was because my wand was faulty," Ron exclaimed, taken aback by the sudden reprimand, feeling quite aggrieved. Hermione chose not to pursue the matter further. Her intentions were merely routine encouragement, though it had seldom yielded results. The group directed their attention back to the field, where Gryffindor found themselves at a disadvantage from the outset. The Gryffindor team does not seem optimistic. Malfoy donated several Nimbus 2001 brooms to the Slytherin team. Yet Gryffindor's brooms are still the Clean Sweep series, and not even the Clean Sweep 7, Ron lamented. Even Harry's Nimbus 2000 paled in comparison to Malfoy's brooms. The sleek, black broomsticks resembled lavish sports cars, capturing Ron's gaze. The weather was oppressive, and before long, rain began to fall. Currently, the score stood at 0-60, with Slytherin having secured 60 points. Cyrus was not particularly knowledgeable about the sport, but he grasped the basic rules. A quaffle through the goalposts earned 10 points. The golden snitch was worth 150 points, and bludgers yielded no points, serving mainly to disrupt the opposing player's movements. However, at this moment, a rogue bludger evidently malfunctioned. It seems I recall Ron uttering a similar sentiment in a daze last year. "Someone has tampered with that ball." Hermione immediately sprang to her feet. At this juncture, the bludger appeared to have forsaken its quest to attack others, as if it possessed eyes, trailing closely behind Harry. The twin beaters found themselves compelled to encircle Harry, incessantly batting it away. Hermione instinctively cast her gaze towards Snape, yet upon recollecting the events of the previous semester, her eyes involuntarily shifted to Lockhart. The handsome Lockhart? How could that be? Hermione discerned no one casting spells. Chapter 23. The Medical Virtuoso, Lockhart. Cyrus's gaze turned to the professor's table, where all the faculty, including Dumbledore, watched with bated breath. Curiously, not a single one made a move. At this point, it was evident to anyone that the bludger was amiss, yet the professors remained as inert as statues. Did they truly intend to take no action? Cyrus could not help but inquire. Ron's expression darkened, yet he began to explain, "Of course, they cannot intervene. You see, in official Quidditch matches, one often encounters rather unusual occurrences. If they were to intervene in every situation, the match could never proceed. I believe that unless someone else's life is genuinely in peril, no one will intervene. But what about Harry and the others? Is no one suggesting they inspect the bludger? Certainly not, for if the bludger is found to be harmless, they would forfeit their eligibility to compete." Before the match began, Wood had told Harry that they must either catch the golden snitch or perish on the field. Ron's face turned ashen. "We must devise a plan. I cannot identify who is casting the spell," Hermione exclaimed anxiously. Cyrus, however, was aware of who was orchestrating the mischief, yet he had no intention of intervening. His gaze lingered on another section of the pitch, where Lucius Malfoy, the affluent benefactor of the Slytherin team, was present, ostensibly to witness his son's match, but also to ascertain whether the diary left by the Dark Lord indeed held the means to unlock the Chamber of Secrets. The question remained, would Lucius Malfoy act as he did in the original narrative this time? During Riddle's manipulation of Ginny, had there been clandestine communication with Lucius? Had he been guided to find an opportune moment to dismiss Dumbledore? Cyrus quickly realized that the scheme he envisioned would not be easily executed. At present, Lucius Malfoy was wholly engrossed in watching Draco's match. Although he was typically stern and unyielding towards Draco, his love for his child was no less than that of the Weasley family. However, he must always prioritize being a Malfoy. He must, above all, be a Malfoy. Silently, Severus uttered this phrase, already formulating a plan in his mind. Yet, regardless of whether Riddle had reached out to Lucius, at least for now, he intended to do so. Bearing the Malfoy surname, he dared not voice any dissent regarding his orders. Of course, not at this moment. Oh, suddenly, a tremendous and fervent cheer jolted him from his reverie. He witnessed the Gryffindor members leaping from their seats, Hermione and Ron effortlessly pulling him into the throng. descending towards the courtyard. Many others surged forth just as eagerly, particularly as Harry, in an almost tragic manner, clinched victory. He had become a hero of Gryffindor. Severus observed him collapsing to the ground, seemingly on the verge of fainting. The worst of it was that his arm appeared to be twisted at an alarming angle. Was he all right? It was difficult to ascertain. That reckless bludger had struck his right hand, and it seemed likely he had fractured it at that moment, subsequently crashing into Malfoy, leaving Malfoy utterly stunned. Ron quickly interjected that Harry had managed to catch the golden snitch first, though his arm had sustained even greater injury. The three of them clustered around Harry. At that moment, a bright and cheerful voice rang out from beyond the crowd. "Make way, let me see him." Lockhart pushed through the throng, entering with his characteristic smile, confidently declaring, "A broken bone? Leave it to me. I've encountered such situations hundreds of times." Hermione promptly made space for him. However, Harry did not regard him with trust, even feeling a sense of dread. At the sound of Lockhart's voice, he was jolted from his stupor, weakly protesting, "Oh no, not you." His tone was both resistant and filled with fear. Uncertain of what he was saying, Lockhart loudly reassured the anxious Gryffindor students gathered around. "Do not worry, Harry. I am about to treat your arm." "No," Harry retorted, "just let it be. Thank you." At that moment, battlefield reporter Colin also entered the scene, once again capturing Harry's embarrassing predicament with his camera. So indeed, that lad's petrification was not undeserved. "Lie still, Harry," Lockhart comforted him. "It's a simple spell. I've used it countless times. Why can't I just go to the hospital wing?" Harry gritted his teeth, casting a glance at Severus, even suggesting Ginny instead. He recalled how easily Ginny had dispelled Ron's curse. In comparison, she was far more reliable than Lockhart. In truth, Severus could certainly heal Harry with ease, but if he did not allow the medical virtuoso Lockhart to showcase his skills, how could he justify Colin's petrification necessitating a visit to the hospital to see Harry? He truly ought to go to the hospital. Caked in Mud would exclaimed. Despite the injury of his seeker, he could not suppress the smile upon his face. "That catch was truly remarkable. Harry, simply splendid. I have never witnessed you perform so beautifully." Through the throng of legs surrounding him, Harry spotted Fred and George Weasley fervently attempting to confine the unruly snitch into its box, which continued to struggle fiercely. "Step back," Lockhart commanded, rolling up the sleeves of his emerald green robes. "No, don't," Harry weakly protested, but Lockhart was already swirling his wand. A moment later, he directed it at Harry's arm. An unusual, deeply unsettling sensation coursed like lightning from Harry's shoulder to his fingertips, as if his arm were being drained of vitality. Daring not to open his eyes, he turned his face away. However, as the onlookers collectively gasped, and Colin Creevey busily snapped photographs, Harry realized with dread that his greatest fear had materialized. His arm no longer ached, yet it felt utterly devoid of its former identity. Lockhart stammered, "Yes, indeed. Such occurrences can happen. But the crucial point is that it no longer hurts. Do remember that." Now, Harry strolled to the hospital wing. "Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, could you accompany him? Madame Pomfrey can attend to him." Rising, Harry felt his body oddly tilt to one side. Taking a deep breath, he glanced down at his right arm, nearly fainting at the sight before him. Extending from his sleeve was what resembled a thick, flesh-colored rubber glove. He attempted to wiggle his fingers, but there was no response. Lockhart had not merely set Harry's bones. He had removed them entirely. "Just tell me if it still hurts," Lockhart inquired. Chapter 24, The Second Attack. Madame Pomfrey glared at him. "I am pleased you came to the hospital wing, but I am quite displeased that you did not come directly to me." She lifted the pitiful, lifeless appendage, soft as an underdeveloped arm. "I could mend the bones in a second, but to allow them to regrow, that is no longer possible?" Sirius interjected. "It cannot regain its hardness, can it? I mean the bones. What else could it be?" Ron queried, somewhat confused. "Of course I will allow it to regrow, but it will be quite painful. You will have to stay here overnight," Madame Pomfrey stated sternly, tossing Harry a set of pajamas while casting a pointed glance at Sirius. "What on earth are you thinking, you young lady?" The curtains around Harry's bed were drawn, and Ron assisted him into his pajamas, while Hermione and Sirius waited outside. Ron struggled considerably to fit the rubbery, boneless arm into the sleeve. "How are you still defending Lockhart, Hermione?" Ron gently extracted Harry's limp fingers one by one from the sleeve, while loudly declaring through the curtain that if Harry wished to remove the bone, he would voice it himself. "Everyone makes mistakes," Hermione remarked, "and your arm doesn't hurt anymore, does it, Harry?" Indeed, it was no longer painful. Even Severus cast a bewildered glance at Hermione, while Harry's expression as the primary victim was self-evident. "Hermione, you ought to be more rational. Consider this. If Madame Pomfrey had been unable to help, Harry's right hand would be rendered useless. Lockhart nearly caused him a permanent disability. He has no real skill and should never have attempted something so uncertain. This statement saddened Hermione slightly, just as Madame Pomfrey entered through the curtain, holding a large bottle labeled Skeelgrow. The two followed her inside. "This night is quite arduous," she said, pouring a steaming cup and handing it to Harry. "Regrowing bones is a rather uncomfortable affair." Observing Harry's distress, Ron decided to change the subject. "At least we won. Thanks to you catching the golden snitch." Malfoy's expression was as if he wanted to kill someone. "I truly wonder what he did to that bludger," Hermione exclaimed angrily. They had attributed all issues concerning the bludger to Malfoy. "We can add that to the list of questions to ask him after we drink the Polyjuice Potion." "I hope the Polyjuice Potion tastes better than this stuff," Harry muttered, his voice growing fainter. Hermione and Ron remained oblivious to the shift until they noticed Harry's gaze seemingly fixed on Severus. "Polyjuice Potion?" Severus inquired, aptly voicing his confusion. At this moment, they all realized something was amiss. "Harry, you let it slip." Hermione frantically covered his mouth with a pillow. Ron hurriedly positioned himself in front of Severus. Flustered as he exclaimed, "You misheard, Ginny. We have no Polyjuice Potion. How could we possibly brew it? Even upperclassmen struggle with that potion. Not to mention the recipe is hidden in the restricted section, and we would need to sneak into Snape's office for ingredients. It's impossible. Besides, we can't find a place to brew potions without being disturbed. Ron, I must remind you that you've nearly revealed everything." Harry struggled to push aside the pillow with his left hand. Ron's face turned pale as he pleaded, "Please don't tell Mom. I beg you." He nearly bowed to Severus in desperation. Hermione chuckled awkwardly. "Of course, I want to report you." Severus shook his head, noting that it would not benefit him, but then added, "So, you intend to use the Polyjuice Potion to become Slytherins and inquire whether Malfoy was the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets?" The trio immediately nodded in agreement. As Hermione suddenly realized, she exclaimed, "Wait, you are familiar with the Polyjuice Potion, and you know its purpose?" It was noteworthy that Ron had never even heard of such a potion. "I've seen it in a book," Cyrus replied nonchalantly. "The book on powerful potions." Riddle had perused it more than once in the past. He broached the subject briefly before continuing. "If you don't mind, I would be glad to join you." Just as Ron was about to decline, a commotion arose outside the door as members of the Gryffindor team surged in, prompting him to close his mouth and desperately signal to Cyrus. The team brought an abundance of food and drink, as if to host a gathering within the infirmary, which irritated Madame Pomfrey. She swiftly emerged from the other side, ushering everyone out. "This child needs to rest. He has 33 bones to mend. Out, out." At the entrance of the infirmary, Cyrus encountered Colin, who had come to visit. Colin initially intended to enter, but was pushed back out by a throng of teammates, his small stature straining to peek over the crowd. Ron instinctively recoiled and distanced himself. "Don't look, Colin. Madame Pomfrey has forbidden us from visiting Harry," Cyrus kindly warned. "However, you could sneak in." With that, he departed. Ginny was feeling excessively fatigued, and in consideration of her health, Cyrus decided to take a brief respite. There were still several hours until Hogwarts curfew. That night, Cyrus awoke in the dark chamber. The enormous basilisk coiled around him, despite its eyes possessing a terrifying magical allure. They posed no threat to him, the master of the creature. The second hunt was about to commence. He perched atop the basilisk's head, commanding it to close its eyes. This magical beast was, in fact, quite distinct from snakes, relying more on sight and sound rather than heat perception. "Heed my command. I shall guide you forward," Cyrus intoned, his voice echoing ominously, reminiscent of something sinister whispering. The night at Hogwarts was tranquil yet eerie, and Cyrus skillfully evaded the patrolling Filch while gliding towards the infirmary atop the Great Serpent. Meanwhile, Colin, clutching a cluster of grapes, discreetly pilfered from dinner, planned to visit Harry Potter in the manner Cyrus had suggested. Being his first nocturnal excursion, Colin also carried his camera, hoping to capture something extraordinary. In this regard, one might say he had his wish fulfilled. He hummed a merry tune as he rounded a corner, only to unexpectedly collide with a colossal object, causing him to tumble to the ground, his grapes scattering. The sound of his voice quickly faded into silence as his gaze met the unexpected sight before him. At that moment, a colossal serpent, its head larger than his own, lay with its eyes closed before him. Astonishingly, the serpent bore the unmistakable visage of Ginny Weasley. "Ginny, you are the heir of Slytherin?" he exclaimed incredulously. "Indeed, but alas, no one else shall ever know this truth," Cyrus replied with mockery. Colin appeared to grasp the gravity of the situation, swiftly raising his camera to capture the image of the basilisk and Ginny, attempting to document this malevolent entity. He could perish, yet at the very least click. Farewell, Mudblood. Chapter 25. The issue is not who, but how. Harry awoke to the cacophony of a voice reverberating in his mind and the agonizing pain in his arm. It felt as if thousands of razor-sharp blades were being embedded into the muscles of his arm, and as the fragments of bone grew, they inevitably tore through his flesh. Now, the agony brought back by Lockhart felt magnified, yet, eclipsing the pain was the incessant echo of the voice in his mind. It had been so long that he nearly forgot about the creature scrubbing at his forehead with a sponge ball. Go away. He frantically waved his hand, only to quickly recognize the creature as Dobby, the house elf who had once caused him a warning from the Ministry of Magic. Dobby had repeatedly cautioned Harry Potter. Oh, sir, why do you not heed Dobby's warnings? Why did Harry Potter not return home instead of missing the train? Dobby lamented. At that moment, Harry began to comprehend who had sought to ensnare him. Was it you? Did you seal off the wall, preventing our passage? You nearly got Ron and me expelled. He retorted angrily. You better scurry away while my bones are still mending, Dobby, or I shall strangle you. Dobby had grown accustomed to threats of death, hearing them 5 times a day at home. Dobby nonchalantly replied, yet his demeanor appeared somewhat pitiable, which alleviated Harry's ire considerably. Why are you wearing that rag, Dobby? He inquired, observing the elf's attire, which resembled a decades-old, filthy pillowcase. This, sir? Dobby tugged at the pillowcase. It signifies the servitude of a house elf, sir. Only when Dobby's master provides him with clothing can Dobby attain freedom. The people at home are exceedingly cautious, not even entrusting Dobby with a single sock, sir, for that would grant Dobby his freedom, allowing him to leave them forever. Upon hearing this, Harry's sympathy surged momentarily, but it dissipated just as swiftly. Harry Potter must return home. Dobby had believed his bludger would certainly suffice. Your bludger? What do you mean, your bludger? Did you send that bludger to attempt to kill me? Not to kill you, sir. Absolutely not to kill you. Dobby exclaimed in terror, yearning to save Harry Potter's life. To be severely injured and sent home is far preferable to remaining here, sir. Dobby merely wishes for Harry Potter to suffer a minor injury, allowing him to be dispatched home. Oh, is that all? Harry retorted, both infuriated and sardonic. I assume you want to enlighten me as to why you wish for me to be shattered into pieces and sent back home. Will you? Ah, if only Harry Potter understood. He signifies so much to we humble, enslaved beings in the magical world. Dobby has not forgotten the circumstances when that name not to be mentioned held the greatest power. Sir, people treat us house elves like vermin, sir. Indeed, they continue to treat Dobby in such a manner, sir, he admitted, wiping his face on the pillowcase. However, overall, since you vanquished that name not to be mentioned, our lives have significantly improved. Harry Potter survived. The Dark Lord's power was shattered, marking a new beginning, sir. For those of us who believe the days of darkness would never end, Harry Potter shines like a beacon of hope, sir. Now, at Hogwarts, dreadful events are about to unfold. Perhaps they have already begun. Dobby cannot allow Harry Potter to remain here, for history is poised to repeat itself. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened once more. Is there truly a chamber? Harry whispered, and you say it has been opened before? Tell me, Dobby. Ah, sir, please do not inquire further. Do not press poor Dobby any longer, the house elf stammered, his eyes wide as saucers in the darkness. Someone is plotting, and when the time comes, Harry Potter must not stay here. Go home, Harry Potter. Go home. Harry Potter must not involve himself in this matter, sir. It is far too perilous. Who is it, Dobby? Who opened the chamber? Who did it last time? Dobby cannot say, sir. Dobby cannot say. Dobby absolutely cannot say. The house elf shrieked. Go home, Harry Potter, go home. I'm not going anywhere. Harry said irritably. One of my best friends is Muggleborn. If the chamber is indeed opened, she will be in grave danger. Harry Potter is willing to risk his life for his friends. Dobby groaned, both sorrowful and elated. How noble, how brave. But he must preserve himself. He must not. Dobby suddenly froze, his bat-like ears quivering. Harry heard it too. Footsteps echoed in the corridor outside. Dobby must leave. The house elf gasped, trembling in fear. With a loud crack, Harry's fist suddenly relaxed, leaving only air within. He fell back onto the bed, his eyes fixed on the darkened doorway of the infirmary, where the footsteps grew ever closer. Then, Dumbledore entered the room, retreating as he did so. He wore a long woolen dressing gown and a nightcap, holding aloft one end of an object that resembled a sculpture. A moment later, Professor McGonagall appeared, bearing that object. Together, they placed it onto the bed. Summon Madame Pomfrey, Dumbledore whispered as McGonagall hurried past Harry's bedside and exited. Harry lay still, feigning sleep. He overheard hurried conversations, and soon McGonagall rushed back in, closely followed by Madame Pomfrey, who had hastily donned a jacket over her nightgown. Harry heard the sharp intake of breath. What has happened? Madame Pomfrey quietly inquired of Dumbledore, leaning down to inspect the statue. Another attack, Dumbledore replied. McGonagall found him on the stairs. He had a bunch of grapes with him, Professor McGonagall added. We suspect he intended to sneak in to see Potter. A pang of nausea twisted in Harry's stomach. He cautiously lifted himself a few inches to glimpse the statue on the bed. Moonlight illuminated the stunned face. It was Colin Creevey. His eyes were wide, hands clasped at his chest, holding his camera. Petrified? Madame Pomfrey whispered. Indeed, Professor McGonagall said, shuddering at the thought that if Albus had not coincidentally come downstairs for hot chocolate, who knows what might have transpired. The three focused intently on Colin. Then, Dumbledore leaned forward and retrieved the camera from Colin's rigid fingers. Could he have captured a photograph of the assailant? Professor McGonagall asked eagerly. Dumbledore did not respond. He pried open the back of the camera. My word, Madame Pomfrey exclaimed. A plume of steam hissed from the camera. Even Harry, 3 beds away, caught the acrid scent of burning plastic. It's melted, Madame Pomfrey remarked in astonishment. Completely melted. What does this mean, Albus? Professor McGonagall pressed urgently. It signifies, Dumbledore said, that the Chamber of Secrets has indeed been reopened. Madame Pomfrey covered her mouth with her hand. Professor McGonagall stared at Dumbledore in disbelief. But Albus, you must know who? The question is not who, Dumbledore replied, his gaze fixed upon Colin, but how. Harry could see the expression on Professor McGonagall's face in the shadows, realizing she, like him, had not comprehended Dumbledore's words. Chapter 26, The Reverse Rescue. How did Ginny Weasley manage to open the chamber? She could not possibly be the heir of Slytherin. Upon returning to his office, Dumbledore fell into deep contemplation. In the infirmary, McGonagall had speculated that he might know who had opened the chamber. In truth, Dumbledore had indeed harbored suspicions about Draco Malfoy, misled by Ginny's actions, but during this attack, someone had revealed the identity of the true culprit. As the headmaster, he possesses numerous informants within the school. Yet, this particular snitch is not even human. It is a portrait. Just last night, as Cyrus had just petrified Colin, Dumbledore arrived shortly thereafter. He pondered whether Dumbledore, even if aware of Ginny's secret, could truly monitor his every move. Dumbledore claimed he merely descended to fetch some hot chocolate. But how often do such coincidences occur in this world? The crux of the issue soon dawned on him. The portraits within the castle cannot be dismissed as mere decorations. They possess their own consciousness and serve Dumbledore. Whenever Dumbledore seeks clues within the castle, he can simply inquire of them, or they might even volunteer information, granting him omniscient insight. However, up until this moment, Cyrus had disregarded this fact, a notion that even Riddle had overlooked. When Tom Riddle first unleashed the basilisk, he did so without even exiting the lavatory, thus eliminating any chance of being observed by the portraits. Riddle typically allowed the basilisk to roam the pipes, ensuring that no portraits witnessed him. Cyrus's initial assault occurred at the lavatory's entrance, thereby evading the watchful eyes of the portraits once again. Yet, during his second attack, he directly sent the basilisk slithering through the corridors, inadvertently revealing his location. At the very least, the location of the Chamber of Secrets remained undisclosed, he mused. Each time he ventured to the chamber, he cast the disillusionment charm as a precaution, and the lavatory bore no portraits. Moreover, Cyrus was not overly concerned about Dumbledore possessing some of his intelligence. Letting Dumbledore believe he had everything under control could, in fact, work to his advantage, Cyrus reflected. Dumbledore would likely subjectively assume that the instigator of this turmoil was Tom Riddle. Under that premise, he would undoubtedly wish to observe whether the two individuals mentioned in the prophecies, namely Harry Potter and Voldemort's chosen adversary, could once more shine brilliantly. As for himself, as the headmaster, he merely needed to ensure the students' safety for the time being. What a pity. The prophecy had long since lost its significance, for the soul within the diary no longer belonged to Tom Riddle. Cyrus chuckled. This was a conclusion Dumbledore could never anticipate. As he cautiously followed Cyrus's design, waiting for Harry Potter to once again undertake the trial, he would discover that the formidable foe prepared for him this semester had vanished. Now that would be amusing. Cyrus rose from his bed, and after petrifying Colin, he returned to enjoy a good night's sleep. This had visibly improved Ginny's complexion, though she still appeared somewhat pallid, her body temperature slightly lower than the norm. This was a manifestation of Ginny's dwindling vitality. However, he did not return her body to her. Instead, after attending to his personal hygiene, he made his way to the Gryffindor common room. Hermione was already seated on the sofa, engrossed in her book, Powerful Potions. You truly rose early, it is rare for you to lend out a book. Hermione looked up and remarked that Ron had not yet awakened. No sooner had she spoken than a man with fiery red hair hurriedly leapt into the room. "Oh, you're all awake? I apologize for being a bit late," Ron quickly said. Hermione snapped her book shut and softly uttered, "Let us go." The three of them promptly ventured outside together. "Where are you headed?" Percy emerged from somewhere, regarding Ron with a look of suspicion. "Just out for a stroll, what of it?" Ron retorted defiantly. "I only hope you're not planning to sneak into the girls' restroom, especially with Ginny in tow." Percy sternly admonished Ron, clearly displeased with his disrespectful demeanor. The last time, he had caught Ron loitering in the third-floor lavatory. Ron, his face flushed, countered, "What business is it of yours? Besides, I see no issue with Ginny entering the girls' restroom." This left Percy momentarily speechless. A short while later, in a stall of the Myrtle's bathroom, Severus caught his first glimpse of the polyjuice potion. It appeared truly repugnant. It was not yet fully formed. It required the horns of a bicorn and the skin of an African snake, which could only be pilfered from Snape's office. As Hermione stirred the thick, green concoction that resembled crushed leaves mingled with black soil, she tossed in a sprig of fluxweed. "We also need a bit of hair or nail from a Slytherin student, which should be easy enough." Before long, Harry, who had spent the night recovering in the hospital wing, wandered about until he encountered Percy and promptly remembered the lavatory. Rushing over, he was not surprised to find Ginny there. After all, he was the one who had inadvertently let slip the details the previous night. Eagerly, he recounted the events of last evening. "Colin was petrified. He came to see me," Harry said, his face filled with remorse. "We are already aware," Hermione interjected, explaining that they had encountered Professor McGonagall on their way, discussing the matter with Professor Flitwick. Though Ron was not particularly fond of Colin, he could not help but feel a surge of anger. "We must compel Malfoy to confess, and the sooner, the better." Since the Quidditch match, he had been in a foul mood, taking it out on Colin. After a brief spell of indignation, they rallied, for Colin still had a chance of being saved. "By the way, there's one more thing," Harry reiterated the tale of Dobby. This further solidified their belief that Malfoy was the culprit. Lucius Malfoy must have opened the Chamber of Secrets during his time at school, and now he is instructing dear young Draco to do the same. It is quite evident. However, I truly wish Dobby had revealed to you what monster resides within. I truly cannot comprehend how it stealthily roams the school without anyone noticing. Perhaps it possesses the ability to render itself invisible, Hermione suggested, as she pushed some leeches into the cauldron. Or it could disguise itself as a suit of armor or something else. I recall reading tales of chameleon ghouls in a book. Observing this, Severus lent a hand, pouring some dead lacewings atop the leeches. Then Harry recounted the troubles caused by Dobby. "So, Dobby prevented us from boarding the train and even broke your arm." Ron shook his head. "You know, Harry, if he keeps rescuing you, it could cost you your life. First Gilderoy, then Dobby. You truly are having a streak of misfortune," Severus remarked. Chapter 27. The Invisibility Cloak. The news of Colin Creevey being attacked, and now lying in the hospital like a corpse, only spread on Monday morning, causing the entire school of young witches and wizards to feel vulnerable, too fearful to act alone. During this time, everyone secretly exchanged protective charms, talismans, and other means of safeguarding themselves. This practice rapidly gained popularity within the school. Neville Longbottom purchased a foul-smelling large green onion, a sharp piece of amethyst, and a decaying newt tail. The result was an unbearable stench that lingered in the common room. Even Severus found it intolerable. "Neville, you need none of these items. You are pure blood and will not be attacked." Severus fanned his nose, attempting to let fresh air in. But he targeted Filch first. "Everyone knows I'm nearly a sitting duck," he said in a panic, unable to endure the odor any longer. Severus relinquished his body back to Ginny and returned to his diary to study alchemy and spells. Hello, Mr. Riddle. Has the Quidditch match concluded?" Ginny asked, somewhat dazed. Upon hearing Ginny's question, Severus recalled he had not returned her body in days. Fortunately, he had retained every detail of the Quidditch match, despite his mind wandering momentarily. "It ended 2 days ago, Ginny. Today is Monday," Severus replied solemnly. "Monday?" Ginny paused, surprised that Mr. Riddle had used her body for such an extended period. "What transpired, Mr. Riddle?" "Colin Creevey has been attacked." Severus endeavored to adopt a more serious expression. "Colin?" Ginny's eyes widened in alarm. She was desk partners with Colin in their charms class, and they had shared a good friendship. But now, Colin had been attacked. "Indeed, this is all my fault. When that cat was harmed, I dismissed it as a prank and did not take it seriously. Moreover, it was I who suggested he stealthily visit Harry in the evening. Had it not been for this, he might have escaped the tragic fate." Severus spoke with an air of unavoidable responsibility, for the Chamber of Secrets had been opened once more. I aim to uncover the identity of the true culprit, thus planning to infiltrate Slytherin alongside Harry and his companions in hopes of discovering a clue. This is not your fault, Mr. Riddle, Ginny asserted with conviction. Who could have anticipated the madness of that heir of Slytherin? Even if it weren't Colin, it would have been someone else. His objective is to eradicate muggles. He also confided in Ginny regarding the polyjuice potion to prevent any possible exposure. I apologize, Ginny. I may need to frequently borrow your body during this period. It's all right, Mr. Riddle. If only we could find the heir of Slytherin sooner, Ginny replied, shaking her head. She fully comprehended Severus's feelings of guilt at that moment, and thus readily acquiesced to his request. Moreover, she had nearly forgotten about Quidditch altogether. Consequently, during the ensuing days, Ginny's consciousness awakened even less frequently. In December, Hogwarts was blanketed in heavy snow. Professor McGonagall presented a substantial stack of forms for those intending to remain at school to fill out. Malfoy plans to stay for Christmas. Harry exclaimed in astonishment. This is highly suspicious. However, the polyjuice potion had yet to be brewed. Hermione insisted, we must acquire the potion during this Thursday's potions class. Otherwise, we'll be too late. It will be best to create a diversion. Harry and Ron's expressions darkened at the thought of stealing the potion. Harry would rather confront Voldemort directly. I shall undertake the theft, Severus volunteered. You create some disorder in class, and I will slip in unnoticed. What? No. I cannot allow you to be expelled, Ron declared with resolute determination. Let me go instead. Hermione quickly interjected. I can go, as I have no prior offenses. Surely, Professor Snape would notice the absence of a student in class, would he not? Severus retorted. However, Snape's office is right at the back of the classroom. How could you possibly slip in during our lesson? There's a way. Severus's gaze shifted to Harry, as he was resolute in his intention to enter Snape's office. May I borrow your invisibility cloak? I completely forgot I still had it, Harry replied with a realization. He tended to carelessly toss the cloak aside after each use, as if it were not a Deathly Hallow, but merely a tattered raincoat. That evening, Severus obtained Harry's invisibility cloak, and that night, he wandered the castle draped in the cloak. What indeed is the extraordinary nature of the legendary Deathly Hallows? In his view, the magic of this invisibility cloak was not superior to a perfected disillusionment charm, compared to the unbeatable Elder Wand or the Resurrection Stone that could bring back the dead. It seemed rather unremarkable. Unable to escape the watchful eye of Moody, how could one possibly elude the gaze of death itself? Or perhaps the legends are merely that, legends. Akin to Professor Dumbledore's assertion that the Peverell brothers were merely formidable, perilous wizards who successfully crafted these immensely powerful artifacts. The tale of the Deathly Hallows may simply be a narrative woven around these extraordinary inventions. This possibility seems indeed more plausible. After all, if Nicholas Flamel could forge the Philosopher's Stone, granting immortality and the ability to transmute base metals into gold, then it is not so far-fetched to accept that the brothers could have created the Resurrection Stone, allowing the dead to return to life. The Elder Wand, as might appears to be intricately linked to its curse, regardless of the veracity of the legend surrounding the Deathly Hallows. The three artifacts undeniably possess their own unique qualities. Cyrus caressed the cold fabric of the cloak as he slowly ascended to the 8th floor. I require a room to study magical artifacts. I require a room to study magical artifacts. I require a room to study magical artifacts. As he repeated this mantra in his mind, upon turning for the third time beneath the imposing portrait of the giant, a door materialized upon the blank wall. Cyrus removed the cloak and pushed the door open, which promptly vanished behind him. Within lay a chamber reminiscent of the potions classroom, yet distinct in its own right. Besides a array of cauldrons, there existed numerous mechanical contraptions, or rather, objects that appear mechanical. In truth, they were all products of alchemy. In the magical realm, alchemy and potion-making are not entirely separate entities. Rather, they intersect. Chapter 28. The Failure of Creation. The initial aim of alchemy was the transmutation of base metals into noble ones, particularly gold. Over time, various branches of study emerged, such as the creation of the elixir of life, the pursuit of the Philosopher's Stone, and the crafting of homunculi. To this day, only Nicholas Flamel has achieved the goals of turning stone into gold and attaining immortality. Nonetheless, throughout its evolution, an array of wondrous artifacts has surfaced, including the pensieve, the time turner, and the vanishing cabinet. Although these items bear no direct relation to the three ultimate goals of alchemy, they still exhibit remarkably magical effects. Cyrus cast a spell to unfurl the invisibility cloak. In recent days, he had diligently perused numerous tomes on alchemy, making it relatively easy to discern the cloak's extraordinary nature. Firstly, Its material differed entirely from that of ordinary cloaks. Typical invisibility cloaks are crafted from the pelts of demi-guise, a silvery, ape-like magical creature. However, the cloak in Cyrus's possession felt significantly colder to the touch. The demi-guise is the sole magical creature capable of invisibility. Its ability represented by the numeral 0 in the language of the ancients. If the material of this cloak is not derived from the hair of a demi-guise, then what could it possibly be? Cyrus raised his wand, the tip emanating a gentle glow that illuminated the translucent cloak, instantly revealing its intricate patterns. Within these patterns lay countless runes of the ancient Norse script. Cyrus distinctly perceived the symbols Taiwaz and Algize, the former signifying immortality, while the latter foretold protection. In antiquity, the application of runes in alchemical creations was exceedingly common, for these characters possessed immense magical potency, albeit not readily unleashed through incantations. Engraving them upon magical artifacts enhanced their inherent power. However, a significant challenge arose. The runes were esoteric and obscure, transcending mere foreign language comprehension. In truth, even those who grasped their meanings might struggle to resonate with the symbols, thereby failing to awaken the latent magic within. In contemporary times, runes have devolved into a discipline akin to translation, seemingly relegated to archaeological pursuits with little else to offer. This cloak concealed a formidable disillusionment charm. The powerful spell paired with the everlasting material perhaps accounted for the cloak's undying magical essence. Cyrus speculated that the efficacy of the Elder Wand might be similar. Crafted from elderwood and the hair of a thestral, the elderwood, though rare, could indeed be procured. Yet, Grigovich's incessant attempts to replicate the Elder Wand had never yielded a wand of comparable prowess. Cyrus conjectured that the secret to the Elder Wands might lay within its very curse. Both Dumbledore and Harry believed that upon the natural death of its original wielder, the wand's power would be extinguished. This was due to the breaking of the wand's curse, rendering the legendary artifact as unremarkable as any ordinary wand. Subsequently, Cyrus set the cloak aside. He knew he could not possess the cloak for an extended period. Unraveling its mysteries within just a few days was an impossibility. In contrast, delving into the creation of the Philosopher's Stone seemed far more pressing. Flipping through Nicholas's manual, skimming past dreams and revelations, Cyrus encountered the following passage. The Philosopher's Stone is the most ancient and mysterious, or perhaps the least understood. It is by nature the most incomprehensible, a divine blessing and sacred artifact. It embodies the essence of all mysteries, representing moral and divine power, the ultimate limit and purpose of all existence, and the astonishing culmination of all wise endeavors. It is the perfect quintessence of all elements, an indestructible substance impervious to any elemental harm, the fifth element. It is the dual, living mercury imbued with spirit, capable of transmuting all imperfect and unyielding metals. It shines eternally, serves as the elixir that cures all ailments, embodies the glorious phoenix of heavenly grace, stands as the most precious treasure among all wealth, and constitutes an essential property of nature. The materials for concocting the Philosopher's Stone include mercury, sulfur, and salt, which must be combined through the four elemental forces: heat, cold, dryness, and moisture, thereby disrupting the internal and external elements of matter. Cyrus poured mercury into the crucible and ignited the flames. The flames symbolized heat and dryness, while water represented cold and moisture. As he continuously stirred the contents of the crucible, his magical essence flowed into the mercury, followed by the addition of sulfur, salt, and earth. The earth embodied both heat and moisture. The substances within the crucible began to bubble, gradually transforming into a deep crimson hue. Historical accounts describe the Philosopher's Stone as indeed being crimson, yet the amalgamation before him struggled to take form. The flames continued to blaze, and the water within the crucible boiled, dispersing cold and moisture until ultimately only a scant amount of crimson powder remained. Cyrus pinched the remnants with his fingers, devoid of any sensation of vitality. He had failed. Undeterred, he resumed perusing Nicholas's notes. Yet even Nicholas Flamel himself seemed oblivious to the precise nature of his success. For centuries, he had sought to replicate that miracle, but never had he succeeded a second time. The recipe for the Philosopher's Stone could not be so simplistic. Nicholas's manuscripts were likely of little assistance. Cyrus contemplated that during the process of creating the Philosopher's Stone, Nicholas must have encountered unforeseen accidents and coincidences, subtle elements he himself may not have recognized. In the realm of magic, even a gust of wind or a ray of sunlight could alter the outcomes of alchemy or potion making. At times, even sound could prove to be a pivotal factor. For instance, when practicing to become an animagus, one must seek the unseen dewdrops and the first thunderclap amidst a storm as an inspiration. Cyrus felt an urgency. Indeed, he could resurrect without the Philosopher's Stone, but this would necessitate the absorption of Ginny's entire life force, thus ensuring her demise. Yet, he had long regarded Ginny as a friend. He could not bring himself to endanger his friend's life for his own resurrection. If all else failed, he would have to absorb a portion of her life force and depart. If by the end of this academic year he had not succeeded in crafting the Philosopher's Stone, he would have no choice but to leave Hogwarts in a state akin to that depicted in films. No, it might even be worse than the state portrayed in the original narrative. In the original tale, Ginny's condition was perilously precarious, teetering on the brink of life and death. Perhaps, he mused, it was time to seek a new host. Cyrus stowed away the crucible. Chapter 29. The Theft of Potion Ingredients. On Thursday, Cyrus awaited Harry's potion class. The potions classroom was dimly lit, situated underground, and Severus Snape would invariably shut all the windows tightly upon entering. Were it not for the flickering torches within, visibility would have been utterly non-existent. However, one cannot solely attribute this to Snape's brooding nature. It is a fact that most potions are adversely affected by bright light, which often leads to their failure. Cyrus, cloaked in invisibility, trailed slowly behind Harry, merging with the throng as they entered. As Harry navigated through the closely arranged desks to reach his own cauldron, Cyrus proceeded to the corner of the podium, where a wooden door concealed Snape's office. Snape entered the classroom with an air of authority, his robes billowing like the wings of a colossal bat. He cast a piercing glance over the students, pausing for several moments on Harry, before emitting a derisive snicker and announcing, "Today, we shall brew the swelling solution. I trust each of you possesses the intellect to comprehend the steps outlined in your textbooks. The potion must neither be too concentrated nor too diluted, or else his cold laughter echoed as his gaze lingered on the Gryffindors, particularly Neville, Seamus, and Harry. Should any mishap occur, whether or not I provide you with a de-swelling potion will depend on my whims." In truth, Harry's aptitude for potions was not entirely lacking. However, the unfortunate proximity of Neville and Seamus at the adjacent desk was a recipe for disaster. The two of them together could easily make headlines with their antics during potions class, and Neville's flustered demeanor would invariably disrupt Harry, even if inadvertently. Snape, ever vigilant, would use Neville's poor performance as grounds to deduct points from Harry. Why are you seated so close yet fail to assist Neville? Such a lack of camaraderie. 10 points from Gryffindor. Snape's voice dripped with disdain. Do you dare to assist Neville? Do you believe your potion-making skills are exemplary? 10 points from Gryffindor. His remarks incited murmurs of discontent among the students, as they felt specifically targeted, yet none dared to voice their grievances. Only the Slytherin serpents reveled in the headmaster's favoritism, chuckling softly amongst themselves. At length, Snape shattered the silence. Now, why are you all still idle? Begin. Neville immediately fumbled with his ingredients. What should I add first? His round face turned crimson, his hands trembling uncontrollably. You should grind the herbs into a powder. It's written in the book, Harry whispered. Yet he quickly regretted speaking, realizing that remaining silent might have avoided further chaos. Snape's voice rang out sharply, no whispering. He then strode towards Neville's desk, whose mind was now completely blank due to his already heightened anxiety. Sirius even doubted whether he had forgotten the meaning of the phrases herbs and grind them into powder. At that moment, Snape began to pick on Neville, and Sirius, in a fit of mischief, cast a spark into Crabbe's cauldron. Immediately, Crabbe's potion erupted, splattering all over the classmates. Amid the onslaught of the bubbling potion, everyone screamed in panic. Draco was drenched, his nose swelling up like a balloon. Crabbe, clutching his eyes, stumbled about, his eyelids puffed up to the size of lunch plates. Chaos erupted in the classroom, with cries of distress ringing out. Snape bellowed, "Silence! Silence!" Sirius nearly feared he had been discovered. Glancing up, he realized Snape's malicious gaze was fixed on Harry and his friends, evidently suspecting them. Relieved, he made his way to Snape's office, casually plucking a few strands of Draco's hair as he passed. Draco's cries grew even more anguished. All students splashed by the potion. "Come to me for an antidote. I will find out who is responsible." The remainder of Snape's words faded as Sirius slipped into the office. He raised his wand, illuminating the tip, revealing a multitude of bottles and jars lining the walls, showcasing Snape's impressive collection. Without hesitation, Sirius gathered not only the 2 required ingredients, but also other useful materials, most of which could restore a person's life energy. He felt no trepidation about being discovered by Snape. Even if he were caught, what could Snape do? The true thief remained unknown, and he could only report to Dumbledore. However, Dumbledore was already aware of the chaos wrought by a specter of Voldemort. Although he had yet to ascertain whether it was truly Voldemort himself, one of his Horcruxes, or merely a malevolent spell or artifact at play, he chose to observe, embracing the fated adversary selected by Voldemort himself, given that a miracle had occurred 11 years prior. And considering Harry Potter had repelled Voldemort the previous semester, it seemed implausible that a first-year wizard could confront such a weakened foe. Yet, the outcome had been the death of Quirrell. In light of this, Dumbledore believed that perhaps this time, Harry Potter could once again thwart Voldemort's sinister designs. The dismal fate of Chilo from the previous semester serves as a poignant reminder. Merely possessing Tom Riddle's essence can drain the very life force of an individual. Should there be no infusion of energy, Ginny Weasley's existence would be perilously threatened. Although Dumbledore is not hasty in intervening, he would certainly not wish to witness the tragic demise of an innocent young witch. Cyrus has cunningly exploited this fact, boldly seizing Snape's potion without hesitation. As he stealthily exited the office with the potion secured, Snape had already administered a swelling remedy to all the affected students, standing before Crabbe's cauldron, lost in contemplation. A faint spark flickered as a shadowy gaze swept over the young wizards, ultimately resting upon Harry and his companions. A clever ruse indeed. The use of spells marks your downfall. Harry Potter, why do you not present your wand for me to inspect the incantations you have employed? Chapter 30, No Way. Snape's irksome glare seemed to pierce through Harry from head to toe, inciting a profound sense of loathing within him. Requesting a wand? It appears that Snape intends to employ the reversal charm to discern the magic Harry has wielded. Cyrus mused, then chuckled to himself. A commendable strategy, albeit misdirected, Snape. As Cyrus draped his cloak and made his way outside, Snape had already snatched Harry's wand and cast the reversal charm. The tip of the holly wand emitted a spell as shadow, not a crimson spark, but rather the essence of an expansion charm. Sir, this is the spell Professor Flitwick taught us in the last lesson. Harry defiantly met Snape's gaze. Snape silently scrutinized him through his spectacles, surprisingly refraining from pursuing the matter further. Instead, he shifted the conversation. Is that so? It seems our Mr. Potter believes that mastering the expansion charm absolves him from learning how to brew the expansion potion. I did not, sir. Did not? Then why is your potion so diluted? Snape seized upon the flaw, deducting 10 points from Gryffindor. 10 points from Gryffindor. Harry dramatically mimicked Snape's method of point deduction in the washroom. I don't know if you noticed, Ginny, but he is clearly just looking for a reason to penalize us. That is not entirely true. Your potion was indeed overly diluted, Hermione pragmatically interjected. However, I had no idea such a spell existed. The reversal charm? We nearly exposed ourselves. Thankfully, it was Ginny who pilfered the potion. Strangely, Snape seemed to have forgotten the incident entirely, not mentioning it throughout the remainder of the lesson. Ron remarked curiously, and Harry, could you refrain from making such reckless eye contact with Snape in the future? I fear every time that you might come to blows. Or worse, share a kiss. This half-sentence was unspoken by Ron. Wait, Ron, what did you just say? Cyrus's mind felt as if it had been pricked by a needle. Harry has been locked in a gaze with Snape? Indeed, what's the matter? Harry replied dismissively. Though he knew Snape could deduct points, he was unwilling to yield. Let him deduct points if he wished. He had no desire to give Snape the satisfaction of thinking him timid. That would only delight him further. You are mistaken, Harry. If you do not meet his gaze, Snape will surely find a way to surreptitiously drop little pearls of wisdom, Cyrus remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The essence lay in the eye contact. It was well known that Snape was a master of the mind-blocking charm. His mental defenses were so formidable that even Voldemort would struggle to detect any flaws, unless Voldemort were to wield his wand with the intent of uncovering Snape's thoughts, which would likely render Snape an imbecile. The primary purpose of such a charm was to thwart legilimency. A master of mind-blocking would undoubtedly excel in the realm of legilimency as well. During that brief moment of eye contact between Harry and Snape, it was likely that all secrets had been laid bare to Snape. As for the flashback spell and that abominable attitude, it was merely Snape playing a part. He was reluctant to let anyone know, or rather, to admit that he was protecting James Potter's son. What irked Cyrus was that Snape probably already suspected Ginny's involvement. Now, there was yet another watchful eye to consider while he maneuvered through Hogwarts. However, this was somewhat unavoidable. After all, he had not grown up in the wizarding world and was not particularly attuned to magic. Cyrus felt a twinge of frustration, hoping that no complications would arise. The cramped restroom stall was filled with steam, and the viscous potion bubbled away, resembling a mass of scalding sludge. Hermione struggled to prepare the potion's ingredients, adding powdered snake skin and a small piece of horn into the mixture. At this rate, it should be ready in just over a week. Let's step outside. My neck is nearly stiffening. I truly do not understand why you two are crowding in here when you can be of no assistance, she complained. Meanwhile, Snape returned to his classroom in silence. Planning to brew polyjuice potion with bicorn horn and African snake skin? If you truly succeed, I shall commend you, he mused, a faint smirk flickering across his lips, reminiscent of a fleeting muscle spasm. Too bad Harry did not inherit Lily's aptitude for potions. It was safe to presume that the resourceful Miss Granger would be the one to concoct the potion. Harry and Ron were hardly qualified to assist her. That first year, Ginny Weasley, however, exhibited some talent. Yet, Snape dismissed Hermione's rigid adherence to rules, finding her devoid of creativity. The disparity between Hermione's potion-making skills and Snape's is indeed pronounced, as evidenced in the season of the Half-Blood Prince. Upon acquiring Snape's old notes, Harry swiftly eclipsed Hermione in potions class, claiming the top spot. Perhaps both achieved a perfect score, yet Hermione's excellence is rooted in her genuine mastery, while Snape's perfection is constrained by a ceiling of 100. He chose not to pursue the matter of Harry and his friends pilfering potions to concoct the polyjuice potion. After all, Dumbledore had just acknowledged the opening of the Chamber of Secrets, and allowing these youngsters to meddle could yield unforeseen benefits. However, how dare she steal my dragon's blood? That requires 17 sickles for just an ounce. Snape glared furiously at a large container on the shelf, now nearly empty, signifying that at least 6 pints of dragon blood had been absconded by the thief. Just the dragon blood alone had cost him 120 galleons, and the losses did not end there. 3 drops of phoenix tears, those I had shamelessly begged Dumbledore for. I felt no sorrow over the venom of the basilisk, as I had a whole brood of snakes from which to extract venom. But how dare they take my snakes as well? Snape felt as though his chest might explode. The very boxes where he kept his snakes were now utterly bare. Even the freshly laid snake eggs had been taken by Celery, a tuft of Chimera's mane. Snape pinched the bridge of his nose, striving to stave off faintness. As a XXXXX dangerous level Chimera, only one had been recorded as slain by a wizard, rendering the magical materials from this creature exceedingly rare and effectively priceless. He meticulously tallied the stolen materials until finally, he came to a large bottle of Morning Dew. This was inexpensive and could be found anywhere. He seemed to lose his mind, his chest heaving violently, yet he smiled, his voice sounding as if he were biting on a piece of iron, lamenting that for this jar of Morning Dew, he had been over in the Forbidden Forest, collecting leaf by leaf, nearly breaking his spine. Snape fainted. I have a feeling that Snape will not easily let this go. My only hope is that he does not discover our theft. By the way, you didn't take more than necessary, did you? Ron asked, casting a wary glance at Celery. Celery produced a few snake eggs from his sleeve, placing them over his wand to roast, then tilted his head in contemplation. No, I didn't tea. Enough of that. Let me treat you to some roasted eggs. Without hesitation, Ron cracked one open, and the delightful aroma of the snake egg filled the air. Delicious. Chapter 31, Lockhart. A foolish potioneer, what skills could he possibly have? Upon awakening, Snape hastened to Dumbledore's office, urgency coursing through him. He feared that he would never recover his magical materials, as he possessed no evidence to substantiate his claims. The Ministry of Magic had always dismissed the use of legilimency as proof, considering memories to be malleable. However, a loss exceeding 1,000 galleons necessitated the identification of a scapegoat for reimbursement, and he was determined that this scapegoat would not be himself. As Snape stormed into the headmaster's chamber, he was dismayed to find that another insufferable peacock, Lockhart, was present. Please wait, Severus, Dumbledore said calmly. Good afternoon, Snape, Lockhart greeted, flashing a self-satisfied smile that only exacerbated Snape's irritation. What brings you here? Have you heard of my intention to propose the establishment of a dueling club and come to offer your assistance? Dueling club? Lockhart's words briefly distracted Snape from his fury, replaced by a look of disdain, as if to say you. Yet Lockhart remained oblivious, likely convinced he was the most suitable candidate for such a venture. Dumbledore, the situation is dire. Someone has been injured. I believe it is imperative to establish a dueling club to adequately train everyone in self-defense for the day they may need it. I have utilized the protective measures countless times and am a member of the Dark Arts Defense Association. Surely, no one is more qualified than I. He gazed intently at Dumbledore, anticipating an affirmative response. Dumbledore agreed almost immediately, much to Lockhart's elation. Trust me, you will be grateful for this decision, he proclaimed, wearing an expression of someone who had just struck gold. Although I shall agree to teach this course. The club is a personal contribution to my alma mater. Such opportunities do not arise frequently. How very generous of you. Dumbledore replied with amusement. Now, as for your choice of assistant, how about Phileas? He was quite the dueling champion in his youth, Dumbledore suggested enthusiastically. Upon hearing the term dueling champion, Lockhart's expression shifted dramatically, and he began to pace anxiously within the office. However, he soon conjured a suitable excuse. Phileas, though formidable in his youth, I now question his ability to keep pace with me. To be frank, had wizard dueling not been abolished in Britain, I might very well be the reigning champion myself. At this proclamation, even Snape found the assertion ludicrous. Just then, Lockhart's gaze fell upon Snape, recalling his school days when it seemed he was often bullied by several Gryffindors. They were 4 years apart, and Lockhart was not particularly well acquainted with Snape's academic performance. Yet, I still faintly recall a student from Slytherin House, notorious for his aversion to washing his hair, who was frequently bullied by a few members of Gryffindor. If that is the case, he must possess little talent. Indeed, what skills could a surly potioneer possibly have? The technique of incinerating cauldrons cannot be applied to a duel. With this thought, Lockhart's eyes sparkled with inspiration, and he immediately resorted to a provocation. Professor Snape, you are quite remarkable. However, I fear my formidable magical prowess might inadvertently harm you, so I shall consider others instead. Harm me? How absurd. Snape, amused yet infuriated, cast a disdainful glance at Lockhart. As it happens, I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding dueling. How splendid. Lockhart, apprehensive that Snape might decline, swiftly approached and clapped his hands on Snape's shoulders. Let it be so, Dumbledore. Allow Snape to be my assistant. Rest assured, I shall ensure that the student's potions professor remains unharmed. Snape, repulsed, brushed Lockhart's hands off his shoulders and ruthlessly wiped his palms on his cloak. Since you have reached an agreement, how delightful, Dumbledore remarked, preparing to dismiss them. So, Severus, what brings you to me? Snape, rekindled by Dumbledore's words, did not wait for Lockhart to exit the office before exclaiming, I must report a group of thieves who have stolen my potion ingredients. Stolen? Lockhart, who had been on the verge of leaving the office, immediately reversed direction and strode over, sensing that his dueling assistant seemed to have encountered a minor predicament. However, when it comes to catching thieves, I assure you, if you have read my works, you would know I have done it countless times. Uncovering clues and apprehending culprits is a task that has never daunted me. He enthusiastically pivoted, eager to take charge of the matter. Leave it to me. I shall capture the perpetrator by tomorrow at the latest. However, neither Snape nor Dumbledore paid him any heed. Their exchanged glances had already conveyed their understanding. The Board of Governors will compensate for your losses, Dumbledore stated. Furthermore, do take care. You needn't worry. I shall be vigilant. Snape retorted, flicking his cloak and departing. What is it? Lockhart wondered, perplexed as to why Snape had not sought assistance, but had suddenly left. Unwilling to miss any opportunity to shine, he hurried after Snape, chattering in his ear. Honestly, Snape, with my involvement, we will surely catch the thief red-handed. I am offering my services for free, considering we are colleagues. Otherwise, the price would be different. Gulme, lead me to your office. I possess a tracking charm that will swiftly reveal the culprit. Severus Snape was reminded of a curse that could render Harry's bones to dust, and a shiver ran down his spine, fearing that such a spell might obliterate his other potions. The very thought of Harry's bones being extracted incensed him further. How dare he, a mere child, bring harm upon Lily's son while Snape was endeavoring to safeguard him? You're finished, brat. I shall take great pleasure in being your assistant at the dueling club. Snape's laughter was tinged with cruelty. Translation, await your doom. However, Lockhart was lost in his own grandiose illusions. Very well then, let us organize a demonstration before Christmas. At that time, you may assist me with a small exhibition. Worry not, it shall not harm you. We shall rely on defensive spells, excluding weapons and armor. Although, that might prove somewhat challenging. Perhaps we could resort to a disarming charm instead. Chapter 32. Snape, you had better. Cyrus felt himself under scrutiny. Ever since he had pilfered a minuscule part of Snape's collection, the latter had kept a watchful eye on him. While wandering the halls of the school, Snape would occasionally materialize, his dark eyes scrutinizing Cyrus as though he were a nefarious criminal on trial. Cyrus surmised that Snape might be attempting to read his thoughts, although such endeavors had no effect on him. As for their lessons, it was even more apparent. Snape's disdain for him was practically inscribed upon his face. Miss Weasley, could you please enlighten us on the various properties of dragon's blood? During the final potion class before Christmas, Snape pointedly called upon Cyrus, posing a question that struck a chord of discomfort within him. 12, sir, Cyrus replied, rising to his feet. He had nearly anticipated that Snape would inquire about the effects of adding daffodil root powder to wormwood infusion. To his surprise, however, it was merely about the uses of dragon's blood, a topic indeed covered in the first-year textbook. The 12 applications of dragon's blood had been discovered and compiled by Professor Dumbledore, showcasing its efficacy in staunching bleeding, alleviating pain, and serving as a base for various cleansers, blemish removers, and wart treatments. You have discerned correctly, Snape remarked, visibly displeased. Now, why not elaborate on the properties of phoenix tears? But sir, we do not study phoenixes, Cyrus retorted, unyielding. Yet I believe it would be prudent for you to be aware of the uses of phoenix tears, as well as the venom of a basilisk and the hair of a chimera, so that, should you find yourself poisoned, you might know what could save your life. What do you think? He was nearly overtly suggesting that he was aware of Cyrus's knowledge of Ginny Weasley, that despicable thief. Nonetheless, Cyrus remained unfazed, even expressing gratitude. Thank you for your concern, sir. Should I ever acquire such costly ingredients, I shall certainly remember your advice today. Snape grew increasingly irate. Now, do enlighten me as to what morning dew might be used for. Who knows? Perhaps it serves to practice becoming an animagus, Cyrus replied, shaking his shoulders. Clearly, this was a rather dismissive answer, for Cyrus could not possibly possess the pupa of a death's head hawkmoth. And moreover, it was not even his own body. You had better, Snape snapped. For nearly an entire class, Cyrus had faced Snape's relentless scrutiny, yet he had managed to counter each challenge. Ultimately, Snape deducted 5 points from Gryffindor, citing, I have yet to dismiss the class, and you are fidgeting in your seat. He was not fond of the peculiar, almost ethereal quality of Luna's voice that drifted toward him. Turning his head, Cyrus beheld a girl with bulging eyes and an eccentric appearance. Clearly, he remarked, how could he possibly expect a middle-aged teacher, whom he had tormented not long ago, to take a liking to him? Furthermore, it was well known that Snape's affections were reserved solely for Lily. You look rather peculiar, yet far better than before, Luna chirped, tossing her hair playfully like a sprite. Cyrus could not help but marvel at her astonishing intuition. Parting ways with his Ravenclaw classmates on the 8th floor, he found a throng gathered around the notice board in the common room. What is happening? They are organizing a dueling club. The inaugural meeting is tonight, Fred and George, ever the doting brothers, excitedly explained to their sister Ginny. I have a plan, Fred declared, embracing his sister with unprecedented enthusiasm. Do you recall the last time you cursed Marcus in the Quidditch pitch? What? Are you worried he might retaliate? If he had any sense of dignity, he wouldn't. Fred replied. However, whether he might enlist other second- or third-year Slytherin students to confront you remains uncertain. Nevertheless, we unanimously believe you should not be afraid, right? Fred and George regarded him with encouraging gazes. I'm certainly not afraid. Let him bring Snape himself. Cyrus dismissed the notion entirely. Well said. If you displayed such confidence in front of Harry, he would surely fall for you. Cyrus merely rolled his eyes, yet the two brothers paid him no mind. Fred continued, we see this as an opportunity. The Slytherin team has been causing us trouble lately. A chance for a fair brawl is rare. So, what do you want me to do? Target the younger Slytherins. It would be splendid if it were Draco Malfoy. George interjected. Let's not forget that his father caused us trouble last summer. Teach them a proper lesson. The two spoke in unison, resolute and determined. If they intend to stir trouble, then I shall certainly take action. Cyrus nodded affirmatively. Perhaps alerted by their commotion, Percy emerged from the throng, protectively positioning himself behind Cyrus as he cast a wary glance towards Fred and George. What are you two discussing with Ginny? He inquired. Nothing much. The twins exchanged knowing glances, their lips curling into smirks, contemplating the plight of the Slytherin students. Regardless of your intentions, I strongly advise you to refrain from leading Ginny astray. Percy cautioned, otherwise, I shall inform Mother. With that, he firmly pulled Cyrus away from the two mischief-makers. Fred and George exchanged bemused looks before simultaneously adopting exaggerated, wounded expressions. Goodness, he actually believes we would corrupt Ginny. George chimed in. Implicit in their banter was the notion that Ginny was already quite remarkable, boldly casting spells at first year against seventh years. Moreover, it was clear to them that it was not they who posed a threat to Ginny's integrity, but rather someone else entirely. They had long noted that Ginny frequently squeezed into the restroom with Harry and his friends. The four of them together were not merely a thrill. They were an exhilarating combination. Don't pay them any mind, Percy remarked as he patted Cyrus on the shoulder. You are different, Ginny. His tone brimmed with immense expectation. Almost all the professors have praised you, stating that your performance is commendable. Hermione has also told me that you are very diligent. This is indeed a positive sign, Percy declared, conveniently overlooking Snape, who was notorious for never offering praise, let alone to Gryffindor. At this rate, You too can become a prefect by 5th year, achieve all your OWL certificates, and after 7th year, we can aspire to be student council president. Subsequently, upon graduation, we can seek promising positions within the Ministry of Magic. Percy enthused. The role of student council president at Hogwarts carries substantial weight. After all, it is the sole magical school in England, and Percy, shortly after graduation, became an assistant to Bartemius Crouch. Although other factors played a role, there is no doubt that if one aims for a promising career in the ministry, holding the title of student council president will pave the way for future success. Perhaps you think these aspirations are distant, but I believe it wise to plan ahead. First, I suggest you take every elective in your 3rd year. The reasons for this are manifold, and while I cannot elaborate further, I sincerely hope you will heed my advice. Though it may be tiring, you know that in families like ours, many tend to underestimate us. Percy paused, swallowing back his words, and then gave Cyrus a hearty pat on the back. I should not be burdening you with these thoughts, but regardless, strive diligently, will you? Do not emulate Fred and George. They are hardly exemplary role models. Do not emulate Ron. He is excessively playful and lacks any ambition, perpetually oblivious to his own actions. Chapter 33, The Dueling Club. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Cyrus and Harry, accompanied by a few others, returned to the Great Hall. The hall had completely transformed. The long dining tables had vanished, replaced by a gilded stage along one wall, illuminated by hundreds of floating candles. The ceiling had once again become a velvety black, and nearly all the students had gathered, jostling together, each holding their wands and wearing expressions of excitement. The 4 of them, owing to their petite stature, squeezed into the crowd, and Hermione remarked with difficulty, "I wonder who will teach us. I've heard that Professor Flitwick was a dueling champion in his youth. Perhaps it will be him." Regardless of who it was, before Harry could finish his thought, he was confronted by the last 2 individuals he wished to see ascend the stage. One was the resplendent Lockhart in his crimson robes, and the other was the brooding Snape, an antithesis to Lockhart's vibrant presence, clad in his ever-constant black attire. Harry's unfinished words morphed into a mournful groan. However, Hermione was elated. She still believed Lockhart to be as magnificent as he was depicted in his books. Any of his foolish antics were overshadowed by his dazzling appearance. It was hard to imagine Hermione being so irrational, utterly entranced by just Lockhart. Indeed, even in the wizarding world, physical allure holds a power comparable to potions. Otherwise, Tom Riddle would not have achieved such success. He deceived innocent girls, wealthy women, and even married men, a scoundrel relying solely on his looks. He even managed to fool a ghost. Condemnation. It must be condemned. What? Is this how I appear now? Well, that's no matter. Come closer, come closer. Can everyone see me? Can you all hear my voice? Splendid. Feeling the enthusiastic adoration of hundreds of female students, Lockhart became even more invigorated, performing with unrestrained zeal. You see, Professor Dumbledore has graciously permitted me to establish this modest dueling club, to thoroughly train you all, in case one day you find yourselves in need of self-defense, utilizing the very methods I have employed countless times. For further details, do refer to my published works. He continued, "Allow me to introduce my assistant, Professor Snape," Lockhart said, flashing a wide smile. "He has a modicum of knowledge regarding dueling and has generously agreed to assist me with a small demonstration before class." I said, "Fear not. Little ones, I assure you that after our demonstration, I shall return your potions professor to you in one piece, so there is no need for concern. Wouldn't it be splendid if they both ended up equally harmed?" Ron whispered to Harry. "Enough," said Sirius, shaking his head. "I fear Lockhart wouldn't withstand even a single spell from Snape. I have heard that Snape is the most formidable of the 4 heads. If he could unleash dark magic at will, then indeed, Snape's prowess would surpass that of the other 3 heads. His talents were so remarkable that even Voldemort took notice, having developed several spells during his school years. Furthermore, according to Sirius, by the age of 11, Snape had already acquired knowledge of curses and hexes that surpassed that of most 7th-year students." Harry wholeheartedly agreed with Sirius's assertion, for he witnessed Snape's upper lip curl in a manner reminiscent of a cat toying with its prey. He could not comprehend why Lockhart maintained his cheerful demeanor. Had Snape regarded him with such a gaze, he would have fled in the opposite direction with all his might. There are those who become ensnared in their own web of lies, which is truly lamentable, don't you think? Sirius whispered to Harry. Ron looked at him in astonishment. "Aren't you embarrassed now?" Sirius ignored him. At that moment, Lockhart and Snape turned to face each other and bowed. Lockhart flamboyantly gestured with his hands, while Snape merely shook his head in impatience. Then, they raised their wands before their chests like arrows. The students fell silent, their eyes fixed on the scene. akin to a crowd watching two masters duel atop the Forbidden Mountain, fearful that even the slightest noise might disrupt the encounter. As you can see, we hold our wands in the standard dueling position. Lockhart addressed the quiet crowd. On the count of 3, we shall cast our first spell. Rest assured, neither of us intends to take the other's life. I wouldn't dare wager on that, Snape replied, revealing a hint of his teeth as he chuckled softly. Simultaneously, they thrust their wands above their shoulders. 1, 2, 3. In an instant, Snape uttered the incantation, Expelliarmus. A blinding red light surged forth, and Lockhart staggered, propelled backward off the stage, crashing against the wall before sliding down to the floor in a heap. He was nearly dazed. Do we not agree you were merely a potion master? Why are you so powerful? Cheered Malfoy and several other Slytherin students. Hermione was bouncing on her toes. Do you think he's all right? She exclaimed, covering her mouth with her hands. Who cares? Harry and Ron replied in unison. Lockhart, unsteadily regaining his footing, found his hat had fallen, his wavy curls standing on end. Realizing the skeptical gazes of the young witches and wizards, Lockhart understood that he must regain control of the situation and salvage his dignity. He hurried back to the stage, the residual power of the spell leaving him dizzy and staggering. Well, as you can see, this is a disarming charm. I have lost my wand, thanks to you. Miss Brown. He turned to Snape. Yes, Professor Snape, do demonstrate this technique for them. The idea is indeed brilliant. However, I must say, your intention to employ such a tactic was rather transparent. If I wished to thwart you, it would require no effort at all. I believe, for the sake of their education, it might be beneficial to let them witness it. How shameless he was, Cyrus thought, his lips twitching. Clearly outmatched, yet still daring to say such things. Snape must be regretting using the disarming charm instead of the more lethal stunning spell. Indeed, Snape wore a face of fury. Lethifold seemingly noticed this and quickly interjected. The demonstration ends here. Now, I will come among you to pair you into groups of 2. Professor Snape, if you would be so kind as to assist me. They wove through the crowd, pairing the students. Lethifold assigned Neville and Justin Finch-Fletchley as a pair, but Snape made his way to Harry and his friends first. I think the dream team should be broken up. He sneered. Weasley, you can pair with Finnegan. Potter. Harry instinctively moved closer to Hermione. I do not think so, Snape replied, his smile as cold as ice. Malfoy, come here. Let us see what you can make of the illustrious Potter. Miss Granger, you may pair with Miss Burbage. As for you, Ginny Weasley. His lips curled into a wicked grin. Chapter 34, The Golden Bell Falls. Cyrus saw Malfoy strut over, followed by a robust girl, evidently Miss Burbage, as mentioned by Snape. He also noticed Fred and George hiding in the crowd, waving encouragement at him. Fred was even mouthing reminders not to forget to teach the Slytherin students a lesson. As for you, Ginny Weasley, I believe someone would be eager to partner with you. Snape sneered. Flint, your chance has come. He stepped aside and a man, more muscular than a gorilla, emerged with a cruel grin. The hall fell eerily silent. Fred and George could no longer wave their arms, as if petrified by a basilisk. He has finally lost it. Ron could no longer restrain himself and voiced his thoughts aloud. Snape shot him a fierce glare, but this time Ron did not back down. To pit a first year against a 6th year, is that not madness? Not to mention Marcus Flint has already been ambushed by Ginny before. He is clearly prepared this time. Professor, I believe this is utterly unreasonable. Percy furrowed his brow and stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Celery's. I can face Flint, he declared. While he is indeed a commendable student, it does not imply he is obliged to acquiesce to every unreasonable demand of a professor. The students were correct. Lockhart rubbed his palms together and cautiously remarked, he is rather hesitant to counter Snape's opinions at this moment. Yet Snape's allocation is utterly preposterous. We established this club to equip young wizards with the ability to resist danger. Not to. I believe Flint possesses the capacity to embody a threat. Do you not think? Snape scoffed, adding, or is the ambush-practicing Miss Weasley dismissive of this defeated opponent? Others tried to voice their thoughts, but were interrupted by Celery's. Let him be, he nodded. I concur with Professor Snape on one point. He indeed resembles a perilous, brainless troll. It is truly lamentable that Slytherin now admits such students. This remark instantly offended a considerable number of Slytherins, with Malfoy, who initially aimed to confront Harry, practically itching to cast a curse at Celery's. Most infuriated of all was Marcus Flint himself. Just wait and see, he growled as he stepped aside, creating a suitable distance. The other students dispersed. Even those who had already paired off for dueling did not begin their matches, instead fixating on the impending contest that showcased a stark disparity in power. The Slytherins crossed their arms, preparing to witness a spectacle. Snape eagerly regarded Celery's, keen to unveil the true essence of Ginny Weasley. Last year, Dumbledore had instructed him to keep an eye on Quirrell, who subsequently became Voldemort's pawn. What Ginny Weasley represented at this moment remained uncertain. How could a first-year wizard possibly withstand his legitimacy? You ought not to agree to this. Hermione tugged at Celery's sleeve, while Ron and Harry were equally reluctant to depart. Each gripped their wands, vigilant against any potential ambush from Marcus Flint. Alternatively, we could leave. There is no requirement to partake in the club, Hermione suggested. It's fine. What is there to fear? Celery's replied nonchalantly. We stand with you, Ron asserted, gripping his wand, which was affixed with magical tape, taking a deep breath. Do not complicate matters. However, Harry may remain, Celery said, pushing Ron aside and turning to Harry. You can execute that spell Lockhart taught you. What? Harry was taken aback, wondering when Lockhart had ever imparted any secrets to him, except for your bones. With that, Celery's shoved Harry aside, brandishing his wand as he positioned himself before Flint. Harry and the others attempted to follow, but Snape flicked his cloak, halting them. I believe your opponents are on the other side. Several individuals turned their heads, and Malfoy revealed a sinister smile. Come on, let's have a few rounds of fun. All right, Lockhart said, his features contorting in a perplexed manner. Hermione looked at him expectantly, hoping he might intervene in this farce. Yet how could he muster the courage to defy Snape at that moment? In front of your partner, Lockhart proclaimed as he returned to the stage, bowing. Cyrus instantly extended his right hand to the side and gracefully bent at the waist. However, Flint appeared disinclined to bow. This displeased Cyrus. You ought to bow. I would never bow to a little brat like you, Marcus retorted scornfully. The Slytherins erupted in laughter, clearly delighted by Marcus's actions, believing it to be an insult to Gryffindor. You truly disappoint me. Slytherin possesses such a lack of decorum. Bowing is essential, Cyrus declared, raising the arm that held his wand above his head, wrist down, pressing the wand's tip downward. The scoffing Marcus suddenly felt his spine bend, as if someone were forcefully pressing down on his shoulder. Those who had been laughing immediately fell silent, their hearts racing as they gazed at Cyrus. Even Harry and his companions felt a twinge of fear. They had likely never witnessed such a terrifying Ginny Weasley. Enough! Cyrus nearly bent Marcus at a 90-degree angle. Had Snape not intervened with a spell, Marcus's face would have surely met the floor. Fearing further chaos, Lockhart hastily shouted before the enraged Marcus could retaliate. Raise your wands and be prepared. When I count to 3, cast your spells to disarm your opponent. We do not wish for any accidents. 1, 2, 3. Yet, Marcus acted as soon as Lockhart reached 2. He unleashed a vicious curse. But Cyrus effortlessly deflected it without even glancing. Without granting Marcus any time to react, he ruthlessly cast a spell. Marcus instantly felt a force seize his ankle, and his body was promptly flipped over, leaving him suspended from the opulent black velvet ceiling. The entire hall was left in stunned silence, and Snape was stirred by some rather unpleasant memories. Golden Bell dropped. He pointed his wand, and Marcus fell with a resounding thud. How did you know that spell, Ginny Weasley? Chapter 35. 3 Strikes Against Marcus. Snape's gaze was dark and furious as he observed Marcus dangling upside down, as if he were witnessing his own reflection. Who taught you that magic, Ginny Weasley? He strode up to Cyrus, his gaunt frame cloaked in black robes, looking down upon him with disdain. The spell employed by Sirius earlier was none other than the ensnarement charm, a creation of Severus Snape. Once inadvertently leaked, this enchantment swiftly gained popularity at Hogwarts, leading to Snape's eventual humiliation at the hands of James Potter, who wielded the very magic that Snape had devised. However, as the years have passed, few recall this incantation. Fortuitously, Sirius happens to be among those who do. Snape initially suspected Ginny Weasley of being possessed by Voldemort, akin to Quirrell. Yet Voldemort had little interest in such trivial antics. It was Bill who taught me, Sirius promptly retorted. Passing the matter off to Bill was a convenient excuse, given that he was likely somewhere within the confines of a pyramid in Egypt, and considering that Bill's schooling had commenced a decade after Snape's. It was plausible that this spell had still been in vogue during that time. Such a useful spell, and Bill never bothered to teach me, Ron exclaimed, clearly disgruntled. Next time, I shall write to berate him. Severus was, of course, familiar with the illustrious William Arthur Weasley, who had garnered 12 OWL certificates. Since Sirius had mentioned this, Snape had no means to discern the truth from the falsehood, and chose to let the matter rest. Headmaster, silence. Snape shot a scornful glare at Flint, whose embarrassment was palpable. His countenance reflected utter dismay. It was evident that Marcus Flint would henceforth be deemed a disgrace to all of Slytherin. Observing this, Harry couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Snape's misfortune was enough to bring him delight. Snape, clearly aware of Harry's satisfaction, redirected his ire towards him. It seemed that some individuals, upon witnessing others' triumph in competition, assumed they too would experience such fortune. His eyes narrowed as they shifted towards Harry, before his expressionless visage turned fully to face him. Potter, why do you not seek out your own opponent? Do you believe that others' serendipitous victories guarantee your own success? Draco Malfoy cast a disdainful glance at Marcus Flint before confidently stepping forward. I shall meet you, Potter. Harry, of course, could not shy away from the challenge. The other students, having regained their composure following the recent skirmish, began to confront their respective adversaries, resulting in immediate chaos. Each individual unleashed their curses. While the duels between Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw maintained a semblance of restraint, the clashes between Slytherin and Gryffindor were fueled by old grievances, leaving no room for mercy. Fred and George targeted Slytherin's beaters, while Wood engaged in covert sabotage. Some even attempted to take advantage of the disorder to launch an assault on Sirius, hoping to inflict suffering upon this adversary who had brought shame to Slytherin. In response, Sirius was unyielding, ensnaring all of them to the ceiling. More than 10 minutes later, as Lockhart shrieked with a piercing voice for the students to cease, the ceiling of the auditorium was adorned with a multitude of figures, resembling a grotesque display of green-tinged cured meats from a distance. Snape trembled, uncertain whether from cold or rage, ultimately remaining silent. He merely cast a sweeping universal counter-curse, liberating Malfoy, who was afflicted by the Jellylegs jinx, Harry, who was under the dancing feet charm, and the batch of desiccated snake strips dangling from the ceiling. Goodness gracious! Lockhart flitted about amongst the crowd, observing the aftermath of their duel. Stand up, Macmillan. Pay attention, Miss Fawcett squeezed tightly. The blood will stop soon, but regret washed over him, profound and palpable. His eyes, once vibrant, now reflected a desolate hopelessness. I truly ought not to have acquiesced to Dumbledore from the very outset. Had I not agreed, I would not be burdened with the position of defense against the dark arts professor. Had I not taken on this role, I would not have found myself in such a disheartening predicament, and thus I would not face this myriad of troubles. At last managing to quell the chaos, Lockhart stood in the center of the auditorium, his demeanor frantic. He cast a fleeting glance at Snape, only to be met with the chilling glint in Snape's dark eyes, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze. I believe it is prudent that I instruct you on how to counter hostile magic. Would a pair of volunteers, Longbottom and Finnegan, care to step forward? Though he proclaimed it a request for volunteers, he selectively chose two rather lackluster students, ensuring that, should calamity ensue, he would possess the means to rectify the situation. That is a most ill-advised notion, Professor Lockhart, Snape interjected, gliding across the stage like a sinister bat. Even the simplest incantation could wreak havoc in Longbottom's hands. In such a case, we would have no choice but to collect Finnegan's remains in a matchbox and dispatch them to the hospital. Neville's round face instantly flushed crimson, not due to Snape's disparaging remarks, but rather because Snape had completely misidentified him in Seamus. At that moment, Sirius sensed Snape's gaze sweep over him, prompting him to raise an eyebrow in defiance. He was curious to see if Snape would dare to pit him against Malfoy. Snape's eyes swept over Sirius and Harry, revealing an unmistakable desire for Harry to be the one to embarrass himself at this juncture. Yet, recalling Dumbledore's earlier words, he redirected his serpent-like gaze towards Sirius. What of Ginny Weasley and Marcus Flint? Lockhart inquired, startled by the suggestion. Despite his initial resolve to accept anyone Snape proposed, he was taken aback when those names emerged. I believe that might be rather inappropriate. You must remember, Miss Weasley is likely still a first year, Lockhart replied, his face contorted with uncertainty. Indeed, Snape articulated with deliberate precision. But I believe we ought to extend a modicum of leniency to the vanquished, should we not? His gaze fell upon Lockhart, the malice in his eyes unabashed, instilling a palpable fear within Lockhart. Very well then, Miss Weasley and Mr. Flint. Lockhart, daunted by Snape's presence, hastily summoned Sirius to his side. All right, Ginny. When Draco points his wand at you, you must respond thus. He raised his wand, attempting to conjure intricate patterns, only to inadvertently drop it to the ground. If you cannot offer any sound advice, then kindly step aside, sir, Sirius declared, irritation evident in his demeanor as he pushed Lockhart away. Ginny will prevail, won't she? Ron expressed his concern. Of course, Hermione replied confidently. Did you not see Ginny's remarkable prowess just now? Besides, the professor imparted a few techniques to her. She busied herself with her disheveled hair, still oblivious to Lockhart's true nature. If you're referring to dropping the wand, then indeed, Ron retorted, visibly displeased. He discerned that Snape was the one with genuine skill. Perhaps he would teach Flint a formidable spell? Fear not, Ron. We must have faith in Ginny, Harry reassured him, giving Ron's shoulder an encouraging pat. He felt a surreal sensation. For the first time, Snape was openly targeting another. Ron's intuition proved correct. As Marcus Flint approached Snape, the brooding figure immediately extended his claw-like hand, threateningly stating, "I shall grant you one more opportunity, Flint. I expect no further excuses." Snape's tone was frigid. However, should Ginny Weasley indeed possess the prowess he suspected, Flint stood no chance of victory. "Yes, sir. I will teach you a spell," Snape whispered into his ear. Marcus Flint strode confidently onto the dueling platform, eyes fixed on the diminutive Ginny standing a short distance away, torn between the fear of previous defeats and the disdain for a first-year student. Nevertheless, his anxiety was genuine. The ridicule of Slytherin had already reached its peak. Should he suffer another loss, he would either transfer schools or wish for his own demise. Chapter 36. The Blunder Emerges. Marcus Flint and Sirius stood upon the elevated platform. The stage resembled a makeshift dining table, with Flint cautiously eyeing his opponent, his face flushed with embarrassment. As a sixth-year student, he was to duel a young wizard under the scrutiny of nearly 1,000 spectators, while the latter appeared utterly at ease, disregarding Flint entirely. He felt a sense of humiliation and disgrace. Yet in truth, apart from the students of Gryffindor who were deliberately jeering, none of the other students deemed it inappropriate. After all, just moments ago, a first-year student named Ginny Weasley had transformed a dozen Slytherin students into desiccated snakes, hanging them from the ceiling of the Great Hall. "This time, I shall impart a lesson," Flint declared with fervor. He felt a distinct lack of confidence. Merely watching Cyrus twirl his wand made him break into a sweat. "I do hope you perform better. Otherwise, the standards of Slytherin will leave me sorely disappointed," Cyrus remarked nonchalantly. In truth, a brute like Flint, whose muscles outweighed his intellect, could be easily taught a lesson by Tom Riddle, who had already mastered spells at a first-year level. Frankly speaking, Flint wielding a wand was far less intimidating than if he were to charge at him with fists raised. "Come now, I shall grant you a chance. You may cast the first spell. A sneak attack is permissible," Cyrus offered generously. His arrogant demeanor caused Flint to clench his teeth, yet the Slytherin gorilla did not refuse. He merely tightened his grip on the wand and inhaled deeply. "Do not be anxious, Marcus. You were simply careless before," he repeatedly reassured himself. "She is merely a first-year witch. You cannot possibly lose." Lockhart once more declared the commencement, yet this time, Flint refrained from making the first move. He remained vigilant, casting wary glances at Cyrus, ever prepared to defend himself, fearful that, like before, his spell would be deflected. "What is the matter? Are you not going to make a move?" Cyrus found Flint's hesitance rather amusing. He had once resembled a gorilla, but now appeared more akin to a turtle retreating into its shell. As Cyrus stepped forward, Flint instinctively took a step back, a humiliating display that provoked ire among the Slytherin wizards. "What are you doing, Flint? Embarrassing yourself? Teach her a lesson. You might as well drop out. You worthless fool." Malfoy yelled the loudest. It was as if the fear of Ginny had not gripped them, as if they were the brave ones and only Marcus was the cowardly fool. Marcus shot a fierce glare at him, causing Malfoy to retract his head, silenced by intimidation. At last, the gorilla found himself compelled to act. He raised his wand, and Cyrus was pleased he still remembered himself as a wizard, suddenly unleashing a stunning spell. Cyrus recognized it as a stunning spell, for Marcus had pronounced the incantation aloud. He had yet to master the art of silent spells. Only the lesser curses could be executed with relative ease. Cyrus did not bother to defend himself. He merely tilted his head slightly to evade the straightforward attack that sailed past him. Dueling is far from a simple endeavor of standing idly by and casting spells. The confrontation with Marcus rendered even Cyrus quite bored. He allowed his opponent a few moves, or rather, the intentions behind Marcus's every spell were so glaringly evident that Cyrus easily evaded them. This was exceedingly effortless for him, yet the spectators below were on edge. From their perspective, Ginny Weasley, for reasons unknown, refrained from counterattacking and could only dodge Marcus's assaults. Each spell whizzed past her petite form, crashing against the walls with a resounding thud. "Ginny, counterattack!" Ron shouted in terror. "Knock her down, Flint!" The Slytherin wizards were relentless. Every student from the other houses was on high alert, with 3 of them fretting over Ginny, while the Slytherin students eagerly anticipated Flint's chance at redemption. Even Marcus Flint himself believed he held the upper hand, as his spells became increasingly frequent and aggressive, advancing towards Cyrus in a bid to exert greater pressure. Ginny Weasley? Merely a trifling matter, he mused, feeling assured of victory. Only Snape discerned Cyrus's composed ease, and even that was a euphemistic portrayal. She regarded Flint with disdain, Snape pondered, her expression notably grim. A first-year student, barely half a semester into her studies, defeating a sixth-year wizard was a preposterous notion, not to mention the vast disparity in strength between the two at that moment. Without a doubt, Ginny Weasley was in trouble. "You are rendering this exceedingly dull, Mr. Flint," Cyrus remarked, weary of this child's play. With a flick of his wrist, his wand emitted a sharp whistle through the air. Flint's powerful spell was effortlessly shattered before Cyrus, appearing to him as nothing more than a mere decorative firework. Marcus faltered, as though doused with cold water, his previous bravado extinguished. Now, with his wand in hand, he felt the weight of Cyrus's gaze upon him, an unsettling sense of dread creeping in. Cyrus leisurely grasped his wand and unleashed a formidable spell. The brilliance illuminated the astonished faces of the young wizards encircling the stage, instinctively causing them to close their eyes and step back in trepidation. "Protective charm," Marcus Flint called out urgently. Then came a resounding thud, reminiscent of a firecracker exploding while being muffled. The stage seemed to tremble slightly. "What is happening?" Ron asked, trembling with fear. Harry's gaze remained fixed. Flint had successfully deflected the spell. Flint on stage swayed unsteadily, as if intoxicated, his hands tingling. Yet he managed to withstand the incantation. With a sigh of relief, he thought, at least he had managed to block the spell, hadn't he? Little did he know, this was merely the extent of Cyrus's dueling prowess. Moreover, a competent shield charm ought not only to block an attack, but should also rebound the spell's force. "How many times can you withstand it, Flint?" Cyrus taunted. Marcus observed Ginny's delightful visage, yet he swallowed nervously, feeling as though in the presence of a fierce beast rather than an adorable girl. He instinctively stepped back, only to hear an even more terrifying voice behind him. "Use the spell I taught you," Flint heard Severus Snape roar in his distinctive manner. Flint trembled and took a step towards Cyrus, not from newfound bravery, but as if pricked by thorns, propelling him forward. Out sprang a blunder. The tip of his wand erupted, and a black serpent surged forth, landing heavily on the ground, rearing up with bared fangs, ready to hiss. Nearby young wizards immediately recoiled in horror, their faces turning pale. Marcus, witnessing the spell taught by Snape come to life, looked proudly at Cyrus, yet found no trace of fear upon his face. In fact, Cyrus was studying the little black snake he had summoned. Compared to a basilisk, it was as diminutive as a black ribbon, yet it hissed menacingly, appearing more endearing than frightening. "What's the matter, Flint? Don't tell me you intend to frighten me with this creature?" Cyrus chuckled lightly, adept in Parseltongue, unlike Harry, who spoke it unknowingly. "It's quite all right. Even the small ones are charming." Flint felt humiliated, having endured sufficient indignities, yet he could not swallow this particular affront. Seeing Cyrus's infuriating expression, he steeled himself and unleashed another spell upon the serpent. This time, it was an enlargement charm. The black snake swelled as if air were being pumped into it. Rapidly expanding, its head nearly grazed the ceiling, and with a powerful sweep of its tail, it sent Flint himself flying. Chaos erupted in the hall. The young wizard screamed and darted about like a swarm of frightened mice, colliding into one another. Gilderoy Lockhart's legs buckled, and he fell to the ground. Chapter 37. Parseltongue. The hall was filled with the shrieks of young wizards. Several witches fainted from sheer fright, and even Snape's complexion turned pale. Of course, Snape harbored no fear of a mere snake of somewhat larger proportions. The fact that the creature was susceptible to the enlargement charm indicated that it was not a magical beast, lacking substantial magical resistance. A single spell could easily bring about its demise. However, the current chaos was alarming. What if the young witches and wizards were injured? He could not help but resent Flint, that useless fool, who had instructed him to employ the enlargement charm on a summoned creature. At that moment, Flint had already succumbed to the very serpent he had conjured. "Calm down." Snape was compelled to imbue his voice with a spell, ensuring it resonated in the ears of every young witch and wizard present. This was perhaps the loudest he had ever spoken in his life, to the extent that Harry felt as if Snape's voice reverberated within his ears, inducing a wave of nausea. "Ginny, run!" Ron exclaimed, his face a mask of panic. He, along with Percy and the twins, longed to rush forth and retrieve Sirius. But the throng of young witches and wizards was in full flight, nearly 1,000 of them huddled together, like a receding tide, carrying them further away. Hermione was utterly bewildered, unsure of what to do, her mind a blank until Harry called out to her. "Get me over there, Hermione." "What?" "Send me to Ginny's side," Harry shouted urgently. "But how?" "Use the levitation charm on my clothes." Harry quickly devised a solution. "All right, I understand." If Hermione had been a tad more composed, she might have realized that instead of sending Harry over, It would have been more prudent to bring Ginny to him. Yet at this moment, her mind was clouded, and she could only passively follow his instructions. Fortunately, she had not forgotten the incantation, Wingardium Leviosa, as Hermione's wand ascended. Harry immediately felt his garments ensnared by an unseen force, lifting him into the air. His perspective shifted dramatically. He cherished the sight of Hermione's flustered face and glimpsed Ron, who had been separated from them, desperately attempting to reach Ginny, only to be thwarted by Draco. George and Fred were being held back by Lee and Wood, while Percy, struggling with his stamina, was nearly overwhelmed by the crowd. In a moment, Harry felt himself spinning uncontrollably before crashing heavily onto the stage, landing between Ginny and the enormous black serpent. Harry? Potter? Sirius and Snape exclaimed in astonishment simultaneously. How did you get here, Harry? Sirius inquired calmly. Harry attempted to respond, but as he fell, he had twisted his ankle, and the pain made him gasp. Don't move. Weasley urged me to step forward towards Snape, his heart in his throat, fearing that even the slightest movement from Harry or the serpent would provoke the creature. He dared not cast a spell to slay it. Even a dead snake could still pose a danger, for even a single head could penetrate a person's body with its venomous fangs. However, Harry felt no obligation to heed Snape's caution. He possessed the ability to converse with the serpent. Without a second thought, he took a step forward, his gaze fixed upon the dark snake. Cyrus observed Harry's small frame, recognizing the trepidation that lingered within him. Yet, Ginny Weasley was the sister of his closest friend, and thus he was willing to risk everything to save her. Cyrus, of course, did not require his assistance. Harry, you need not. But Harry had already parted his lips, emitting a hoarse, terrifying sound. Instantly, the hall fell silent, far more effective than any amplification charm Snape could conjure. The enormous black snake ceased its movements, lowering its head to rest against Harry's chest, appearing remarkably docile. It's all right, Ginny, Harry sighed with relief, reaching out to stroke the snake's head. It was only then that he turned to see the entire hall of 1,000 spectators gazing at him in sheer horror. What's wrong? Harry asked, bewildered. Yet before anyone could respond, Cyrus had seized his wrist, urging him to leap down from the stage. What is going on? Don't speak, just move. Ron dashed over, grabbing Harry's other hand, while Hermione promptly followed suit. As they passed, people hastily cleared a path, avoiding Harry as if he were the serpent itself. They remained silent, racing from the first floor to the tower, eventually reaching the now deserted Gryffindor common room, where Ron finally broke the silence. You're a Parselmouth. Why didn't you tell us? A what? Harry was perplexed, but he sensed something was amiss. A Parselmouth. Cyrus feigned astonishment, as if this revelation were entirely new to him. You can converse with snakes. I understand now, Harry replied. I mean, this is the second time I've done so. Once at the zoo, I inadvertently released a large python, which lunged at my cousin Dudley. It's a long story. The python told me it had never been to Brazil, and without realizing it, I set it free. I didn't mean to. I was unaware I was a wizard at the time. A python told you it had never been to Brazil? Ron asked faintly. What is the matter? Harry responded. I bet many people here could do the same. You are mistaken, Harry. Severus shook his head. Only a handful of individuals can comprehend the language of snakes. Very few, and it is quite dreadful. What is so dreadful? Harry inquired. If I hadn't calmed that serpent, it might have attacked you. Oh, is that what you conveyed to it? Severus asked. What do you mean by that? You were present. You heard my words. We cannot understand, Ron interjected. I heard you speaking in parcel tongue, the language of snakes. What you said could mean anything. The tone of your voice suggested you were inciting that serpent. It was unsettling, you know, Severus remarked. Indeed, he possessed that talent, but unlike Harry, he wielded his control over parcel tongue with greater ease. Of course, I know you would never harm me, but they might not share that sentiment. Harry stared at him, bewildered. Did I speak another language? But how could I possibly speak a language without being aware of it? Ron shook his head. He and Hermione appeared somber, as if mourning a loss. Harry could not fathom what was so alarming. But even so, what does it matter? You all trust me. That is sufficient. I assent to it. You know I intended to save you, right? He addressed Severus. So what difference does it make if I converse with snakes? It matters greatly. Hermione finally spoke in a hushed tone, for the ability to speak with snakes is a renowned trait of Salazar Slytherin. Hence, the emblem of the Slytherin house is a serpent. Harry's mouth fell open. Exactly, Severus continued. Now the entire school will perceive you as a descendant of Slytherin. They will think you are the heir who opened the Chamber of Secrets. But I am not, Harry protested, a sense of inexplicable panic washing over him. You will find it challenging to disprove, Hermione stated. He lived over 1,000 years ago. Based on what we know, it is quite probable that you are indeed his heir. Not to mention, Severus regarded Harry intently, pressing his lips together. Furthermore, rumors need not seek your consent. Harry was immediately struck by a profound silence. Chapter 38. Hermione. Shall we take a bath together? The four remained silent for a while. Harry feeling troubled as Severus slowly approached the window, where gentle snow began to fall. Severus, too, was lost in thought. The only sound in the common room was the crackling of the fire. Before long, Harry and Ron retreated upstairs to rest. He was likely anxious about the impending return of the club members. Truth be told, in light of such events, Harry was uncertain how to proceed. Evading the situation seemed the simplest choice. In the common room, only Cyrus and Hermione remained. The young witch picked up a book, and after a short while, began to feel a hint of drowsiness. Shall we take a rest? Hermione suggested to Cyrus, adding, how about a bath first? It's rather chilly. Cyrus replied, sure. Hogwarts boasted numerous washrooms for bathing. In fact, the dormitory itself contained a bathhouse. However, unlike the luxurious prefect's bathroom, the dormitory's bathing area was merely a communal space divided by gender. As Cyrus inhabited Ginny's body, he could only access the girls' bathhouse. Inside, the bathhouse was pleasantly warm, with a soothing stream of warm water cascading from the showerhead. Although Hogwarts lacked solar panels or water heaters, magic could easily warm the water. The bathroom was shrouded in mist, and Cyrus sat alongside another girl while Hermione diligently washed her fluffy hair. Ginny, could you help me scrub my back? I can't quite reach, Hermione asked. Of course, Cyrus replied calmly. He was not particularly interested in Hermione, despite her youthful charm. The following morning, Cyrus descended the stairs in Ginny's seemingly revitalized body, discovering Harry seated silently beside the crackling fireplace. Ron and Hermione were engaged in a game of wizard chess. What's wrong? Aren't you going to class? Ron inquired. Herbology has been canceled today, Ron turned to explain. A blizzard has struck, and Professor Sprout is busy dressing the mandrakes in socks and scarves. Then Hermione leaned closer to Cyrus and whispered, it's quite difficult for Harry. Everyone's avoiding him after yesterday's incident. I think I can help clarify things, Cyrus contemplated before Harry stood from the sofa, saying, no, it's fine, thank you. I don't care what they think of me. As long as you all believe in me, that's enough. Where are you going? Ron asked as he noticed Cyrus and Harry heading outside. He recalled that Ginny's classes seemed to be in the afternoon. Breakfast. I just need some fresh air. Cyrus and Harry exited the common room together. Outside, a fierce snowstorm had indeed begun, with thick, gray snowflakes swirling in the air, sealing every window and rendering the castle significantly dimmer than usual during the day. Don't worry too much, Harry. I believe they will soon realize you would never commit such an act. Everyone knows you are an upright person, Cyrus reassured him. Thank you, Ginny. Harry replied with a faint smile, though he held little hope. Just as Ginny had said yesterday, those people did not care about the truth. They needed a scapegoat. And with all that had transpired, they desired an outlet for their emotions. He was the perfect target, and it was best if he bore the brunt of it. Who could deny that he is the illustrious Harry Potter? Associating a renowned figure with malevolent acts invariably brings a peculiar satisfaction to individuals, as if such connections render them more perceptive than their peers. The two did not proceed together. Rather, they parted ways swiftly. Severus chose not to dine in the Great Hall, but instead redirected himself to the third-floor lavatory. The series of assaults must persist. These attacks are not merely for the sake of violence, but to instigate a state of panic, drawing attention to the events within Hogwarts. Only then could Severus devise a means to temporarily expel Dumbledore from the school. Otherwise, even with his resurrection, he would remain no match for Dumbledore. Before long, he emerged alone from the lavatory, as the basilisk slithered through the pipes. Severus traversed the corridor in search of his next target. Outside, snow fell heavily thick, somber flakes swirling in the air while the corridor filled with the biting wind. He soon identified a target, Justin Finch-Fletchley, a second-year Hufflepuff wizard from the Muggle world. He appeared to be heading to the kitchen for a little extra nourishment, accompanied by a friend whose name eluded Severus but was of little consequence. Casting a disillusionment charm upon himself, he trailed behind them. Ernie, do you really think Harry Potter could be the heir of Slytherin? Justin inquired of his companion as they walked. To be honest, I only learned about Parseltongue yesterday. It seems that it's a skill exclusive to dark wizards. Ernie asserted confidently, adding, and you saw how terrifying he was when he spoke to that snake yesterday. Perhaps you were right, Justin replied thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. As Severus approached them, he drew his wand and waved it near Justin's temple. Soul extraction. Justin's eyes instantly grew vacant, as if his very essence had been siphoned away. He halted in his tracks. What's wrong? Ernie asked, puzzled. Nothing. I just remembered I have something to attend to. Could you fetch me a cup of hot pumpkin juice? Justin spoke numbly under Severus's control. Sure, just be careful on your way back. I recall you mentioned being Muggle-born, right? Ernie replied, oblivious to the manipulation. I will be cautious, Severus guided Justin away. Fortunately, given the inclement weather, the corridors were sparsely populated. The cold and snow deterred many from venturing out. He led Justin in search of the castle's spectral remnants, and soon encountered the headless Nick, who was meandering through a dark corridor. Thereupon, he lifted the soul-binding curse from Justin. The befuddled wizard remained in a state of confusion, gazing around in bewilderment. How did I end up here? And you, what brings you here? Surely, it was you who wandered over? Nick tilted his head, nearly causing it to fall off, his face a mask of perplexity. You are the ghost of Gryffindor? What is your purpose here? Nothing of great consequence, merely alleviating burdens, Nick replied gloomily. Moreover, I noticed that the window here was open. I intended to close it for you, only to realize that I am deceased, a mere specter. As he spoke, he suddenly observed an expression of sheer terror manifest on Justin's face, who then collapsed as if his very soul had fled in fright. What is this? Am I truly so frightful as a ghost? Nick exclaimed in disbelief. I recall making my presence known to the young wizards at the start of each school year. He turned his head in a peculiar manner, now understanding the source of Justin's dread. Chapter 39, The Marauder's Map. Justin has been petrified. Alongside him, the nearly headless Nick faced the same fate. A terrifying assailant had struck, capable of harming even the deceased Nick. To make matters worse, Harry once more appeared, quite coincidentally, at the scene of the incident and was caught red-handed. He was now being escorted to Dumbledore's office by Professor McGonagall. Sirius squeezed through the crowd, chewing on a piece of bread, seemingly oblivious to the chaos unfolding. Just in time, Ginny, Ron exclaimed upon spotting him, akin to a man seeing a savior. The anticipation was palpable in his and Hermione's eyes, both hoping Sirius could provide some valuable insight. Ginny, you left with Harry. Did you notice anything unusual? Ron inquired eagerly. No, I went straight to the Great Hall, she replied. The moment those words left her lips, disappointment washed over Ron's face. Hermione then proceeded to explain to Sirius what he already knew too well. Were it not for our understanding of Harry, even we might suspect him as the culprit. Harry Potter is the heir of Slytherin, George. Fred chuckled, shaking his head while glancing at his brother. George mirrored his incredulity, yet they found the situation rather amusing. The most nefarious dark wizard, Harry Potter, is a Gryffindor. We have indeed vanquished all of Slytherin, George said with a grin, lamenting the missed opportunity to uncover the identity of the assailant. Their banter immediately piqued Sirius's interest. The Marauder's Map, this artifact, with its divine perspective, was perfect for tracking down the perpetrator. However, the twins, to prevent the map's existence from being revealed, would naturally refrain from brandishing it at all times. Yet what if, during his next attempt to confront someone, they happened to pull out a map? Cyrus could not guarantee that the current trajectory of events aligned perfectly with the original narrative. Moreover, Dumbledore had begun to harbor suspicions about him. If he intended to escape from Hogwarts, the map would undoubtedly prove invaluable. Even if it were merely to ascertain Dumbledore's whereabouts, it would afford him a considerable advantage. Thus, he promptly approached the twins and pulled them aside. What are you doing, Ginny? I have a feeling you are up to no good. I am your sister. How could I possibly harbor any ill intentions? Cyrus exclaimed innocently. I ask you, how did I perform last night? Did I not thoroughly best the Slytherins? Indeed you did. Fred and George chimed in unison, reminiscing about the previous night's duel against Slytherin, declaring, I dare say they shall not hold their heads high for the entirety of this year. A whole year? I wager that as long as Ginny remains at Hogwarts, they will have much to endure. Given my stellar performance, might you assist me with a favor? Cyrus revealed the map of Yin Kingdom to them, preparing to unveil his true intention. However, the twins remained unimpressed. You dealt with Slytherin. What concern is that of ours? Fred, without hesitation, anticipated his sister was about to make a rather inconvenient request. After all, Flint, that brutish gorilla, sought revenge on you for your curse. Precisely. If we trace it back further, you acted out of vengeance for Ron, George interjected immediately. But it was you who urged me to be ruthless with the Slytherin students before the duel club commenced. Cyrus glanced back at Ron discreetly. Do you truly believe Ron can be of any assistance? The brothers instinctively looked at the somewhat dim-witted Ron, momentarily finding Cyrus's argument compelling. You convinced us, particularly with that latter statement, they said in unison. Very well, let us see what our beloved sister requires. Do you remember the first day of school when you saved me? Are you referring to the secret passage? Fred feigned ignorance. No. Cyrus raised his voice, but lowered it again, wary of being overheard. I mean the method you possess that allows you to see where others are without being seen. Perhaps it could help us find the true culprit. It appears our sister has set her sights on our successful secret, George. I'm not surprised. But that is a firm no. George replied immediately. In truth, Cyrus's proposal aligned with their initial thoughts, and they had indeed attempted it before. It is impossible for Ginny to succeed. No one knows when the heir will strike, and one cannot keep their gaze fixed upon the map indefinitely. We must take a chance, Cyrus declared, noting the numerous victims already claimed, and with Harry wrongfully accused, we cannot allow the murderer to continue their rampage. Hand it over. Otherwise, I shall inform Dumbledore. Upon hearing this, Fred and George appeared deeply wounded. Did you hear that? Our dear sister is threatening us. Indeed, Fred. My ears are perfectly fine, George replied, his face etched with sorrow. If you don't want the professor to find out, quickly produce it. No, we would rather the professor know. Cyrus was astonished that, despite the gravity of the situation, they were still reluctant to reveal the map. Why? Once I locate the murderer, I shall return the map to you. No, that is far too perilous, Ginny. We do not wish to hear of you being petrified. Dumbledore stated that such a petrification curse can only be cast by one well-versed in dark magic, and you are merely a first year, though the twins may seem carefree. They genuinely care for their sister's well-being. I am more capable than both of you, Cyrus asserted sternly. And do you think my position would be safe after defeating and humiliating those Slytherin students? If the heir truly hails from Slytherin, they must harbor a deep-seated hatred for me. But you are a pure blood, Fred faltered. I am. Yet there is no evidence to suggest that individual would spare purebloods. Is there? The writing on the wall states to beware of those opposed to the heir. Caution is not for mudbloods, but for the prudent. Cyrus's words left them speechless. If I could foresee the positions of others, perhaps I could discern who intends to attack me. Correct? That makes sense. After a moment of hesitation, the twins ultimately agreed with Cyrus's reasoning. An obvious attack is easily evaded, but a hidden strike is much harder to defend against. Give it to her. After all, we have practically figured it out anyway. George nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they led Cyrus to the common room's exterior. The snowstorm raged on, and the cold was biting, leaving almost no one lingering outside. Nevertheless, to be on the safe side, they found an empty classroom and locked the door securely. Then, Fred dramatically produced a square piece of paper from his robes. Honestly, I'm rather reluctant to part with it. Indeed, I recall our first year, young, carefree, and utterly innocent. Cyrus smiled immediately. Ah, how innocent we were back then. We had a little spat with Filch. He dragged us into his office and commenced his usual threats. We could not help but cast our gaze upon one of his filing cabinet drawers, which bore the ominous label of confiscated items, highly dangerous. What would you do if you were in our position? Fred remarked, as George tossed another dung bomb to divert his attention. I immediately opened the drawer and seized it. It wasn't as dreadful as it sounded. You know, George said, we estimate that Filch never quite figured out how to use it. However, he must have had an inkling of its nature. Otherwise, he wouldn't have confiscated it. Do you know how to use it? Oh, indeed, Fred replied with a proud grin. This little gem has taught us more than all the teachers in the school combined. He drew his wand and lightly tapped the parchment, declaring, I solemnly swear I am up to no good. In an instant, delicate lines of ink spread like a spider's web from the tip of George's wand, intertwining and expanding to every corner of the parchment. Then, words appeared in elegant green script. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. A map for the aid of those who create magical mischief. Presenting the Marauder's Map. This map detailed every nuance of Hogwarts Castle and its grounds, but most remarkably, numerous tiny black dots moved across the map, each labeled with a minuscule name. Apart from indicating the location of every individual, it also marked many secret passages. The last one we used led to Hogsmeade. However, we were concerned about you wandering out alone, so we deceived you into thinking it was blocked. Yet now, we must concede that your talents are indeed impressive. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. George exclaimed while patting the title of the map, thanking them profusely. Noble souls. Tirelessly working to assist the new generation of rule-breaking students, Fred intoned solemnly. Quite right, George chimed in cheerfully, just don't forget to erase it after use. Otherwise, anyone could see it, Fred warned. A simple tap and the incantation, mischief managed, will revert it to a blank sheet. Well then, little Ginny, Fred mockingly imitated Percy. Do take care. Upon receiving the parchment, Sirius immediately adopted an equally grave expression, thanking them, and promising to return it once he was finished. Chapter 40. Transforming Draco. After acquiring the Marauder's Map, Sirius could not resist studying it, a creation of several students, yet its efficacy was surprisingly potent. Sirius marveled at the distinction of students during wartime. Just look at what the current Hogwarts students are preoccupied with. The head boy, as a role model, is engaged in a romantic affair, and in the girls' restroom, no less. I'm speaking of you, Percy. Cyrus stood at the entrance of the third-floor restroom, initially intending to check on the progress of the polyjuice potion. However, upon witnessing a young man and woman within the girls' lavatory, his eyes narrowed in surprise. Ginny? Percy? Ginny's face flushed crimson as her hands recoiled from Penelope's arm, as if electrified. What are you doing here? You're supposed to be in the restroom. Cyrus stepped back, glancing at the sign outside to confirm once more that it was indeed the ladies' room. He then nonchalantly redirected his gaze toward the two star-crossed lovers. Romancing in the girls' restroom? I fail to comprehend your motives. Hogwarts does not prohibit romance. Why the secrecy? With that, he shifted his attention to Penelope. Penelope Clearwater. I'm from Ravenclaw. She stammered, her cheeks resembling a palette of vivid hues, her lips trembling as she spoke. Hello, Miss Clearwater, Cyrus replied, his primary concern being to usher the couple away from the third-floor restroom to avert any mishaps in an opportune moment. Listen, Ginny. Percy seemed to regain his composure amidst the tension and immediately interjected. Could you please keep this a secret? Cyrus retorted. Are you aware of the chaos that would ensue should George and Fred discover this? Just the thought of it sends shivers down my spine. They would undoubtedly write to Mom and hang countless banners throughout the school proclaiming, congratulations to model student Percy for finding a girlfriend, or something even worse. That might be acceptable, but I suggest you choose another location, Cyrus advised. Hiding in the girls' restroom is rather bold. Do you not realize Ron frequents this area? If you were to find out, it would soon be common knowledge throughout the school. At these words, Percy's expression darkened further. Thank you, Ginny. We should leave now. The pair hurried away as if fleeing a crime scene. Cyrus could still hear Percy complaining to Penelope. I told you this place was unsafe. We've already been discovered on our first visit. Well, you find us another spot. Penelope's voice carried an edge of irritation. Just then, Ron burst into the restroom, his expression tense as he scanned the area. You weren't caught, were you? I saw Percy and the Ravenclaw prefect earlier, but you didn't expose yourselves, did you? Well, I was caught, but what is so odd about being in the girls' restroom? Cyrus countered. As long as the potion is coming along well, that's what matters. Hermione pushed open the last stall door, revealing that the potion in the cauldron was nearly complete. They merely needed to add a strand of hair from Slytherin student. Preferably from Goyle or Crabbe, she added, turning to Harry and Ron. It looks promising, but what about you two? Harry inquired. I've already got mine. With a gleeful expression, Hermione produced a small vial from her pocket, revealing a strand of hair within. Do you recall the scene in the dueling club when Millicent wrestled with me? In her desperate attempt to choke me, she left this on my clothing. She mentioned that she would simply inform the Slytherins of her decision to return after a Christmas break. Severus also presented a few strands of hair. Reluctantly, Ron and Harry were tasked with procuring hair from Goyle and Crabbe. By the way, Ginny, I'm off to the laundry to pilfer a few garments. You keep stirring, Hermione declared before dashing out, leaving Severus to continue stirring the cauldron, which soon began to emit dark smoke, obscuring visibility throughout the compartment. Fortunately, when Percy arrived, the smoke had yet to billow forth. Otherwise, they would have surely been discovered. Before long, Hermione returned with several cups and 4 sets of clothing, closely followed by Harry and Ron. Hermione poured the bubbling potion from the cauldron into the cups, adding Millicent's hair. The concoction erupted with noise, reminiscent of boiling water. Frothing vigorously, within a second, it transformed into an unsightly yellow hue. Oh, the essence of Millicent Bulstrode, Ron remarked disdainfully, eyeing it with distaste. I wager it will taste dreadful. All right, add yours, Hermione instructed. Harry tossed Goyle's hair into the central cup, while Ron deposited Crabbe's hair into the final cup. Both cups hissed and bubbled. Goyle's turned a tank-like earthy yellow, and Crabbe's morphed into a murky dark brown. Severus added his small tuft of white hair into the potion, and in an instant, it took on a peculiar shade that hovered between black and white, yet was not gray. It appeared rather off-putting, leading Severus to contemplate abandoning the idea of consuming the polyjuice potion altogether. He considered taking a risk with human transfiguration instead. Wait, Harry interjected. It would be prudent not to all drink here. Once we transform into Crabbe and Goyle, this space will be too cramped. Millicent is not a petite individual. That's a valid point, Ron acknowledged, opening the door. Let us each take a separate cubicle. Severus chose a more secluded compartment, contemplating whether to discard the potion entirely. However, to achieve a flawless transformation, one must possess an intricate understanding of the details pertaining to the subject of the transfiguration, their height, weight, body proportions, and facial features. Yet, his recollection of Malfoy was not particularly vivid. Indeed, Severus intended to become Malfoy, a decision he had made prior. Having pilfered a strand of Malfoy's hair the Thursday, he acquired the potion. Thus, he raised his head and consumed the polyjuice potion. Surprisingly, it was not unpleasant, but rather a peculiar taste, reminiscent of sweetness yet tinged with bitterness, slightly sour, and seemingly even a hint of spiciness. Nevertheless, he had consumed the potion. The complex elixir began to take effect. He felt as though something alive was burrowing beneath his skin, a restless movement surging within him. It was akin to a serpent slithering beneath his flesh, tearing at the connections between skin and sinew, feasting upon his flesh. Yet this agony was fleeting. In the next moment, he beheld his platinum blonde bangs through his eyes. Chapter 41. The Missing Journal. Before long, he heard Harry and Ron, his two inseparable companions, conversing outside. They then knocked on the door of the compartment where Sirius and Hermione were. "Hurry, we must leave." A sharp voice responded, "I really don't want to come out." "You go ahead." "Hermione, we know Millicent is unattractive. No one will recognize you." "No, I really can't. I think I can't come. You two need to hurry. You're wasting time." Harry looked at Ron, his expression one of confusion, making him appear even more like Goyle. "Well, at least we have Ginny Malfoy." Ron's voice trailed off in his throat as he saw a figure that nearly frightened him to death. How could Draco Malfoy be here? Was the plan exposed? However, Harry soon realized that this Malfoy was clad in Gryffindor robes. "Is it you, Ginny?" Sirius nodded. At this, Ron also came to his senses, gazing incredulously at Ginny, hardly able to believe that she, who had been reliable since the start of the term, had now faltered. "But how can you confront Malfoy while wearing his face?" "You're right, so I can't go." Sirius feigned a look of helplessness with Malfoy's visage, which made Harry want to punch him. "Sorry, Ginny. You really look quite insufferable." "Thank you. You look rather foolish yourself. Time is running out. Hermione's potion doesn't last long. You must hurry." Sirius rolled his eyes and immediately added. After sending Harry away, Sirius continued, "Hermione, wait for me here. I believe I can use Malfoy's appearance to gather some intelligence elsewhere." "All right, go quickly." Hermione was eager for him to leave. Sirius had no intention of changing clothes. With a flick of his wand, his robes transformed to green, and he strode out, resolutely heading towards the Ollery. "I solemnly swear, I'm up to no good." The blank parchment immediately revealed numerous traces. Dumbledore was in the headmaster's office, and the other professors were in their respective offices. In the Ollery, there was a figure resembling Malfoy. How did he end up in the Ollery? Well, he had already departed. Severus was taken aback. Yet he realized that Malfoy had not lingered for long and had swiftly taken his leave. He immediately cast a disillusionment charm upon himself and proceeded down the path Malfoy had taken. Malfoy walked with his head bowed, engrossed in a letter, presumably a gift from Narcissa or Lucius. Typically, such items would be delivered directly to his dormitory by house elves. But perhaps the circumstances surrounding the Malfoy family had recently become rather precarious, as Arthur Weasley was devising ways to confront them. After perusing the letter, Malfoy unfolded a newspaper, and his countenance brightened instantly. Severus cast a glance and noted that it reported on Ron and Harry driving to school, resulting in repercussions for Arthur Weasley. Clearly, Lucius had exerted some pressure in this regard, thereby ensuring that Mr. Weasley would have little time to trouble him. Once he had passed Malfoy, Severus continued his ascent, swiftly reaching the tower. The Ollery was sparsely populated, predominantly housing the school as public owls. Severus retrieved a letter he had prepared in advance and located the Malfoy family owl, releasing it into the wild. The owl remained unaware that this individual was not its true master. Watching the owl soar into the snow-laden winds, a smirk crept upon Severus's lips. Now, it was high time to oust Dumbledore from Hogwarts. "Have you uncovered the secret?" Severus encountered Harry and Ron at the restroom door, both of whom had nearly returned to their normal selves, their oversized robes rendering them quite comical. "Malfoy is not the heir. So, does that mean our efforts were in vain?" Thankfully, Ron gasped, turning to close the restroom door. "ISNT entirely wasted time. I know we still haven't figured out who initiated these attacks, but I will write to Dad tomorrow, urging him to investigate beneath the Malfoy family's sitting room." Ron knocked heavily on Hermione's door. "Hermione, come out. We have so much to tell you." "Go away." Hermione shrieked. "What is the matter?" Ron questioned. "You must be back to normal now." Suddenly, the weeping, moaning Myrtle darted out from the crack of the door, looking exceedingly joyful, as if she had encountered some grand event. "Oh dear, just wait and see," she exclaimed. "It's simply dreadful." They heard the door lock slide open, and Hermione appeared, tearful, her face covered in dark fur, her eyes transformed into a yellow hue, and two pointed ears protruding from her hair. "It's a cat hair," she cried out in despair. Mimi Lyson must have kept a cat. But this potion wasn't meant for animal transformations. "What bad luck," Ron remarked. However, The corners of his mouth curled up, as if awakening some peculiar experience. "You shall be teased endlessly," said moaning Myrtle cheerfully. "Fear not, Hermione. Even Severus finds you rather endearing in this state. Living beings like you are a rare sight indeed. Yet, witnessing your sorrow prompts me to suggest we take you to the hospital wing." Madame Pomfrey never inquired much. It took them quite some time to persuade Hermione to leave the lavatory. Weeping, Myrtle burst into a loud laugh, hastening their pace. "Just wait. Everyone will discover you've grown a tail. Do not fret. There are many precedents like yours, and it is entirely treatable, provided we do not entrust you to Lockhart," Severus remarked, nearly evoking a laugh from Ron. After escorting Hermione to the hospital wing, Severus intended to return Ginny's body to her. The intense possession had left her somewhat unwell, and it would be best for her to rest during the Christmas holidays. Severus shared a few details with Ginny to prevent her from revealing too much. "So, Malfoy is not the heir, and our leads have run dry." Ginny summarized the progress regarding Mr. Riddle, concluding that their efforts had been largely fruitless. Yet, it was not entirely in vain. "At least Ron had uncovered a flaw in the Malfoy family, and I discovered your brother Percy was romantically involved with the Ravenclaw prefect." "Well, do not worry. I believe things will improve," Ginny reassured her. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. After the Christmas holidays, Severus suddenly found himself unable to contact Ginny. Upon opening the diary, it transformed into another entity. Chapter 42, The Secrets Unveiled. "Is this the object my father spoke of? The one that can help me unlock the Chamber of Secrets?" Draco grasped the diary, inspecting it from various angles, yet found nothing peculiar about it. Furthermore, this diary appeared to be something that had originated from the Muggle world. This realization left Draco Malfoy feeling quite repulsed, even to the point where he felt his fingers gripping the corner of the book were no longer his own. Nonetheless, in pursuit of becoming the heir of Slytherin, he resolved to endure this filth and stench, though ultimately he had no idea how to utilize the diary. "Reveal yourself." The diary remained unchanged. "What a bother. My father instructed me to be respectful towards the diary's owner." He opened the cover, disdainfully glancing at the sole inscription, "Tom Riddle." From that alone, he knew he was not dealing with a pure-blood wizard. He could only hope he was at least a half-blood. If he turned out to be another mudblood, he would be quite unable to tolerate it. The mere thought of Hermione Granger made him feel nauseated. "Perhaps I shall write something." He spread the diary open upon the table, grasping a seemingly exquisite feather quill, dipping it in ink, and inscribing upon the pages. "Reveal your secrets to me." "Ginny, what secrets do you harbor?" The four Weasley brothers encircled Ginny, while Harry and Hermione effectively blocked her escape routes. Following the conclusion of this morning's classes, it had come to light that Ginny's dormitory had been ransacked. The thief appeared to be searching for something, leaving her room in utter disarray. Upon returning, Ginny had been frantically rummaging through the chaos, despondently repeating, "It's gone." They were all eager to discover what item held such significance for both Ginny and the thief. Except for the twins, who were visibly anxious. What could possibly be of such importance to Ginny? The Marauder's map. Fred and George exchanged glances, their faces betraying concern. And Fred, with a pained expression, inquired, "Has it truly been lost?" Ginny merely nodded mechanically. "What is it?" Ron and Percy were becoming increasingly vexed by the cryptic exchanges. Yet, it was evident that neither Ginny nor the twins could divulge their secrets, opting instead for vague responses. The hope of capturing the culprit hinged upon this matter. "Without it, perhaps we truly cannot apprehend the thief," George sighed, provoking a curious look from Ginny. Did George and Fred know about Mr. Riddle? Cyrus had never discussed the Marauder's map with Ginny, who, at that moment, assumed the twins were referring to Riddle's diary. She believed that Mr. Riddle must possess some clue, which is why it had been pilfered by the heir of Slytherin. In this light, framing the diary as the key to capturing the culprit seemed entirely reasonable. In that case, we should inform the professors. Hermione and Percy unanimously agreed that the professors ought to apprehend the thief. However, this suggestion was met with immediate opposition from the three. "No way." Ginny, Fred, and George shook their heads vehemently. If the Marauder's map fell into the hands of the professors, what future would misbehaving students have? If the diary were to end up with the professors, what future would Ginny and Mr. Riddle possess? Absolutely not. "What are you three concealing from me?" Percy furrowed his brow, suspecting that the twins were leading Ginny astray, perhaps implying that the stolen item was not truly significant, but merely a prop for their pranks. "I advise you not to lead Ginny astray, or I shall inform Mother." Ginny's reaction was more pronounced than the twins. Mother, who had always been exceedingly protective of her. If she were to discover this matter, it would surely escalate. In such a case, Mr. Riddle would. "We must stop Percy." She recalled the little secret Cyrus had confided to her about Percy and immediately threatened. "You cannot tell anyone, Percy. Otherwise, I shall reveal your secret." Percy blushed instantly, falling silent. The others exchanged glances, intensely curious about the secret that could make the usually stern Percy relent. In response, Percy had no choice but to assert her brother's authority, sending them away one by one. Now, Ginny found herself in a quieter space. However, she remained sullen, torn about whether to divulge the matter of the diary to Dumbledore. Though revealing it to her mother might lead to its destruction, allowing it to fall into the hands of that villain was equally undesirable. Before long, Ron and the others stealthily approached again. "Listen, Ginny, what exactly is missing?" Harry inquired seriously. "If this is truly important, you can confide in us. We can assist you." Ron and Hermione nodded vigorously. Yet, Ginny hesitated. "Come on, Ginny," Ron exclaimed, growing impatient. "I can't believe this. We've faced challenges together. Who else drank that horrid polyjuice potion to investigate Malfoy? We've broken nearly hundreds of school rules together. Do you still not trust us?" Ginny desperately wanted to reveal that the one acting alongside them was Mr. Riddle, but from another perspective, it was clear that the three of them were indeed trustworthy. "Please, Ginny, we need your help. If we cannot find the true culprit, Harry will continue to be wronged, and we do not wish to see him unjustly sent to Azkaban." Under the scrutiny of three pairs of eyes, particularly Hermione's and Harry's, Ginny finally resolved herself. Hermione was astute. Perhaps she could indeed be of assistance. If she were to search for the diary alone, she would be utterly lost. "You must promise not to tell anyone." Ginny looked at them earnestly. "I promise." Ron was the first to exclaim, though he appeared lacking in sincerity. "Swear first." The trio exchanged glances and made a vow, albeit without any magical binding. "Let's go to a secluded place," Ginny suggested. While the common room was currently empty, it was still too public. She led Harry and the others to an abandoned chamber, leaving them in awe along the way. "I can't believe Hogwarts has such a place. Now, how can you finally speak?" Ron asked, hands on his hips. "What was stolen is a diary." Ginny finally confessed. "A diary? But what a mere diary." Harry and Hermione were perplexed. "That diary is not just any diary. It belongs to Mr. Riddle." "Riddle?" Ron exclaimed. "Tom Riddle?" Chapter 43. Am I truly a genius? Wait, stop. Just hold on a moment. Harry looked at Ron in bewilderment, his expression akin to questioning when his friend had secretly befriended another man. "So, you know this Tom Riddle?" "Of course I do. In fact, I would never forget that name." Ron recalled with irritation. "Do you remember the incident at the Quidditch pitch when we fought with Slytherin? I cast a curse on Malfoy." "That was directed at yourself," Hermione interrupted. "That's irrelevant. Please, share what is important." "I was just about to," Ron replied. "Then Professor McGonagall punished me by making me work for Filch. And I spent an entire evening polishing Tom Riddle's trophies in the trophy room. The Moral Award, the Outstanding Student Award, and particularly the Special Contribution Award, which was quite substantial. I polished it for nearly half an hour. Fortunately, it didn't state the reason for the award, or I might still be scrubbing it." Harry and Hermione were still astonished by the coincidence when Ginny uttered another statement that left them utterly stunned. "Mr. Riddle received his awards because he captured the last person who opened the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago." "What?" The three of them immediately stood up, their eyes wide in disbelief as they gazed at Ginny, who had a penchant for shocking revelations. They had never felt so close to the truth. Who was it? In the dimly lit chamber, their breaths grew rapid. However, Ginny shook her head. "Mr. Riddle didn't tell me." At this, the three of them despondently resumed their seats on the dusty floor. But in that moment, Harry seized upon a crucial detail. "Didn't he tell you?" "What do you mean by that?" "The diary is sentient. Mr. Riddle placed his memories within it. I communicated with him throughout the last semester, and after the chamber was opened once more, he mentioned wanting to find the culprit again. Now the diary has been stolen. Mr. Riddle must have discovered something, and that heir has targeted him." Ginny spoke with a tremor in her voice, tears welling up. Hermione thought she had encountered enough surprises for one day and believed nothing could astonish her further. Yet, she soon realized how mistaken she was. Ron's face reflected sheer terror and regret. "How could you dare to converse with an intelligent entity? What if it cursed you?" "Mr. Riddle wouldn't he?" Ginny retorted angrily, aware that others would likely be unwilling to accept the news about the diary. "Mr. Riddle would never harm me. He is my friend. He has helped me immensely, teaching me spells, guiding me in transfiguration and potions and various countercurses. If it weren't for Mr. Riddle, you might still be sniffling like a baby snail." In that instant, Ron felt utterly ashamed. At this moment, the three of them comprehended the reasons behind Ginny's remarkable qualities. However, he remained contemplative. If it were him, He would not easily place his trust in Ron and would maintain a sense of vigilance. Do I appear to be in peril? He questioned. If Mr. Riddle intended to harm me, he would have succeeded long ago. Yet he hasn't. In fact, he even assisted me with my homework. What? Ron and Hermione exclaimed in unison, their mouths agape in disbelief. He actually helped you with your homework? This is utterly insane. Riddle cannot possibly be a good person. How can he do this? Hermione argued. This is simply absurd. He must be a truly wonderful individual. Why wasn't I the one to receive this notebook? Ron interjected. Hermione promptly kicked him. At this juncture, Harry had gained clarity regarding the situation. Yet, who had stolen the diary? It must be someone from Gryffindor, and certainly a girl. Ron asserted without hesitation. Otherwise, no one could access the girls' dormitory. That may not necessarily be the case. Let's not forget that you visited the Slytherin common room just a few weeks ago. Hermione reminded them, cautioning against neglecting the polyjuice potion. However, this only expanded the list of potential suspects significantly. Could it be Malfoy? But isn't he not the heir Slytherin? The group found themselves at an impasse once more. Harry felt a deep sense of anguish, akin to a fruit on the verge of ripening, only to vanish unexpectedly. Severus felt a similar torment, as if a fruit, ripe and ready, had inexplicably disappeared. After investing so much time to earn Ginny Weasley's complete trust, he had momentarily tasted freedom. Now, however, the diary had fallen into another's hands, and he was oblivious to the identity of this individual. Could it be Dumbledore? Had he altered his approach to training Harry, intending instead to obliterate him? Just as he found himself ensnared in turmoil, a message finally emerged. Reveal to me your secrets. Unveil the truths of your form. Severus yearned to deliver a couple of punches in response. I hope I never discover your identity. Otherwise, you shall meet your doom. Of course, these were mere words of frustration. Nevertheless, for the sake of resurrection, he had to exercise patience and manipulate the young wizard before him. First and foremost, he needed to ascertain his identity. Who are you? Meanwhile, upon witnessing the diary's response, Malfoy's face broke into a grin. He had not anticipated that a casual incantation would truly unveil the secrets of the diary. Am I truly a genius? He mused, indulging in a moment of self-admiration before promptly continuing to write in the diary. My name is Draco Malfoy. My father informed me that this diary could assist me in unlocking the hidden chamber. Your master must be the last individual to have opened it, correct? Pray tell. What might he be? I demand his service. Draco has cast aside Lucius's counsel. Soon he shall be the heir of Slytherin. Why should he bow low? Draco Malfoy? And it was Lucius who urged him to act thus? Severus was taken aback. Ah, you with your prominent brow and piercing gaze, Lucius. It appears you too have betrayed the revolution. The thought that I had only just penned a letter to Lucius Malfoy, only to be stabbed in the back moments later, left Severus feeling somewhat breathless. Naturally, he believed Lucius would not dare overtly betray Voldemort. At least for now, Lucius remained opposed to Dumbledore. It must have been my correspondence that led him to misconstrue the situation. So, it seems I have unwittingly brought ruin upon myself. Never mind. A Malfoy must be won over quickly. Trust must be secured post-haste. Chapter 44. The Prelude and Consequence. Gaining Draco's trust proved easier than anticipated. Severus understood this was likely due to Lucius's influence. The young dragon held his father in high esteem. And since it was Lucius who informed him that this diary could aid in unlocking the chamber, Draco believed it without question. Through his interactions with Draco, Severus gleaned the preceding circumstances. At that time, Severus had transformed to resemble Draco and sought out the Malfoy family's owl, which failed to recognize that the figure before it was not the true Malfoy. Thus, it carried the letter to the Malfoy estate in Wiltshire. He had feared that Lucius Malfoy might disregard his commands, so in his letter, he subtly implied that Draco's fate rested in his hands, prompting Lucius to assist in ousting Dumbledore from the school. Consequently, when Lucius and Narcissa received their son's letter, they were immediately thrown into a state of panic, resulting in a misunderstanding. Returning to the days surrounding Christmas. Wiltshire, Malfoy Manor. Christmas had finally arrived. Surely they could find some peace. Narcissa wore a displeased expression, her demeanor detracting from her inherent beauty, rendering her somewhat unapproachable. Yet, one could hardly blame her. This year the Ministry of Magic had persistently troubled them, seeking to uncover the hidden dark artifacts of the Malfoy family. Although Lucius had discreetly dealt with the most troublesome items, the Malfoy family had not held an impeccable reputation within the magical community for many years. Unless the entire manor were to become a mere shell, they could not hope to resolve the matter. Moreover, The well-being of her beloved son weighed heavily on her. It was due to the incessant searches that Lucius had decided Draco should spend Christmas at school this year. After a long-awaited holiday, the absence of her cherished son left Narcissa understandably discontented. I have already exerted pressure on the Daily Prophet and the Ministry of Magic. Fortunately, Arthur Weasley has a foolish son, along with that Harry Potter. Naturally, Lucius would not remain idle in the face of Weasley's provocations. Arthur Weasley, you seek to trouble me, and I shall ensure you do not find peace. In fact, he had already taken action during the summer. He recalled a diary that Voldemort had entrusted to him long ago. This diary appeared to be an object from the Muggle world. Had it not been left in his care by that individual, he would have discarded it as mere refuse. Lucius remembered having once inquired of the Dark Lord why he was to safeguard a diary from the Muggle realm. The answer given was that the diary was the key to opening the Chamber of Secrets. Had the Dark Lord still been alive, Lucius would have never dared to part with the diary, but now the other party had been absent for 11 years. In light of this, why not utilize the diary to create a bit of mischief for the Weasley family? He did not overlook the incident involving the flying car, not only escalating the matter by contacting the press, but also bribing certain officials within the ministry with whom he had amicable relations, thus ensnaring Arthur Weasley in a controversy. At last, the infuriating and unending searches have concluded. I wonder, should you not visit Hogwarts to retrieve Draco? Narcissa said with concern. In his last letter, Draco mentioned that there had been attacks at the school, and I fear the chamber may truly have been opened. I worry for his safety if he remains there. Lucius pondered for a moment before shaking his head. The one attacked was merely a mudblood. Draco is not in danger. Furthermore, I have written to him, advising him to keep a low profile. He knows little of this matter and should be fine. While it is not impossible to fetch Draco home, he is to inherit the Malfoy estate and should not be so delicate. As they spoke, a shadow appeared in the sky. It was the owl they had purchased for Draco. Did Draco not send a letter just a few days ago? Narcissa eagerly took the letter from the owl and opened it. Mere moments later, her already pale complexion turned even whiter. She covered her mouth in terror, her entire being seeming to tremble on the brink. What is the matter? Lucius felt a sense of foreboding and swiftly took the letter to read. My dear servant, Lucius Malfoy, I truly regret, Lucius. Is it because I have disappeared from the eyes of others for a time that you have forgotten my power? Otherwise, how could you dare to send away that which I entrusted to your care? I perceive that you believe the Dark Lord has indeed perished, vanquished by an infant who cannot even walk, as countless others have claimed, and thus you are eager to distance yourself from this association? Lucius merely glanced at the first paragraph, his breath quickening, his entire being trembling uncontrollably, as he murmured, he has returned, he has returned. With trepidation, he continued to read. I must concede that my current state is far from favorable. However, the act of extinguishing a few lives remains a trivial endeavor. At this moment, I require your assistance to rectify the transgressions you have committed. It is not a daunting task. Simply ensure that Dumbledore is expelled from the school. Additionally, I wish you a joyous Christmas. This brief missive rendered Lucius and Narcissa ashen-faced. Could it truly be him? It cannot be. Narcissa, in a state of dread, protested. He has been gone for 11 years. How could he possibly return? She was loath to accept the peril her son presently faced. Yet Lucius comprehended all too well that, apart from Voldemort himself, no one else was privy to the existence of that diary. There remained a glimmer of hope, a chance for redemption. He swiftly emerged from his fear. Lucius understood Voldemort's disposition. If he performed his task with sufficient competence, he might evade punishment, thus ensuring Draco's safety. The Chamber of Secrets had been opened. If Dumbledore could not ascertain the identity of the culprit, then he could leverage his authority as a governor to remove him from Hogwarts. Lucius had already devised a plan, yet persuading the governors would require some leverage. The number of victims must increase. One Muggle-born would not suffice. This task must fall to Draco. The Dark Lord was not dead, and in doing so, he would surely commend Draco. Dobby, I am here, master. A battered house elf appeared before Lucius, casting a fearful and tentative glance towards him. Lucius could scarcely muster concern for the elf's numerous new wounds. His sole focus was the completion of the Dark Lord's directive to ensure Draco's safety. Dobby, I need you to go to Hogwarts, locate Ginny Weasley, and procure a black diary to deliver to Draco. Then, present him with this letter. Lucius composed another missive. Chapter 45, me. You truly can help me unlock the chamber? Malfoy's eyes sparkled with excitement. His heart soared like a firework bursting in the sky. He was the heir of Slytherin. This was an unparalleled honor. In Britain, all, or nearly all, pure-blood wizards held Slytherin in profound reverence. This great wizard, who ultimately diverged from the other three Titans, was their true idol. If he could inherit the secrets of Slytherin, could he not become the next great wizard? At that time, just as my father said, Hogwarts must be purified. Those filthy mudbloods should be eradicated. Colin Creevey and Justin are merely the beginning. I, Draco Malfoy, am destined to inherit the legacy of Slytherin. Suddenly, the flame within Malfoy flickered as he pondered, since he had only recently acquired this diary. Who was its previous owner? He was not referring to the heir from 50 years ago, but rather to the individual who had petrified those two mudbloods not long ago. He immediately inquired of Severus. Severus, reluctant to discuss Ginny with Malfoy, replied, "A pitiable coward, merely frightened because the professors have become vigilant. Otherwise, your father would not have sent you to assist me." Upon hearing this, Malfoy found it quite reasonable. "Are you suggesting my father believes I am more trustworthy?" He excitedly wrote, "Of course. I'm a Malfoy." Dealing with such an arrogant fool was even easier than with Ginny. A slight suggestion from Severus left Malfoy utterly disoriented. "Very well. Let us commence our actions immediately." Naturally, Malfoy was unwilling to be perceived as a coward and was eager to witness Hermione Granger as the next victim. "No," Severus unhesitatingly declined. "This is not an opportune moment. I know you're not a coward, Draco. However, if we are discovered, it would be disastrous. We must first let them lower their guard. Nevertheless, I can take you to the Chamber's secrets." Disappointment flickered across Draco's face, but upon hearing that he could visit the chamber, he was instantly invigorated, eager to appear in the center of the chamber and behold the terrifying beast. "How do we get there?" "I need to use your body," Severus stated ominously. "What? You think I would allow you to possess me?" Malfoy gasped, fully aware of the terrifying nature of dark magical artifacts. Who knew what might happen if such a thing were to take possession? "Are you afraid? Do you think I would harm you? Do you believe your father would place something that could potentially threaten your safety in your hands?" Severus directly posed a series of questions, shattering all of Draco's inner doubts. "Fine, how do we proceed?" "You need do nothing. Merely press your face close to the diary." Draco slowly leaned his face towards the diary, and within his gaze, silver mist began to appear, swirling like a foggy thread emitted by some creature. This thread clung to his face, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, it plunged him into a dark abyss. As he lifted his head once more, the consciousness of this body had already been claimed by Selûze. At last, Selûze greedily absorbed a minuscule fragment of Draco's life force before intending to honor their agreement by taking Draco to explore the Chamber of Secrets. Although he had gained Draco's trust, it paled in comparison to the unwavering confidence Ginny placed in him. A trust so profound that she would readily concoct excuses for him should any issues arise. However, the trust between Selûze and Draco was precarious, easily shattering under strain. In such circumstances, even possession could not endure for long. He needed to solidify Draco's trust further. Before that, however, he required a particular item, the Marauder's Map. After acquiring the map from Fred and George, Selûze concealed it, believing that the fewer individuals aware of its existence, the more valuable it became. Thus, he refrained from informing Ginny about it, unaware that it would soon prove advantageous. Once he secured the Marauder's Map, he folded it neatly and tucked it into the sleeve of Draco's robe before turning towards the third-floor bathroom. The sink opened at his command, revealing an abyss of endless darkness within the secret passage. Draco Malfoy felt himself gradually awakening in the shadows, a faint glimmer of light filtering through. Though weak, it was sufficient for him to discern his surroundings. Soon, the sensations of his body began to return, and he felt as if he were lying in sticky, muddy soil. An uncomfortable state that was quickly overshadowed by a rising fear of being in an utterly unfamiliar place. Above him loomed a towering dome, signifying an expansive chamber. On either side, lifelike stone statues of serpents reared their terrifying heads from the inky waters below. The chamber's secrets. This revelation sprang to Draco's mind. He hastily sat up, causing the diary resting on his chest to slip to the ground. Draco quickly retrieved the diary and flipped it open. Here lay the Chamber of Secrets. The pages bore a single phrase: "The chamber resides within the book." Draco instinctively pondered this, believing he had been drawn into the diary itself, which allowed him access to the chamber. No wonder his father claimed the diary was the key to unlocking the chamber. Now, his fear dissipated, and Draco felt invigorated. He rose swiftly, surveying the emptiness of the chamber. It was nearly barren. Yet he felt as though he were the true master of this domain. But where was the monster? The creature bred by Slytherin to eradicate Muggleborns? He eagerly scribbled in his diary. "You cannot summon that creature. To do so, one must possess Parseltongue, lest you be attacked. Severus will not be led by Draco Malfoy. Showing him the Chamber of Secrets is merely a means of allowing him to overreach. Parseltongue? Harry Potter is a Parselmouth. Could it have been him all along? Malfoy incredulously inquired. He was unwilling to believe that the illustrious Potter could be the heir of Slytherin. Of course, it could not be him. Who else could it be? Who else possesses Parseltongue? Malfoy immediately questioned. Moments later, he saw 2 letters materialize in the diary. Me. Chapter 46. Alchemy towards the source. You're a Parselmouth? Malfoy exclaimed, his tone tinged with jealousy. The name Tom Riddle sounds like a mundane mudblood. The best he could hope for is to be a half-blood. Yet, this very individual possesses the power he so ardently desires. However, he was soon astounded by Severus' next utterance. How curious. My mother's surname is Gaunt. I am a descendant of Slytherin. Who would have thought that this obscure Tom in the magical realm is, in fact, a descendant of Slytherin? No wonder he could open the chamber. Nevertheless, Draco remained irked. Why did none of his ancestors possess the greatness of Slytherin? If they had, he too could have commanded respect as a Malfoy heir at Hogwarts. But alas, it mattered little now, as he was the heir of the chamber himself. The only source of his discontent was that insufferable Tom Riddle, who, despite being a Parselmouth, would not summon the creature for him to behold, truly lacking in perceptiveness. Little Tom, since you possess Parseltongue, shouldn't you make a gesture? Severus. Little Tom? This Draco Malfoy truly does not know how to write the word death. Fortunately, the individual within the diary is not the true Riddle. Otherwise, should he be revived? No, there would be no need for revival. He could simply drain Malfoy's life force. I would gladly do so, but the issue lies in the fact that if I were to use Parseltongue, I would need to borrow your body to produce sound. Thus, you would never see the serpent's visage. The basilisk? So the creature within the chamber is indeed a basilisk. Malfoy was initially taken aback, then nodded as if it were obvious. The creature left by Slytherin should undoubtedly be the mightiest Serpent King. Yet, according to Tom Riddle, would he not forever remain unable to behold the basilisk? Eternally unable to control it? What sort of heir does that make him? At best, he could merely be considered a vocal instrument for little Tom. Could you not summon it first, and then return the body to me? If you possess the courage and strength to confront the serpent creature alone, I would not mind in the least. However, I must caution you that without my control, it will immediately attack you. Please understand, after all, it has not fed properly in nearly a millennium. The rats in the sewers cannot possibly satisfy its appetite. Malfoy shuddered immediately. Perhaps not. He sighed and began to survey his surroundings. The vast chamber seemed to contain little more than a solitary statue. Was this truly all there was to Slytherin's lair? Frankly, it was somewhat disappointing. In reality, Slytherin's sanctuary could not possibly be so meager. Although it was originally crafted as a classroom, it harbored numerous invaluable manuscripts and secrets. Most of these had been absorbed by Voldemort, nourishing his power, and now belonged to Severus. Furthermore, many dangerous magical experiments were recorded within. Some were successful, yet many more resulted in failure. The legendary Slytherin was said to bear an appearance as hideous as that of a monkey. In truth, this was not his original visage, much like Voldemort, who was once a handsome young man. Both had undergone magical transformations in pursuit of greater power. Voldemort's experiments significantly built upon Slytherin's foundation. Yet he could not escape the fate of disfigurement. Severus, having absorbed the experiences of both, was indeed covetous of the transformation of magical lineage. Yet he was not inclined to become a grotesque monster. Thus, this step required utmost caution. It was still too early to ponder such matters, without revival. He lacked the means for transformation. He sighed softly, recognizing that now was the time to earn Draco's trust further. Are you wondering what other secrets this chamber might hold? How do you know? Malfoy was startled by Severus's words. Could this diary truly read thoughts? It was not difficult to infer, if you wish to grow stronger. I have a splendid place in mind, but you must, as before, lean your head closer. Severus replied, turning the diary to another page. With the experience of the previous encounter, Malfoy navigated the process with ease this time. As consciousness shifted once more, Severus retrieved the Marauder's map, confirming that the corridor outside the chamber and the 8th floor were devoid of life before departing towards the room of requirement. Provide me with a chamber for practicing the dark arts. Upon opening the door, a chilling classroom materialized before Severus, filled almost entirely with tomes on dark magic, including some of profound complexity. He concealed the majority of the spellbooks, leaving only a few minor hexes behind. These minor hexes were ones that the young wizards could easily master, thus not significantly altering their character while effectively occupying Malfoy's attention, making them quite suitable. Subsequently, he returned his form once more. Upon witnessing the plethora of hexes, Malfoy was understandably elated, lavishing praise upon Severus. Meanwhile, Severus delved back into his journal, analyzing the alchemical texts and other forbidden tomes. Although he had fallen into Malfoy's hands, the situation had not drastically changed. The possibility of facing Dumbledore still loomed. Through the 22 paths of the Tree of Life, one could reach the apex of the archetypal world. The devil nourished with sin, while the skeleton severed it. The 10 primordial substances, composed of the celestial realms of the 7 planets, the stellar heavens, the celestial treasury, and the world beneath the moon, constitute the fundamental forces of divinity and the universe. Interwoven are the pillars of feminine compassion, neutral gentleness, and masculine severity. The creation of perfect spirit, thought, and ideals begins to take form in the material realm, ultimately arriving in the world of matter. Severus felt as though, the more he immersed himself in these alchemical texts, the more he became ensnared in a terrifying abyss. The vastness of the world and the boundless power surpassed even magic in its mystery, drawing him closer to the true source. Must one traverse all 22 paths to forge the genuine philosopher's stone? Or perhaps, to attain an essence of even greater perfection? Severus's ambition began to swell. If mere resurrection were all, how could that suffice? His resurrected form was that of Tom Riddle. Despite his considerable talent, it was ultimately limited. To render himself a mere shadow of humanity, he found himself unable to attain ultimate power. Severus was unwilling to settle for such a fate. Having already encountered so many mysteries, what he yearned for was to become a truly perfect being. Chapter 47. The grand documentary The Legend of Draco continues to air. For a considerable time thereafter, Malfoy remained immersed in the joy of learning hexes. Severus did not provide him with much guidance, yet he still learned rapidly. Besides hexes, Malfoy also exhibited a keen interest in various alchemical trinkets, though this was a pursuit Lucius had discouraged him from indulging in at home. Becoming engrossed in alchemical devices was akin to losing one's ambition. However, in truth, Malfoy displayed a certain aptitude in this realm. Upon discovering this serendipitously, Severus seized the opportunity to begin instructing Malfoy in the art of alchemy. At times, he would deliberately venture into the room where things were hidden to retrieve some damaged alchemical items for Draco to repair. Among them, he even discovered a broken pensieve. Thus, they finally shared a common secret. Malfoy began to trust Severus more deeply. If you wish to continue your studies in alchemy, I recommend you choose runes in your 3rd year, Severus advised. Unlike the ancient alchemy he was currently immersed in, modern alchemy leans more toward the crafting of magical artifacts and adeptly employs runes to enhance the magical potency of these items. Although the school had yet to address course selection, Malfoy was indeed contemplating it earnestly. Ever since he pilfered the diary from Ginny, Dobby had been plagued by distress and turmoil. He had conjured numerous ways to inform Harry Potter, yet he could not fathom that the one whose name could not be spoken was still alive. 11 years had passed since he narrowly escaped the clutches of Harry Potter. Now, it seemed Harry would have to confront an even more dreadful threat. The very individual whose name was taboo still existed. Harry Potter must leave Hogwarts. Dobby clenched his fists tightly. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, Harry and his companions were still doing everything in their power to assist Ginny in locating Riddle's diary. However, several weeks had passed without any progress. They began to suspect everyone, with nearly every Slytherin and Gryffindor student becoming a person of interest. Ginny was utterly distraught. Yet, as time wore on, her sorrow began to fade into despair. It seemed he might never find that diary. Ron, resembling a despondent pig, began to voice his pessimistic thoughts. Have you noticed? The attacks seem to have ceased. Something must have happened that we are unaware of. Perhaps Riddle has employed his methods to halt the heir. His words implied that the brave and righteous Mr. Riddle had sacrificed himself on the path of righteousness to stop the evil. Upon hearing this, Ginny immediately burst into tears, and in her fury, she used her magic to hoist Ron up to the ceiling. In contrast, Fred and George, believing Ginny had merely misplaced the map, were not as anxious. On one hand, they had nearly deciphered all the passages within the map, and, on the other, they believed the heir could not possibly know the map as secrets. The adversary could never utilize the map to harm others, even if they obtained it. It would amount to nothing more than a worthless piece of parchment. The cessation of attacks was the best evidence of this. Thus, they not only felt no concern, but also occasionally offered comfort to Ginny, albeit in a rather unconventional manner. At least Percy did not consider it comforting to don a furry disguise or to leap out from behind a statue to amuse her. Soon, Harry found himself compelled to cease his pursuit of the thief. Wood had recently intensified their training regimen with a fervor akin to madness. During the mealtime that followed practice, Harry spent nearly all his hours on the pitch, returning to the dormitory drenched and resembling a drenched fowl due to the incessant cold rain. Ron, equally fatigued, would collapse in his slumber at the first opportunity. Worse than all of this was Gilderoy Lockhart. In an attempt to alleviate the tension within the school, he unilaterally orchestrated a Valentine's Day event featuring cherubic figures bearing cards, who were in truth grotesque little imps reciting love letters penned by others. The only solace for Harry was that he had not received anything that might induce embarrassment. However, Ron was infuriated, as Hermione consistently failed to align with him regarding Lockhart's antics. He suspected that among the 40 Valentine cards Lockhart received, at least one belonged to Hermione. That Gilderoy Lockhart. I have never encountered anyone more detestable. Even Draco Malfoy was nearing his limit with Lockhart's absurdity. My father was right. Dumbledore has completely succumbed to senility. Just look at the caliber of professors he has recruited for defense against the dark arts these past 2 years, each worse than the last. Last year he could barely speak, and this year he ought to join a drama club as a ludicrous actor. The only aspect of Lockhart that brought him any amusement was his incessant invitations for Harry Potter to join him in performances during class. Almost every time, that insufferable scarred boy played the fool, providing Lockhart with ample material for laughter. Yet, even the same old routine grew tiresome. This time, another Valentine's Day spectacle was in store. Who was unaware of Draco Malfoy's popularity within Slytherin? Surely, those wishing to confess their feelings were not in short supply. However, he would rather perish than be the subject of such an open declaration. If anyone dares to send me a card that brings me shame, I shall teach them a proper lesson, Draco declared, instantly dissuading Pansy, who sat not far from him, from any such thoughts. At noon, Malfoy again lamented to Severus about this affair. He had nearly come to regard Severus as a true friend, affectionately calling him Little Soup. Occasionally, Severus would remind him, "I'm older than your father. Even he must show me respect. How can you call me Little Soup?" Draco would dismiss such concerns with nonchalance. "We each have our own terms. He calls you uncle, while I call you brother." Draco unabashedly elevated their kinship. However, should Lucius learn that he referred to Voldemort as Little Soup, it would not be long before he knelt before Draco, calling him father. Severus, for his part, remained unconcerned. It suffices to be a close confidant of Draco. I believe this may not be such a bad thing. Severus deliberately remarked that one should seize this opportunity. What do you mean? I mean, if you consider it a source of shame, what would others think? It appears you harbor a strong dislike for that Harry Potter. Why not attempt to compose an anonymous card to him? Simply inscribe that his eyes are as green as a newly pickled toad. Imagine the grand spectacle of the illustrious Potter making a fool of himself in front of the public. Severus had completely forgotten their brief collaboration in pilfering potions, showing no hesitation in his mockery. "You are truly a genius," Malfoy exclaimed, springing to his feet. "Right? It must be written. Let it be as you suggested. To be honest, I have long detested those eyes of his." Moreover, he conceived a new idea, and let those little imps read it aloud during potions class, he declared proudly. Yet, Severus slowly typed out a question mark. "You probably do not know that Headmaster Snape utterly despises Harry Potter." Malfoy assumed Severus was unaware of the intricacies and eagerly explained, "If the headmaster's class were to be interrupted, it is evident that Potter would be doomed. To mention that Harry's eyes are as green as a newly pickled toad in front of Snape, you truly have some audacity, Draco Malfoy. Who is truly doomed remains to be seen. Do you not realize that Snape loathes every fiber of Harry's being, save for those eyes? Grant you a mudblood's insult, and you'd be scrubbing toilets for an entire semester. Hand you a Valentine's Day, and you could step on a landmine with precision." Even the esteemed American Wizard MacArthur claimed, "In the realm of self-destruction, not even I can surpass Draco Malfoy." When Malfoy commenced his reckless antics, it was already too late. If God were to challenge me to a contest of self-destruction against Malfoy, I would not hesitate to eliminate God. The grand documentary The Legend of Draco Malfoy continues to air. Chapter 48. Neither good nor evil is pure enough, hence the pain. During the afternoon's charms class, Malfoy enacted this plan. He also wished to orchestrate a spectacle for Harry during potions class. Alas, the final session of potions this week had occurred the day prior. Throughout the entire class, Malfoy awaited the unfolding drama. The black diary rested in the upper left corner of his desk. "Today, we shall continue our study of the freezing charm." Flitwick stood atop a pile of books, lest his head fail to reach the height of the podium. However, he was exceedingly enthusiastic, stating that the incantation for the freezing charm is Immobulus. Do take care to distinguish it from another charm, Glacius. Although you have yet to learn that. Generally speaking, the freezing charm only affects moving objects, but, hey you, Harry Potter! A particularly sullen dwarf burst into the classroom, interrupting Professor Flitwick's lecture. The entire class raised their heads to gaze at the dwarf, who was nearly the same height as Professor Flitwick. Harry immediately realized he was doomed. Receiving a Valentine's Day card in front of so many people, especially with Draco Malfoy among them, was utterly infuriating. Harry longed to flee, but lessons were still in session. Several dwarfs had already surrounded his desk, leaving no room for escape. Even Ron and Neville had been pushed aside. Casting a desperate glance around, Harry noticed the look of fear and concern on Ron's face, while Professor Flitwick covered his face in exasperation, as if lamenting why a presence like Lockhart was a Ravenclaw student. Across the room, the insufferable Malfoy laughed more triumphantly than ever. I have a musical message to personally deliver to Harry Potter, the dwarf declared, adopting an aggressive stance as he plucked the strings of a harp. Not here, Harry whispered, almost pleading. Stop, don't move, the dwarf muttered, seizing Harry's backpack to prevent him from escaping. Let me go, Harry shouted, tugging fiercely at the bag. He no longer cared about the lesson. He would rather face any consequence. With a loud, tearing sound, his backpack was ripped in two, sending his books, wand, parchment, and quill scattering across the floor, with the ink bottle shattering atop the heap. In a frantic attempt to gather his belongings before the dwarf began to sing, Harry scrambled to collect the items strewn about. The classroom was in chaos, but Malfoy's voice cut through the noise like a sharp blade, piercing directly at Harry. What on earth is happening? Malfoy asked in a tone that was both cold and contemptuous, though inside, he was far more excited than he let on. He had awaited this moment for far too long. He's mocking me. Harry was completely flustered, desperate to escape, but the dwarf clung to his knees, sending him crashing to the ground. All right, the dwarf said, plopping down on Harry's lap. This is your melodious Valentine's gift. His eyes were as green as a newly pickled toad, his hair as sleek and dark as a blackboard, and the scar on his forehead shimmered like lightning. I wish he were mine. He is truly handsome. He is Harry Scarhead. Enough. Professor Flitwick could no longer contain himself. The students were likely witnessing the usually gentle professor display such anger for the first time. I'm still teaching. He raised his wand and cast a spell that did not strike the dwarf directly, but instead created a fist-sized crater at its feet, effectively driving the dwarf away. However, Harry felt no improvement whatsoever. He would willingly relinquish all the gold in Gringotts, simply wishing to evaporate into thin air. He bravely forced himself to laugh heartily alongside everyone else. Yet the one who laughed the loudest in the classroom was none other than Malfoy. Sharing in Malfoy's amusement felt like an added torment for him. Most importantly, this was hardly a confession. It was undoubtedly a scheme devised by Malfoy. Harry vehemently declared that only he dared to call him Scarhead. You make a valid point, Ron nodded, his face etched with regret. How infuriating. Why didn't we think of such a clever trick to tease Malfoy? Harry, too, felt a pang of regret, but it was too late for any musings. Potions class was their final lesson of the day, and indeed of the week, after which Malfoy would retreat to the Slytherin common room. Yet, Harry remained unsatisfied. His mind no longer on the lesson, his eyes, filled with animosity, fixed on Malfoy behind his circular glasses. He then observed Malfoy, as if delighted by some fortunate event, lean over his desk, producing a black notebook to write in. However, the distance between them rendered Harry unable to discern the specifics of Malfoy's writing. I doubt Potter appreciates your Valentine-esque gift. The words seeped into the diary, presenting themselves before Severus. A gift for Harry Potter? Severus rolled his eyes, pondering who truly harbored such deep affections for Harry Potter. He promptly retorted, not me, but you. I can only imagine his expression. Absolutely correct. Through the written words, Severus could sense Malfoy's immense delight at that moment. To him, there could be no experience more exquisite than this. However, unbeknownst to Severus, every careless move Malfoy made was keenly observed by Harry. Fortunately, such a commonplace black notebook was too ordinary. Even after hearing Ginny's description, Harry remained unperturbed. After all, they had previously dismissed the notion of Malfoy being a thief. Nevertheless, Malfoy was ultimately confined to such petty antics. The malice within him seemed overwhelming. But when it came to action, it was not as formidable as he boasted. Are we truly going to kill someone? In the Chamber of Secrets, Malfoy's voice began to tremble. Before him stood a tall, ethereal figure, strikingly handsome, yet somewhat translucent, akin to a specter. It was Severus, By absorbing Ginny's and Malfoy's life force over the past while, he had managed to temporarily extricate his shadow from the diary. The vitality surging within him felt rejuvenating. However, in reality, such exertion would be immensely draining. However, friends must indeed confront one another in person. This was a minor preparation made by Severus to exert complete control over Malfoy. I believe we need not. Are you frightened? Just like the previous coward. Do you feel fear? He retorted. I am not afraid. Merely Draconis's chest heaved violently as he cast a terrified glance at the massive serpent bowing before him. In that moment, he felt not glory, but a palpable sense of dread. Yet, in the presence of Severus, or rather, in the company of the familiar Thomas, he was reluctant to reveal his vulnerable side, especially upon realizing that Tom Riddle, this half-blood, was far superior to himself. Presently, he genuinely wished to showcase his worth before his friends, to demonstrate to his father how remarkable he was. However, the thought of taking a life was somewhat daunting. After all, she is merely a filthy mudblood. Why concern yourself with her fate? Severus advanced, a mere phantom yet compelling Draco to retreat further. I merely think it unnecessary. Did not those previously attacked survive? We need only petrify them. How amusing, Draco. Severus chuckled lightly, having unconsciously positioned himself before Draco. Looking down upon him, he could sense Draco Malfoy's breath, rapid and intermittent. Do you know how much effort it takes for me to emerge from the diary? It is far more arduous than possessing you. Severus exclaimed in frustration. It was precisely because you expressed a desire to take action yourself that I proceeded this way. Yet now, you wish to withdraw? I am not. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, although Draco quickly denied it. He found himself unable to conjure a single excuse. He felt as though engulfed by an immense tide, the pressure of the water rendering him breathless. He appeared to be in great anguish. At that moment, Severus's translucent fingers reached toward his chest, grasping the wand tucked within his pocket, examining it slowly. A fine wand indeed. What material is it? Severus seemingly dismissed the notion of Malfoy committing murder, shifting the conversation to his wand. Hawthorn wood, with a core of unicorn hair. Hawthorn, a curious and paradoxical wand, is it not? Much like the tree itself, filled with contradictions. Its leaves and blossoms possess healing properties. Yet the severed branches carry the scent of death. And the unicorn hair. Nothing could be more ill-suited for casting dark magic. Draco. Severus placed Malfoy's wand aside, all the while gazing into his eyes. You appear to be in great distress. Draco had to concede that Tom Riddle spoke the truth. However, he was reluctant to acknowledge it, or rather, he found himself at a loss for words. The once amiable Draco now appeared to be a different person altogether, instilling within him a sense of both alienation and dread. Fortunately, the other party eventually relented. Your goodness and malice lack purity, and therein lies the root of your anguish. Severus coldly elucidated. His hand rested upon Draco's shoulder, his voice gradually becoming ethereal, akin to the enchanting song of sirens amidst the sea. What you cannot accomplish, I shall undertake. Draco Malfoy, surrender your body to me. Chapter 49, Memory Modification. Severus exploited Draco's vulnerabilities to gain complete control over his physique. However, he did not immediately unleash an attack with the basilisk. Rather than assaulting, he had matters of greater import to attend to. Through conversing with Draco, he had learned that it was Dobby, the house elf, who had pilfered the diary and delivered it to Draco's hands. At present, Ginny still harbored memories pertaining to the diary. Should Dumbledore uncover this, Severus would find himself ensnared without recourse. It was imperative to ascertain whether Ginny had divulged the existence of the diary, and subsequently, erase all their memories. Severus had no intention of returning to Ginny for the time being. Given the current trajectory of events, adhering strictly to the original narrative was unnecessary. As long as the overall essence remained intact, it would suffice to eventually lead Ginny to the Chamber of Secrets, creating an illusion that he was confronting Harry Potter. He now needed to seize an opportunity to act swiftly. However, this was easier said than done. Being ambushed by Harry, Hermione, and Ginny, who had joined forces to cast Expelliarmus, presented a different challenge altogether. Just moments ago, Severus had intended to seek out Ginny, but as he exited the common room, he rounded a corner and unexpectedly encountered the four individuals lying in wait. Their voices unified in a chorus, shouting Expelliarmus, resulting in Ron's wand backfiring and sending him flying. The other three spells hurtled towards Severus, knocking the Hawthorn wand from his grasp. In truth, Severus possessed the capacity to resist, even sans his wand. He could still wield magic, yet his thoughts had shifted to other matters. Malfoy, return Ginny's diary at once. Hermione commanded forcefully, her demeanor suggesting that failure to comply would result in a punch. Hurry, otherwise, I shall make you sample the taste of a slug. Ginny, more agitated than Hermione, interjected. Do not even think of denying it. Harry saw you take that diary out during class. Meanwhile, Ron, having fallen in a most undignified manner, scrambled to his feet, attempting to assert dominance. On Valentine's Day, Harry had observed Malfoy scribbling in a black notebook. At the time, he had not paid it much heed, but upon encountering Ginny, the matter of the diary resurfaced in his memory. After several days of observation, he finally confirmed that the diary in Malfoy's possession was indeed the one Ginny had lost. Thus unfolded the current scene. However, as he felt the 3 wands pressing against his chin, Severus remained remarkably calm. Wait, I am not Malfoy. Severus earnestly looked at Ginny and lowered his voice. It is I, Riddle. Mr. Riddle? Ginny immediately lowered her wand, her voice a blend of surprise and joy. How is it that you are possessing Malfoy? Oh, so you are Tom Riddle? Hermione and her 2 foolish companions wore expressions of bewilderment. For it was indeed disconcerting to see Severus's face speaking words that seemed hardly credible. Indeed, Severus nodded. Do you recall our escapade to Snape's for the potion ingredients? At that time, I was possessing Ginny. Is it truly you? Ron exclaimed in astonishment. But how did you end up in Malfoy's grasp? We all thought the heir had taken you. Harry questioned. Malfoy is neither the heir nor aware of who it is. Why would he want to take you? Because he sought to assist the heir, Severus elucidated. He was unaware of the heir's identity, yet he discovered my pursuit of them and realized that I was not Ginny, but a memory contained within the diary. Hence, he devised a plan to steal the diary. However, he did not anticipate that I could forcibly control his body. At this, Hermione immediately furrowed her brow, seemingly finding Severus's methods rather nefarious, while Harry and Ron appeared quite pleased. I must say, although it is the same face, you are far more agreeable to look at than Malfoy. Ron boldly approached, throwing an arm around him, and then lowered his voice. I heard you helped Ginny with her homework. On a few occasions, I deemed her capabilities did not necessitate such tasks. What is the matter? I mean, I have plenty of homework too. Ron. Hermione exasperatedly pulled Ron away from Severus's side. Harry and Ginny remained close, but Ginny suddenly wore a sorrowful expression. But if you controlled Malfoy, why didn't you come and find me? Severus longed to express that he had intended to seek her out and alter their memories. Yet, the words morphed into a different form as they reached his lips. It is far too perilous. I believe the heir has already discovered my existence. However, he has yet to ascertain my exact hiding place. If I were to return to your side, it might embroil you in danger as well. Moreover, I am utilizing Malfoy's body, so there is no need for concern. No one would suspect him as the enemy of the heir. I'm not afraid of danger, Ginny declared resolutely. Neither are we, Harry promptly added, hoping that Mr. Riddle might provide some valuable intelligence. In truth, Ron felt a twinge of fear at the thought. Yet as he gazed upon his sister and his close friend, he swallowed the words back. I know you all possess great courage, but surely one cannot find the murderer alone, can they? Hermione interrupted him, asserting, we can be of assistance. You have worked alongside us before, you know. Cyrus regarded her for a long moment before feigning a reluctant nod. Very well, I agree to your involvement, but before we proceed, I must ascertain that Ginny has not disclosed the matter of the diary to anyone else. No, I have only confided in Hermione and the others. Excellent. Now I must alter your memories, erasing the section concerning the diary and replacing it with something else, Cyrus stated. I trust that you would never betray my secret. However, the heir may employ legilimency to extract answers from your memories. Should he uncover my true identity, it would be all too easy for him to eliminate me. Cyrus reclaimed his wand from Harry. You assure us that you will only modify our memories regarding the diary, not erase everything. Ginny insisted, gazing at him defiantly, fearing that Cyrus's words were merely a ruse to make them forget all, thus keeping them away from peril. I assure you, only modifications. Chapter 50. All the abandoned have found a home here. After altering the memories of Ginny and the others, Cyrus finally felt free of lingering threats. Now, no one would know that his true form was an unremarkable diary. Harry and the others experienced a brief moment of disorientation. Then the memory alteration faded entirely from their minds. So, Mr. Riddle, have you discovered anything? Or do you know who last opened the Chamber of Secrets? Harry was eager to uncover secrets that would lead him to the true perpetrator and clear his name, especially after revealing his parcel tongue and the petrification of Justin, which led nearly everyone to suspect him as the culprit. Ginny remarked that it was you who captured the murderer when the chamber was opened 50 years ago. It was indeed I, though I fear you may be reluctant to believe it, Cyrus stated with subtlety. What does that mean? We need the truth, Mr. Riddle. We cannot allow the heir to commit further atrocities. We believe there may be a connection between the individual who opened the chamber 50 years ago and the present situation. Harry exclaimed anxiously. Very well, if you so desire, I can show you, Cyrus replied. You need not listen to my narration. I can lead you into my memories, taking you back to the night I apprehended him. But how shall we do this? Find an empty classroom where no one is present and wait for me there. Cyrus, having painstakingly erased the diary from their memories, would naturally not reveal it in their presence. Coincidentally, he had previously discovered a broken pensieve in the storage room of the Room of Requirement, which he had casually repaired. Originally intended as a trinket for Draco, it unexpectedly proved useful now. Having acquired the pensieve, Cyrus employed the Marauder's map to ascertain the location of Harry and his companions, and hurriedly made his way there. How did you know we were here? Ron exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Cyrus find them with such precision. However, he was soon captivated by the object in Cyrus's hand. Are you going to wash your face? This is a pensieve. Hermione gasped in surprise. What is a pensieve? Ron inquired. It is an alchemical tool capable of preserving thoughts and memories within one's mind, Cyrus explained, while extracting a small strand of silvery memory from his temple with the tip of his wand. You can think of it as a way to revisit past events from a third-person perspective, much like watching a film. Do you understand? Cyrus placed the strand of memory into the pensieve and began to swirl it. Soon, the silvery substance became transparent, resembling glass. Follow me, he urged. Stepping into his own thoughts, he fell into a cold, dark void, as if being pulled into a black vortex. What should we do? Ron asked, hesitating as he watched Cyrus vanish. Follow him, Harry said resolutely. Before he could finish, Ginny was already the second to enter the pensieve, followed by Harry, Hermione, and lastly Ron. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, they found themselves in an astonishing new space. They quickly realized where they had arrived. A circular room adorned with portraits of sleeping figures, which was none other than Dumbledore's office. However, seated behind the desk was not Dumbledore, but a frail, diminutive wizard, bald save for a few wisps of white hair, who was reading a letter by candlelight. Harry had never seen this man before. He is Professor Dippet, the headmaster of Hogwarts 50 years ago, Cyrus explained. His voice was as loud as usual, which made Harry and the others uneasy. I'm sorry, Harry whispered, trembling. Shouldn't we be quiet and hide? Yet the wizard did not lift his gaze. He continued to read the letter, a slight frown creasing his brow. Do not worry, they cannot see us. They're merely memories, just as I am, Cyrus reassured them. With this, Harry and the others felt a sense of relief. At that moment, the old wizard sighed, folded the letter, and stood up, walking past Harry without even glancing at him, directly pulling open the curtains. Outside, the sky was ablaze with hues of crimson. It appeared to be dusk. The wizard returned to the table, seated himself, and absently toyed with his thumbs, gazing at the doorway. A knock echoed from outside the office. Come in, the elderly wizard said in a feeble voice. A boy, approximately 16 years of age, entered and removed his pointed hat. A silver prefect badge gleamed upon his chest. He bore an uncanny resemblance to Sirius, being tall with black hair and eyes. This is me, Sirius explained, though his words were unnecessary as others could discern the truth. He is far more handsome than Lockhart. Ron nudged Hermione with his elbow, causing her cheeks to flush instantly. Ah, Riddle, the headmaster remarked. You wish to see me, Professor Dippet? Riddle inquired, displaying a hint of nervousness. Please take a seat, Dippet invited. I was just perusing the letter you sent me. Oh, Riddle replied, sitting down with his hands tightly clasped. My dear child, Dippet said kindly, I cannot permit you to remain at school over the summer. Surely you would prefer to return home for the holiday? No, Riddle responded immediately. I would rather stay at Hogwarts than go to that place. You reside in a Muggle orphanage during your holidays, do you not? Dippet inquired curiously. Mr. Riddle, you have never mentioned this. Ginny cast a sympathetic glance at Sirius, her face etched with sorrow. She had no idea Mr. Riddle harbored such a past. It's nothing, Sirius merely shook his head. I do not wish for others to pity me, Ginny. This was indeed a heartfelt sentiment. Unwanted sympathy rarely brings solace. Harry understood this more than anyone else. He felt a profound kinship with Tom Riddle. Their experiences were so remarkably similar, akin to brothers separated by 50 years. Yes, sir, Riddle said, his face slightly reddening. Are you of Muggle descent? I'm a mixed blood, Sir Riddle replied. My father is a Muggle, and my mother is a witch. Your parents? My mother passed away shortly after giving birth to me, sir. They told me at the orphanage that she only had time to name me Tom, after my father, and my middle name, Marvolo, after my grandfather. Dippet clicked his tongue in sympathy. Here's the matter, Tom, he sighed. We intended to make special arrangements for you. But given the current circumstances, are you referring to all these attacks, sir? Riddle asked. Harry's heart raced, and he leaned in closer, anxious not to miss a word. Indeed, the headmaster remarked, my dear child, you must realize how foolish it would be for me to allow you to remain in the castle after the term ends. Especially in light of the recent tragedy, the unfortunate demise of that poor girl. It is far safer for you to stay at the orphanage. To speak frankly, the Ministry of Magic is even contemplating the closure of the school. We have yet to grasp the slightest clue regarding the root of all these unfortunate events. Riddle's eyes widened. You are quite distressed. I simply do not wish for the school to be shut down. Therefore, I must turn over the perpetrator, even if he did not intend to commit murder, said Sirius calmly. He was providing a precautionary warning to Harry and the others, intentionally emphasizing the notion of unintentionality. Harry could deeply relate to Riddle's thoughts from memory. Hogwarts has always offered the warmest refuge to those who are homeless. This was the first home he had known. The best home. He, along with Mr. Riddle and other abandoned boys, found a sense of belonging here. Chapter 51. The Heir. Sir, if that individual were apprehended, if everything were to cease. What do you mean? Shouted Diphead, rising from his chair, his voice a bit shrill. Riddle, are you implying that you have knowledge regarding these attacks? No, sir, Riddle quickly replied. Diphead sank back into his seat, appearing slightly disappointed. You may leave now, Tom. Riddle slid down from his chair and trudged out of the room. A few followed him. They descended the spiral staircase and emerged beside the monstrous, dripping gargoyle in the dimly lit corridor. Riddle halted, and they paused, gazing at him. Sirius felt an odd sensation. For though he had revisited this memory countless times, it was his first experience sharing it with others, especially since the memory's owner bore an uncanny resemblance to his current self. The Riddle in the memory was deep in thought, biting his lip, with furrows forming on his brow. Suddenly, he seemed to come to a decision and hurried away, with the others stealthily trailing behind. Throughout their journey, they encountered no one. Eventually, they arrived in the entrance hall, where a tall wizard greeted Riddle from the marble staircase. What are you doing, Tom? Out wandering at such a late hour? It was Dumbledore. Ron stared in astonishment at this wizard. He was none other than a 50 years younger Dumbledore. It was an incredibly strange feeling, as if they were embarking on a journey through time, the gray world resembling a palette of temporal hues flowing against the current, savoring the forbidden sweetness of another's past. I never imagined I would witness Dumbledore at such a young age, Harry murmured in awe. 50 years ago, Albus Dumbledore was a stark contrast to the figure he has become today. In those days, he sported flowing chestnut hair and a long beard, his cheeks not yet etched with the lines of age. Yet, perhaps owing to the gray filter of memory, Harry perceived an overwhelming sadness in him, as if he had just emerged from a torrential downpour. Harry was unaware of the sorrows that had befallen Dumbledore during that time, but the elderly man appeared to have lost all hope, his existence seemingly sustained not by aspiration, but more akin to a form of punishment. Cyrus, however, was acutely aware of the truth. 50 years ago, at this very moment, Grindelwald was still fervently pursuing their once shared ambitions. The unbreakable vows of their youth now long faded into the distance. In a few years, the world would celebrate the day he lost his beloved. In this light, Harry felt a kinship with Dumbledore. Meanwhile, Ginny recalled the night they first encountered Dumbledore, a moment strikingly similar to the present. The only constant being the penetrating gaze that seemed to see into the very depths of one's soul. I must go meet the headmaster now, sir, Riddle announced. Very well. Off to bed with you, Dumbledore replied, his familiar penetrating gaze fixed upon Riddle. It is best not to linger in the corridors these days. He sighed heavily, bid Riddle good night, and strode away. Riddle watched him disappear from sight before swiftly making his way up the stone steps leading to the underground classroom. However, Riddle did not lead them to a secret passage or hidden tunnel, but rather to the dungeon where Snape conducted his potions class. The torches were unlit, and as Riddle pushed the door ajar, Harry could only see Riddle standing motionless at the threshold, peering into the corridor beyond. They remained there for at least an hour. Cyrus could discern Ron's growing impatience, for all they could see was Riddle's silhouette at the door, watching intently like a statue. Patience, Cyrus urged. The one who opened the Chamber of Secrets is hiding here, alongside the creature he has nurtured. His words compelled them to still their anxious minds. Just as their patience was waning, they heard a disturbance outside. Someone was stealthily moving through the passage. They could hear the footsteps of the person passing the underground classroom where Harry and Riddle were concealed. Riddle, like a shadow, silently slipped through the crack of the door and followed. Cyrus led them onward. They heard a door creak open, followed by a hushed voice speaking in a gravelly tone. Come here into box." Was this the heir? The voice seemed eerily familiar. Hermione furrowed her brow in contemplation. They beheld the dark silhouette of a stout boy squatting before an ajar door, beside which rested a large box. Soon, they discerned the source of their familiarity, particularly after the memory of Riddle's altercation with Hagrid emerged. "Good evening, Rubber," Riddle pronounced sternly. "This must come to an end," he continued. "I am compelled to report you." "Rubber, they are contemplating the closure of Hogwarts if the attacks do not cease. I understand you did not intend to kill. However, a monster is hardly an ideal pet. I presume you merely wish to allow it some exercise. It did not kill anyone." The stout boy protested, retreating slightly and leaning against the closed door. Harry could hear peculiar rustlings and clattering emanating from behind him. Riddle advanced a step closer. "The parents of that deceased girl are arriving tomorrow. Hogwarts must ensure that the creature responsible for their daughter's demise is dealt with." "It wasn't it," the boy bellowed, his voice echoing through the dim corridor. "It would never." "Step aside," Riddle commanded, drawing his wand. This action immediately heightened the tension among Harry and his companions, who anticipated a thrilling duel while fearing for Riddle's safety. Riddle's incantation erupted in a sudden flash, illuminating the corridor and revealing the countenance of the enormous boy. It was Hagrid. Several young wizards gasped in astonishment. Yet they were reluctant to accept the reality. How could it possibly be Hagrid? The memory did not pause for their astonishment. Riddle's spell hurled Hagrid against the opposite wall, simultaneously forcing open the door behind him. A massive, hairy creature darted forth with such swiftness that it was nearly indistinguishable. Riddle raised his wand once more, but it was too late. The beast bolted past him, knocking him to the ground before swiftly racing down the corridor and vanishing. Ginny and Hermione were thoroughly frightened, yet Severus recognized that Riddle had deliberately allowed the acromantula to escape. The appearances of those slain by the acromantula and the basilisk were strikingly different. Riddle staggered to his feet, gazing at the creature's retreating form. He lifted his wand, but Hagrid lunged at him, seizing the wand and toppling him once more, bellowing, "No!" Hagrid's gruff voice shattered the memory of Riddle. Severus and several young wizards stood in the darkness, engulfed in silence. They seemed unable to emerge from the truth they had just witnessed. After a prolonged silence, Hermione furrowed her brow and offered an exoneration for her friend, "Mr. Riddle, could it be that you have mistaken the culprit? He may not have acted with intent, yet you are all aware of his peculiar fascination with monstrous beings." Cyrus remarked that he endeavored to extricate Hagrid from his predicament, while diverting their attention to the creature that had managed to escape, and now, perhaps, someone has brought it back. However, Harry opened his mouth, eager to defend Hagrid, yet he recognized the truth in Cyrus's words. During their time at Hogwarts last year, Hagrid had attempted to nurture a dragon within his humble abode, and the three-headed beast he referred to as Fluffy had left an indelible mark on their memories. In his youth, had Hagrid caught wind of a beast lurking within the castle, Harry knew he would have gone to great lengths to catch a glimpse of it. Hagrid likely believed that confining such a creature for so long was rather unjust, and that it deserved an opportunity to stretch its legs. Harry could even envision 13-year-old Hagrid wishing to attach a leash and collar to the beast. Yet, Harry firmly believed that Hagrid would never deliberately endanger anyone's life. "It seems to be the case. Ron recalled the book Fantastic Beasts and where to find them that you lent me?" Ginny inquired. "The Ministry of Magic has labeled the most perilous creatures as those you mentioned, or anything Hagrid has a fondness for." Ron attempted to shift his perspective. "Your tone resembles Percy S. After all, who prompted you to report Hagrid?" He complained. "But the creature has taken lives." "Ron," Cyrus feigned resignation. "I know Hagrid is your friend. He is a good man, which is why Dumbledore is willing to vouch for him. However, he is indeed reckless in certain matters, and I cannot idly stand by while more attacks occur. Since Hagrid was expelled, the incidents have ceased. If they close Hogwarts, I shall return to a Muggle orphanage. I trust you understand my desire to remain here is quite reasonable." Harry certainly understood. A heavy silence enveloped them. After an extended pause, Hermione hesitantly posed the most challenging question. "Should we perhaps confront Hagrid about these matters?" "That would be a rather pleasant visit," Ron replied. "Hello, Hagrid, do tell us. Have you recently unleashed any savage, furry creatures within the castle?" Thus, they resolved to remain silent. Chapter 52, Wandless Magic. The truth seemed to have been unveiled, yet it transformed into yet another unspeakable secret. A weighty sensation settled within them, rendering it difficult to breathe, except for Cyrus. He returned to the Slytherin common room, intending to find a suitable moment to resume his assault plans. I recall that the fourth and fifth attacks occurred almost simultaneously, and it was these two incidents that nearly led to the school's closure, Cyrus contemplated. It is not yet the time to close the school. We must proceed gradually, allowing them to believe that the situation is not overly dire. It would be best to facilitate Dumbledore's smooth departure from the school. When that time arrives, matters will become far more manageable. I must maintain closer contact with Lucius, Cyrus murmured to himself as he sat alone on the sofa in the common room, crossing his legs. Before long, a tall and robust man approached, resembling a massive green gorilla from a distance. Marcus Flint furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Why are you still here? Hurry to practice Quidditch. If we win against Ravenclaw, we still have a chance." Last semester, Slytherin lost to Gryffindor in a Quidditch match despite having the most advanced brooms, which provided them with a significant advantage. However, Malfoy was too preoccupied with mocking Harry, forgetting that he was still in the match and missing the opportunity to seize the golden snitch first. Since that incident, Marcus had grown quite dissatisfied with Malfoy. Yet, given that Malfoy's father was a school governor and that Slytherin's brooms were donated by his family, one could only endure such grievances. According to the tournament schedule, every house must compete against the other 3 houses, and the championship is ultimately determined by the scores accumulated during those matches. Having already lost one match, if they could surpass Ravenclaw by 300 points, they would still have a chance to reach the finals. In reality, their odds were quite favorable, as the disparity between the brooms was difficult to bridge. The problem was that ever since their defeat to Gryffindor, Draco Malfoy seemed to have lost interest in Quidditch. Although he still attended practices, he lacked any real investment. Even the crucial seeker's lackadaisical attitude inevitably caused the other players to become lax as well. With such a mindset, victory would indeed be a formidable challenge. Thus, when Marcus observed Malfoy idly lounging about, he immediately confronted him with ire. "Malfoy, I made an exception to appoint you as Seeker, not for the purpose of losing." He strode over to Cyrus, his furious visage resembling that of a contorted gorilla. "Because of you, our team Seeker is far inferior to those of other teams. We cannot possibly establish a lead of over 150 points before the golden snitch appears. Do you understand? If you maintain this attitude, I will certainly expel you from the team." As Marcus grew increasingly agitated, he even extended his finger to jab forcefully at Cyrus's chest. This provoked Cyrus. Slap. Cyrus coldly swatted Marcus's hand away. "Do not point at me, Marcus Flint, or do you wish to find yourself suspended from the ceiling?" Not only did he dislike being pointed at, but Draco, the owner of this body, was also his closest friend. How could one allow such bullying to persist? "You dare to humiliate me." Marcus's simian visage instantly flushed a deep crimson. He felt utterly humiliated. Ever since the incident at the Fight Club, everyone knew he had been literally hung up and beaten by a first-year student, resulting in a considerable amount of ridicule. Naturally, he dealt with this mockery by employing sheer brute force to silence his detractors. Yet now, the diminutive Draco Malfoy dared to rub salt into his wounds? What a Malfoy lineage. Every family boasts its own share of 28 purebloods. It seems I must impart a lesson, Malfoy. He menacingly drew his wand, threatening, "How about I cover your face with freckles and extend your teeth beyond even that mudblood from Gryffindor?" At this, Cyrus, who had been somewhat angry, suddenly burst into laughter. It appeared that these inherently wicked Slytherin miscreants were not as formidable as they fancied. The most malicious threat they could conjure was merely to make someone sprout a few freckles. How utterly amusing! Just moments ago, Cyrus had contemplated hanging Marcus up, then removing his trousers and plunging his head into a toilet. "Let us proceed, as you suggested then." "What? Your weapon?" Cyrus did not even draw his wand. Instead, he struck out with his bare hands, unleashing a crimson beam that knocked Marcus's wand from his grasp. He caught it effortlessly, holding the ebony wand made of blackthorn, which bore a core that did not quite resemble unicorn hair. With a flick, he found it much more manageable than Draco's awkward wand. He speculated that the core might be dragon heartstring or the nerves of a fire dragon. Thus, Tooth of the Great Bat. An instant curse struck Marcus, causing his 2 front teeth to elongate uncontrollably, transforming his otherwise simian face into that of a rabbit. Regrettably, he did not possess the charm of a rabbit. Enveloped by the agony of his growing teeth, Marcus's mouth was forced open, rendering him incapable of uttering a single word, only able to emit whimpering sounds. Meanwhile, others in the common room had begun to notice this spectacle, their faces filled with alarm as they rushed out to summon Snape. Cyrus, however, paid them no heed. He had never regarded such minor conflicts with any seriousness. Without mercy, he unleashed another curse upon Marcus. This time, his face became a veritable canvas of black dots, resembling a field of starry flowers. Marcus writhed in pain upon the floor. "I hope you learned your lesson. You ought to show me some respect next time." With that, Cyrus averted his gaze from Marcus and settled comfortably into a sofa. As for Quidditch practice, I shall not attend. However, I will make an appearance for the match. Participating in Quidditch practice truly seems unnecessary, especially since this semester's Quidditch matches will be cancelled due to him. Nevertheless, he intends to partake in the competition. Despite his indifference towards Quidditch, he cannot bear the thought of Draco being expelled from the team. He wishes to spare his dear friend any distress. Before long, Snape arrived with a scowl etched upon his face. Upon entering, he beheld Marcus Flint rolling on the ground, while the other young wizards cowered around the sofa, where the instigator sat. Once again, it was Marcus Flint, first being suspended from the ceiling by a first-year student, and now reduced to this sorry state by Malfoy. However, Snape was acutely aware that, despite Marcus's lackluster academic performance, labeling him as utterly inept would be an overstatement. Ginny Weasley could defeat him due to her own shortcomings. But how could Draco Malfoy have so thoroughly bested him? Snape was well aware of Draco's capabilities, ever since the boy's arrival at Hogwarts. Snape had taken great care of him, repaying the favor of Lucius's assistance from years past. Therefore, he understood Draco's true potential better than anyone else. At best, he was on par with the likes of Potter, if not slightly inferior. Yet he had managed to vanquish Flint? He glanced down at the disheveled Marcus, and, upon confirming that the latter was not grievously injured, promptly summoned 2 classmates to escort him to the infirmary. Only then did he turn to question Severus. What transpired, Malfoy? Nothing much, Severus shrugged, meeting Snape's gaze. I was sitting on the sofa this morning when Flint approached me about attending practice. I told him not to point at me, and he threatened to mar my face with freckles and make my teeth as large as Miss Granger's. He threatened me first, Professor, so I retaliated in kind, using the disarming charm you taught us in Dueling Club. You learned it? Snape's tone carried a rare hint of surprise. He had demonstrated the disarming spell only once, and it was astonishing that anyone had truly mastered it. Severus nodded, refraining from boasting about his ability to cast spells without a wand. Next time such a situation arises, come directly to me. Snape had evidently discerned that Severus was not lying. I promised your father I would look after you, but do not bring me trouble. At these words, Severus promptly nodded obediently. Chapter 53. Scorching Hell, Another Failure. Severus gazed into the cauldron, watching the potion gradually transition from a vibrant red to a murky black, feeling a twinge of frustration. He could scarcely recall how many times he had attempted to brew the Philosopher's Stone only to fail. This did not even account for the numerous failures he had simulated in his memory prior to this. Having meticulously adhered to Nico's notes and synthesized the experiences of others into a comprehensive guide of 22 techniques, the results remained disappointingly futile. What secrets lie within the Book of Abraham? What variables, perhaps unknown even to him, influenced Nico's alchemical endeavors? What, indeed, is the essence of it all? An overwhelming cascade of enigmas surged through his mind, as if his thoughts were on the brink of explosion. Cyrus understood that persisting in contemplation would yield no answers. Merely squander his time. With a decisive gesture, he dispelled everything within the wish-granting chamber. As alchemy had reached an impasse, he resolved to practice some magical incantations instead. He retrieved the forbidden tomes, the Book of the Red Dragon, the Book of Solomon, the Book of Rogiel, and the Compendium of Dark Spells. These tomes, deemed forbidden, contained not only formidable and terrifying powers, but also obscure knowledge that was difficult to comprehend. Fortunately, Cyrus found that his aptitude in this domain surpassed that of alchemy. The Book of the Red Dragon detailed methods for resurrecting the dead. However, upon analysis, Cyrus discerned that it merely provided a means to create infernal zombies, which hardly constituted true resurrection. The process of crafting such entities was already familiar to him from Voldemort's memories. Although the method described in the Book of the Red Dragon differed, potentially offering a more efficient means of creation, Cyrus held a deep aversion to the practices of necromancers. Furthermore, these zombies lacked substantial combat prowess. They could serve as mere fodder, easily vanquished by the slightest flame. Yet, the most formidable wizards in this realm often wielded powerful fire magic. For instance, Dumbledore's ancient flame, Grindelwald's blue fire, and even Voldemort, in his earlier iterations, exhibited mastery over fierce fire spells. Cyrus himself wished to conjure a flame of his own. Conveniently, the Book of the Red Dragon contained references to the infernal fire of the Red Dragon and the icy flames of the White Dragon. He planned to amalgamate various spells with this fierce fire. The mention of hellfire in the Book of Solomon further piqued his interest. Within the flames, he could incorporate protective charms, defensive spells, apparition, and entrapment incantations. Grindelwald's fire shield, while less devastating than fierce fire, demonstrated greater versatility. The ability to obliterate Paris was merely a side effect. Discerning his true followers held far greater significance. Nonetheless, Cyrus desired both potency and efficacy, and he aspired to exceed all limits. Inventing new magic was a delightful pursuit for Cyrus, though failure was an inevitable companion on this journey. Such setbacks did not equate to true defeat. At worst, they merely signified that the spells he devised had not yet met his expectations. It is not failure, merely a step along the path to success. Much like his endeavor to replicate Grindelwald's fire shield charm, he discovered that the greatest challenge lay not in integrating defensive incantations into the flames, but in instilling the ability to discern friend from foe, to strike only those who exhibit disloyalty. This intricate magic resembles a program, where the initial condition leads to branching possibilities. Upon identifying the target through the if clause, the flame assumes distinct characteristics. It incinerates enemies, offers protection to allies, and defends against attacks. Now, Cyrus comprehends why the potency of the fire shield charm pales in comparison to the ferocity of the inferno. In this realm of magic, the sorcerer's emotions are deeply intertwined with their craft. The inferno is the most frenzied of all fire magics. Its sole purpose is to burn and obliterate, relentlessly spreading and devouring all in its path. This absolute destructiveness, coupled with a resolute determination to annihilate, is what endows the inferno with its formidable strength. Conversely, the fire shield charm is a controlled form of magic, imbued with protective energy, which necessitates a calm heart rather than a frenzied spirit. A delicate balance must be achieved between these two disparate emotions, thus inevitably limiting the fire shield's power compared to that of the inferno. However, if given the choice, Cyrus would still favor the fire shield charm, not solely for its aesthetic appeal, but because, despite the disparity in their might, it suffices for the purpose of elimination. Just as a bullet can precisely target an enemy, while sparing hostages, there is no need to wield a nuclear weapon for mutual destruction. Within the confines of the House of Requirement, Cyrus held Flint's wand, gracefully circling as an elegant musician would. A searing blue flame ignited around him, resembling a spiraling vortex that gradually expanded until it filled the entirety of the chamber with its presence. As he traversed through this fire, he felt no heat or danger. Rather, it was akin to a leisurely stroll across verdant fields. Fire shield. The flames danced, reminiscent of clusters of azure blue bellflowers swaying in the wind. Despite having successfully replicated Grindelwald's signature skill, Cyrus felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. He infused the flames with numerous transformation spells, causing azure demons to awaken from the hell of the bellflowers. Subsequently, he incorporated two types of dragon fire from the Book of the Red Dragon and the hellfire from the Book of Solomon, the fire jade. The hue of the flames shifted dramatically. The once beautiful blue flames now appeared as though stained with blood, assuming a deathly shade. The bellflowers seemed to wither, while blood-red mandrakes bloomed upon their remains, paving a path illuminated by fire. A brand new flame magic was birthed in his hands. Countless dark curses and infernos amplified the potency of the flames, compensating for the relative inadequacy of the fire shield. Of course, this inadequacy was merely relative. After all, it was a formidable spell capable of annihilating Paris. How could it truly be deemed lacking in power? Suddenly, a thought struck Cyrus. What if he were to incorporate the spell for creating inferi? Though he held the inferi in disdain, the sight of his enemies witnessing their comrades consumed by flames rising anew from the ashes would undoubtedly strike a devastating blow to their morale. Cyrus promptly opened the Book of the Red Dragon and integrated the inferi, summoning incantation within. In an instant, this terrifying spell took shape, leaving even Cyrus himself awestruck by its malevolence. To vanquish one's foes and then command their reanimated corpses to battle alongside their former companions. Such a cruel magic would surely make even Voldemort himself a fervent admirer of Cyrus. Even Satan would be compelled to offer him a cigarette. However, Cyrus found himself momentarily repulsed by this magic, perhaps as a manifestation of his own hidden malevolence. Nonetheless, since the incantation had been conceived, even if he did not intend to wield it in the future, it deserved a name. He recalled that in Bleach, Yamamoto Genryusai, Shigekuni's Zanpakuto, possessed a similar ability. The final release, the South Flame Fire 10 Billion Death Burial Array, summoned the dead back to the realm of the living. Yet, that name was rather cumbersome. Cyrus decided to christen it Infernal Heat. Chapter 54, The Fourth Attack and the Sunlit Scheme. Dumbledore rushed toward the hospital wing, hardly taking the time to adjust his beard. Just moments ago, he had encountered Professor McGonagall's Patronus, a silver tabby cat. Minerva, Filius, what has transpired? He spotted the worried expressions on McGonagall's face and the equally anxious demeanor of Flitwick standing at the entrance. Flitwick was scarcely half McGonagall's height. Lockhart, ever the attention seeker, could not seem to detach himself from the spotlight for even a second. As before, he had been petrified. Upon seeing Dumbledore approach, McGonagall looked as if she had found her anchor amidst the storm. The victim of the attack was Penelope Clearwater, a commendable student and the head of Ravenclaw. This morning, Percy Weasley had discovered her in an empty classroom on the 4th floor, McGonagall informed. Dumbledore immediately entered the infirmary, followed closely by the other professors. Madame Pomfrey was bent over, retrieving something from Penelope's hands, a small mirror. Dumbledore swiftly deduced how Penelope had narrowly escaped the clutches of the basilisk. However, the particulars of this assault remained a mystery to him. Cyrus, upon discovering the portrait within the castle that served as a spy for Dumbledore, was resolute not to repeat past mistakes. He ceased allowing the basilisk to roam the corridors, confining it instead to the pipes, only permitting its emergence at the moment of attack. As for Cyrus himself, he concealed his presence even more adeptly. This marked the 4th incident, Albus, with 3 students injured. McGonagall wore a look of profound concern, fearing that the situation might spiral beyond control. What does the Board of Governors have to say? There's been no response yet. Dumbledore shook his head, having initially thought the board might consider shutting down Hogwarts. However, that was not the case. Perhaps there had not been a genuine fatality. Or perhaps someone felt the timing was not yet ripe. That would be ideal, but we must ultimately identify the perpetrator. We will find them, Minerva, Dumbledore murmured. His expression was nearly inscrutable, making it difficult to discern his true thoughts. Indeed, we shall find them. Just allow me to take matters into my own hands. Lockhart seized a moment to interject, flashing his trademark grin. McGonagall immediately exhibited her disdain. Frankly, had the circumstances been different, she would not have shown such rudeness, even if she harbored a dislike for Lockhart. However, given the gravity of the situation, Lockhart's perception of it as a jest was particularly irksome. Ultimately, he remained the same Gilderoy Lockhart of old, one who, in times of war, resurrected the corpses of Death Eaters merely to attract attention, launching his name into the air to incite panic. If memory serves, you proclaimed just 2 weeks ago that the heir had been expelled by you? Snape had appeared behind Lockhart at some point, mocking him. He then disregarded Lockhart's reaction and approached Dumbledore, speaking in hushed tones. This morning, Ginny Weasley did not go anywhere. She remained with Potter and the others. However, there's something I must bring to your attention. His voice lowered further until it was nearly a whisper, and he locked eyes with Dumbledore. Ginny Weasley has misplaced something? This revelation instantly clarified matters for Dumbledore. After sensing that Ginny was in distress, he had instructed Snape to keep a close watch on her. It now appeared likely that Voldemort had detected this surveillance and consequently distanced himself from Ginny Weasley, opting to control other young witches and wizards instead. The item that had been lost must certainly be a Horcrux left by Voldemort. You have left too many traces, Tom. Dumbledore could not help but think. Yet the pressing question remained, what exactly was that lost item? Snape merely shook his head. The legilimency was not an omniscient spell. Ginny and her companions' memories had already been altered by Sirius, rendering them incapable of recalling what they had lost. And thus Snape could not possibly know the answer. It was evident that their adversary remained exceedingly cautious. Dumbledore, holding the mirror he had obtained from Penelope, pondered deeply. 50 years ago, Tom Riddle had unhesitatingly taken Myrtle's life, which was, in truth, an unforeseen incident. Now, from Mrs. Norris to Penelope, not a single soul had perished at the hands of that monster. The stagnant water in the lavatory, the camera, the specter, and the mirror all seemed mere coincidences. Yet Dumbledore understood that such coincidences were implausible in this world. The only conceivable explanation was that Tom did not desire anyone's demise. Dumbledore would never entertain the notion that Tom Riddle had undergone a transformation of heart or developed compassion. The sole rationale was that he wished to avoid the closure of the school. Dumbledore could comprehend why he had sought to keep the institution open 50 years prior. However, what was it that he yearned for now? What could possibly attract him to this school? After a brief contemplation, an answer emerged. Harry Potter. Indeed, if anything piqued Tom Riddle's interest, it had to be Harry Potter. When his Horcrux, through some method, gleaned from Ginny Weasley that Harry had vanquished the Dark Lord, the soul within that Horcrux, utterly oblivious to the matter, would undoubtedly be compelled to discover what power a mere infant possessed to defeat Lord Voldemort. He would seek out that child. This thought flashed through Dumbledore's mind, and as he pondered further, he became increasingly convinced that this event was destined to transpire. From the outset of the first attack, the perpetrator had consistently cast suspicion upon Harry. On Halloween night, Harry, not attending the feast, encountered the initial assault. The second victim was Colin Creevey, who had taken numerous embarrassing photographs of Harry. The third was Justin, who had been caught in the act by Filch. All evidence pointed towards Harry, and Tom Riddle was undoubtedly intent on embroiling Harry in turmoil, attempting to steer him towards investigating the Chamber of Secrets and the heir. Only through this would they finally meet in solitude. Curiously, this aligned perfectly with Dumbledore's desires. He understood what he sought. Dumbledore swiftly recognized this as a game of strategy. Tom Riddle was leveraging the lives of students to coerce him, aiming to eliminate him as a threat and confront that young boy. If his guesses were correct, it would not be long before circumstances compelled him to leave Hogwarts. Nevertheless, Dumbledore did not harbor excessive concern. Tom believed he could triumph, for his opponent was merely a second-year wizard. However, Dumbledore felt he underestimated Harry. Chapter 55. You are quite a decent fellow. The following morning, when news of Penelope Clearwater's attack spread throughout Hogwarts, the young wizards concluded that Harry Potter must have lost his senses. Initially, he targeted only those who opposed him. But now he had begun to focus on all wizards hailing from the Muggle world. Ernie Macmillan earnestly informed everyone he knew, almost convinced that Harry was indeed the perpetrator, fabricating tales of Harry commanding the beast to assault others. He even questioned why the professors had not expelled Harry, as though he had witnessed the events firsthand. Ron rolled his eyes, defending Harry. I feel that nearly all the rumors originated from Ernie Macmillan. During Charms class, Severus deliberately evaded Malfoy's two lackeys and arrived a bit late. With no other options available, he had to sit behind Harry and Ron, sharing a row with Hermione. He feigned a look of disdain to suggest he was reluctant, yet secretly whispered to Hermione. Hermione blushed, recalling the Mr. Riddle she had encountered not long ago in the Pensieve. I must ask you, when did you first possess Ginny? She inquired softly, her head bowed and cheeks aflame. The first possession occurred shortly after the school year commenced last year, during the previous term's Quidditch match, after Colin Creevey was petrified. I was in control nearly up until Christmas. What of it? No, nothing. Nevertheless, Hermione's face turned even redder. Severus, sitting beside her, could feel the warmth radiating from her. She shifted the subject, prodding Harry, who sat ahead of them, with her quill, and then tossed a note his way. What should we do? Perhaps we ought to consult Hagrid to clarify this matter. Yet, Hagrid could not possibly know who had opened the Chamber of Secrets this time, Harry replied reluctantly. Asking him will be more painful than death. He could not help but recall the last time Justin was attacked. At that moment, Professor Dumbledore had taken him to the headmaster's office, and Hagrid had rushed in to defend himself. Hagrid had such faith in me, yet here I was doubting him. At the very least, we could ascertain what manner of beast lurked within the chamber. Hermione immediately interjected. Severus, equally unwilling to seek out Hagrid, was acutely aware of his current identity as the one who had framed Hagrid for imprisonment. The truth of those events, along with Voldemort's true identity, remained known to but a few. Perhaps even Hagrid himself was oblivious. However, if the two were to cross paths, it could hardly result in a delightful encounter. He must stop Hermione. Perhaps it is wise to wait a moment. He reached out to intercept the note. Perhaps there were alternative methods. And he believed the professors would not remain indifferent. Hagrid had not intended to commit those transgressions. Reopening his old wounds now would be excessively cruel. Harry gazed at Severus with heartfelt gratitude. Mr. Riddle, I never anticipated you were such a decent fellow. Hermione still felt uneasy, but what if someone else? If another person falls victim, we must seek out Hagrid. Severus insisted vehemently. We must clarify everything. What if another person is harmed? We must consult Dumbledore. Fred and George, for once, found themselves at odds, insisting on complete transparency. However, such a revelation would utterly expose their secret. George frowned. At this point, the difference between exposure and concealment is negligible, Fred asserted. Consider this. The heir has stolen the Marauder's map. Do you truly expect him to return it once he has finished using it? Now another victim has emerged, a prefect no less. Just look at how frightened Percy has been these past few days. We must take action. George remained silent, yet his internal scales began to tip. Fred's argument held merit. If the heir were to wield their map to recklessly assault young witches and wizards within the castle and manage to escape, they would be no different from accomplices. Moreover, the likelihood of reclaiming the Marauder's map was nearly non-existent. Thus, what difference would it make if the secret were exposed? Consider this. If the clues we provide prove beneficial, we might just become the heroes who apprehended the heir. Fred exclaimed. Did you know Ron and the others are also searching for the culprit? If we get there first, he will be utterly incensed. At this, George's face lit up with a knowing smile. The prospect of overshadowing their brother's efforts brought them greater joy than the thought of heroism. He could already envision Ron's crestfallen expression. George nudged Fred's shoulder, and together they made their way towards Professor McGonagall's office. Professor, we have crucial information regarding the heir that we wish to report to Headmaster Dumbledore. The heir? McGonagall's composed visage quivered slightly as she stood, regarding the two troublemakers with seriousness. George, Fred, I trust you understand that this is not the time for pranks. We would never. How could you think such a thing? Indeed, there are no students more disciplined than us at Hogwarts, the twins responded, feigning hurt. From the very first day you arrived at Hogwarts, you have never adhered to the rules. McGonagall's eyes widened, yet she led them towards the headmaster's office. Listen closely. If you dare to jest about this matter, I will write to your mother and have her send you home for a semester of reflection. Rest assured. Absolutely thrilling. McGonagall led them to the position of the statue known as the Dripping Tap, uttering the password. Today's incantation was Jelly Slug. You may proceed on your own. With both hands clasped in front of her, McGonagall regarded the spiraling elevator with an air of seriousness. George and Fred immediately ascended in the lift, their enthusiasm palpable. As the elevator gently elevated them, it quietly opened to reveal a spacious, splendid circular room, instantly captivating their attention. The chamber was alive with an array of amusing little sounds. On slender-legged tables lay an assortment of peculiar silverware, rotating and exhaling wisps of smoke. The walls were adorned with portraits of former headmasters, both male and female, each softly snoring within their respective frames. In the room was also an enormous table, its legs resembling claws. Dumbledore, reclining upon that table, lifted his head in surprise to gaze at them. What brings you here, gentlemen? Fred and George found themselves redirecting their attention from the fascinating oddities within the headmaster's office. We have an important matter to report to you, sir. It concerns the heir. Chapter 56, The 7 Secret Passageways. An important matter? Dumbledore appeared even more astonished than before, having been deep in thought regarding what Ginny Weasley might have lost, or rather, what the Horcrux could be. He had not anticipated the arrival of 2 visitors. Must it be addressed now? We believe it is prudent to discuss it before the next attack occurs. The twins simultaneously shrugged their shoulders. This evidently piqued Dumbledore's interest, according to the twins. This matter seemed intertwined with the attacks. Perhaps the perplexities that had been troubling him were on the verge of resolution. Please have a seat, gentlemen. He rose and personally poured them each a cup of red tea. I believe I can listen to your account at length, and it would be best not to omit any detail. This matter also has a connection to our sister, they began. Professor, you may not be aware, but recently her dormitory was visited by a thief. A very important item was lost, a magical artifact. Fred and George spoke in turns. Oh, I happen to have heard something about that, Dumbledore said with a smile. So, you know what she lost? Who would have thought that the elusive clues he had pondered just moments ago would now present themselves so readily? That malevolent object, the Horcrux. Its true visage was about to be unveiled. Dumbledore's eyes glimmered with anticipation, though his expression remained largely unchanged. We are undoubtedly aware that it originally belonged to us, the twins stated simultaneously, yet this assertion only served to perplex Dumbledore further. Yours? When has a Horcrux ever circulated in your possession? He inquired. Well, it cannot be considered ours, but we did indeed uncover its secret. He straightened his posture and reiterated, please elaborate. The twins had no choice but to recount their tale from the beginning. So, you discovered a Marauder's map in your first year, which can pinpoint the location of every individual within the castle, correct? At last, Dumbledore grasped the essence of what the twins were conveying. It was not the Horcrux he had envisioned, but rather another artifact deserving of the title of a magnificent magical tool. Moreover, this was indeed crucial intelligence. Is it true that it even bears my name? Dumbledore confirmed. Every individual's name. Fred and George chorused, nodding in unison. It was crafted by Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, those fine gentlemen. They specifically created this map for us aspiring rule breakers. However, it seems this map has now fallen into the hands of that heir. Indeed, Ginny intended to use the map to track the assailant, but shortly thereafter, her dormitory was robbed, Fred recounted. We are concerned that if the assailant utilizes this map, he could launch his attacks more effectively, or conceal himself, George added. Your concerns are entirely justified, Dumbledore agreed wholeheartedly. I am pleased that you are willing to share this significant secret with an old man like myself. His gaze flickered upon hearing the twins' words. He had already deduced who had crafted the map. He was merely astonished that Remus Lupin and the others possessed such capability. What would happen if Riddle obtained this map, which even he was invisibly marked upon? He could ascertain his location at all times to ensure he chose the correct path to safely exit Hogwarts. Who could possibly find him then? Let me confirm once more. Does the Marauder's map only indicate the locations of those within the castle? Indeed, Fred responded. However, we have also discovered that the map does not reveal every location within the castle. For instance, the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets does not appear on it. Clearly, the four Marauders had not located the chamber's whereabouts. Hogwarts secrets never cease to astonish. Dumbledore smiled gently. Might I ask you to divulge the hidden passages that lead out of the castle? There are a total of 7, they replied. Filch knows 4 of them, but we suspect that the assailant would not concern himself with Filch. The remaining 3 passages include one behind the mirror on the 5th floor, and another concealed behind the statue of the one-eyed old woman, both leading directly to the Duke of Honey's cellar. We typically utilized these 2 routes during our previous escapades. Hey, George. Fred playfully tapped George on the head. Apologies that slipped out. Do not fret. I shall not punish you for this, Dumbledore chuckled. I believe that a touch of adventure is essential for life to be truly enjoyable. Wouldn't you agree? Absolutely, the twins exclaimed dramatically. The last passage, which we surmise few have traversed, is located near the Whomping Willow. However, should the heir possess sufficient strength, he might not be deterred by the willow, provided he remains unconcerned about causing a commotion. They remarked. Dumbledore was more aware of this passage than anyone else. The Whomping Willow was originally planted by him, and the passage beneath it was prepared for a particularly special student. The twins believed that the perilous Whomping Willow would prevent the heir of the chamber from escaping. However, Dumbledore's perspective was quite the opposite. Riddle would find it remarkably simple to eliminate the willow, not to mention that the Dark Lord would undoubtedly possess the means to subdue it. By merely touching the willow's knot, one could pacify that fearsome tree. I must say, the information you have provided me is invaluable. It may very well determine whether we can capture the assailant. Dumbledore expressed his gratitude generously. It was a mere, trifling effort. The twins replied, pleased to be of assistance. In return, I believe I can assure you that should I recover that map, it shall be returned to its rightful owners. And I shall keep this secret until your graduation. Dumbledore winked playfully. Really? Indeed. Once Fred and George departed, the lightness on Dumbledore's face vanished instantly. He returned to his chair, deep in contemplation. Which passage would you choose to depart through? Or rather, can you defeat that boy? Chapter 57. I am the captain. Until March, there were no further incidents of attacks. The once reticent Mandrakes had resumed their raucous chatter, hosting a lively, boisterous ball in the 3rd greenhouse, which greatly delighted Professor Sprout. It is anticipated that in a month or 2, they will be fully matured, allowing those who were petrified to finally awaken. Cyrus felt a wave of joy wash over him. As time progressed, resurrection seemed tantalizingly close. The elation within him had begun to shape his guardian spirit, though not distinctly. It was evident that it resembled a grand avian creature. Once the Mandrake matured, he would seize a leaf, and after revival, he could attempt to transform into an animagus. Voldemort, disdainful of such trivial skills, did not regard an animagus transformation as worthy. He held no interest in magical creatures, let alone mundane animals. Yet, Cyrus harbored no such disdain. An unregistered animagus was the epitome of freedom. In the early morning, Cyrus sat in the Slytherin seats, partaking in breakfast while perusing a letter from Lucius Malfoy. During this time, he had been communicating with Lucius in the tone of the Malfoy family, occasionally urging him to act swiftly under the guise of Riddle. However, the Hogwarts Board of Governors asserted that the Malfoy family's influence was not to be underestimated, making swift action improbable. Not to mention, he needed to find the right moment to apply pressure on the Ministry of Magic, ensuring they would feel compelled to send Hagrid to Azkaban for a brief stay. In truth, Cyrus found himself rather fond of Hagrid during his time in Ginny's body, but for the sake of resurrection, he had to impose a measure of discomfort upon the giant. Azkaban was quite appealing. The language spoken within, filled with expletives, was oddly pleasant, and its inhabitants were all skilled in the dark arts. As he convinced himself of this, he lifted a forkful of sausage to his mouth. Why are you still here? Isn't today the match between your Slytherin team and Ravenclaw? Ginny inquired, unable to resist approaching him as he leisurely enjoyed his meal. Ordinarily, the outcome of the Slytherin team's matches would not concern her, but this time was different. Mr. Riddle had become the seeker for Slytherin. Despite the detestable nature of the other Slytherins, Ginny hoped Cyrus would triumph in the match. Quidditch match? Cyrus raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling the event. Not long ago, Marcus Flint had specifically requested him for training. It had simply slipped his mind. He stood, exclaiming, "Why are there so few people having breakfast today?" Although Cyrus was not particularly interested in Quidditch, having traversed into this magical realm and residing in Draco's body, it would be a shame not to experience it. Moreover, if he missed this opportunity, there would likely be no chance again. The essence lay in the experience itself. The two made their way to the Quidditch pitch, where most students had already taken their seats. Many had brought binoculars. The seating had been elevated, yet at times, it was still challenging to discern the details of the match. "Are you nervous?" Ginny asked softly, her mouth forming the words. As she gazed upon the multitude of spectators, her heart felt as though it were suspended in midair. "What is there to be anxious about?" Cyrus casually shook his head. The stakes of his game with Dumbledore were such that even the slightest misstep could lead to dire consequences. Now, that was something to be tense about. A Quidditch match? Merely a trivial diversion. They parted ways at the entrance, with Cyrus making his way directly to the Slytherin team's locker room. The match was set to commence around 11 in the morning, yet all the players had already gathered, including the Seeker. At this moment, last year's Seeker, Terrence Higgs, was staring at Cyrus with a look of astonishment, seemingly taken aback by his unexpected presence. Soon, that surprise morphed into fear. "Malfoy, you," Terrence Higgs stammered, his grip on the broom tightening, beads of sweat forming in his palm. Marcus Flint, still the captain, appeared particularly uneasy. Ever since Cyrus had delivered a severe reprimand in the Slytherin locker room, few wizards dared to provoke him. After all, his prowess was well known, and with Professor Snape's protection, he faced no repercussions for his actions. "I heard you say you wouldn't participate in Quidditch anymore," Terrence blurted out, hastily shifting the blame onto Marcus. Though his words were not far from the truth. Cyrus then turned his gaze upon Marcus. "I stated I would participate. Are your ears not functioning properly?" Cyrus drew his wand, which happened to be Marcus's, though it now belonged to him. "Shall I give you a demonstration?" Upon seeing him raise his wand, every member of the team recoiled in fear, trembling as they desperately attempted to conceal themselves behind their slender broomsticks, as if those fragile rods could shield them from his imposing presence. "But you haven't come to training," Marcus managed to say, forcing himself to speak. "Yet I did say I would come," Cyrus retorted, unapologetically snatching the broom from Terrence's grasp. "My apologies, but I shall take the first turn. You can play next time." After delivering a slight jolt of intimidation to these young serpents, Cyrus ceased his teasing. He was intentionally crafting an image of being unreasonable. If these little rascals did not experience a taste of pain, they would never comprehend their own limitations. Cyrus was averse to ongoing troubles. He felt a twinge of regret for Terrence Higgs, a handsome young lad, who had yet to warm up the Firebolt 2001 before being compelled to relinquish it. "All right, now I shall take command," Cyrus declared, his enthusiasm notably heightened. This felt akin to experiencing a roller coaster or bungee jumping. Though he held little interest in Quidditch, the rare opportunity to participate was still intriguing. Moreover, since he was involved, he was determined to win. "Wait, I'm a Team S Marcus," he shouted. But before he could finish, his voice faltered, leaving him utterly speechless. "Not anymore," Cyrus retorted without a glance back. "I shall lead you to victory. By the way, who comprises the Ravenclaw team?" Chapter 58, Ginny, a love-struck fool. "You finally arrived, Ginny," Hermione exclaimed, rising to greet the tardy Ginny with a wave. They were seated at the farthest end of the stands, where the view was optimal, although somewhat distant. Hagrid's generous provision of binoculars allowed them to see the match clearly. "You're incredibly late, Ginny," Ron grumbled. "Where have you been?" "I was looking for Malfoy," Ginny replied as she settled next to Hermione, having indeed forgotten that today was the Quidditch match. "I knew it. He hardly seems interested in Quidditch," Hermione remarked with an expression of predictability. "He is far more engrossed in his studies than in the game. The books he reads are beyond my comprehension, especially those on alchemy and ancient runes. You two should learn from him." This last comment was directed at Ron and Harry. Harry offered an awkward smile, while Ron swiftly changed the subject. "To be honest, I never imagined I would ever cheer for Slytherin. If someone had told me that last year, I would have slapped them to bring them to their senses. But if Slytherin wins, Harry, you'll have to face their Nimbus 2001 again." He said this with a worried tone, feeling an overwhelming urge to jeer at Slytherin. "What are you saying? Riddle is our friend," Ginny blurted out in anger. Relieved that with nearly 1,000 spectators, around 800 were cheering for Ravenclaw, their roars drowning out their conversation. Harry, however, was unfazed. "The chances of winning are slim. Quidditch is not merely about having a good broom. As far as I know, Malfoy hasn't participated in a single practice, right? He seems to just want to experience Quidditch since the opportunity rarely arises. Let us cheer for him." Upon hearing this, Ginny and Hermione began to worry whether Cyrus would embarrass himself. "Don't fret," Ron observed their concern. "No one could possibly fly worse than Malfoy." The four of them burst into laughter. In truth, Malfoy's flying skills were quite commendable, slightly inferior to Harry's, but superior to that of most others. Yet, Rather than competing in the match, it seemed he was merely intent on rivaling Harry, his focus fixated on him, to the exclusion of all else, including the elusive golden snitch. "Look, the Ravenclaw team is coming out," Hermione suddenly exclaimed. Harry immediately craned his neck to look, recalling that the Ravenclaw seeker was a girl. Last year, he hardly noticed it, but on several occasions recently, he found her increasingly adorable. "How formidable is the Ravenclaw team?" Hermione inquired. She was not particularly enthusiastic about Quidditch, having watched only Harry's matches last year. "Quite commendable. Among all the teams at Hogwarts, they are certainly in the top 4. Harry replied earnestly, a rather diplomatic statement at best. In reality, Ravenclaw's overall prowess was somewhat inferior to that of the other teams, though the disparity among the 4 teams was indeed minimal. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw had consistently not been favorites for the championship. If Slytherin refrained from resorting to underhanded tactics, there remained a glimmer of hope for victory. From Zhang Qiu's perspective, she is undeniably charming, is she not? Harry mused. "Come on, don't forget who we are here to support. Besides, if you admire her so much, why not confess your feelings on Valentine's Day?" Ginny interjected, playfully tapping Harry on the back of the head to jolt him from his reverie. "If I had confessed then, my chances would have been utterly hopeless," Harry lamented, reminiscing about the shy Ginny of that summer. On the pitch, the captain of Ravenclaw, the valiant Roger Davies, sternly addressed his teammates. "Be cautious. Slytherin plays with a rogue spirit, so watch out for injuries. They've even upgraded their brooms this year. I fear we are in for a challenge," lamented Seeker Jeremy Straydon, shaking his head in dismay. "Don't think like that. At least we know their Seeker is rather inept," Zhang Qiu reassured with a smile. "If Harry Potter can triumph, so can we, and we shall do so with greater flair." "Indeed," Roger nodded in agreement. "Zhang, your sole aim is to locate the golden snitch?" "Jansen, Duncan. Your duty is to protect Zhang and prevent Slytherin from employing any foul play." "Randolph, Jeremy. The 3 of us will mount a full offensive to secure as many points as possible." "Grant, guard the goal." "Sounds deceptively simple," Jansen remarked. "Oh, come on." "He merely reiterated our respective roles," Jeremy replied, somewhat exasperated. The Slytherin team emerged shortly thereafter. "I wonder who said that," one of the Ravenclaw team members mused. Instantly, they turned to gaze into the distance, spotting a row of green-clad players standing in unison. However, they were perplexed to see Marcus Flint, who should have been leading, now cowering at the back. Instead, it was Draco Malfoy, who had suffered defeat to Harry in their last match, standing at the forefront. His white hair glinting in the sunlight, reminiscent of a balding man. "Malfoy? What's going on? Has Slytherin changed captains? It seems wealth truly talks. If my father could provide the entire Ravenclaw team with Firebolt 2001s, perhaps I could become the captain," Randolph remarked with envy. "Just shut up," Roger thought vehemently, wishing he could strike him with a broom. Yet, truth be told, if their opponent could indeed procure 7 Firebolt 2001s, relinquishing the captaincy might not be a significant sacrifice. However, such a scenario was clearly improbable. In the face of impending danger, there was no need for such trivial chatter. At that moment, Madame Hooch stood at the center of the pitch, her whistle hanging from her neck, her right arm raised to indicate that both teams should draw near. Roger, well-versed in the procedures of Quidditch, led his teammates forward. Meanwhile, Cyrus, prompted by his fellow players, approached Madame Hooch's side. "Listen, I expect everyone to participate in the match fairly and honestly." Her gaze seemed particularly directed at Marcus Flint, as she cast a curious glance when she noticed him unusually positioned at the back of the line. Her attention then shifted to Cyrus, the little brat from the Malfoy family. "Well, he remains a subject deserving of a warning. I shall reiterate, be fair and honest." "I am the fairest," Cyrus declared, raising his chin defiantly. "Excellent. Then please mount your broomsticks." Cyrus climbed on a Malfoy's Firebolt 2001. Madame Hooch blew sharply on her silver whistle. Chapter 59, Malfoy Our King. The match commenced. 15 broomsticks shot forth, with Slytherin evidently outpacing Ravenclaw. However, speed was merely one aspect. Agility was the true test of a Quidditch player's prowess. Cyrus, from the outset, resorted to a cheat by casting a sensory charm upon himself, allowing him to locate the golden snitch without relying on sight, thus ensuring he would not overlook it due to any blind spots. While one could argue this constituted cheating, the rules of Quidditch merely stipulated that wands could not be used without explicitly forbidding the use of magic. Yet, it was rare for a wizard to perform spells without a wand, especially a complex incantation such as the sensory charm. Once he activated this heightened perception, the match became significantly easier. He soared to the top of the pitch, almost as if to detach himself from the game. Slytherin's other players, capitalizing on the advantage of their brooms, quickly launched a fierce offensive. For Ravenclaw, the path to victory lay in thwarting Slytherin's scoring attempts while capturing the golden snitch before the score widened to a 150-point deficit. Zhang Xiu faced a daunting task, as Adrian Pusey had already scored, hitting the quaffle into their goalposts for 10 points. Subsequently, Marcus launched an assault, and this time the goalkeeper Grant did not falter, successfully parrying the rogue ball. However, Randolph failed to intercept Slytherin's third chaser, Graham, allowing the Slytherin team to score yet another 10 points. The match was intensely charged, as the disparity in broomstick speed rendered Ravenclaw's chasers incapable of seizing the ball, consistently thwarted midway by Marcus and his two comrades. Zhang Qiu anxiously darted through the air, unable to catch a glimpse of the elusive golden snitch, which had yet to make an appearance. She gazed upward at Cyrus, who appeared rather nonchalant in the sky at that moment, and was filled with frustration. Was this fellow even here to compete? To her, Cyrus seemed to be utterly slacking off, showing no interest in pursuing the golden snitch. Did he truly believe that before she could capture the snitch, Slytherin would manage to widen the score gap with Ravenclaw by 150 points? Such disdain. It was nothing short of a slight against their Ravenclaw team. Yet, she soon found herself wishing that Cyrus would remain motionless in the sky. In the face of Slytherin's relentless offensive, Roger adopted a counter-strategy known as the Parker Clamp. He, alongside Jeremy, approached Adrian from both flanks, effectively cutting off his escape routes, while Randolph lowered his body and charged straight at Adrian, compelling him to relinquish the rogue ball. The tactic of 3 players encircling a single opponent was perilous, as Slytherin still had 2 chasers left unmarked. However, Roger had no alternative. If Ravenclaw failed to score again, the score difference would only widen. He could only place his hopes on the others in his team, praying that goalkeeper Grant would successfully defend a goal, or that his 2 beaters might intercept Slytherin's advances with a well-timed bludger. His beaters were exceptionally formidable. Jansen and Duncan executed a synchronized strike, significantly amplifying the bludger's force. The rapidly propelled bludger hurtled towards Graham, who was attempting to assist Adrian. Graham instinctively ducked, yet the bludger did not pass over his head. Instead, it struck the tail of his broom, causing him to lose his balance and tumble downward like a rolling stone. This tense scene elicited gasps from the audience, and although most held an aversion to Slytherin's conduct, concern for Graham's safety was palpable. A fall from such a height could easily result in broken ribs, and with a slight miscalculation, a fractured cervical spine leading to instant death was not out of the question. Even Jansen and Duncan felt a twinge of worry. However, as Graham appeared poised to meet the ground headfirst, few in the crowd had the presence of mind to react amidst their alarm, while Madame Hooch, the referee, remained a mere bystander as always. Only Dumbledore rose from the high platform, silently raising his right hand and uttering the incantation, "Diminish." In an instant, a bolt of green lightning descended, severing his spell and piercing through the sharp cacophony of screams. Cyrus dove almost vertically, pushing the capabilities of the Nimbus 2001 to their utmost. In truth, even the speed of the sweeping series of brooms was sufficient to contend in most matches. No player possessed the ability to fly at full throttle across the confined pitch, for they could not halt their momentum. With each upgrade of the flying broom, the enhancement of speed became secondary for Quidditch players. Rather, it was the optimization of acceleration, agility, braking ability, and balance that truly mattered to them. Yet now, Cyrus piloted the final glory of the Nimbus series, elevating speed to its pinnacle. All that could be seen was a green shadow darting too swiftly to discern, the Slytherin robes trailing behind like a serpent's tail. To put it bluntly, with a mere blink, he would collide with the solid ground of the pitch at nearly 150 kilometers per hour. At that moment, one could say that Malfoy's body would transform into a delectable Malfoy pie. The wind slapping against him felt like a stinging blow, reddening his cheeks. In a flash, Cyrus had grasped Graham's arm, casting several cushioning charms to prevent the dislocation of Graham's limb. At that moment, his pupils were engulfed by the green grass. The broom's tip was nearly grazing the ground. A collision was imminent. Cyrus clenched his teeth, his other hand wrenching the broomstick's head back, as if pulling the control stick of an aircraft, his entire body leaning back. A sharp crack echoed as the tip of the Nimbus 2001 etched a mark into the earth, and the broom's front snapped off. The discarded shaft of the broom flew away, crashing into a wooden beam. Then, Cyrus executed an extreme turn, the now shortened broom soaring back into the sky. He had successfully saved Graham. For almost half a minute, the entire arena fell into silence, as if someone had magically muted all voices. Then, a resounding cheer erupted, echoing to the heavens. Even the Gryffindor wizards, typically at odds with Slytherin, went wild. George and Fred cast aside their prejudices, stepping onto the heads of two unknown wizards in front of them, waving their arms and shouting, "Malfoy, our king!" Harry and Ron watched in astonishment. I never knew he could fly so well. He could easily join the Quidditch team and win the World Championship. Ron exclaimed in admiration. World Champion would emerge from nowhere, his eyes gleaming with excitement. No, he could etch his name in history. What is a World Champion? If this were Japan, he would undoubtedly be recognized as a Quidditch prodigy. Chapter 60. Surprises and Victories. Malfoy our king. Malfoy our king. Malfoy our king. History will forever remember this day. The fervent Quidditch fan screamed, and Professor McGonagall nearly fainted from the overwhelming enthusiasm. This fervor quickly captivated many young wizards who were not particularly passionate about Quidditch. Even Hermione found Cyrus to be incredibly handsome. If there was anything she regretted, it was that Cyrus was using Malfoy's face. Had it been the visage of Mr. Riddle himself, she would have been compelled to pen him a love letter on the spot. In stark contrast to the exuberant spectators, the players on the field remained remarkably composed. Graham, drenched in cold sweat, expressed his gratitude to Cyrus, both relieved and thankful. "Thank you, Malfoy. No worries, we'll retaliate," Cyrus replied, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder, both of them rising together. The slightly shorter broomstick felt a bit unsteady, but it was manageable for the remainder of the match. Jensen and Duncan flew over, their faces full of remorse. "Sorry, Graham. No worries, you didn't break any rules," Cyrus interjected before Graham could lose his temper. Upon hearing this, Graham felt a twinge of guilt and resolved to show Ravenclaw some color. After confirming it was merely a false alarm, Madame Hooch breathed a sigh of relief and blew her silver whistle. The match continues. The 14 players on the field resumed their motion, and this time, Cyrus decided to join in rather than remain a spectator, as he found it quite dull in the air. At that moment, he grasped the broken section of the broomstick, making slight adjustments to alter its flight path. He was merely a seeker and could not score via the bludgers, but the rules of Quidditch did not stipulate that a seeker could not contend for the bludgers. Such a scenario was simply unimaginable in other matches. No seeker would ever forsake searching for the golden snitch while pursuing the bludgers, unless they had no desire to win. Cyrus spotted Randolph seizing the bludger from Adrian's possession and immediately surged forward, approaching from the left. Zhang Xiu thought he had caught a glimpse of the golden snitch and unhesitatingly followed suit. Seekers inherently have blind spots and may sometimes overlook the snitch, so they must remain vigilant of their opponent's movements. Thus, upon noticing Cyrus's actions, she promptly followed him. Cyrus, in turn, was acutely aware of her presence. In reality, Zhang Xiu is far more charming than her cinematic counterpart. Now, Cyrus can comprehend why Harry was so captivated by her. She is indeed a delightful young lady, with delicate skin, a petite nose, and almond-shaped eyes that shimmer like the sunlit surface of a black lake. She possesses the gentle elegance characteristic of Eastern beauty. Yet her demeanor is not as fragile as one might presume. Upon noticing Cyrus's actions, she immediately lowered her body and charged towards him, intending to collide her shoulder with his in an attempt to disrupt his flight path. However, her efforts were in vain. With the enhanced perception of the sensory charm, Cyrus was able to sense the shift in air currents behind him and the sound of her swift approach without needing to see. Thus, at the moment Zhang Xiu made her move, Cyrus executed a flawless inversion, his body tilting downward, becoming a reflection of Zhang Xiu in the sky. A remarkable flying style, indeed. Yet, Zhang Xiu had no time to spare for anything else. She eagerly peered ahead, searching for the golden snitch, but all she encountered was emptiness. "Where's the golden snitch? Who told you the snitch was here?" Cyrus, inverted, quipped in confusion. "The golden snitch has appeared? Has my sensory charm failed me? I didn't even notice the snitch's arrival. If there's no snitch, why are you suddenly speeding towards me?" Zhang Xiu shouted in frustration. After all her anxiety, it turned out to be merely a feint on his part. There are no rules against flying erratically here. Cyrus smirked, realizing why Zhang Xiu had suddenly surrounded him. He merely intended to disrupt the opposing seeker's pursuit. This statement infuriated Zhang Xiu. While Cyrus's actions could hardly be deemed a foul, the fact that the seeker was not focusing on the snitch implied a lack of faith in her abilities, as if he believed she could not find it. She lowered her head, casting an angry glare at Cyrus with her bright black eyes. Yet, amid her anger, she couldn't help but admire Cyrus's flying skills. Even he had to concede that his performance in this match was truly remarkable, from the extreme turn earlier to the current inverted flight. A stark contrast to the last match with Malfoy. Indeed, they were two distinct individuals. She became increasingly curious about the rigorous training Malfoy must have undergone recently to achieve such success. She felt a twinge of shame for underestimating him before the match. In fact, she found herself somewhat in awe of him, with Malfoy's current flying prowess. It would be no surprise if he became a celebrated Quidditch star in due time. Perhaps she should ask him for an autograph after the match? Zhang Xiu was engulfed in a myriad of thoughts, yet the foremost concern remained the competition itself. The shadowy flight style of Cyrus instilled a profound discomfort within her. Despite their minimal contact, Zhang Xiu felt an oppressive sense of confinement. Resolutely, she grasped the broomstick's handle, liberating herself from a synchronized flight akin to that of a planet and its satellite. Meanwhile, the score gap between the two teams continued to widen. Slytherin scored once more. Lee Jordan shouted fervently, the current score standing at 90-20, with Slytherin leading by a staggering 70-80 points. Marcus Flint netted another goal. It was astonishing that Slytherin, playing cleanly without fouls, still exhibited considerable prowess. It appeared that Mr. Malfoy's generous assistance with the broom had indeed provided them substantial support. Lee McGonagall expressed her discontent with a shout. Lee promptly ceased his disparagement of Slytherin and continued to commentate. One can observe that Zhang Xiu has distanced herself from Malfoy's inverted flight, a style that exerted immense pressure on her. It is truly remarkable. Yet, does Malfoy not feel dizzy flying backwards? The question lingered. Would Zhang Xiu manage to seize the golden snitch before the score gap exceeded 150 points? Just then, the golden snitch manifested. Malfoy had spotted it. They ascended, with Zhang Xiu in pursuit. Lee immediately raised the tension among the spectators. On the field, the green shadow surged upwards like a rocket, prompting everyone to gaze skyward, momentarily dazzled by a shimmering light. The sunlight was blinding. Was there truly a golden snitch? Hermione and Ron squinted, unable to discern anything. Only Harry, narrowing his eyes, perceived a distant, seemingly trembling shadow. Though indistinct, he was certain it was the snitch. This was extraordinary. Had he not witnessed it flying by? Who could have identified its location? He marveled at the prospect of becoming the greatest seeker in the world. However, Ginny shook her head in response, stating Mr. Riddle would not regard Quidditch as his vocation, Harry. It holds little significance for him. This sentiment perplexed Harry, as the concept of a vocation felt too distant for him. Yet, he could not fathom how Quidditch could lack meaning. To him, it was arguably the most exhilarating pursuit in existence. Moreover, it was in Quidditch that Harry felt his worth, experiencing the joy of being cheered by others. This was distinct from the accolades he received as the boy who lived, the one who vanquished Voldemort, praises he found difficult to accept with ease. He remained unaware of the events that transpired that fateful night, a night when his parents were brutally slain. For him, it had never been a pleasurable affair. His mind momentarily wandered, only to be jolted back to reality by a gasp. Tension etched itself across every face in the crowd. What was amiss? Ginny and Hermione were rendered speechless in their urgency, while Ron gripped Harry's arm tightly, anxiety radiating from him. The broomstick was malfunctioning. What? Harry hastily seized the telescope from Hermione, peering through the lens to witness the broom clutched in Sirius's hands violently shaking, as if on the verge of disintegration. It was undoubtedly a malfunction that had occurred during the rescue. Truth be told, it was a miracle that it was still airborne. He must bring it to a halt. Hermione's face drained of color in her panic. Bring it to a halt? You're mistaken. It's accelerating. Ron appeared as though he had seen a ghost. He was utterly deranged. If the broom were to break apart at that height, he would surely plummet to his death. Upon hearing this, Ginny nearly fainted. We must stop the match. Hermione sprang to her feet and hurried towards Dumbledore. However, the throng of young wizards was overwhelming, each one standing and blocking the path, creating an impenetrable barrier. It seemed that before she could even leave the Gryffindor section, the broom would no longer be able to endure. As for Sirius, he understood his predicament far better than anyone else. A malfunctioning broomstick could not be resolved with a mere repair spell. Even if it could, Sirius could not possibly perform a spell beyond Draco's level under such scrutiny. Yet, he could not concede defeat in the match. That flicker of competitive spirit within him would not allow it. After all, he was a notable cross-dimensional traveler, possessing the very soul of Voldemort. To lose to a mere girl would be utterly ludicrous. Furthermore, the broom might not necessarily fail him. Even if it did, he had little to fear. Firstly, Dumbledore would never allow the son of a board member to be injured before his eyes. Secondly, even if Dumbledore remained indifferent, Sirius had plenty of means to protect himself. Though the flying spell was inconvenient to employ, he could mitigate the impact and adjust his landing posture. At worst, he might only break an arm. In the magical realm, Breaking an arm was akin to merely scraping a knee. Besides, it would not be he who felt the pain. Thus, despite realizing that the broom was on the verge of collapse, he continued to accelerate, just a bit faster. In Sirius's eyes, the snitch's silhouette grew increasingly distinct. It seemed within reach, just a hand's breadth away. He extended his hand, lunging forward, yet his fingertips merely grazed the elusive snitch. His reach was inadequate. He had forgotten that this body belonged to Draco Malfoy, and that small motion caused the broom beneath him to lose its balance entirely. Shaking violently and wildly like a frenzied steed, Cyrus cast several spells to alleviate the jarring sensation he felt. However, when he exerted pressure with his right foot, he inadvertently broke the footrest of his broomstick. The metal footrest fell away, nearly striking Zhang Qiu, who was in hot pursuit. "You must slow down, Malfoy," Zhang Qiu shouted with urgency. The broom Cyrus rode appeared fearsome, and after losing one footrest, even the bristles at the tail began to loosen. Cyrus paid no heed to her pleas. "Malfoy, stop immediately." The two of them raced into a massive cloud, and even the damaged Nimbus 2001 could not rival the speed of the antiquated broom in Zhang Qiu's possession. She lost sight of Cyrus within the cloud. Had he gone mad? Nearly 1,000 students and faculty members gazed anxiously at the sky, but apart from the blinding sunlight and heavy clouds, there was nothing else to behold. Suddenly, the cloud parted. A shadow plummeted down. Dumbledore clearly discerned that it was Malfoy. Today's performance from Malfoy was astonishingly unexpected, reaching an almost unnatural level of excellence. Was this truly Malfoy? Yet, Dumbledore did not doubt that Malfoy was the one who had stolen the Horcrux, controlled by Tom Riddle. He knew Tom too well. Without assurances of his own safety, Tom would never be overly flamboyant. Moreover, Tom Riddle was incapable of saving anyone. Cyrus's act of rescuing Graham completely absolved him of suspicion. Dark wizards only took lives. How could one possibly save another? Watching the rapidly descending figure, Dumbledore raised his arm once more, dampening arrest. Cyrus felt a gentle force supporting his back, as though he were landing softly atop a woolen cushion, his descent gradually slowing. He immediately recognized Dumbledore's intervention. Thus, he relinquished all concern and allowed himself to crash to the ground. Madame Hooch blew her silver whistle and dove down. Cyrus promptly produced the golden snitch he had been clutching. He was then lifted into the hospital wing by a throng of cheering individuals, as if they were celebrating his long-awaited hospitalization. Chapter 61, A Quiet Night. Cyrus's injuries were more severe than he had anticipated. According to Madame Pomfrey, this arm is practically shattered, more broken than the tea leaves from divination class. In simpler terms, it resembled a piece of instant noodles that had been crushed for over 10 minutes. Ginny and Hermione initially intended to visit him at once, but they were intercepted by Harry and Ron, who were reluctant to be amongst so many Slytherins. "I believe you are overly concerned, Ginny. Let us not forget that it is Malfoy who is injured, not Ron," Ron remarked, raising an eyebrow. Ginny immediately grasped the situation. Indeed, Malfoy was the one who was hurt. What did it have to do with Mr. Riddle? With this realization, both Ginny and Hermione felt a sense of relief. After all, it was Malfoy's misfortune, so what did it matter? Were it not for the fact that Mr. Riddle was currently controlling Malfoy's body, they might have even contemplated celebrating with fireworks. However, he certainly possesses remarkable flying skills. What will you do if Slytherin makes it back to the finals? Ron inquired with a hint of concern. "Do not fret. He has no intention of playing in the second match," Ginny replied confidently. She understood that Mr. Riddle was merely seeking to experience Quidditch, not out of genuine affection for the sport. Harry initially felt a wave of relief, but it was soon replaced by a profound sense of frustration. The mere thought of competing against him was enough to make him falter. The sensation of being thoroughly defeated in an area he believed himself to excel in was far from pleasant. They only visited Silas after the Slytherin players had departed from the infirmary, and they left shortly thereafter. However, the next visitor to see Silas took him entirely by surprise. "Are you feeling all right?" Zhang Qiu entered with some food. Silas glanced over and noticed it was pumpkin pasties. "I just ran into Diggory from Hufflepuff. He gave me some pumpkin pasties. I figured you hadn't eaten, so I brought some for you," Zhang Qiu explained, appearing quite shy, a stark contrast to her demeanor on the pitch. "Thank you. I was just feeling hungry." Silas happily took a pumpkin pasty to eat. He had rushed through breakfast and had engaged in vigorous activity, leaving him quite famished. Yet, neither Harry nor the Slytherin team had brought him anything to eat during their visits. "Your hand is not seriously injured. Madame Pomfrey said it should be completely healed by evening." "That's good," Zhang Qiu replied after a brief silence. "You were incredible in your flying today, especially that sloth grip roll. It was utterly spectacular." No one can maintain such endurance while synchronizing with my movements. Thank you, Silas responded between bites. Yet, he could distinctly sense the atmosphere growing a bit awkward. This endearing girl-esque shyness was making him feel equally uncomfortable. After a moment, Zhang Qiu finally gathered her courage and said earnestly, "Could I have your autograph?" "What? An autograph?" Silas was taken aback by her unexpected request. Had his identity as the Dark Lord been revealed? Surely not, for who would idolize the Dark Lord? If there were any admirers, they would likely be the inherently wicked Slytherin wizards. What was a Ravenclaw and a DA member doing seeking attention? "I believe you may become an extraordinary Quidditch player in the future. How wonderful it would be to obtain your autograph in advance," Zhang Qiu remarked, her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness. Yet, she found that once some words were spoken, they were not so difficult after all. "Which team will you join? The Chudley Cannons have not been performing well." "What about the Irish team?" "Apologies," Cyrus interjected, cutting Zhang off. "I never intended to become a Quidditch star." Oh, Zhang paused, then laughed lightly. "I understand, but it's a pity. You are truly talented, so different from your last match. To be honest, I initially looked down on you. I never anticipated such rapid improvement." Cyrus pouted slightly. "Is this progress?" "This is merely a substitute." He continued, "Next match, Draco Malfoy will remain as dismal as ever." "Well, dismal might be too harsh," he conceded, "but he certainly lacks the caliber of Harry and his companions." In truth, Malfoy possessed talent. Yet his pampered upbringing had rendered him incapable of enduring hardship. Even without Cyrus controlling this body, he would struggle to maintain the training regimen. Though he had never participated in Quidditch practice, Cyrus encouraged, "With diligent training, you can achieve it." "Thank you," Zhang Qiu replied, rising from her seat. "I must take my leave, wishing you a swift recovery." As she reached the door, she turned back to Cyrus. "I find you quite different from what others say. Farewell." She closed the door to the infirmary, leaving a bemused Cyrus, half-eaten pumpkin pasty in hand, lost in contemplation. This young lady wouldn't be infatuated with me, would she? No. Perhaps with Draco instead. However, he soon shook his head. That seems unlikely. After all, they have only met once. Perhaps she merely admires my flying skills. He popped the pumpkin pasty into his mouth and reclined, adjusting his position. Yet, if Draco were astute, given the current circumstances, a budding relationship with Zhang Qiu might not be impossible. The thought of Harry witnessing his beloved idol constantly surrounding his nemesis would surely break his heart. Regrettably, Draco Malfoy seemed entirely fixated on Harry, leaving little room for interest in other women. Cyrus lingered in the infirmary for several hours, and by the time he exited, darkness had enveloped the outside world. Madame Pomfrey emerged from behind the curtain, gently pinching his arm to ensure everything was in order before allowing him to leave. Stepping out into the corridor, Cyrus found it utterly deserted. He evaded the portrait's gazes and retrieved the Marauder's map. "I solemnly swear I am up to no good." The blank parchment unfurled, revealing a network of lines that formed a multifaceted map. Every nook and cranny of the castle was laid bare, save for a few hidden chambers. He observed a multitude of small badgers wandering about the kitchen, while in other parts of the castle, there were hardly any young wizards to be seen. On such days, even the most spirited Gryffindors dared not roam the grounds after dark, lest they encounter that fearsome heir and ultimately meet a dreadful fate. Future attempts at an attack would be all the more challenging. Cyrus shook his head, tucked the map away, and turned towards the room of requirement. Perhaps it was best to continue his studies in alchemy. Chapter 62, The Tutoring Session. The following morning, as Cyrus sat groggily at the Slytherin long table enjoying breakfast, an owl bearing a letter swooped down before him. He accepted the letter, offered the owl a morsel of food, and promptly tore open the envelope. It was a missive from Lucius and Narcissa, ostensibly a simple expression of their concern and well wishes for their son. However, Cyrus immediately discerned the concealed message within the letter. After casting a subtle, revealing charm, the true content flashed before his eyes. Lucius had persuaded the other board members that as soon as the next victim appeared, they could swiftly ensure Dumbledore's departure from the school. He had also made some arrangements with the Ministry of Magic, guaranteeing that Hagrid could be confined in Azkaban for a few days. Excitement surged within Cyrus, yet he maintained an impassive facade as if perusing an ordinary correspondence. Silently, he folded the letter and tucked it into his sleeve. The two young sycophants seated beside him seemed eager to engage him in conversation, but considering Draco's recent transformation, they hesitated to speak. "What is it?" Cyrus adopted Draco's characteristic haughty demeanor, casting them a pointed glare. "In nothing. I'm done eating, goodbye." Cyrus rose alone and traversed the crowded dining table, ignoring the greetings from numerous individuals while contemplating the timing of his next decisive strike. Should it be immediate, or would it be prudent to wait a while longer? The creation of the Philosopher's Stone remained elusive, and he was not yet prepared to confront Dumbledore. His greatest concern was indeed Dumbledore. However, if the plan proceeded smoothly, he would not have to face Dumbledore at all. There could be no further missteps. The unexpected event of Christmas had truly caught him off guard, yet fortunately, it did not result in any calamity. After careful consideration, he resolved to adhere to the narrative's trajectory, planning the next attack for the day of the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, with the target being. What cannot go wrong? A voice suddenly interrupted Cyrus's thoughts. He looked up to see Gilderoy Lockhart beaming at him. Huh, I wager you are referring to the next Quidditch match, am I right? Lockhart exhibited a self-satisfied expression, then disregarding Sirius's feelings, began to boast. You certainly made quite an impression yesterday. You performed admirably. I must say, your efforts were nearly half as commendable as mine. Did I not mention that during my school years, I was the seeker for the Ravenclaw team? To be frank, if your opponent were me, victory would not come so easily, and your hand is healing splendidly. You know, I could have restored it almost immediately. Professor, do you have something to discuss? Sirius interjected, interrupting Lockhart's vacuous prattle. He had no desire to listen to this man's self-aggrandizement. I believe I could offer you some assistance in Quidditch. If you intend to join a renowned team in the future, it would be wise to heed my advice, Lockhart declared with pride. In my day, I received numerous letters from teams, but alas, my ambitions lay elsewhere. The Quidditch realm is deprived of a rising star. No thanks, Professor. I'm not particularly interested in Quidditch, nor do I aspire to be a showboating star. He had nearly discerned Lockhart's intentions. It was evident that the man had his sights set on harnessing his Quidditch talent, hoping to mold him into a student. Should he achieve fame, Lockhart would undoubtedly bask in that glory. Unfortunately, Sirius lacked interest, a sentiment echoed by Malfoy himself. Not fond of Quidditch? You're squandering your talent, Mr. Malfoy. Not everyone possesses my exceptional abilities. Even aside from Quidditch, one can achieve greatness in many other realms. Moreover, I'm a holder of the third-class Order of Merlin. Excuse me, Professor, that distinction is merely a matter of donating to the Ministry of Magic. It can be had in abundance. Sirius retorted bluntly. And Professor, perhaps your memory fails you, but my name is Draco Malfoy. Beyond Quidditch talent, I have a considerable inheritance awaiting me. With that, he disregarded Lockhart's expression and turned away, leaving the man behind. After sidestepping Lockhart, Ginny and the others caught up to him. What brings you here? We saw you received a letter and came out, so we decided to follow. It's just a letter from Malfoy. I intended to deliver it to him. What is up? I just saw Lockhart speaking with you, Ron remarked, glancing at Hermione before continuing. I bet he was boasting again. Was he planning to teach you how to play Quidditch? You truly understand him, Ron, Sirius said, somewhat admiringly. He even claimed to be the seeker for Ravenclaw back in his day. I've seen through him long ago, Ron said, pleased with his accurate guess, which caused Hermione to frown. In truth, Professor Lockhart was indeed the seeker for Ravenclaw. Perhaps, but you are aware that I have worked in the trophy room. During his time at school, Ravenclaw never once claimed the Quidditch Cup. Admit it, Hermione, he simply lacks talent. He is far inferior to both Lee and Malfoy, Ron provocatively remarked. However, surprisingly, Hermione merely huffed and did not respond. By the way, regarding the course selection for third year, do you have any better suggestions? After a moment, Hermione seemed to recall something and turned to inquire. After the Easter holidays, the heads of houses would no longer handle course selections, which Hermione particularly emphasized, in contrast to Harry and Ron, who were rather indifferent. Nonetheless, it would be beneficial for the two of them to hear Riddle's opinions. At least it would spare them from having to think too hard. Overall, the care of magical creatures class is of great significance. Though I have heard that Professor Kettleburn is retiring next year, I wonder who will take over the course. I can only recommend arithmancy among the two divination classes. The other, well, it does require a modicum of talent. Ancient runes is quite a valuable subject as well, and I also recommend alchemy. Alternatively, if you do not wish to miss out, you may select all of them. Severus stated. I simply want to forego potions class, Harry said dejectedly. Potions is immensely important. Harry, even if you do not intend to become an Auror, having a bit more knowledge about potions can prevent you from falling victim to someone else's poison. But aside from Snape, I cannot think of anyone else who would poison me. Oh, but there are, such as Voldemort's followers, those Death Eaters. Severus noticed Ron shudder at the mention. I beg you not to utter that name, especially since he is still alive. Well, in any case, the only course I would advise against is Muggle studies. It is not that the subject lacks importance, but the content is rather nonsensical. However, one can understand, as wizards sometimes struggle to comprehend Muggle technology. As for the other courses, you might consult with the older students. After all these years, the curriculum may have changed from what it was in my time. In the end, Severus selected alchemy, ancient runes, and care of magical creatures for Malfoy. As for Hermione, upon hearing Severus mention the possibility of selecting all subjects, she immediately enrolled in every single one. Am I perhaps selecting too many subjects? Could you help me with tutoring right now? Hermione implored Severus. Tutoring? You haven't even completed your second year, and you wish to start studying third-year material? Ron looked at her as if she were insane, considering he had yet to begin reviewing for his finals. What is wrong with that? I advise both of you to prepare early, as it will certainly impact our entire future. Hermione shot him a glare and firmly dragged Severus towards the library. Ron and Harry exchanged glances, both finding Hermione's words somewhat exaggerated. As Ginny observed Hermione beginning to study with Severus, she too felt a sense of urgency and borrowed a second-year textbook to inquire about various matters from him. Severus generously shared an additional spell with them. Ultimately, they were expelled from the room by the irate Madame Pants. Chapter 63. The Greatness of Voldemort Once More. That evening, Severus stealthily left the dormitory, evading all gazes, and made his way to the room of requirement. The blood-red potion bubbled incessantly, exuding a potent aura of vitality. However, it swiftly transformed into a toxic brew, adopting an unhealthy hue akin to rusted iron. Severus immediately realized that this batch of potion had once again gone awry. The stolen potion ingredients from Snape were dwindling, and another failure would necessitate a retreat. Once more, Severus delved into the alchemical texts. The seemingly simple diagrams intertwined with the text had morphed into the most profound and elusive wisdom. If only Ravenclaw's diadem had not been fashioned into a Horcrux. Severus sighed, vehemently cursing Voldemort for his wanton destruction. Such a powerful artifact had been squandered had the diadem remained intact. Perhaps he could have harnessed its wisdom to achieve the creation of the Philosopher's Stone. Wait a moment. Who said one cannot kill without a weapon? Severus suddenly realized. No one had ever claimed that the diadem could not be utilized after being made into a Horcrux. Others might be unable to wield it due to Voldemort's soul fragment residing within. But he was different. He had no need to fear the essence of Voldemort residing within the Horcrux. Rather, he could assert, I am Riddle. A bright light flickered in Severus' dark eyes, and he had always maintained a flexible interpretation regarding his identity as Riddle. He briskly exited the room of requirement, pacing back and forth thrice while silently repeating, I desire a room to conceal my possessions. I desire a room to conceal my possessions. I desire a room to conceal my possessions. Subsequently, the original door gradually vanished, and a new portal materialized upon the wall. Severus forcefully pushed open the opulent black door, stepping into a vast yet exceedingly cluttered chamber. A myriad of assorted items lay heaped together, resembling a storeroom filled with refuse. It was difficult to fathom how this room had been transformed into such a state over the course of Hogwarts' millennium-long history, known to so few. Severus was aware of the Horcrux's location. He had visited this room before, originally seeking alchemical tools for Draco to practice with, while the search for the diadem had been merely incidental. He passed by the grotesque monster specimen and the dilapidated vanishing cabinet, arriving before a wooden crate. Above the crate loomed a half-length statue of a male which, its head adorned with a dusty, worn wig and an ancient, faded crown-like ornament. The crown was set with gemstones, inscribed with the phrase, "The wisdom of the exceptional is the greatest treasure." It was once supposed to gleam, but now appeared rather dull. Without hesitation, Cyrus placed it upon his head. In that instant, he felt as though he were enveloped in a tranquil morning forest. The cool mountain breeze clearing his mind with remarkable clarity. It was akin to a rusted machine suddenly coated in lubricant, beginning to operate swiftly. Cyrus felt as if he were shrouded by wisdom itself. However, to an observer from a third perspective, it would be evident that what cloaked Cyrus was not wisdom, but a swirling mass of malevolent darkness. Voldemort, show me your soul. The dark mist emanated a raspy, terrifying voice, echoing within Cyrus's mind. I shall reveal to you all the secrets contained within magic. Enough with the howling, it's me. Cyrus interjected, opening half of his thoughts, drawing upon Malfoy's life force to conjure an illusory shadow. Simultaneously, he held the diary in his hand. You? Cyrus believed that no one would ever witness the legendary Dark Lord displaying a more ludicrous expression than at that moment. It is I, and of course you. Cyrus met the gaze of the hideous serpentine face emerging from the black mist, feeling an unexpected lift in his spirits, though he was preoccupied with thoughts of resurrection. At least he had not become as grotesque as the wretch within the crown. I entrusted the diary to Lucius Malfoy for safekeeping. Indeed, but we didn't disclose the contents of the diary to him. Otherwise, he would have shown me far greater respect. Anger flickered across Cyrus's face. Yet it was preferable this way, as it had revealed unexpected information. A wager you never imagined. What? The invincible Dark Lord was vanquished by a mere infant, then reduced to a wretched being even less than a ghost, clinging to life as it possessed the body of a sewer rat. The shadow seemed incensed by Cyrus's words, baring its fangs like a venomous serpent. You lie? Lie? Why would I deceive myself? Cyrus confidently unveiled his eyes, having prepared for the altered false memories. Yet he had overestimated the wretched soul trapped within the Horcrux, as it was incapable of casting any magic. You truly should venture outside and witness the state of the world. We have lost. He was filled with indignation, seemingly enraged and ashamed of his own failure. Now, upon witnessing another version of himself, he could finally release the pent-up emotions. The crowd erupted in cheers for that boy who had miraculously survived, celebrating our defeat. Yet, last year, that same boy thwarted our plans once again. Sirius recounted the events of the year in meticulous detail, including Voldemort's possession of Quirrell in an attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone for his resurrection, only to be defeated by Harry Potter. He spoke of Lucius Malfoy, in an effort to evade the Ministry's scrutiny, sent out the diary, hoping to incite chaos at Hogwarts. Now, I had possessed Malfoy, attacking several lowly mudbloods with the basilisk from the Chamber of Secrets, yet it was still insufficient. We must be reborn. Sirius grew increasingly agitated, pressing closer to the soul residing in the diadem. This was an easy task, yet the Horcrux remained insufficiently secure. The Horcrux would be adequately protected. If the plan unfolded smoothly, we could possess 6 Horcruxes. Voldemort reveled in his scheme of splitting his soul into 7 fragments, confident that no one could fathom the existence of so many Horcruxes, let alone locate and destroy each one. Security? Sirius scoffed. Is true security merely residing in filthy sewers amongst serpents and rats? Let's not forget who we are. We changed our name to Voldemort to ensure that one day, when we became the greatest sorcerer in the world, wizards everywhere would dare not speak the name lightly. Rather than lurking in a stinking gutter like a wounded wild dog, we must possess greater strength, more reliable means to combat Dumbledore and that boy who had survived against all odds. Sirius's hand pressed against the diadem, his eyes flashing with hatred. The boy who miraculously survived. Do you intend to abandon the corporeal form? The Voldemort within the diadem suddenly grasped Sirius's intent, yet was left astonished, having never imagined such madness in another. Corporeal form? There is no corporeal form. Sirius's emotions seemed to settle, yet this calm concealed a more formidable power, akin to the silent currents of the ocean's depths. There is only one Voldemort in this world. It is he, it is you, and it is I. Since he has lost, let it be my turn. Should I fail, then it shall be yours. In the face of a tempting devil, Sirius's tactic was to reverse the seduction. The soul within the diadem seemed to yield, and Sirius placed the diadem upon his head once more, uttering the final words that would dismantle the opponent's psychological defenses. There is only one Voldemort in this world, and our purpose is to restore the greatness of the name Voldemort. Chapter 64. Life is an exchange. The dark mist dissipated, and the soul bearing Voldemort's visage returned to the diadem. Sirius understood that his plan had succeeded. He had effectively deceived Voldemort himself. Certainly, this is indeed quite simple, for his existence unequivocally signifies that he is a soul vessel in himself. Even if Voldemort were to exercise utmost caution, he would scarcely fathom that his own soul vessel could be usurped. As for Salazar, he could naturally avoid such complexities. However, he has no intention of using the diadem only once. Accompanying Voldemort necessitates a certain degree of vigilance. At the very least, while the diadem remains atop his head, he must embody Riddle. Fortunately, Tom Riddle's mental occlusion charm is remarkably potent. Even Dumbledore was unable to penetrate his thoughts in the past. Salazar absorbed all of Riddle's magical knowledge, and certainly, he would not be remiss in mastering such a useful spell as mental occlusion. Remaining in place, Salazar opened the Book of Jewish Abraham. This tome, crafted of bronze, consists of only 21 pages, with page numbers inscribed every 7 pages, the numbers themselves also being 7. In alchemy, both 3 and 7 are exceptionally significant numbers. The number 3 may symbolize triple greatness, suggesting that greatness is reiterated thrice. Perhaps this indicates that a certain element requires 3 iterations of sublimation. Undoubtedly, this element is mercury. Yet, this alone is evidently insufficient. Previously, Salazar had endeavored to attain a perfect world through the triad of pillars, the 10 primal substances, the 4 worlds, and 22 paths, only to ultimately fail. What crucial element is missing? He gazed upon the engravings within the book, depicting several images, two serpents entwined, one devouring the other, symbolizing the fusion of matter. The second image, a serpent nailed to a cross. The third, a multitude of serpents emerging from a spring in the desert. What do serpents truly signify? Is it mystery, taboo, or perhaps immortality itself? The shed skin of a serpent symbolizes the decaying corporeal form for which a new life is born. This perpetual cycle of transformation seeks to attain eternal existence, much like the basilisk, which has existed for nearly a millennium, yet still evades death. Perhaps he ought to incorporate something serpentine into his potion, such as the shed skin of a basilisk? There lies a massive basilisk shed skin on the path to the Chamber of Secrets. The basilisk itself is a product of magic, and its shed skin possesses numerous properties, offering formidable magical resistance suitable for crafting armor. However, most crucially, the basilisk skin has always symbolized immortality and rebirth. What if he were to include the basilisk shed skin in the creation of the Philosopher's Stone? Incorporating the shed skin? Do you truly believe that such an act would yield the unparalleled Philosopher's Stone? The soul within the diadem erupted in derisive laughter, questioning when he had become so naive. Were it not for my own eyes witnessing your creation, I might doubt your identity. What does that imply? A sudden jolt coursed through Sirius as he gravely inquired. However, Voldemort harbored no suspicions. Rather, he found the situation somewhat amusing. To misinterpret the contents of those illustrations as mere serpent skins was a profound affront to the Dark Lord's reputation. Or perhaps it was due to his youthful naivety when he crafted the diary, resulting in a similarly innocent soul on the other end? You dare to question my meaning? The serpents that consume one another, the serpent crucified upon a cross, the man wielding an iron axe against the feet of Hermes, the chalice stained with countless blood. The slaughtered infants Voldemort recounted the gruesome imagery word by word, particularly fixating on the final illustration, a king commanding his soldiers to slay numerous infants, while their mothers knelt before them, pleading in anguish. Nearby, vessels resembling barrels and crucibles collected the blood of the innocents, as the sun and moon bathed in the crimson. Tell me, what is the price of eternal life? Will it be weighed against it on the scales of existence? Voldemort's voice echoed like the terrifying king of the underworld, posing the most profound inquiries to Sirius's very soul. It was as if he wielded a hammer, driving the sharpest nail into the very core that Sirius had long feared to confront, leaving him bloodied in spirit. The answer was singular. Only life could suffice. The cost of life could only be measured by life itself. This was a truth that Sirius had long comprehended. To resurrect, one must siphon the vitality of another. Only when the life of the host he inhabited was entirely drained could he wield influence over reality. Indeed, the crafting of a Horcrux followed the same grim logic, murdering an innocent soul to forge a vessel of dark magic. This was the essence of true equivalent exchange. If alchemy were a balance, then one side must bear life, while the other must equally weigh life against it. Voldemort was already well versed in this principle. He had extinguished the lives of too many in his quest to create Horcruxes. Life is a currency of exchange, as it has been since time immemorial. The eagle preys upon the rabbit, the serpent hunts the mouse, and the lion and tiger pursue the cattle and sheep. Only through the death of others can one thrive. Yet, for Sirius, his fervent desire to avoid the sacrifice of any innocent life in his resurrection led him to seek alternative methods, attempting to replicate the Philosopher's Stone. However, the more he delved into his studies, the more he realized that life as a cost could not be dispensed with. If that were the case, then all his efforts would be rendered meaningless, and thus he subconsciously resisted contemplating this reality. Nevertheless, Voldemort ultimately pierced through this veil of ignorance, compelling Sirius to confront the stark truth. Magic, in essence, embodies a realm of idealism. Often, the attainment of one's aspirations does not hinge upon incantations, wands, or elaborate rituals, but solely on the fervent desires of the heart. Conversely, if one cannot be truthful to oneself, how can one possibly succeed in the creation of the Philosopher's Stone? Should you wish to forge such a stone, it must be wrought with the blood of something substantial. Otherwise, success will forever elude you. Yet, do you genuinely believe that Nicholas Flamel is capable of such a gruesome act? Cyrus retorted. In his era, Voldemort merely scoffed, revealing his profound misunderstanding of all that is virtuous in this world. He likely perceives all goodness and justice as mere illusions, with the stark reality concealed beneath a veneer of lies and deceit, forever stained with blood. While Voldemort's perspective is undeniably skewed, it does not render him entirely incorrect. Indeed, Nicholas Flamel has lived for over 6 centuries. Who can truly fathom the nature of his time? As history progresses, civilization often reveals its more brutal and sanguinary aspects. A truth that resonates even within the magical realm. 6 centuries ago, dark magic may have been regarded as commonplace sorcery by those of that age. Furthermore, the fact that Nicholas has yet to replicate the Philosopher's Stone over all these years suggests that perhaps the exchange of life he engaged in went unnoticed by him. Do you truly believe that? Voldemort countered. I am inclined to think he was aware, yet when he sought to attempt it anew, he lost the prophetic insight that once guided him. Voldemort did not consider Flamel to be naive. How could a master alchemist overlook such an evident principle of equivalent exchange? Moreover, the blood required to create the Philosopher's Stone is far from trivial. Rumors suggest that at one point, Flamel hunted dark wizards extensively, though the veracity of this claim remains uncertain. If true, it is likely he was preparing for the creation of the stone. The Book of Jewish Abraham once unveiled a portion of its secrets to Nicholas, yet after he successfully forged the stone, that revelation vanished. If this is the case, how might we unearth this revelation? Find it? No. By the time the book is in your possession, the revelation has already been fulfilled. Spoke the soul within the crown. Chapter 65, A Guilt of Infidelity. The revelation has indeed been completed. The Book of Jewish Abraham is a tome of magic, and when it fell into Cyrus's hands, it was destined that he would be the next to create the Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort, encased within the crown, believed that this individual was himself, and thus felt a swell of pride. Not merely the heir of Slytherin, but also favored by fate. However, Cyrus was acutely aware that all of this bore no relation to Voldemort whatsoever. Voldemort could not acquire the Philosopher's Stone from Nicholas Flamel, nor could he forge a true Philosopher's Stone. Yet, he was acutely aware that if he were to exchange the lives of those malevolent dark wizards, he would feel no remorse whatsoever. However, now that he was inhabiting the body of Draco Malfoy, where could he possibly find so many dark wizards? To sacrifice the innocent young wizards within the castle was an act he could not bring himself to commit. One may be capable of cruelty, but there should at least remain a moral boundary, not for any other reason than to prevent oneself from becoming a monster cloaked in human skin. Voldemort had likely misconstrued his intentions, believing he feared that the sacrifice of so many lives within the castle would incite Dumbledore's wrath. Indeed, our current circumstances necessitate a degree of discretion, yet let us not forget the myriad of lives that dwell within the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest. In an instant, images of the ravenous Acromantula swarm flashed through Severus's mind. The Acromantula were notorious for their appetite for human flesh, especially after Aragog's demise, which had led the spider population to spiral out of control and ultimately ally with Voldemort. To offer the lives of these creatures as a sacrifice would weigh upon Severus's conscience far less. It seemed a visit to the Forbidden Forest was imperative. Severus removed the crown from his head. In that moment, he felt a profound tranquility envelop him, relieved of Voldemort's incessant chatter. Yet, he found himself genuinely grateful to Voldemort. While he could not ascertain whether the crown enhanced one's intellect, there was no denying that Voldemort was indeed one of the most formidable geniuses in the magical realm. Of course, it was possible that the crown played a role in this. Severus carefully stored the crown and departed from the room of requirement. With Lucius Malfoy prepared, it was time to bring the plan to fruition. In a vacant classroom, Hermione sat at a desk, waving at Severus. A towering stack of books lay before her. At last you've arrived. Ever since they had been ejected from the library by the fat lady, they had been forced to seek alternative venues for their studies. Fortunately, Hogwarts had numerous abandoned classrooms, making it easy to find a suitable one. Where are Ginny and the others? Severus noted with curiosity that only Hermione was present. Typically, Harry and Ron rarely joined, as the academic demands of the term were enough to give them headaches. However, Ginny never missed a single session. Don't you remember? She has class today, Hermione replied cheerfully, tossing her head, her fluffy brown curls bouncing adorably. Were it not for her prominent front teeth, which made her smile resemble that of an otter, Severus believed more people would recognize her beauty. As for Harry, he is set to commence matches with the Hufflepuff team this weekend, which is scarcely granting him a moment's respite, relentlessly urging him to practice every second. I suspect would maybe somewhat intimidated by your flying prowess, Hermione remarked with a hint of pride in her tone. Fortunately, the weather has been rather pleasant lately. I was concerned that Harry might catch a cold with all the rain we had previously, Cyrus casually commented. He was seated across from Hermione, both of them now sharing the same table. The seeker from Hufflepuff seems quite capable. The last time I watched him compete against Ravenclaw, he flew marginally better than Cho. Cho, When did you become so familiar with her? Hermione furrowed her brow in displeasure as she opened the borrowed textbook on ancient runes. I merely meant that you should limit your interactions with others to avoid drawing attention. After all, your temperament is entirely different from that insufferable Malfoy's. She occasionally inquires about Quidditch matters. I did attend a match against Hufflepuff and Slytherin, didn't I? I'll let Higgs continue as the Seeker. He trained diligently, but ultimately lost to Hufflepuff. She might have felt it was a pity, hence her questioning me about my absence from the match. Subsequently, she persistently asked me to teach her a few flying techniques. Hermione halted her actions. How was I unaware of this? Slytherin and Gryffindor don't always share classes. Cyrus suddenly felt a pang of guilt, akin to that of a wayward child caught in a transgression. He wished to steer the conversation away from this topic, so he decided to redirect their focus. Well, let us return to the textbook. The scope of ancient runes is vast, yet for now, what you need to learn is merely the runes of the Elder Futhark. Suspended among the tempestuous branches of a tree, I, wounded by a spear, was offered as a sacrifice to Odin, dedicating myself to myself, upon the great tree, unknown to all. No bread to satiate hunger, no drops of water to quench thirst. I looked down, gathering runic symbols, calling out as they fell from the tree. Cyrus recited the words of the gods. This is a legend from the Muggle world. Hermione astutely pointed out that in the wizarding realm, the so-called Odin is more likely just a powerful wizard. Indeed, Cyrus nodded. Odin sacrificed one of his right eyes to acquire the wisdom of the Well of Mimir. Runes are a form of incantation. Inscribing them upon wood, stone, metal, or any material grants them boundless power. This is why many formidable alchemical artifacts bear Elder Futhark inscriptions. These symbols resemble spells, yet differ fundamentally. They are not invoked through sound, but must be recorded to unleash their potency. If you wish to master the art of object alchemy, proficiency in runes is imperative. It is a tool of great significance. The rune script consists of 24 letters, divided into 3 groups of 8. The first group symbolizes abundance, prosperity, love, and peace. The second group represents obstacles and difficulties, while the final group is closely associated with war. It must be acknowledged that comprehending the meanings of these letters proves to be the most challenging aspect of learning the rune script. Each letter carries an abstract significance. For instance, one letter represents wealth, prosperity, and fertility. Yet, in varying combinations, their meanings shift. For example, the magical artifact known as the Disappearing Cabinet conveys the notion of a transfer of peace. Such lessons continued until Friday, culminating in the Quidditch match scheduled for 11 the following morning. Action was imperative. Chapter 66. Hermione discovers the truth the next morning. Hermione gathered with Harry and their companions in the Great Hall, where the weather was splendid. Wood appeared particularly jubilant, generously filling each player's plate with scrambled eggs. Go, Harry! Hermione and Ginny cheered for him while casting furtive glances towards the Slytherin table, yet they did not spot the conspicuous tuft of white hair. Harry felt a twinge of disappointment. He inexplicably harbored a slight fondness for Riddle, perhaps because Riddle's plight resonated with his own. To be honest, residing with the Dursleys felt less appealing than living in an orphanage. Is he not coming to cheer for me? I thought we were friends. He might have overslept, and with so many eyes upon him, it's not easy for him to support you. Harry, Ron offered in consolation. After a considerable interval, Severus finally entered. He had been awake for some time, but had just returned from a visit to the Chamber of Secrets. At this juncture, he needed to provide Hermione with a hint using the basilisk's voice, ensuring she would fall behind. Upon entering the dining hall, Severus raised his chin with the characteristic smugness of Malfoy. To others, this appeared provocative, yet Harry understood that it was, in fact, Riddle acknowledging him. Malfoy is truly insufferable. ISNT? Although I am unaware of why he ISNT participating in a match, it is a fortunate circumstance. Last time, Slytherin lost to Hufflepuff, so the championship can only be decided between us and Hufflepuff. Wood frowned and patted Harry on the shoulder. All right, Harry, you should eat quickly. I wish to finalize our strategy before the match begins. With that, Wood hastily departed the Great Hall towards the Quidditch pitch. Harry pondered that perhaps he could exchange a few words with Mr. Riddle before the match commenced, ideally seeking encouragement and affirmation from him, which would bolster his confidence. Thus, he lingered a while longer. Soon, the Great Hall was nearly empty. How are you feeling, Harry? Severus strolled over to greet them leisurely. I'm all right, but Diggory is quite formidable. I doubt my ability to win. You should have faith in yourself. Cyrus spoke casually, his thoughts entirely detached from the Quidditch match, which, in any case, would ultimately not take place. The 5 of them departed from the hall together, as Harry needed to return to gather his equipment for the match. Cyrus parted ways with them. I shall head to the pitch first. However, as Cyrus rounded the corner, he cast a disillusionment charm upon himself and once again trailed behind them, guiding the basilisk through the pipes. At this moment, Harry's previously mild anxiety transformed into a profound sense of dread, for as he stepped onto the marble staircase, he suddenly heard that voice. This time, let me kill. Let me tear apart, he shouted, causing Ron and Hermione to leap away from him in terror. What's wrong? Ron inquired, eyes wide. That voice, Harry exclaimed. Turn to look back. I just heard it again. Did you hear it? Ron shook his head, his eyes round with fear. That strange voice you mentioned before? Ginny looked around, searching for its source. But where is it? It can't be invisible, can it? Or perhaps there's an unseen path. An unseen path? Hermione suddenly slapped her forehead. Harry, I've just realized something. I need to visit the library. She hurried away, ascending the stairs. What did she understand? Harry asked, panic rising as he scanned the surroundings, trying to ascertain where the voice emanated from. I don't know, Ron replied, shaking his head. But why does she need to go to the library? Because that's just Hermione's way, Ron said with a shrug. Whenever there's a question, she goes to the library. Harry stood there hesitantly, attempting to capture that elusive voice once more, but time was slipping away. You'd better hurry, Ginny urged. But that voice. It's almost 11, the match. The three of them departed, while Cyrus turned to follow Hermione. He watched as she hurried toward the library, her hair resembling a blossoming flower, constantly unfurling and gathering. She sprinted up to the 4th floor, only to find the library door locked, devoid of any presence. Not even Mrs. Pants, as everyone had gone to the Quidditch pitch. Hermione forcefully pushed against the heavy door, but it did not yield. Taking a step back, she drew her wand. Alohomora. The chains clattered to the ground. An invisible path, perhaps concealed within the walls, must be the source of the sound that only Harry could hear. She navigated through the rows of bookshelves, the previous clues weaving together like an immense web, nearly forming the true answer in her mind. Cyrus followed her at a leisurely pace, even dispelling the disillusionment charm at that moment. A colossal serpent emerged from the depths of the pipe, its steel-like scales rustling ominously against the floor. This enormous creature followed closely behind Sirius, but soon lowered its head, gliding along the ground towards the opposite side. A row of shelves brimming with books provided it cover, and in the dimly lit library, only the faint glimmer of its green-hued scales illuminated the shadows. It must be a serpent, which was why Harry could hear it. After all, he possessed the gift of Parseltongue. Yet, what kind of serpent could petrify a person and endure for a millennium? Hermione swiftly pulled several volumes from the shelves, one documenting the plumbing system of Hogwarts and another detailing magical creatures. With the light from her wand illuminating the pages, she pored over the texts. While a basilisk could indeed live for 1,000 years, its lethal magic was to kill, not to petrify, was it not? Suddenly, a thought struck her. The victims had never directly gazed into the basilisk's eyes. Colin Creevey had seen it through his camera, Justin had glimpsed it via the headless Nick, and Ginny had been preening herself in front of a mirror when she caught a reflection. Even moaning Myrtle had seen it through the water on the floor. Thus, the magical effect had been mitigated, akin to hearing the cries of mandrakes while wearing earmuffs. A look of exhilaration spread across Hermione's face. She had unraveled a mystery that had persisted for 50 years. The sense of achievement was palpable, but more importantly, this revelation could lead to the capture of the true culprit. Yet, soon a new doubt crept into her mind. If the creature within the Chamber of Secrets was indeed a basilisk, then Hagrid had been wrongfully accused. She vividly recalled the scene Mr. Riddle had shown them. Though she could not discern what creature Hagrid had been raising, it was certainly not a basilisk, as no basilisk could be so rounded and covered in hair. Mr. Riddle must have made an error. Hermione closed the book, eager to share her discovery with everyone, particularly with Mr. Riddle. She wanted him to know that Hagrid was innocent and that he had erred, while her intellect had unveiled the truth. With a clearer understanding of the monster's true nature and modus operandi, finding one another would become less arduous. However, at that moment, she heard footsteps echoing through the empty aisles of the library. Tap, tap, tap. Who could it be? Her heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively shrank back, knocking over a chair as she raised her wand towards the source of the sound. Yet the owner of the footsteps offered no response, merely drawing closer. In that instant, fear-induced sweat dampened the fabric beneath her robes. Yet instead of panicking, she found herself unervingly calm. Perhaps it is that heir who has made me his target. Hermione breathed heavily, trembling all over, yet she made the right choice. She was acutely aware that she might be doomed, but even in sacrifice, she must at least leave a thread of truth for her two foolish sons and Mr. Riddle. In a flurry, She hastily tore off a page and wrote a single word. Footsteps approached. A flickering light illuminated the newcomer. It was Malfoy. Chapter 67. The Petrified Hermione. Mr. Riddle? Hermione's voice quavered, and she collapsed as if the very bones of her body had been extracted, her strength utterly drained. You terrified me. My apologies, Hermione. Have you found any clues? Said Severus with a smile. His white hair appeared strikingly bright, and after having drained Malfoy's life force. Malfoy's complexion now resembled that of a corpse, pallid as if coated in flour, especially when standing in the shadows. Yet, Hermione was oblivious to this. After that moment of terror, seeing Severus was like grasping at a lifeline, and she began to speak in a rush. I discovered that the monster is a basilisk. You wronged Hagrid. It moves in the pipes. We should take a mirror. Desperately, Hermione clutched Severus's arms, speaking in a frenzy. Do not rush, Hermione. You may speak at your leisure. Severus gently patted her back to help her regain composure. Only then did Hermione convey everything she had unearthed to Severus in detail. You are truly clever, Hermione, Severus praised sincerely, and his words seemed to uplift her spirit, the little witch sniffled proudly, her tail almost lifting skyward. However, there's one point you're mistaken about. Severus released Hermione and stepped back, creating distance between them. It was as if he had suddenly returned to the shadows. Though they stood but a few paces apart, the light from Hermione's wand separated them. Mr. Riddle? I did not wrongfully accuse Hagrid. Hermione, you are mistaken. But Hagrid is truly not. He is certainly not. Severus interrupted, and his expression began to appear unfamiliar to Hermione. I said I did not wrongfully accuse him. To be precise, it was a frame-up. But why? To put it simply, I am the heir of Slytherin. Severus laughed, generously explaining. All the attacks of this term were orchestrated by me. How can this be? Hermione faltered, tears glistening in her eyes. At that moment, she felt pain, deception, and betrayal. How could she possibly believe that the man who had shared so much time with her, who had once pilfered potions ingredients from Snape and provided her with tutoring, was indeed the very murderer they had been seeking? He had even bathed alongside her. But why? Are you too from the Muggle world, treating us as though we are mere mudbloods, like Malfoy? Hermione's anguished inquiry resonated with a deeper pain than she had felt when Malfoy had insulted her. No, I have never held such a belief. However, resurrection requires a certain degree of sacrifice. This is a lesson, and you ought to learn from it. Never trust a sentient being too readily, Severus calmly stated. Now, you should rest, Hermione. But do not worry. I shall not take your life, he added, almost as if soothing a child to sleep. Suddenly, Hermione sensed something. The sound of metal scraping against the ground echoed behind her, a harsh noise she wondered how she had failed to notice before. Yet now, she could only force her eyes shut and charge towards Severus. He did not hinder her path, allowing her to struggle. Occasionally, she opened her eyes to ascertain the position of the basilisk, but more often, she kept them closed, evading the creature's dim, twilight gaze. The enraged basilisk, seeing its prey in motion, quickened its pace, its steel-like scales gliding across the floor with a spark of bright embers. Its sinuous body toppled rows of bookshelves as it pursued the direction in which Hermione fled. Filled with terror, Hermione frantically cast spells behind her. She knew many incantations, some of which Severus had taught her. The thought filled her with sorrow and irony. Yet, for now, her priority was her own survival. Clutching the note tightly in one hand, she ran while hurling spells into the darkness behind her. Flock of birds, venomous snakes begone, drowsiness, freezing charm. The spell shot forth from Hermione's wand, sparkling like brilliant fireworks in a summer night, only to have little impact on the basilisk. Its iridescent green scales serving as impenetrable armor that deflected her magic, failing even to slow its advance. The freezing charm, potent enough to chill a fire lizard, did not impede the creature's relentless pursuit. Though the basilisk was far swifter than Hermione, she moved like a nimble mouse, darting between the dense shelves. In the confined space, the creature's massive size proved to be a liability. Nevertheless, Severus exhibited unwavering patience. He observed as the basilisk relentlessly cornered Hermione, witnessing her frantic attempt to squeeze into the crevice of a collapsed bookshelf. He watched as the monstrous serpent ruthlessly shattered the obstacles that obstructed its path with its powerful tail. At last, Hermione reached the entrance of the library. If she could merely push the door open, escape would be within her grasp. Perhaps there were others in the corridor who could assist her. Even if they could not, they would at least expose Malfoy, or rather, reveal Riddle's ambitions. Yet, when she exerted all her strength to force the door open, she discovered that it remained steadfast, as if welded shut. Alohomora! Alohomora! She cried in desperation, Her voice twisted with urgency as she frantically jabbed her wand at the lock, but the door remained immovable. It's futile. I've already cast the counter curse. Cyrus approached her leisurely, and at that moment, Hermione felt the immense creature drawing near from behind. Its girth wider than her waist, blocking her final escape route. She could only twist her head, pressing her back against the wall, her eyelids seemingly glued together. She even forgot how to breathe. The basilisk's foul, icy breath struck her cheek. Out of options? Cyrus taunted, lifting his wand and delicately flicking it with 2 fingers. Hermione felt her body slipping from her control, as if countless arms were grasping her, forcefully manipulating her joints and prying open her eyelids. In her line of sight, the shadow of the serpent loomed like a range of undulating mountains. You've somewhat disappointed me, Hermione, Cyrus couldn't help but remind her. Do you recall what I taught you to counter the basilisk's gaze? In a final desperate effort, Hermione cast a bubblehead charm upon herself. Then, Cyrus magically forced her eyelids wide open, and in the darkness, the serpent's eyes bore into her very soul. Bang! The bubble burst. Rigid as iron, Hermione collapsed. The basilisk yearned to continue its assault, intent on tearing the figure before it to shreds, but Cyrus restrained it. This colossal beast, under the enchantment of Parseltongue, was compelled to obey. The malevolent expression on Cyrus's face vanished. He now appeared stiff and silent as he moved to Hermione's side, adjusting her position to one that seemed relatively more comfortable, though in reality, she felt nothing. He then raised his wand and sent a spark towards the restricted section. The library's alarm was triggered. Chapter 68. The Quidditch match is halted. Time rewinds to several minutes earlier. Harry hastened towards Gryffindor Tower, seizing his Firebolt 2000, and merged into the bustling crowd crossing the pitch. Yet his thoughts lingered within the castle, pursuing that haunting voice. As he donned the vibrant crimson robe in the locker room, his sole source of consolation lay in the knowledge that the match was underway outside, with spectators eagerly watching. The team members, amidst thunderous cheers, made their way onto the field. Oliver would soar into the air, performing warm-up maneuvers around the goalposts. Madame Hooch released the quaffle, while the Hufflepuff players, clad in pale yellow, huddled together to strategize in the final moments. Harry's gaze drifted toward the stands, where the conspicuous figure of Malfoy, with his white hair, was weaving through the throngs toward Ginny and Ron. However, Harry could not spot Hermione. Cyrus, panting, settled beside Ginny, feigning ignorance as he inquired. Finally found you all, but where's Hermione? She's gone to the library, Ginny replied promptly, recounting everything that had transpired since parting ways with Cyrus. All alone? You shouldn't have let her go by herself. What if something happened? Ron expressed his skepticism, questioning the improbability of the heir knowing Hermione's whereabouts. Yet, just as Harry prepared to mount his broomstick, Professor McGonagall dashed across the pitch, clutching an enormous purple microphone. His heart plummeted. It seemed an attack was imminent. Indeed, this was the unmistakable sign that the monster had begun its assault. Ron's complexion drained of color as he sprang to his feet, anxiously making his way toward the pitch. Exclaiming, "It can't be!" Cyrus and Ginny hurriedly followed suit. The match is cancelled, Professor McGonagall announced through the microphone to the packed outdoor stands. Discontented boos and shouts erupted from the crowd. Oliver would appear despondent, landing on the ground without dismounting his broomstick, and rushed toward Professor McGonagall. "But Professor," he called out, "we must play for the Quidditch Cup." Ignoring him, she continued to address the audience. All students must return to their respective common rooms, where the heads of houses will provide further information. Please evacuate promptly. She then lowered the microphone and gestured for Harry to approach. "Potter, I believe it is best if you accompany me." Harry pondered, perplexed as to why he was always summoned in times of trouble. He could not fathom how, while he was merely at the Quidditch pitch, this incident had once again entangled him in its web. Meanwhile, nearly 1,000 students created a cacophony of noise as they surged through the crowd. Cyrus, Ron, and Ginny struggled against the tide, making their way toward Harry. "Well, perhaps it would be wise for you to join us," Ron Weasley, McGonagall said, granting him an unusual reprieve, yet Cyrus and Ginny were not so fortunate. "As for you two, hasten back to your own house's common room, especially you, Malfoy." Upon concluding her remarks, she departed with the bewildered Harry and Ron. Harry cast a backward glance, observing Sirius and Ginny standing solitary on the verdant grounds, their backs turned to the throngs of people. He felt as though the world had been divided into 3 segments, the cacophony of noise receding into the distance, while Wood, in a fit of rage, resembled a silhouette performing in silent film. "What is happening?" Ginny inquired, her concern palpable. "I fear there has been an incident," Sirius pondered before suggesting, "Let us return." I believe Harry and Ron will recount the events upon their return. Ginny nodded in agreement, hoping fervently that Hermione was safe. Hermione, Ron exclaimed, his fears confirmed. Professor McGonagall did not escort Harry and Ron to any office this time. Instead, she led them directly to the infirmary. Hermione lay there motionless, her eyes wide open in a state of shock. She was found near the library, Professor McGonagall stated. I presume neither of you can provide an explanation? Someone had forcibly compelled her to open her eyes. Madame Pomfrey immediately discerned the peculiar expression on Hermione's face. She evidently wished to keep her eyes tightly shut, but had been rudely forced to open them. This suggested that the assailant might have cast a spell through their gaze. This clue easily led McGonagall to associate the incident with the basilisk, although other victims could be explained. Hermione seemingly had no means to prevent her gaze from meeting that of the creature. Nevertheless, she had been petrified rather than killed. I will escort you back to Gryffindor Tower, Professor McGonagall said somberly. Regardless, I must address the students. All students must return to their common rooms by 6 o'clock. No student is permitted to leave their dormitories after this hour. Each class will be accompanied by a teacher. Students are prohibited from using the restroom without a teacher present. All Quidditch practices and matches are postponed. No activities will take place in the evening. The Gryffindor students huddled in the common room, silently absorbing Professor McGonagall's words. She rolled up the parchment she had just read from and, with a somewhat suffocating tone, declared, "In truth, I seldom experience such distress. The school is likely to close unless the perpetrators behind these attacks are apprehended. I urge anyone who believes they possess information to step forward." Clumsily, she navigated through the portrait hole, prompting an immediate flurry of chatter among the Gryffindor students. 2 Gryffindors had already fallen, not counting one of their ghosts. Along with a Ravenclaw and a Hufflepuff, Lee Jordan, a friend of the Weasley twins, began counting on his fingers and queried, "Has any teacher noticed that all the Slytherins remain unharmed? Is it not evident that these creatures have emerged from Slytherin? The heir of Slytherin, the monster of Slytherin. Why do they not simply expel all Slytherins?" He exclaimed loudly, eliciting nods of agreement from the audience, accompanied by sparse applause. However, Harry was not truly listening. He seemed unable to shake the image of Hermione lying rigid and lifeless on a hospital bed. If the perpetrator was not apprehended swiftly, he would have to return to the Dursleys and spend the rest of his life there. Tom Riddle's motive for accusing Hagrid stemmed from the fact that should the school close, he would be faced with the grim prospect of returning to a Muggle orphanage. Harry now fully comprehended his sentiments. "What shall we do?" Ron whispered to Harry, huddled in a corner with Ginny. "Do you think they suspect Hagrid?" "We must speak with him," Harry resolved, stating, "I cannot believe it is him this time. But since he released the monster last time, he must know how to access the Chamber of Secrets. That is our breakthrough." "But Professor McGonagall said we must remain in the tower unless attending classes," Ron reminded him. "I believe," Harry replied, lowering his voice further, "it is time to retrieve my father's old cloak. Then we shall seek Mr. Riddle first, and then go together." Chapter 69, Cornelius Fudge. That evening, Harry and Ron climbed into bed as usual, waiting until Neville Dean and Seamus ceased their discussions about the chamber and finally drifted off to sleep before rising, donning their clothes, and enveloping themselves in the invisibility cloak. As they made their way to the common room, they discovered Ginny already seated on the sofa, awaiting their arrival. "Let us proceed to the Slytherin common room. I have arranged to meet Mr. Riddle at the entrance," Ginny promptly declared. Traversing the dimly lit corridors was far from pleasant. Harry had wandered the castle numerous times in the dead of night, but had never encountered so many individuals after sunset. Professors, prefects, and ghosts patrolled the halls in pairs, scanning for any signs of unusual activity. Although the invisibility cloak was useful, it did not always guarantee success. Once he and Ron had nearly been discovered by Snape, who seemed particularly sensitive to the presence of the cloak. At last, they arrived at the Slytherin common room, only to find no one outside. "Where's Riddle? He has not been caught, has he?" Ron whispered anxiously, concerned by the number of patrolling professors that night. "Right here," Cyrus revealed himself abruptly, emerging from the shadows in response to their conversation. "I used a disillusionment charm, otherwise I would not have evaded the professor's scrutiny." As Cyrus lifted Harry's invisibility cloak with a hand, he frowned. "I senti it a bit small for the 4 of us. Do you not know the disillusionment charm?" Ron asked, perplexed. "However, I can only ensure that I remain undetected while stationary. Should I move, the professors would surely sense something amiss," Cyrus deliberately remarked. Now that Malfoy's body has become useless to him, what he desires is Ginny. "Ginny, allow me to inhabit your form. With one less person among us, we diminish the risk of exposure." He continued, "Given the current circumstances, should I persist in possessing Malfoy, I fear it would be impossible to meet with you all normally by the end of the term. Ginny appeared to harbor no resistance, instead revealing a shy demeanor. Yet, Harry felt a twinge of doubt. What about Malfoy? I shall ensure he sleeps soundly. When he awakens, he will remember nothing. Ron seemed rather reluctant about someone taking possession of his sister, but Ginny promptly replied, "Let it be. Mr. Riddle's power is formidable. He can safeguard you." Cyrus swiftly transitioned from Malfoy's body into Ginny's, subsequently returning the unconscious Malfoy to the common room without further concern. Thereafter, the three of them, cloaked in invisibility, departed the castle. Harry and Ron felt a peculiar discomfort. They had only just acclimatized to Cyrus being Malfoy, and now he had assumed Ginny's form, which was exceedingly strange. However, there was no time to dwell on such matters. It was a starry night, and they hurried towards Hagrid's abode, drawn to the glow emanating from his window, until they stood before his door, at which point they shed their invisibility cloak. Moments after they knocked, Hagrid flung the door open with vigor. They were greeted by Hagrid, brandishing a crossbow aimed directly at them, with Fong, the giant dog, barking loudly behind him. This startled them all. It was Harry's first encounter with Hagrid in such a defensive stance. "Ah, it's you." Hagrid visibly relaxed, lowering his weapon and glaring at them. "What brings you three here? What is this for?" Upon entering the room, Harry pointed at the crossbow, inquiring. Cyrus endeavored to remain as inconspicuous as possible. "It's nothing." "Nothing," Hagrid mumbled. "I thought it was something serious." "Please, sit down. I will make some tea." He seemed somewhat flustered, spilling water from the kettle, nearly extinguishing the fire. And then his large hands trembled, causing the teapot to topple over. "Are you all right, Hagrid? Have you heard about Hermione?" "Oh yes, I heard about it," Hagrid replied. His voice slightly choked. It was evident that he was truly saddened by Hermione's situation, yet he continually glanced anxiously toward the window, as if something even more dreadful awaited him. "I believe you need not worry too much. She will be fine indeed." He poured several cups of tea for Harry and the others, but forgot to add the tea leaves. And as he was about to place a thick slice of fruitcake on a plate, a loud knock echoed through the room. The fruitcake in Hagrid's hands fell to the ground in fright, his expression one of panic. Equally disconcerted were Harry and Ron, with even Sirius exhibiting a hint of alarm, for he was aware of the identity of the visitor at the door. "Quick, hide. If we were discovered sneaking out, it would be disastrous," Sirius urged, hastily pulling Harry's invisibility cloak over them all. The three of them huddled tightly behind the sofa, with Sirius's breathing more labored than usual. Dumbledore was about to enter. Upon seeing that they were concealed, Hagrid seized his crossbow and forcefully flung the door open. "Good evening, Hagrid," Dumbledore greeted, stepping in with a grave demeanor, followed by a rather peculiar-looking man. This stranger was short and stout, with disheveled gray hair and an anxious expression on his face. His attire was a bizarre amalgamation: a pinstriped suit, a bright red tie, a long black cloak, and pointed purple boots. He tucked a dark green top hat under his arm. "That's my father's superior," Ron gasped. "Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic." "Silence." Sirius elbowed Ron sharply to hush him, an action that evidently caught Dumbledore's attention, as his blue eyes flicked towards Sirius's hiding spot, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. However, he soon appeared to dismiss the notion entirely, averting his gaze, which left Sirius wondering if Dumbledore had indeed seen him through the cloak. Yet he quickly dismissed the thought. This was no ordinary invisibility cloak, and he believed Dumbledore might only sense its presence, having studied it extensively in the past. He feared, however, that Dumbledore might not be aware of the number of individuals concealed beneath it. Hagrid's face turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He sank into a chair, glancing between Dumbledore and Cornelius Fudge. "This is dire, Hagrid," Fudge spoke in a crisp, swift tone, extremely serious. "We had to come. There have been 4 attacks on Muggles. It's unacceptable, and the Ministry must take action." I didn't, Professor Dumbledore, sir," Hagrid stammered. "I hope you understand, Cornelius. I have complete trust in Hagrid," Dumbledore replied, furrowing his brow. "But you see, Albus," Fudge said unnaturally, "Hagrid's previous record is quite unfavorable. The Ministry had to take certain measures and had already contacted the school board. Nevertheless, Cornelius, I must tell you that taking Hagrid away will achieve nothing," Dumbledore asserted. "Look, from my perspective," Fudge said, fidgeting with his top hat, "I am under immense pressure. Something must be done. If it turns out that Hagrid is innocent, he will return, and no one will have anything further to say. But I must take him away. Shouldn't I fulfill my—" "Take me away?" Hagrid uttered, trembling all over. "To where?" The time was brief. It was not a punishment, merely a precautionary measure. If another individual were apprehended, you would be released. Accompanied by a sincere apology, Fudge said to himself, never once meeting Hagrid's gaze, despite having come alongside Dumbledore to seek him out. It was possible he felt a twinge of shame, for his actions were akin to placing the blame squarely on Hagrid's shoulders. However, such reasoning was profoundly unjust. An incident had occurred, and even if one possessed a criminal record, it was unreasonable and illegal to condemn without evidence. It is noteworthy that not even the Death Eaters, who had previously evaded punishment, were penalized without proof after Voldemort's resurrection. Could Dumbledore, as the chief warlock of the Wisemoth, not intervene to halt Fudge's absurd conduct? Surely not. Yet, while Dumbledore expressed his dissent, he failed to take any substantial action against Fudge. Severus could better appreciate the gravity of Dumbledore's predicament. Chapter 70. Dumbledore's expulsion. At that moment, a heavy knock echoed through the room. Dumbledore approached the door. Upon witnessing the shadowy figure that entered, Harry exhaled sharply, prompting Severus to nudge him gently. It was Lucius Malfoy. Striding purposefully into Hagrid's humble abode, Malfoy was enveloped in a long, dark traveling cloak, his countenance adorned with a frigid, self-satisfied smile. Fawn began to bark furiously. Upon Malfoy's arrival, Severus felt a wave of relief wash over him. Regardless of the circumstances, events had progressed to this critical juncture. Malfoy had employed a few tactics to orchestrate Dumbledore's expulsion from school. Without Dumbledore, Hogwarts posed no threat to Severus. His spirits lifted, and he could not help but smile. Another who was not at all surprised by Malfoy's appearance was Dumbledore himself, who had long anticipated this day. Tom Riddle could not remain within the confines of the school. It would jeopardize the final stages of his plan. Such a situation was far too precarious. Much like last year, it was prudent to find a way to extricate himself. Dumbledore had been pondering when his adversary would strike. It appeared that moment had finally arrived. "You have arrived, Fudge," Malfoy declared, satisfaction evident in his voice. It was indeed his master's design to have Hagrid shoulder the blame once more, and he had been exerting pressure on Fudge, needing only to sway public opinion. With Fudge's arrival at Hogwarts, Lucius Malfoy was undoubtedly pleased. Yet, Hagrid was far from welcoming toward this uninvited guest. What good could possibly come from the Malfoy family? "What brings you here? Leave my house at once." Lucius Malfoy surveyed the shabby little room with a sneer. "Dear friend, believe me when I say I am not pleased to enter what you dare to call a house. I merely came to check on the school. Someone informed me that the headmaster was here." Malfoy's demeanor was indeed irksome, and had it not been for Sirius knowing that Malfoy was currently an ally, he might have felt compelled to land a few punches on him. "What is your purpose in seeking me, Lucius?" Dumbledore inquired, his tone exceedingly courteous. "Things have taken a dire turn, Dumbledore." Lucius languidly unfurled a lengthy parchment, his expression relaxed, exuding confidence, even in the presence of Dumbledore, or perhaps precisely because he was in Dumbledore's presence, he remained utterly unperturbed. "The board believes it is time for you to step down. This is a temporary suspension, signed by all 12 members. We fear you have not demonstrated your capabilities. How many attacks have occurred thus far? At this rate, not a single Muggle student will remain at Hogwarts. And we all understand the grave loss that would entail for the school." His words dripped with feigned sorrow for the Muggle students threatened by these assaults. "What do you mean, Lucius?" Fudge stammered, visibly alarmed. "We absolutely do not wish for the headmaster to be suspended. The appointment of the headmaster, or his temporary suspension, is a matter for the board, Fudge. The ministry has no jurisdiction here." Lucius's calm demeanor betrayed no regard for Fudge, the inept minister, given that Dumbledore has failed to prevent these attacks. "But you see, Lucius, if Dumbledore cannot stop them." Fudge's upper lip began to sweat, and he believed the board to be mad for contemplating Dumbledore's suspension at such a critical juncture. "I mean, who could possibly prevent them? Let's wait and see," Malfoy replied, a sly smile creeping across his face. "Prevent? He never intended to. How many people have you threatened or blackmailed to secure their agreement?" Malfoy? Hagrid roared, his fury evident as it seemed he might wish to teach Lucius a lesson with his fists, preferably driving his head into the pumpkin patch. Malfoy, of course, was unafraid of Hagrid. He mockingly advised, "I would suggest you refrain from shouting like that at the guards of Azkaban. They wouldn't take kindly to it." The thought of Dumbledore being suspended made Hagrid, in his anger, disregard even Azkaban. "You cannot take Dumbledore away. If you do, Muggles will have no hope left. Murders will soon follow." "Calm down, Hagrid," Dumbledore admonished sternly, fixing his gaze upon Lucius Malfoy. "If the board wishes for me to leave, Lucius, I shall, of course, relinquish my position." However, Fudge stammered no. Hagrid bellowed. Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes remained fixed on Lucius's cold gray ones. Yet, Dumbledore spoke slowly and clearly, ensuring that every individual present could hear each word distinctly. "Only when every person here betrays me will I truly depart from this school." You will also discover that at Hogwarts, those who seek assistance will invariably receive it. Severus was quite certain that Dumbledore cast a glance in their direction, a look that served both as a reminder and a warning. He had not only noticed Harry and Ron, but had also acknowledged Severus himself. "How commendable," Malfoy remarked, bowing slightly. "We shall all miss your uniquely personal approach to matters, Albus. I only hope your successor can entirely prevent any further homicides." Malfoy strode toward the cabin door, opened it, and bowed to usher Dumbledore out. Fudge fiddled with his top hat, waiting for Hagrid to step ahead, but Hagrid remained rooted to the spot, taking a deep breath before cautiously stating, "If anyone seeks something, they need only follow the spiders, and they shall find the right direction. That is all I have to say." Fudge stared at him in astonishment. "Well, I suppose I shall go," Hagrid declared, donning his moleskin coat. Yet, just as he was about to follow Fudge out, he halted and exclaimed, "When I am gone, someone must feed Fawn." The door slammed shut, and Ron swiftly removed the invisibility cloak. "This is troublesome," he said hoarsely. "Dumbledore is gone. They will likely close the school tonight. Once he has left, there will be attacks occurring every day." Fawn began barking furiously, scratching at the closed door. The following day, news of Dumbledore's departure spread rapidly, instilling fear in an unprecedented manner. Severus felt quite elated. The weather had been splendid lately, with a clear sky and shimmering lake, while the Forbidden Forest trees flourished vibrantly. Severus reveled in this vitality by borrowing Ginny's body. For the other students at Hogwarts, fear loomed like a chilling mist, but for Severus, the prospect of rebirth drew ever closer. Chapter 71, Tonight's Action. The weather gradually began to heat up. Looking up, the sky appeared to stretch higher, which would have been perfect for a Quidditch match. However, the match had been cancelled, and even a simple stroll seemed a luxury. The corridors during breaks were deserted, as patrolling professors forbade anyone from lingering. Even to attend classes, the young wizards had to line up, personally escorted by the heads of their houses. The entire school is enveloped in a state of extreme oppression. Even within the Gryffindor common room, no one seems inclined to engage in playful antics. Everyone is filled with dread, yearning to swiftly navigate through this semester. Professor McGonagall fervently wishes to arrange matters and ideally identify the heir. Yet she currently possesses not a single clue. Unlike Dumbledore, she lacks the ability to perceive the broader picture, though fortunately, the situation has not yet reached its nadir. The assaulted students still have hope for recovery. Once the mandrakes mature, they will awaken, and perhaps by then, the true perpetrator will be unmasked. This concern also extends to the fear that the assailant may attempt to silence the victims, rendering the hospital wing a heavily guarded sanctuary. Harry and Ron wish to visit Hermione again, but they are intercepted. At this juncture, it seems that only the Slytherin students remain untroubled. All four of the attacked individuals are Muggle-born, which sufficiently demonstrates that their house was never the target of the heir. In fact, it is highly likely that the heir resides among them, which emboldens their spirits. Each time they glance at students from other houses during classes, they cannot help but feel a sense of superiority, particularly Draco. When Cygnus returned his body, he subtly altered a fragment of Draco's memory. Presently, he is blissfully unaware of any discrepancies. However, if he were to reflect on the events of the past few months, he would find his mind shrouded in a fog devoid of relevant recollections. He remains oblivious to any anomalies, strutting through the school with an air of triumph, as if he had just been appointed president of the male student council. He has also rejoined his old friends, Crabbe and Goyle, and he is exceedingly pleased about Dumbledore's expulsion from his school. Yet, his sentiments are not rooted in a profound disdain for Dumbledore or skepticism regarding his capabilities. Rather, it is the fact that his father played a pivotal role in this occurrence, filling him with pride. Upon returning from class today, Cygnus observed Ron entering the common room in a fit of rage, while Harry and their roommate Andy attempted to console him. "Come on, Ron, don't stoop to his level," Andy advised, patting Ron on the back. Being a wizard from the Muggle world himself, he naturally harbors a strong dislike for Draco. Yet he is not as impulsive as Ron. "If you two hadn't held me back, I would have given him a few punches. No need for a wand. I could have taken him down barehanded," Ron lamented, still regretting the missed opportunity. Noticing Ron's fury, Cygnus approached, inquiring, "What's wrong?" "It's Malfoy," Harry replied helplessly. "You know how much of a jerk he is. I almost missed the time when he trailed off," causing Andy to mistakenly think Harry was referring to Cygnus's earlier altercation with Slytherin in the club. He claimed the next Muggle-born to be attacked is certain to die, and lamented that it wasn't Hermione. Ron exclaimed in a fit of rage, "If I were the heir, I would eliminate that little scoundrel first." He was still bantering with Snape. Hearing their conversation, Seamus approached, gagging slightly as he mimicked Malfoy's demeanor. adopting a high-pitched voice to feign his words. I always knew my father would oust Dumbledore. Sir, why don't you apply for the headmaster position? Cyrus observed his performance with a hint of nausea. However, Seamus did not relent. He turned to imitate Snape, tossing his non-existent hair. Oh, Malfoy. Professor Dumbledore has merely been suspended by the board temporarily. I dare say he will return to us shortly. He oscillated between the two personas. Indeed, sir. If you were to apply for this position, I suspect my father would cast his vote for you. I shall inform my father that you are the finest educator here. Sir. Seamus appeared even more nauseated than Cyrus, shaking his head in disdain. You have no idea how smug Snape has become. I wager you have never seen him so pleased. Snape indeed felt a tinge of pride, as he harbored grievances against Dumbledore himself. Yet, to say he was truly elated would be an exaggeration. What advantage did Dumbledore's ousting bring him? What if the heir turned out to be Voldemort? Snape merely wished for Voldemort's demise. Even if it were not Voldemort, should the attacks persist, the school would inevitably close. And where would he go then? Back to that wretched Spinner's End? What joy could be found in that dismal past? At least he shared one similarity with the boy named Harry Potter. They both regarded Hogwarts as their true home. They then collectively berated Malfoy. There was another Hufflepuff student who displeased Ron, but compared to Lockhart, it seemed trivial. Do you know what that fellow said? He insists that Hagrid is the culprit. Ron remarked, I think Harry is on the verge of wanting to bash him with a book, and I feel the same. We have all misjudged Hagrid, Cyrus lamented. Before long, Andy and Seamus departed. Even on such a day, the school had not announced the cancellation of exams, and they intended to review to avoid dismal results. If Hermione knew about this, she would be utterly heartbroken. She would surely not wish to miss a single exam. Cyrus made a light-hearted jest to alleviate the atmosphere. I'm quite the opposite, Ron said, fixing his gaze on Cyrus. You are, aren't you? Cyrus nodded, and suddenly Ron's expression brightened. I have an idea. I'll let you possess me, and you can help me during the exam. What do you say? Don't even think about it. Cyrus rolled his eyes. Ron's knack for opportunism was truly unimpressive. Exams were designed to assess the extent of one's knowledge, and one should not shy away from them. You sound just like Hermione, Ron remarked in disappointment. However, soon enough, they engaged Cyrus in a discussion about their discoveries in herbology class that day. Mr. Riddle, Harry lowered his voice. Do you remember what Hagrid mentioned earlier? If someone is in search of something, they only need to follow the spiders to find the right direction. He had observed the spiders heading towards the Forbidden Forest. Of course, I doubt it leads to the Forbidden Forest. It might not be that far, Ron said almost prayerfully. Just the thought of spiders was daunting enough for him, let alone the prospect of venturing into the Forbidden Forest. Yet, contemplating the air of Slytherin and the petrified Hermione, he felt reluctant to withdraw. At the very least, he knew Harry would never give up. Then, let us act tonight. Cyrus could hardly contain his excitement. Chapter 72, The Contract of the Marauder's Map. Waiting for the night to grow still proved to be quite a challenge. Fred and George seemed to be the only lively members of Gryffindor left, pestering Harry and Ron with exploding snap until nearly midnight. Truth be told, had Cyrus known about their antics earlier, he would have opted for a few hours of sleep instead, to avoid this tedium. Fred mistook him for Ginny and offered consolation. Don't worry too much, Ginny. We can only do our best. While playing cards, he added, Indeed, if that thing is lost, it's lost. We've already informed Dumbledore. I'm sure he will find a solution. The twins' remarks struck Cyrus like a bucket of cold water, jolting him awake. From their words, it seemed they were aware of his diary, and had even informed Dumbledore. Wasn't a claim that only Harry and his friends knew? A heavy stone seemed to weigh down Cyrus's heart, causing it to plunge. Although, at this juncture, whether Dumbledore was aware of the diary, being his essence had little significance. The adversary had already been expelled from Hogwarts, and if all went according to plan, only Fawkes would assist Harry in confronting the basilisk. Nonetheless, Cyrus was unwilling to reveal his vulnerabilities to Dumbledore. After all, it was Dumbledore, the very individual who meticulously orchestrated even his own demise. In the original narrative, Voldemort was laid out clearly under his machinations. The moment he learned that Voldemort intended to create 6 Horcruxes, he had already deduced what they were, tracing the depths of Voldemort's psyche to locate 2 hidden Horcruxes. Even during the expedition to the cave, it was strikingly coincidental that Harry was brought along. He was aware that Voldemort would seek the Elder Wand, that Voldemort would compel Snape to kill him, and that Voldemort would ultimately take Snape's life. He also realized that once Voldemort discovered that all the other Horcruxes had been destroyed, he would certainly keep Nagini close at hand. Dumbledore had calculated every aspect, and had it not been for a few missteps on his part, Severus would have been holding a script just like Dumbledore. Hadn't Ginny's lost item been recovered? Ron played a card and then sighed, but Dumbledore had already departed from Hogwarts. He merely forgot that Ginny's lost item was connected to Riddle, though he could not recall the specifics. Recovered? Fred and George exchanged surprised glances, elated enough to drop the cards in their hands. "Hey, what are you doing?" "I was about to win," Ron exclaimed incredulously at the mischievous twins, his voice tinged with frustration. However, Fred and George disregarded him, their excitement compelling them to grasp Severus's shoulders. Now the heir would be at a loss. Without the map, they would find it challenging to seize opportunities, Fred remarked. The map? After much discussion, it turned out Fred and George were referring to the Marauder's map. Severus exhaled in relief. Dumbledore's awareness of the map's existence held little consequence for him. This magical artifact could only fulfill its purpose when held in hand, and its craftsmanship was remarkable. Severus had studied it for a time and believed its efficacy relied on the very existence of Hogwarts, this grand magical castle. Sirius's grandfather had once been the headmaster of Hogwarts, so perhaps the Marauders had referenced certain materials during its creation, compelling everyone who entered Hogwarts to unwittingly sign a magical contract. In the wizarding world, such contracts are notoriously difficult to break. For instance, the unbreakable vow ensures that as long as the spell remains in effect, even Voldemort cannot discover hidden locations. While Dumbledore wielding the Elder Wand might have the potential to break such contracts, he would first need to acquire the map. Otherwise, no matter how potent his magic, he would have nowhere to apply it. "May I borrow the map for a few more days?" Severus addressed Fred and George. What sort of map could it be? So shrouded in mystery? Ron, having lost interest in the explosive card, asked with curiosity. "It's nothing. Mind your own business," Fred and George immediately responded, unwilling to divulge the matter to Ron. They understood their brother's nature all too well. If he learned of the map's utility, he would undoubtedly pester them for it. "And you, Ginny, must not speak of it either." With that, Fred and George promptly departed. Observing this, Ron turned his gaze to Severus, his face brimming with inquisitiveness. "I cannot disclose it, I promise them." Cyrus naturally wished to keep the map a secret from others. However, it was Ginny's discretion that was required, not yours. Ron identified this flaw. Mr. Riddle and Ginny are not one and the same. Nevertheless, Cyrus shook his head. "It makes no difference, I promise them. Furthermore, keeping secrets is paramount, Ron. Should you ever divulge my secrets, I fear I would swiftly meet my demise at the hands of others." "Very well." Harry gathered the cards, glanced at the time, and proposed. "Once the clock strikes, we shall set forth, shall we? I believe by then, everyone will be in a deep slumber. So be it. I shall fetch the invisibility cloak." Harry ascended the stairs briskly. Shortly after, he descended, grasping something intangible. The three of them might be a bit cramped, but I reckon in the enveloping darkness, no one would notice our feet protruding from beneath. Perhaps I should employ the disillusionment charm. That would be safer. Cyrus did not wish to be squeezed along with them this time. The journey through the castle proved arduous, as they had to elude the professors at all costs. In recent days, the faculty had been changing their patrols, and following Dumbledore's departure, each professor seemed exceedingly tense. Even Snape appeared filled with unease. At long last, they arrived at the entrance hall, sneaking behind the two grand oak doors locks, squeezing through the crevice while striving to minimize any creaking sounds, and emerged into the moonlit expanse. Of course, as they strode across the pitch-black grass, Ron suddenly remarked that upon reaching the forest, they might find nothing to track. "Those spiders may not have ventured there at all. I know they seem to be moving in that direction," but he left his thought unfinished, offering Harry a glimmer of hope. They arrived before Hagrid's hut, gazing mournfully at the darkened windows. Harry pushed the door open, and Fong, upon seeing them, erupted in ecstatic joy, bounding about in excitement. Cyrus, fearing the deep, booming barks would awaken the occupants of the castle, swiftly cast a silencing spell upon him. Harry placed the invisibility cloak on Hagrid's table. "You can lift the spell. We one team need invisibility in the Forbidden Forest," Harry said. "Come on, Fong. Let's take a stroll." The three of them departed with the dog in tow. Cyrus lingered at the back, gazing at the invisibility cloak resting on the table. The legendary Deathly Hallow. Eventually, he slowly closed the door. Chapter 73, The Forbidden Forest. The area surrounding the Forbidden Forest seemed even darker than within the castle. The entire sky was shrouded beneath a vast black veil, obscuring the stars and moon, devoid of any light. Cyrus withdrew his wand and murmured, "Lumos." Thus, a beam of light emanated from the tip of his wand. He could have shone a bit brighter, illuminating the entire forest without a doubt. However, such brilliance would have drawn excessive attention. As it stands, the current glow suffices for them to observe any shadows of spiders on the path. Harry followed suit. "Good idea." Ron remarked enviously, "I wish my wand could shine too, but if mishandled, it could explode. Fear not. I believe Mr. and Mrs. Weasley will procure you a new one during the summer break. You could always claim it was damaged in the pursuit of finding an heir, Severus reassured. Excellent notion, Mr. Riddle. Ron's eyes sparkled. He had yet to inform his family about the wand's unfortunate fate. At that moment, Harry patted their shoulders and pointed to the grass below. 2 solitary spiders were hastily retreating from the wand's glow, disappearing into the shadows of the trees. Indeed, the spiders had ventured into the forbidden forest. Well, Ron sighed. It seems we must brace ourselves for the worst. I am prepared. Let's proceed. Thus, they entered the forest, with Yaya bounding around them, sniffing at the roots and leaves. Guided by the faint light of Severus's and Harry's wands, they trailed the incessantly scuttling spiders along the path. After approximately 20 minutes, silence enveloped them. They listened intently for any sounds beyond the snapping of branches and the rustling of leaves. The trees grew denser, obscuring the stars above. The wand's feeble glow flickered amidst the vast darkness, akin to 2 frail fireflies. They have strayed from the path, Severus murmured, extending his arm to illuminate the ground. Harry halted, attempting to discern the spider's direction, but beyond the fragile light, darkness enveloped them completely. He had never ventured this deep into the forbidden forest before. The forest was inherently perilous. At least along the path, Hagrid frequently roamed, and there were signs of centaurs. Yet, deviating from the narrow trail invited unknown dangers. Severus prompted. His words unsettled Ron further. Harry vividly recalled Hagrid's warning during his last excursion into the woods, advising him not to stray from the path. But Hagrid was miles away now, likely confined in Azkaban, and he had also instructed them to follow the spiders. Let us proceed. I trust Hagrid, Harry declared resolutely, realizing that at this moment, there was little else he could do but trust Hagrid. Though reliable, Severus pressed his lips together and took the lead. What are your thoughts? Harry inquired of Ron. He could discern Ron's eyes reflecting the wand's dim light, appearing hesitant. I merely wish to convey that perhaps Mr. Riddle is correct. It is not that I distrust Hagrid, but rather that he might consider the forbidden forest less perilous. Ron said nervously, but it's different for us. He felt as if the dragon was merely playing when it bit him. Do you know how long my hand swelled after being bitten by Norbert? But Mr. Riddle had already vanished from sight. Harry, feeling helpless, replied, Think of Hermione. We must save her. All right. Ron took a deep breath for Hermione. Thus, they followed the shadow of Sirius into the underbrush. The path through the forbidden forest was treacherous, largely untraveled, with roots and stumps obstructing their way. To make matters worse, visibility was poor in the dark, making it nearly impossible to discern the obstacles in their path. After a while, they noticed that the ground seemed to slope downward, even though the trees remained as dense as before. We've been walking for at least half an hour. He and Harry's clothing was occasionally snagged by low-hanging branches and thorny vines, rendering them somewhat disheveled, while Sirius strolled along as if meandering through a Quidditch pitch. At least they had not encountered any other dangers along the way. These spiders are quite clever. At least they avoid danger. Ron swallowed hard. Or perhaps other creatures dare not approach this place. Sirius's eyes gleamed with knowledge. Undoubtedly, this small patch was the territory of the Acromantula, and no magical creature would be foolish enough to wander here and become a meal for those beasts. What? Don't scare me. Ron trembled. At that moment, Fong suddenly became agitated, fearfully curling his tail. He could not make a sound, only whimpering. Yet he created quite a commotion, startling both Harry and Ron. What is that? Ron shouted, peering into the pitch blackness while gripping Harry's elbow tightly. There is something moving, Harry gasped. It sounds like a massive creature. They listened intently. A short distance to their right, the large entity was clearing a path through the underbrush, snapping countless branches. They stood frozen, filled with terror, as the darkness seemed to press down upon them. Sirius appeared unafraid, for he knew what was lurking there. There is nothing there. It's not a monster. Just the car you took to school. No sooner had Sirius spoken than a brilliant light erupted to their right, dazzlingly bright against the darkness. Harry and Ron raised their hands to shield their eyes. Fong roared in an attempt to flee, but became ensnared in a thicket, rolling about on the ground. Quiet. Sirius cast a spell to calm him. The car is coming. The car? Ron's voice was choked with relief. It really is our car. Harry and Ron stumbled after Sirius towards the light, tripping over obstacles along the way. Moments later, they arrived in a clearing. Mr. Weasley's car was parked amidst a thicket of dense trees, its roof obscured by a tangle of intertwining branches and leaves. The interior was vacant, yet the headlights shone with a brilliant luminosity. As Ron approached, his mouth agape, the vehicle seemed to inch toward him like a teal-hued hound eagerly welcoming its master. It had been here all along. Ron exclaimed joyfully, circling the car. Look at it. The forest has wilded it. In the Muggle world, it appeared as though it were utterly abandoned. However, this automobile seemed to have undergone a touch of magical enhancement. Truth be told, it was still operational. Sirius was equally intrigued. The existence of magically modified vehicles suggested that technology and magic were not entirely incompatible. Perhaps he could transform something else, like a Gatlin's curse? He shuddered at the thought. That was indeed sinister. The car's wings were scratched and caked in mud. Fong, however, seemed utterly indifferent, sticking close to Harry and cautiously eyeing Sirius, the wizard who had cast 2 spells upon it. Harry could feel Fong trembling. At this moment, both Harry and Ron's breaths began to steady. We thought it might attack us, Ron said, leaning against the car and patting it. I had no idea where it had gone. Yet Harry was not inclined to indulge the car's presence. He squinted, continuing to search for the shadows of spiders illuminated by the headlights. However, they all scurried away from the glaring lights, vanishing into the unknown. We've lost the trail, he remarked, expressing a greater desire to pursue the spiders than to linger with the car. Let us go. We shouldn't waste time here. Suddenly, Ron fell silent and remained motionless, his eyes fixed on a point 10 feet above the ground behind Harry, his face ashen with palpable fear. It seems we need not search any longer, Sirius declared, raising his wand and tilting his head to reveal several enormous acromantulas greedily watching them. He had intended to obliterate them outright, but reconsidered and refrained from acting. Instead, he watched as Harry and Ron were seized by the monstrous creatures with their colossal fangs. Lifted into the air, he too surrendered to the inevitable, allowing the beasts to drag them into the inky darkness of the trees. Chapter 74. Aragog Sirius was uncertain how long he had remained ensnared in the clutches of those creatures. He only knew that the darkness seemed to recede somewhat, revealing a ground strewn with fallen leaves now teeming with spiders. He turned his neck and discovered they had arrived at the edge of a broad hollow, the trees within it having been cleared away. The clouds above parted slightly, allowing stars to illuminate the horrifying spectacle below. Spiders. Unlike the small ones scuttling through the leaves beneath, each of these was as large as a horse, with 8 eyes, 8 legs, and a dark, hairy visage. Each a formidable behemoth. The colossal spider, clutching onto Silas and his companions, descended the steep slope toward the heart of a mist-laden, hemispherical web, surrounded by its kin. Upon catching sight of its captive, the arachnids excitedly waved their formidable pincers, producing a cacophony of clicking sounds. As the spider released its grip, Silas's wand gently swayed, landing gracefully like a cat. However, Harry and Ron lacked such finesse, crashing heavily to the ground beside him, accompanied by a dog. The creature, Yaya, curled up in terror, feigning death. Harry and Ron's mouths gaped wide, seemingly emitting silent screams, their eyes bulging in alarm. Perhaps, losing consciousness now would be less tormenting than remaining awake. Are you all right? Silas inquired softly. Are you kidding? We're going to die. Ron's voice was hoarse. At that moment, the spider that had brought them here made an enormous noise, and Silas discerned it was speaking human language. It was not easy to detect, for each word was punctuated by the clicking of its pincers. Yet, as a magical creature, the acromantula possessed the ability to speak and exhibited considerable intelligence. Silas even suspected it might be cleverer than Hagrid. This could almost be classified as subhuman. Even dragons do not possess the ability to converse. Aragog. It called Aragog. Silas focused his gaze and saw a massive spider slowly emerging from the misty center of the web, larger than the typical acromantula, nearly the size of an elephant. Its body and legs were grayish-black, and each eye on its grotesque, pincered head was veiled with a milky film. It was blind. What's the matter? It inquired, its large pincers moving rapidly, producing a constant clicking sound. This created a peculiar sensation, making Silas feel as though it were rhythmically speaking, akin to a rapper. Humans. The spider that had seized Silas remarked. Is it Hagrid? Aragog inquired, drawing closer, its 8 milky white eyes gazing vacantly. Strangers. Kill them. I was sleeping, Aragog said irritably. It was quite ancient, its resting time far exceeding its active hours, and a few unknown intruders hardly warranted its awakening. Moreover, it did not consume humans. These beings were not even worthy of being considered food. Upon hearing this, the surrounding spiders could hardly contain themselves. Each time Hagrid visited, they craved his flesh and blood. Yet their leader, Aragog, forbade them from harming him. How absurd. The acromantula was meant to feast on human blood and flesh. The rhythmic clicking resonated throughout the cavern, where the monstrous pincers of countless spiders were in motion. Harry and Ron felt as though their hearts might leap from their chests, instinctively clutching at Sirius. As if seeking reassurance from Mr. Riddle, Sirius did not disappoint. He surveyed the multitude of spiders within the cave, assessing their numbers. In the face of such a horde, he exhibited no signs of fear. Nonetheless, the sight of the spiders did send a shiver down his spine. He stepped forward and calmly declared, "We are friends of Hagrid." The agitated spiders abruptly ceased their movements, and Aragog hesitated. "Hagrid has never sent anyone to our hollow before," it remarked slowly. "Hagrid is in trouble." Harry mustered his courage, his breaths coming in rapid succession, "which is why we have come." "Trouble?" the ancient spider inquired, and Harry thought he detected a hint of concern amidst the clattering of pincers. "But why would he send you?" Harry attempted to rise, but ultimately decided to remain prone, believing his legs could not support his weight. "Allow me to explain." Harry, Sirius interjected. He stood tall amidst the encirclement of spiders, gazing at them with a proud demeanor. Though the sheer number of arachnids unsettled him, it was mere disgust, not fear. Upon hearing Sirius's words, Harry visibly relaxed. "The Chamber of Secrets has been reopened. We believe Hagrid recently released something that harms students. He has been taken to Azkaban." Sirius succinctly outlined the situation, omitting any mention of his own troubles. He was certain that had Aragog learned he was Riddle, it would have remained silent, summoning its offspring to devour him immediately. Aragog furiously waved its massive pincers, eliciting a response from the throng of spiders above. It was akin to applause, though this applause sent chills down one's spine. "But that was many years ago." Aragog growled, "A great many years ago. I remember it vividly. It was because of that incident that they expelled me from the school. They believed I was the monster residing in their so-called Chamber of Secrets. They thought it was Hagrid who opened the chamber and set me free." "Then you did not emerge from the chamber?" Harry's forehead beaded with cold sweat, yet he could not refrain from asking. If Aragog spoke the truth, it meant Mr. Riddle had been utterly mistaken. Hagrid was indeed innocent, and the monster bore no relation to him. He could not help but glance at Sirius, only to find him frowning as well, which offered him a sense of relief. Aragog proclaimed, its pincers snapping angrily, as if wishing to crush something beneath them. "I was not born in a castle. I hail from a distant land. Before I had even emerged from my egg, a traveler gifted me to Hagrid. At that time, Hagrid was merely a child, yet he tenderly cared for me, concealing me within a cupboard in the castle and nourishing me with crumbs scattered across the dining table. Hagrid is a dear friend and a good soul. When people accuse me of being responsible for a maiden's demise, it was he who shielded me from harm. Since then, I have resided in these woods, with Hagrid visiting me frequently. He even found me a wife, Mozag. Just behold how our family has flourished, all thanks to Hagrid." Cyrus surveyed his surroundings and had to concede to the veracity of these words. Thousands of Acromantula, indeed, were the progeny of Aragog and Mozag. It was evident that Hagrid's mastery of hybridization endowed his creations with remarkable reproductive capabilities. Naturally, Cyrus fervently wished for their numbers to swell, for only with ample nourishment could the fruits of their labor be bounteous. Chapter 75, The Siege of Spiders. Cyrus feigned skepticism, wearing an expression of vexation as he continued to inquire. "So you have never attacked anyone?" "Nay," the elder spider replied with resentment. "I possess such instincts. Yet out of respect for Hagrid, I have never harmed a soul. The corpse of that unfortunate maiden was discovered in a lavatory. And aside from the cupboard in which I grew up, I have never seen any other part of the castle. We spiders favor darkness and solitude." "But did you know what caused the girl's demise?" Harry asked, for whatever it was had returned to prey upon humans once more. Suddenly, a cacophony of clicking erupted, as countless long legs scuttled in a rustling frenzy. Enormous shadows danced around them. "The creature residing in the castle," Aragog stated, "is an ancient being that we spiders dread above all. I distinctly recall pleading with Hagrid to release me when I sensed that beast prowling within the school." "What is it?" Harry inquired urgently, the truth looming before him. The clicking intensified, and the rustling grew louder as the spiders seemed to draw closer, their fear palpable and their anxiety mounting. "We do not speak it," Aragog declared vehemently. "We do not utter its name. I have not even disclosed the name of that dreadful creature to Hagrid, despite his numerous inquiries." Harry felt it prudent to refrain from pressing the matter further, particularly as the spiders converged from all directions. Ron appeared nearly faint, his complexion paler than freshly painted walls, gripping Harry tightly, his face a mask of terror and desperation. Aragog seemed disinclined to continue the conversation, slowly retreating into its hemispherical web. "It appears we are unable to extract further information. However, we have at least garnered some intelligence," Cyrus remarked, his gaze fixed upon the spiders. Those arachnids seemed unable to restrain themselves, slowly inching closer to them. "Then let us depart. Harry realized something was amiss. Calling out to Aragog with reckless abandon, while the rustling of leaves behind him echoed ominously. Ron, as if hearing a promise of salvation, reacted. Leave? Cyrus drawled. I doubt it will allow us to simply walk away. You are correct. I believe it would be unwise for you to attempt to leave. Aragog's milky eyes were still in motion. Though blind, it retained some level of perception. With age, its dominion over the spider horde had diminished significantly. One Hagrid might suffice. But if he were to incessantly thwart the arachnids from devouring these unwitting humans, it would likely incite rebellion among them. But my offspring have obeyed my commands and have not harmed Hagrid. Yet, fresh human flesh is presented to them willingly. I cannot prevent them from indulging. Farewell, Hagrid's friend. Cyrus turned, and just a few paces away, a formidable wall of spiders loomed above him, their pincers clacking in unison, countless eyes glinting upon their grotesque black heads. At that moment, Harry felt as though he were submerged beneath the sea, suffocated by the multitude of spiders. Ron, seemingly paralyzed by fear, stood motionless. Even if he were in better spirits, he would be of little assistance, for his wand was useless. Harry yearned to draw his wand and confront the spiders. But Cyrus restrained him. Let me handle this. You look for an opportunity to flee with Ron. But leave Mr. Riddle here alone? Harry shook his head vehemently as he gazed at the seemingly endless tide of spiders. We cannot abandon you. Even Ron, drained of all strength by fear, nodded in agreement. His thoughts consumed with worry for his sister. If Cyrus were to perish here, what fate awaited Ginny, whose body he inhabited? Do not worry. The Acromantula cannot slay me. You must find a way to escape, and when I make my exit, I will not have to concern myself with you. Cyrus sought to separate Harry and Ron. Otherwise, how could he proceed with what appeared to be a rather sinister ritual? The Acromantula craved to consume them. Yet he too was willing to barter its life for his own rebirth. Are you concerned that I cannot contend with them? Cyrus effortlessly swatted aside a spider the size of a car. Seeing Harry nod in response, he smiled. Rest assured, I intentionally allowed myself to be captured by them. Otherwise, how could I have discovered their lair? Harry and Ron remained hesitant. Very well, trust me. Ginny is also my friend. I would rather the two of you perish than see her harmed. Very well. Though Harry acquiesced, he was in truth at a loss as to how to escape this predicament. The sheer number of spiders surrounding them was overwhelming. Even as Sirius continuously swatted away the encroaching arachnids, they formed an impenetrable barrier. Suddenly, a piercing, elongated voice resonated, and a brilliant light illuminated the entire hollow. Mr. Weasley's car thundered down the slope, its headlights flashing and horn blaring, scattering the spiders aside. Several were sent tumbling onto their backs, their long legs flailing in the air. With a cacophony, the car came to a halt before Harry and Ron, its doors flinging open. Get in, Sirius shouted as he cleared the area of spiders, pushing them into the vehicle. Harry and Ron struggled to adjust their positions. Take the dog, Sirius called out, seizing the seemingly listless hound and tossing it into the back seat. The door slammed shut. Ron did not touch the accelerator. Fortunately, the car needed no prompting from him. The engine roared to life, and they were off. However, the spiders could not simply watch their meal escape. They obstructed the path, with many of the enormous eight-eyed spiders appearing larger than the vehicle itself, resembling a furry hill blocking their way. Harry and Ron in the car turned pale, uncertain of what to do. At that moment, a fierce red light suddenly flared outside the glass, followed by a deafening explosion as the massive spider before them was obliterated into fragments, clearing the road entirely. Harry and Ron quickly turned to see Sirius standing amidst the swarm, his wand pointed toward their exit. It was only then that they comprehended the true extent of Mr. Riddle's formidable prowess. With the obstacles removed, the car sped up the slope, departing from the hollow. Chapter 76, A Life for a Life. Harry and his companions crashed through the forest. The car navigated a route it evidently knew well, deftly weaving left and right in search of the widest opening. They had left the forbidden forest behind, with no pursuers in sight. Harry glanced back at Ron, who still had his mouth agape, as if issuing a silent scream, though his eyes no longer bulged. Are you all right? Ron stared blankly ahead, unable to utter a word, after a considerable pause. He opened the car door and stumbled into the pumpkin patch to vomit desperately. Following the spiders, Ron weakly stated, wiping his mouth with his sleeve, I shall never forgive Hagrid. We are fortunate to have survived. When he returns from Azkaban, I will kill him. Ron furiously drew that wretched wand. I dare say he believed Aragog would not harm his friends, Harry remarked. And therein lies Hagrid's folly. Ron struck the walls of the small hut with great force, always believing that monsters were not as malevolent as humans had fabricated them to be. Just look at his fate. imprisoned in the confines of Azkaban. He began to tremble uncontrollably. What purpose did it serve to send us there? I wonder what exactly we have uncovered. We have established that Hagrid never opened the Chamber of Secrets. He is innocent, Harry remarked. Ron scoffed audibly. Clearly, in his view, the moment Hagrid hatched Aragog in the cupboard, he could hardly be deemed innocent. Harry returned to Hagrid's dwelling to retrieve the invisibility cloak, draping it over himself and Ron. They nestled close together, finding a place to sit as they gazed back into the depths of the Forbidden Forest, awaiting Sirius. I must say, it was fortuitous that Mr. Riddle wronged Hagrid 50 years ago, Ron asserted, otherwise that Aragog would have remained cooped up in some room at the school. You witnessed it. It does not consume humans. But what are the other spiders? I wager that the moment Hagrid lets his guard down, they would devour the entire student body in a heartbeat. Harry yearned to defend Hagrid, yet having just escaped the jaws of those spiders, he found himself at a loss for words. He had narrowly avoided death, and Mr. Riddle's fate was still uncertain. The two could only sit there, anxiously awaiting news, praying for Mr. Riddle's safety. Yet, the waiting stretched on interminably. The creature sounded eerily reminiscent of Voldemort, and the spiders trembled at the mention of his name. Ron shuddered. Then let us not speak of it, shall we? Harry sighed and lifted his gaze. The sky was no longer as dark as before. The clouds seemed to have dispersed, and moonlight illuminated the empty pumpkin patch, resembling a field dusted with white frost. Exhausted, he collapsed in the pumpkin patch, and suddenly he noticed the sky deep within the Forbidden Forest glowing bright. Flames flickered under the night sky, reaching towards the heavens. He sprang to his feet. Ron, look over there. Ultimate protection. Sirius watched as the taillights of the car vanished into the darkness. A few spiders still attempted to pursue Harry, but he conjured a magical barrier that enveloped the hollow. The spiders lunged at the invisible magical wall, only to be incinerated by its power. Thus, they turned their attention solely to Sirius. Countless spiders swarmed the undulating clearing, with potentially thousands, if not tens of thousands, of acromantula before Sirius. The largest were larger than cars, while the smallest resembled hunting dogs. They surged towards Sirius like sharks scenting blood, frenzied and insatiable for the taste of human flesh. Hundreds of thousands of legs pounded the ground, producing a synchronized cacophony, as if the entire Forbidden Forest trembled in unison with their march. Even Cyrus, who harbored no fear of spiders, was overtaken by an involuntary shiver, akin to opening a wooden cabinet to reveal a writhing mass of countless white termite larvae. Alternatively, it was reminiscent of a cavern teeming with thousands of serpents entwined in a grotesque dance, their contorted bodies undulating through the fissures, evoking a sense of nausea. Yet, Cyrus refrained from immediately exterminating them all. Instead, he directed the tip of his wand downward and forcefully thrust it into the ground. In an instant, a formidable surge of magical energy radiated outward from his being, sending shockwaves that propelled the approaching eight-eyed giant spiders away, leaving behind an expanse of desolation. With calm deliberation, he retrieved a cauldron, its contents still bubbling with potion. The spiders, however, were relentless in their advance, surging forth like a horde of locusts. Their numbers were overwhelming, and Cyrus, dwarfed by their mass, understood the peril of hesitating, lest he find himself deprived of sustenance. Their sharp legs struck the ground with the force of nails, while the following spiders trampled mercilessly upon their predecessors. They amassed higher and higher, forming a near-impenetrable wall, an encroaching tide of darkness. Cyrus observed their impending doom with a cold gaze, igniting a flame. The fire blazed forth, erupting suddenly like a gushing spring, spreading to every corner of the hollow. The eight-eyed giant spiders were caught off guard by the sudden conflagration, as the searing waves of heat collided with the black wave of spiders, mercilessly incinerating their limbs and flesh. They emitted horrific cries, yet the flames, akin to a venomous plague, spread rapidly, becoming inescapable. The burning spiders writhed like monstrous entities within the inferno, desperately seeking escape, but the swarm relentlessly propelled them forward. The flaming arachnids behaved like devils unleashed, crashing through their kin and passing the flames to even more of their kind. In but a moment, the entire hollow was ignited. Was this not a form of passing the torch? Wait, humans! Aragog lamented, pleading, but Cyrus remained impervious to the cries. Setting aside the fact that the eight-eyed giant spiders sought to end their lives, it was sufficient reason for Cyrus to act with lethal intent. Moreover, in the realm of alchemy, the value of life was rendered equal in the eyes of one man. The life of a spider was clearly not equivalent to that of a human. The flames continued to burn unabated, consuming the bodies and souls of the spiders. their forms reduced to ashes in an instant, while a crimson liquid surged skyward, coalescing into a sanguine river above the cauldron. The entire hollow transformed into a grim graveyard, simultaneously becoming a wellspring of life. The still-living spiders cowered in terror, evading the flames. Yet all their escape routes had been sealed off by the ultimate barrier erected by Cyrus. Amidst the searing inferno, he remained untouched, his gaze colder than the frost of winter. In an instant, all the eight-eyed giant spiders became sacrifices for his creation of magical stones. Life could only be measured by life. With tens of thousands of lives exchanged, the crimson liquid left in the cauldron thickened further, resembling a vast pod of plasma. Chapter 77. The final preparations. The blazing light drew the attention of Harry and Ron. Harry anxiously glanced back at the castle, uncertain whether the professors within would notice the anomaly. Ron was consumed by worry. The flames dimmed the stars, and the horizon transformed from a dark night into an orange-red hue. Yet Mr. Riddle had not returned. After enduring so much, Ron felt as if his legs had become ethereal, floating like smoke, while his head weighed heavily. At that moment, however, he seemed to forget the terrors of the Forbidden Forest and his fear of spiders. "No, Harry, I must find her," Ron declared resolutely. "Mr. Riddle may not care, but Ginny is his sister. Let us go." Harry, disregarding his fatigue and the fact that he had narrowly escaped death only hours prior, stood up without hesitation, taking a deep breath filled with determination, and once again set his feet toward the Forbidden Forest. Yet, before they reached the forest's edge, a small shadow emerged from the thicket. "Ginny!" Ron's heart leapt, as if revived with newfound vigor, grounding him firmly to the earth beneath his feet. He rushed toward the shadow, stumbling and rolling in the mud. But this did not deter his progress. He crawled and lunged at Cyrus's feet. "What are you doing?" Cyrus was taken aback by Ron's sudden show of reverence, looking at him in surprise. "Are you all right, Ginny? Not a hair harmed." Cyrus did not correct Ron's address, but merely flicked his hair back, indicating his safety. "Those spiders wouldn't let me leave, thinking their numbers could overwhelm me. So I had to take some time to eliminate them all." He spoke with an ease that sent a shiver through Harry and Ron, making these two foolish boys realize that their concern for each other paled in comparison to the threat posed by the spiders. "You killed them all? I dare say Hagrid will be quite heartbroken when he gets out of prison." "Heartbroken? Perhaps he wouldn't be so upset if those spiders devoured us instead," Ron grumbled. "It's nearly dawn. We should hurry back. Otherwise, it won't be good if the professors catch us." Harry draped the invisibility cloak over Ron, while Sirius cast a spell. Upon returning to Gryffindor Tower, they chose not to retreat to their dormitories, but instead reclined on the sofas in the common room for a brief respite. Sirius administered a large bottle of vitality potion to both Harry and Ron, rejuvenating their spirits somewhat. Seizing the opportunity while others remained asleep, Harry confided his suspicions to Sirius. "It was indeed Moaning Myrtle who was murdered 50 years ago. However, I fear she holds no clues, or else Hagrid's name would have long been vindicated," Sirius lamented. "Do not feel guilty. This is not your fault. Raising acromantulas at school is no better than nurturing any other beast." Ron harbored significant resentment toward Hagrid. Yet anyone in his position would struggle to be more forgiving. "Regardless, we must make an attempt," Harry insisted, unwilling to forfeit even the slightest chance. "We were right there in that restroom, merely 3 stalls away, yet we could not question her." Ron lamented, "These days, searching for spiders has been more than enough for us. To think we could evade teachers and sneak into the girls' restroom for an extended period? Absolutely impossible. Professor McGonagall has nearly forbidden students from venturing anywhere beyond the dormitories, classrooms, or the Great Hall. Not to mention, this girls' restroom is situated right next to the scene of the first attack. We could visit at night using the invisibility cloak, just as we did today," Harry proposed. "Inside the castle is entirely different from the outside. Moreover, you cannot communicate with Moaning Myrtle while cloaked. She would undoubtedly be displeased," Sirius cautioned. "She is exceedingly sensitive. Even the slightest provocation would lead her to wail, attracting the professor's attention. You know what they say, Harry, the murderer always returns to the scene of the crime. And by then, we would be left speechless." Harry and Ron simultaneously sighed in exasperation. Sirius certainly had the means to assist them in avoiding the professor's notice while conversing with Moaning Myrtle, but that was not feasible at present, as he still had one last preparation to complete. Having sacrificed so many acromantula lives, the Philosopher's Stone appeared to be taking shape, yet required a bit more time to fully coalesce. He needed to find an opportunity to conceal the formless life in the cauldron within the room of requirement, awaiting the moment of true transformation. And that moment would not be far off. It was likely that Tom's actions would soon unfold. Dumbledore stood at the edge of the Black Lake, gazing distantly at the ancient and colossal castle shrouded in darkness. On the other side of the Forbidden Forest, the first light of dawn gradually began to dispel the night, a delicate mist swirling through the trees. However, it would take some time before daylight fully broke. Dumbledore was waiting. Over a month had passed since he departed Hogwarts, and naturally, he had not been idle during this time. In recent days, he had visited each of the board members, endeavoring to persuade them to rescind their previous proposal. This task proved far easier than he had anticipated, for several members had consented to Malfoy's suggestion not out of a genuine desire to oust him, but rather due to Malfoy's coercive threats compelling them to sign. Now, Dumbledore had preemptively acquired the documentation affirming the board's approval for his continued tenure as headmaster. However, he chose to keep this information confidential and refrained from returning to Hogwarts. He was awaiting the opportune moment, keen to avoid alarming his adversaries. He was confident that this moment would soon arrive. Despite his physical absence from Hogwarts, Dumbledore possessed myriad means to obtain intelligence from within the school. Not to mention, 3 of the 4 house heads, led by Professor McGonagall, remained steadfastly loyal to him. Even Snape had no reason to betray him and return to the Dark Lord's embrace. Furthermore, the board's decisions could not alter the undeniable truth that he was the true headmaster recognized by the castle itself. Although it appeared that he had been ousted, in reality, the mechanisms, portraits, and statues within the castle remained loyal to him. He had once told Harry that he would only truly leave the school when all its inhabitants had turned against him. This sentiment extended beyond Harry alone. Now, Dumbledore awaited a signal, convinced that Tom Riddle's character would not allow him to rest. During the next assault, his true nature would surely be revealed. However, before that, he had one final preparation to undertake. He turned, with the dawn's light rising behind him, as if donning a cloak woven from the morning's glow. Chapter 78. The Journey to the Chamber. The Ministry of Magic. As Fudge ambled into the ministry for another day at work, Dumbledore had already been waiting in his office for quite some time. Dumbledore? Fudge gasped, startled, akin to a schoolboy encountering the headmaster. What brings you here? He appeared exceedingly uneasy, awkwardly placing his hat on the coat rack. During Dumbledore's absence of over a month, Fudge had felt an unprecedented sense of freedom. No longer did he need to seek Dumbledore's counsel. All policies were now his to decide. Frankly, it was the first time since taking office that he truly felt like the Minister of Magic. Previously, he had resembled a mere puppet of Dumbledore. As time passed, it seemed that no significant errors had occurred, correct? Fudge was reluctant to see Dumbledore return. His absence had, in fact, been preferable. While it was Malfoy who had instigated Dumbledore's ousting, Fudge had now become a beneficiary of the situation, and naturally, he felt a twinge of guilt upon encountering Dumbledore. I have come to retrieve a few items, Fudge. I seek Voldemort. Fudge's complexion paled slightly, and he trembled as he implored, "Please, do not utter that name." Dumbledore. Dumbledore spoke sternly. "I am aware that this name has evoked an abundance of fear and death in the past, yet now it is merely a name. To fear it only intensifies the very terror itself, offering no benefit. I believe it is prudent to discuss the matter that prompted your visit." Fudge, perspiring profusely, hastily bypassed the topic. Dumbledore continued, "I wish to ascertain whether his wand remains secured within the Ministry of Magic. No one has come to pilfer it, I trust? The Ministry possesses a dedicated department for safeguarding the wands of certain criminals. Many Death Eaters incarcerated in Azkaban still have their wands meticulously preserved within the Ministry's confines. Typically, the Ministry refrains from breaking the wands of pure-blood wizards, as acquiring a new wand is a trivial matter for them. Not everyone subscribes to the notion of wands choosing wizards. As for that particular wand, it is, of course, under the most stringent protection. I merely seek confirmation, Fudge." With a playful wink, Dumbledore added, "Furthermore, I wish to retrieve an item for another student in advance. The elixir of life must undergo certain processes and steps to solidify into the Philosopher's Stone, yet having resolved the primary dilemma, the remainder seems trivial." Just 2 days before the mandrake matured completely, the crimson elixir of life in the cauldron finally coalesced into a vibrant, albeit somewhat murky, irregularly shaped gem. It resembled a diminutive red crystal, akin to the fruit of a fully ripened pomegranate. The accomplishment was finally at hand. Cyrus, astonished, grasped the magical stone. The power contained within was sufficient to concoct an endless supply of the elixir of life, and transmuting base metals into gold would prove effortless. After a brief experiment, he instantly transformed the table into solid gold. It was not merely superficial. Upon cutting the table, he discovered that even its innards had been transfigured into gold. Subsequently, he extracted a vial of blood-red potion from the stone and consumed it in one swift motion. as the searing liquid coursed down his throat. Cyrus distinctly felt a surge of life as magic began to permeate Ginny's body, replenishing the portion of her vitality that had previously been absent. The Philosopher's Stone had indeed come to fruition. However, whether the stone could truly create a living, breathing vessel remained an enigma. Voldemort had once sought the stone, but ultimately failed. Nevertheless, Cyrus could not afford to delay any further. On the afternoon preceding the Mandrake's maturation, Harry and Ron seized an opportunity to venture toward the restroom. Cyrus was determined to prevent them from discovering the location of the Chamber of Secrets at such a critical juncture, especially since Hermione still had matters to discuss with them in the infirmary. He murmured softly, casting the disillusionment charm upon himself, tightly clutching the Marauder's map. At this juncture, his breathing grew increasingly labored. He understood that it was not anxiety, but exhilaration. McGonagall was patrolling the third floor, and he needed to create a distraction to lure her away. Cyrus strode through the castle, encountering Lockhart, who was absently toying with his hair as he made his way back to his office at the corner of the 5th floor. Then he spotted Harry and Ron stealthily exiting the Gryffindor common room, veering into a secluded passage. "Wouldn't it be better if we brought Mr. Riddle along?" He heard Ron murmur to Harry. I mean, he was a student in the same era as Moaning Myrtle. Perhaps she would be more open-hearted upon seeing someone who shares a similar plight. However, time was of the essence. Harry reminded him, "Ginny isn't in the same year as us." "You're right," Ron conceded. They didn't even have the chance to retrieve the invisibility cloak. Cyrus brushed past the two of them when suddenly, Harry paused, glancing back. He seemed to catch a glimpse of a familiar shadow, as if a strange sensation surged within him, suggesting that at this moment he was brushing against his own destiny. Yet there was nothing there, only a beam of sunlight streaming in, with dust softly dancing in the empty corridor. "What is wrong?" Ron inquired. "Nothing. Let us go," Harry urged. They dared not linger too long, but Cyrus rounded the corner and deliberately made a noise, drawing McGonagall's attention. "Potter, Weasley, what are you doing?" Professor McGonagall's lips were pressed into a thin line as she cast a stern gaze upon them. "I heard you two were headed somewhere." We thought, Ron stammered. "We want to go see Hermione." Harry interjected. Both Ron and Professor McGonagall turned to him. "We haven't seen her in ages, Professor," Harry continued, stepping on Ron's foot to urge him along. "We were just going to sneak to the hospital wing to tell her that the mandrakes are nearly mature, so she shouldn't worry." Cyrus overheard McGonagall, nearly moved to tears by their sincerity, and he proceeded past them, dispelling the disillusionment charm at the entrance to the lavatory. He lifted his gaze to the corridor walls. The last message he had left remained, as if no one in the entire castle could erase it. This time, he needed to inscribe something new. Her remains would forever linger in the Chamber of Secrets. The crimson words appeared as if written in blood, piercing the hearts of all who beheld them with dread.